Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
When the trio from Dream discovered Xu Yuan's location, shock spread across their faces. None of them expected Xu Yuan to be this close. Based on the signal, he was right inside the canyon.
SAP turned to Dream, baffled.
How the hell did he get in there without us noticing?
Dream's brow furrowed. We got careless.
We assumed he wouldn't come back, but clearly he's after the resources hidden in that canyon. Bad, overhearing, asked eagerly, should we go after him now? Dream nodded slowly, eyes narrowing as he assessed their inventory. They still had over 20 iron ingots, enough for each of them to craft a full set of iron armor. Let's mine the remaining iron here, gear up, and then we move, Dream ordered. If he's in the mine, we have our best shot at trapping him. He'll have nowhere to run. Inside a mine, escape options are limited. Xu Yuan would be forced to dig his way out, while they could easily corner him from behind. This was the perfect opportunity, one Dream didn't want to waste.
It was ironic, really.
Xu Yuan had given them this chance by turning back. Without delay, they dug up the last of the nearby iron, smelted it, and crafted their armor. Once suited up, they marched toward the coordinates where Xu Yuan had last been seen. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan wasn't wasting time. He had noticed the coordinate tracking as well, and knew Dream's team was closing in fast. He quickly explored the mine, trying to extract any remaining ores before making an exit. But retreating the way he came wasn't an option anymore. Dream's team was already on that path. Xu Yuan began digging upward, hoping to break through into a new tunnel. But the first stone he removed sent a wave of heat rushing down at him.
Lava.
Startled, he slammed the block back in place. He tried digging sideways, same result.
More magma.
Seriously? There's a whole lava lake up there.
Panic began to set in.
He didn't know Dream's exact position, but they were getting closer by the second.
And then, he heard footsteps.
Bad had found him. As soon as Bad spotted Xu Yuan, he shouted Dream.
Sap. He's here.
The trio had split up to cover more ground. Bad had lucked out. But even so, he didn't dare engage alone. Last time had already scarred him. He knew Xu Yuan was deadly. Bad stood his ground, stalling for Dream and SAP to arrive.
Xu Yuan was surprised. Already?
He didn't expect them so soon. Without hesitation, he raised his axe and charged at Bad. Bad turned and bolted. He ran for several meters, only to glance back and see Xu Yuan hadn't followed. Confused, he crept a few steps back, just in time for Xu Yuan to leap at him from a side recess. The ambush connected, but thanks to his new iron armor, Bad's health didn't drop much. Then Dream and SAP arrived. Bad's confidence returned instantly. He drew his sword and engaged. Xu Yuan backed off quickly, placing blocks to seal the narrow 3-block-wide tunnel. It wasn't much, just a temporary barricade, but it bought him precious seconds.
Then he ran.
Xu Yuan's mind raced as he searched for an escape route.
Think.
And then he remembered, there's a water source down the right tunnel.
He sprinted toward it.
Upon reaching it, he halted just long enough to place his crafting table. Quickly, he turned the last 3 iron ingots into a bucket. He scooped the water and dashed for the far end of the tunnel. But making the bucket had cost him time. Dream's team was now in the same tunnel, pursuing him. Viewers watching from Xu Yuan's first-person livestream were buzzing with concern. Wait, isn't that a dead end? There's nothing there but a lava lake. What's he doing? Is he out of options? Xu Yuan ran toward the lava, the sound of footsteps echoing behind him. It looked like a trap.
But Xu Yuan had a plan.
And the viewers could only hold their breath and watch it unfold. The viewers in Xu Yuan's livestream had sharp memories, and they were right. The tunnel truly ended at a magma lake.
A vast one. No way around it. No exits. No high ground.
Just searing death. To anyone else, it was a death trap. Cornered here, it was game over. If Dream and his team forced Xu Yuan into the lava, he'd be done for. The chat exploded with doubt and speculation. Is Xu Yuan out of his mind?
That's a dead end.
He's been reckless before, but this? Wait, didn't he make a bucket of water earlier? Even if he turns the lava to obsidian,
What then? It's still a dead end.
No way he escapes from here unless he's got some crazy plan. But this wasn't a reckless gamble.
Not for Xu Yuan.
Upon reaching the magma lake, he immediately blocked the path behind him with 2 layers of stone, just enough to buy time. Then, moving with expert precision, he placed the water from his bucket onto the edge of the lava, instantly forming a platform of obsidian. He stepped onto it, then began a rapid sequence: pour lava, water, collect water, pour lava, water again.
Click. Splash. Hiss. Repeat.
Within seconds, he was building something. Then the realization hit the viewers like a shockwave. He's building a nether portal. With a bucket method.
In a chase.
This guy's insane, but it's working. The chat lit up in disbelief and awe. I can't even do this in creative mode. If I tried this, I'd lose my water on the first mistake. The hand speed, the precision, this is next level. Normally, building a nether portal without a diamond pickaxe meant careful, slow placement of lava and water. Most players didn't even try it. One misstep meant starting over, or dying.
But Xu Yuan?
He made it look like second nature. In less than a minute, the frame was almost complete, just 1 obsidian block left. At that moment, Dream and his team finally broke through his barricade.
They froze at the sight. A nearly finished nether portal. Built in real time. Under pressure.
With a single bucket of water. Their jaws might as well have hit the floor. No way he just pulled that off. But Xu Yuan didn't wait for applause. With swift hands, he placed the final obsidian.
Lit it.
Flames surged through the frame, the portal activated. Xu Yuan jumped inside. Dream, Bad, and SAP charged in immediately after. Swords swung wildly. In the buffer zone before teleportation, Xu Yuan could still take damage.
3 blades slashed into him. His health plummeted, 2 hearts left. 1 more second. 1 more hit. But before they could strike again, he vanished. Gone through the portal.
Gone to safety barely. The 3 players stared at the shimmering portal stunned. Bad snarled, he got away. He only had a sliver of health left.
SAP added in disbelief.
1 hit and he would have been finished.
Bad stepped forward, ready to follow.
But Dream held him back.
Don't.
He'll be waiting on the other side. He'll ambush us for sure.
Bad paused, then nodded. It made sense.
Charging in blindly now would be suicide. So what now?
SAP asked.
Dream's eyes narrowed, his mind already racing. He leaned in and whispered something to the others. As they listened, their eyes lit up.
Bad smirked. SAP nodded in approval. That's brilliant, Bad said.
He won't escape this time.
Dream grinned.
Now it was their turn to set the trap.
At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were surprised and speechless when they saw Xu Yuan escape. Just now, everyone can also see Xu Yuan's blood volume, just 2 blocks. This can definitely be regarded as a desperate life. It's all running. I really served. If it had been me, I would have died. Oh my god. It's so thrilling. Steve guy is really awesome. The idea is really clear. Yes. Running this way as soon as he started, he thought of a way to go to hell from the beginning. Going to hell is the only way to escape. Really admire Steve's hand speed. People's brains are good, and if you can't keep up with your brains, it's for nothing. It's a really exciting game. The game was really exciting. It can be said that there are no urine spots throughout the process. There are always highlight moments. After Xu Yuan came to hell, he immediately squatted up. After all, he is now a remnant of blood, and if Dream follows them, it will still be very dangerous. After a while, Xu Yuan saw that Dream and they did not follow, so he immediately ate 2 pieces of cooked meat to replenish the amount of blood. After replenishing the amount of health, Xu Yuan did not set up a trap or something like at the door frame of the Hell Gate, but directly began to look for the Hell Fortress. The terrain of Hell is much more complicated than that of the main world, and even if Dream they find it, it is difficult to find Xu Yuan quickly. Xu Yuan didn't have to waste time laying traps, and this time was just right to take advantage of the time they hadn't come over yet. At this moment, Dream's side began their plan. Dream first stepped into the Hell Gate frame, and then placed a bucket of water into the Hell Gate frame. This water directly closed the Hell Portal. At this time, at noon in the live broadcast room, the players were a little surprised to see this scene. Originally, everyone thought that Dream was going to follow, but they didn't expect that Dream directly destroyed the Hell Portal. I thought God Dream was going over. Dream God, this is not letting Steve out. Steve doesn't come out, Dream can't win either. Then look at Dream's expression, there should be a good plan. At this time, all the players were watching the game between the two with interest. Dream must have thought of a solution, which also made players particularly curious about how Dream would deal with Xu Yuan. Dream destroyed the gates of hell. Immediately, he left the mine with Sap and Bad. They first dug some iron ore and made an iron drum. Then the three came to a relatively wide grassland terrain. After looking at the surrounding environment, he chose to start building up next to a magma pool. After about a few dozen blocks up, Bad asked Dream. That should be pretty much it, right? Dream looked down, and at such a height it was already a little difficult to see the terrain below. Then Dream nodded. Well, that should be fine. The three immediately began to expand the platform under their feet. After enlarging the platform under your feet, it is almost the same. They extended the platform again. On the extended platform, Dream began watering obsidian with magma and water. When all the players saw this scene, they all felt familiar. Dream, this is going to do Helldoor frame. It should be, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen to be next to the magma pool. Steve will be absolutely defenseless when he comes out. And they sat next to the platform, they could have caught Steve off guard. No wonder you want to destroy the Hellgate just now and make it again. Players see Dream start pouring the Helldoor frame and know Dream's purpose. I have to say that Dream's response is still okay. Anyway, Xu Yuan has to come back from Hell anyway, so just set a trap outside the Hellgate. The reason why the trap was not set up in the previous place was because the conditions in that place were limited. Even if the surrounding magma is laid, Xu Yuan solves it with a bucket of water. So take a different approach. And Dream came up with the idea of building the Helldoor frame high in the air. Although Xu Yuan will be guarded when he comes out, he will definitely not think that he is in the sky. This will allow you to play a surprising effect. Dream's plan is still being implemented, and Xu Yuan has successfully found the Hell Fortress. I searched the Hell Fortress and found quite a few things. Most importantly, Xu Yuan also found a bottle of stealth potion from the box. After Xu Yuan saw the invisibility potion, he immediately thought of its usage. It's fun. At this time, Dream's side has completed the Helldoor frame. Then the three activated the Helldoor frame and dug out all the platforms under the Helldoor frame. Later, at the bottom of the Hellgate frame, a 4-story high wall was enclosed. In this way, even if Xu Yuan landed safely, it would take some effort to get out of the wall. With all this done, Dream arranged for Sap to stay on the platform, while he and Bad came outside the walls. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were excited when they saw this. It looks like it's going to be thrilling again. Steve is lucky, he actually found the invisibility potion. Looking forward to Steve's big guy coping. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room were extremely excited, and Dream's response seemed to be seamless. Set a trap above, set up a defense below. Xu Yuan came out of the Hellgate. Without knowing it, it was still easy to die. At this time, Xu Yuan, after getting the invisibility potion, disconnected the live broadcast for a few seconds. Because Xu Yuan wants to synthesize a splash-type stealth potion, the stealth potion plus gunpowder can become a splash-type stealth potion. And if you refine medicine, you need a refining table. Now almost not many players know how to do the alchemy table, and they don't know how to refine medicine. Xu Yuan naturally won't tell everyone the recipe, so he disconnected for a while to live. However, the live broadcast was disconnected in just a few seconds, and when Xu Yuan turned on the live broadcast again, the stealth potion on his body had already turned into a splash-type stealth potion. Although the live broadcast was disconnected for a few seconds, all the players also thought that it was due to the network and did not care. Xu Yuan did not put the splash-type stealth potion in the shortcut bar, so that the players did not find anything abnormal. The formula of the potion must not leak out. This is the money machine of the future. Xu Yuan went to Hell this time, not only received a bottle of stealth potion, but also a sharp 3-iron axe. And some bread, gold grains, or something. After Xu Yuan sorted out his things, he began to look for the Hell portal and prepare to leave. Although Xu Yuan can develop freely after coming to Hell, but there is basically nothing in Hell except for some treasures in the Hell Fortress. Xu Yuan had also investigated, and there was only one Hell Fortress in the vicinity. Now that you've finished searching and got good equipment, you naturally don't have to waste time in Hell. After all, while Xu Yuan is developing by himself, Dream is also developing. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan began to walk back, looking for the Hellgate. Due to the complicated terrain of Hell, Xu Yuan did not remember much about the terrain where the Hellgate was located at that time. At this time, the location of the Hellgate has completely changed. After Xu Yuan came to the vicinity of the Hellgate, he still felt that something was wrong in his heart. But Xu Yuan didn't think much about it, so he teleported back through the Hellgate. In fact, Xu Yuan clearly felt that there was someone guarding the other end of the prison gate. After all, Dream also knows that Xu Yuan will definitely return to the main world. Therefore, when Xu Yuan entered the Hell portal, he was still a little defensive in his heart. After entering the gate of Hell, the space in front of him became distorted. 2 seconds later, as soon as Xu Yuan opened his eyes, he saw the blue sky. Seeing this, Xu Yuan said that the secret passage was not good. When I went to Hell, I obviously entered from the mine, but now I come out and see the sky. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately stopped and did not dare to walk forward. He looked around, and saw that the doorframe of Hell where he was hanging high in the air. Shhhhhh. If Xu Yuan hadn't felt that something was wrong and stopped, this foot would be over. At this moment, an arrow whistled towards Xu Yuan. This arrow was shot precisely at Sap on the opposite platform. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately dodged sideways. Then he took out the bucket and poured the water in the middle of the Hellgate frame. Now Xu Yuan is in the middle of the hell door frame, and if Xu Yuan moves slightly, he will be immediately teleported to hell. And teleporting to hell will have a buffer time of a few seconds, and this buffer time is a good time for Dream to deal with Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan destroyed the hell gate, he immediately picked up the bucket and prepared to put the water away. And at this moment, the sap on the opposite side directly took out the iron bucket and put away the water that Xu Yuan poured. Then he used the fishing rod to pull towards Xu Yuan. Because the distance was very close, Xu Yuan's body was immediately pulled up and thrown out of the air. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was shocked. Xu Yuan didn't expect sap hand speed to be so fast, and directly collected Xu Yuan's water. If you know it, you won't lose it. At this time, Xu Yuan, who had been falling down, suddenly regretted that he was not doing the beginning. When I went to hell before, my backpack was full, and because there was an iron bucket, Xu Yuan lost the ship. Now it seems that the previous decision was really unwise. Now that the water has also been collected by sap, Xu Yuan has no way to land safely. At this time, everyone in Xu Yuan's first view live broadcast room saw this scene, and their hearts were tight. They all knew that Xu Yuan's ship was lost. And just now the water was put away, and they all saw it. At this time, Xu Yuan can be said to be exhausted in Qian donkey skills. Without the guarantee of landing, falling at such a high height will definitely die. It's over. Steve boss is really finished this time. Why did Steve want water just now? It's still in the buffer stage just now, and Steve doesn't know what the situation is, so it's no problem to break the portal barrier first. Yes, if the portal barrier is over there, Steve's vision is also very poor, and the space on the portal side has been distorted and dizzy. Steve has no problem destroying the barrier with water, and most importantly, sap directly collected his water. He also lost the ship before. It feels like Steve is really over this time. It can be said that in the current situation, the players can no longer think of any way for Xu Yuan to survive. After all, falling from a high altitude, the method that everyone can think of is nothing more than landing water and the landing ship that Xu Yuan demonstrated before. And now these two things, Xu Yuan is gone. Therefore, Xu Yuan's chance of surviving is almost zero. At this time, all the players are ready for the hero's twilight. In everyone's hearts, it already feels that this game is over. Although Steve lost, he was not ashamed at all. This game is all about him and he really proves like us, the legend is true. Indeed, he really did his best. Steve is still negligent. If he doesn't lose the ship, there is still a way to save himself. If it were me, I would also lose the boat. After all, the landing water is there, and the backpack is full. There is nothing to lose. This may be fate. Anyway, thanks to Steve for giving us such a wonderful operation. That's a must. Although I lost the game, I think the title of the first player is well deserved. At this time, some players have even begun to sigh and recall Xu Yuan's wonderful operation. Everyone has decided that this is the end of the game. And at this moment, another shocking scene for players appeared. After Xu Yuan fell, there was really no way. But when Xu Yuan approached the ground, Xu Yuan found that there were actually several horses on the ground near the point where they fell. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately rode in the direction of the horse. At the moment when he was about to fall, Xu Yuan threw out the axe he was holding in his hand. At this time, all the players were stunned when they saw this scene. The barrage was silent, and it was not until a few minutes later that a barrage appeared. It's okay. Then the barrage exploded in full. Oh, my God. What the hell is this? It's not dead, this can still get the horse on it. I really obeyed. I have no words to describe my mood now. Why, this can all. I saw horses before, I didn't care about them. I didn't expect that horses could still be used like this. I really served. This is really, absolutely. Players are enthusiastically talking about Xu Yuan's landing minimum operation. But at this time, some players with better skills feel numbscalp. The other players only saw Xu Yuan riding a horse, but these players noticed Xu Yuan's fateful details. As we all know, at least you need to ride empty-handed. And just now, Xu Yuan was in such a dangerous environment. After seeing the horse, he reacted immediately and rode towards the horse. Then he lost his equipment so that he could ride it successfully. In the middle, the time for Xu Yuan to react was less than 0.5 seconds. What a terrifying reaction speed. How could Steve be so calm? Even at this juncture, he was clear in his thinking and did not panic at all. I'm curious what kind of person he is in reality. It's also terrifying. With this reaction speed and on-the-spot adaptability, no one should be able to do what he does. Dream, they didn't kill Steve. It feels like it's hard to win this game. Xu Yuan's operation can be said to have stunned everyone. In the eyes of other players, this is a mortal game, and it was revived by Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan also let the players learn a little more. Safe landing is not only achieved by landing water and landing boats, but also by landing horses. At this time, in addition to the players, there were also Dream them. Sap just put away Xu Yuan's water and hooked Xu Yuan down, and saw that Xu Yuan had not taken out the boat. Sap knew that Xu Yuan must be out of ship, so he immediately informed Dream and Bad of the good news. Dream and Bad were also very happy to hear the news. Both of them came to the fence and wanted to witness Xu Yuan's death. They did witness it, but not Xu Yuan's death. It was Xu Yuan's operation that exceeded the limit of miracles. What? No. How is this possible? If it weren't for Dream and Bad, who saw it with their own eyes, the two of them would not believe that Xu Yuan was actually alive. The two were dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and they were stunned in place for a long time. It wasn't until Sap asked them if Xu Yuan was dead that they reacted. He's not dead. How could not be dead? He has no water, no boat. He's on the horse. Don't say anything, come down and chase. Xu Yuan dismounted immediately after landing on the horse, and then picked up the axe he had just lost. After seeing Dream chasing them, they immediately escaped from the wall. Dream, they also chased after them not to be left behind. Seeing this, Xu Yuan turned around and smiled. The game is officially on. Dream, they have missed the best opportunity. This time did not kill Xu Yuan, then it will be difficult for them to win. The two things in Xu Yuan's hand, a golden boot enchanted by the Frostwalker and a splash-type stealth potion, were enough to solve the three of Dream. When Dream and Bad saw Xu Yuan escape, they were stunned and immediately chased after them. Sap also immediately came down with the floor water and followed Dream in their footsteps. Xu Yuan ran forward quickly, surveying the surrounding terrain. After running for about a few minutes, Xu Yuan saw a lake in front of him. Here's your chance. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but get excited. With the lake, Xu Yuan can start his first formal counterattack. After Xu Yuan came to the lake, he deliberately slowed down. Dream and Bad caught up immediately. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately looked like he was desperate, picked up the square and began to build it up. At this time, Dream and they all stopped. Seeing Xu Yuan climbing up, Dream suddenly felt that something was wrong. Xu Yuan can obviously continue to run, but why not run? Bad on the side saw Dream stop and asked, "What's wrong?" Dream shook his head. "I always feel that there is a problem. We are not close to him, he can continue to run. What is he doing with a high rise?" At this time, Bad looked at Xu Yuan, who had already taken a height, and thought for a moment. He couldn't think of an answer. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded when they saw Xu Yuan suddenly ascending. They, like Dream, didn't understand why Xu Yuan did this. You can obviously continue to run, why does Steve want to ride high? I guess Steve wants to repeat the old trick and do the fishing scene again. I also think that Steve wants to fight back. After all, running like this is not a result. Indeed, it feels like Steve is indeed looking for an opportunity, but it depends on what method he uses. I don't think the rod is useful. After all, they already know about Dream, and they all have shields. Look, it's impossible for Steve to do useless work anyway. Just as the players were talking, I saw Sap panting and rushing over. After Sap came over, after seeing Xu Yuan, he immediately said to Dream and Bad, "Damn, I don't believe it. The three of us can't help you alone today." Sap is frustrated at this point. Just such a good opportunity made Xu Yuan run. Sap really couldn't bear it. Seeing this, Dream thought for a moment and said, "Bad, you go up with Sap to see if there is a chance to hit him, I'll guard below." Dream really can't figure out the reason why Xu Yuan is high, although he can't figure it out, but Xu Yuan is here, and they can't let it go. So I had to let Bad and Sap go up and threaten Xu Yuan. Dream learned wisely this time, and he chose to stay below. In this way, you will be calmer in dealing with some things. And Dream also feels that Bad and Sap are not Xu Yuan's opponents. Although the Bad operation is better than Sap and Geo, Bad already has a shadow on Xu Yuan. So only yourself stay below is the best option. And both Bad and Sap have seen Xu Yuan's tricks. They all have shields, and Xu Yuan's fishing rod is now impossible to hook them. And they also have bows, and both Bad and Sap have bows in their hands. So as long as the two of them rise up from different directions and attack Xu Yuan together, then Xu Yuan will definitely not be able to block all attacks. Once Dream was arranged, Bad and Sap got into action. They climbed up one after the other. Seeing this, Xu Yuan picked up the fishing rod and ticked Bad and Sap. Sure enough, it was filed by Bad and Sap. Xu Yuan also naturally knew that the fishing rod was of little use to them now, just to make a show, to create a look like you want to attack them. Xu Yuan continued to ride up, and Bad and Sap followed. After Bad and Sap reached the distance that the bow and arrow could attack, they immediately began to attack Xu Yuan with the bow and arrow. Xu Yuan blocked Bad's attack, but was hit by Sap. After being hit by Sap, Xu Yuan almost fell. Seeing this, Xu Yuan estimated the height of Bad and Sap, and felt that it was not enough. So it was a few blocks higher. And Bad and Sap saw that they had just hit Xu Yuan, and both of them dispelled their doubts, and immediately began to follow Xu Yuan to continue to rise. After the two of them built a few more floors. Again everything launched an attack towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan saw that the height was almost the same, so he immediately fell down the attack of the arrow shot by Bad. At this time, Bad and Sap saw this, and their hearts were ecstatic. After so long, I finally hit Xu Yuan. The two of them saw Xu Yuan being knocked down, and the two immediately jumped down. Since there is a lake below, there is no need to worry about falling to death, and the two of them are also very relieved to jump. The two jumped down and shouted at Dream. "Steve was knocked down by us, don't let him run." When Dream heard the shouts of Bad and Sap, he immediately became alert. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room were also shocked. Steve got beaten down. It's good that the lake below is safe. What's safe? Bad and Sap jumped down right away. Dream is underneath. Steve is going to be surrounded. You said that he obviously ran directly. He had to build high. Stupid. Others have two bows. Just when everyone felt that Xu Yuan was going to enter the danger again. At this time, Xu Yuan taught everyone a good lesson. After Xu Yuan jumped into the water, he immediately took out the Frostwalker's boots from his backpack and put them on. The moment Xu Yuan put on the Frostwalker, all the lake around Xu Yuan turned into ice. The next second the lake turned into ice. Sap fell. Sap, be careful. At this time, Dream on the side saw this, and before he finished speaking, he saw that SAP's blood was bottoming out and fell to the ground. Things exploded all over the ground. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were stunned when they saw this scene. It took a long time to come to his senses. Frostwalker can still use, like this? Sacrifice my knees. Really strong, I served. This person, why can he use anything in his hands to the extreme? It is outrageous. This is definitely the most glorious moment for Frostwalker. I always felt that the enchantment of the Frostwalker was of little use, but I learned it today. Steve thought of using the Frostwalker against Dream from the beginning, otherwise he wouldn't have built a ride on the lake. My mom. It turns out that Steve is riding high to harm people with the Frostwalker. Just those were all seductions. This man is terrible. Really. Don't offend Steve in the future. Otherwise, I don't know how I died. All the players did not expect that the Frostwalker actually had such a use. In fact, Xu Yuan took advantage of the time difference between himself coming down and Sap coming down, and then changed into boots and turned water into ice. Sap they will definitely not prepare landing water or landing boats or anything when they come down. Because the lake water below, Xu Yuan took advantage of their psychology to maximize the role of the Frostwalker. This is something that no one expected. This Frostwalker's boots were collected by Xu Yuan early in the morning. Everyone thought the boots were useless. First of all, this is a pair of gold boots. The durability of gold is not high, it is not as good as iron boots. The second is this enchantment, and all players think that this enchantment is really useless. Until just now, Xu Yuan demonstrated to everyone, and everyone knew that the original Frostwalker used it like this. This time, the Frostwalker only took Sap, and because Bad jumped in the opposite direction to Xu Yuan, he survived. Dream was angry and annoyed when he saw this. He was angry that he didn't calculate that Xu Yuan would actually use this trick, and he was annoyed that he had fallen into Xu Yuan's trap at the beginning. Seeing this, Dream immediately rushed towards Xu Yuan. Bad also swam towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, was unhurriedly picking up the loot that fell from Sap. Xu Yuan had the blessing of the Frostwalker, so now the lake under his feet turned into ice. And Dream they swim over, they can't get up. Because there are no squares to cushion your feet. After Xu Yuan took some useful things dropped by Sap, he immediately burned all the things in Sap with flints. After burning things, Xu Yuan directly picked up the axe and made a jump chop at Dream, who was trying to swim over. Seeing this, Dream immediately dived into the water. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately replaced the bow and arrow dropped by Sap that he had just picked up and shot towards Dream. Dream is still very flexible in the lake, dodging several arrows from Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Bad swam towards Xu Yuan like crazy. I don't believe it, I must kill you. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately aimed his bow and arrow at Bad. 2 arrows down, Bad's HP is only half left. Dream saw that Bad had lost his mind and quickly swam towards Bad. At the moment when Xu Yuan's arrow came, he blocked in front of Bad, and used the shield to block the arrow that Xu Yuan shot over. After dropping the bow and arrow, Dream pulled Bad and fled into the distance. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, followed closely and kept trying to attack the two. A few minutes ago, Dream, Bad, and Sap chased Xu Yuan alone. At this moment, the roles were reversed, and Xu Yuan chased Dream and Bad alone. This scene simply dumbfounded the players in the live broadcast room. The 1v4 hit has now become 1v2, and Steve actually started chasing Dream and they played. I really didn't expect such an ending. Now it's Steve chasing Dream them. Really. Had to serve. It's really too strong. It's over. 1v4 has been more than half successful. That's what it's called, giant. Welcome to the story of 4 big guys against the last giant guy. 2 were counter-killed, and 2 are chasing and killing. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room were really completely impressed by Xu Yuan's operation. Xu Yuan's on-the-spot responsibility and the use of all props have really reached the point of being supernatural. Ordinary players, after getting the Frostwalker, will definitely not think so much. I also don't think that this Frostwalker can achieve the purpose of counter-killing. And judging from Xu Yuan's performance, Xu Yuan thought of this plan from the moment he got the boots. It's just that the previous terrain has never supported him to do this. It can be said that in this game, Xu Yuan perfectly interpreted what is called the strongest player. Dream is already very strong, but after the duel on Xu Yuan, he didn't even have a highlight moment. It can be said that Xu Yuan's light completely covered Dream. Dream, at the beginning, they were ostensibly on the active offensive side, but in fact, they have always been very passive. There has always been no advantage to speak of. The only highlight moment is when the Hell Portal is on. But this time it was still overshadowed by Xu Yuan's wonderful operation on the horse. You know, Dream has someone in Europe to help him sort out a collection of wonderful operations, and everyone is vying to imitate the existence. And such a dazzling Dream, put together with Xu Yuan, actually can't even radiate a little light. It can only be said that Dream and Xu Yuan are not on the same level. Dream is indeed talented, but in front of an all-knowing and all-powerful old player like Xu Yuan, at least the current Dream is not enough to see. Perhaps in a year or 2, Dream may reach a height like Xu Yuan, or even surpass Xu Yuan. But now it is completely impossible to overwhelm Xu Yuan. At this time, Dream and Bad are desperately fleeing, and Xu Yuan has been chasing and killing them behind his back. The two ran forward desperately, and Dream kept scanning the terrain ahead to see where to dodge. After about 2 or 3 minutes of running, Dream saw a natural mine. Quick, enter the mine. The two got in without hesitation. Before entering, the entrance was blocked with stones, so that Xu Yuan's speed could be slowed down. And in the mine cave, the two can also ambush Xu Yuan. Although he was already so embarrassed, Dream still did not give up. He was always hopeful. After all, there are still 2 of them now, and Xu Yuan has only 1. The terrain of the mine is very complicated. As long as Dream they occupy the mine first, then they have an advantage. After the two entered the mine, they did not dare to relax and looked at the mouth of the mine. After seeing that the blocked place did not move, the two finally felt a little relieved. Eat first and return blood, Dream said as he took out the cooked meat and ate it. He was attacked by Xu Yuan a few times just now, and his blood volume was only half left. While eating cooked meat, Bad asked as he looked worriedly at the entrance of the cave. Why didn't he chase? Dream heard Bad's words and shook his head. If I could understand what he was thinking, we wouldn't be so miserable. Dream has long realized that he is very different from Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's operation, consciousness, use of props, and on-the-spot adaptability have all thrown himself several streets. Dream couldn't help but think that he was still so confident to take the initiative to challenge Xu Yuan. Now it seems that I am really bored with myself. However, Dream does not regret this competition. Even if it was so embarrassing, I at least learned a lot of things that I couldn't learn outside. That alone is enough. Dream, they waited a little longer. At this point, the system also starts announcing the location of both parties. At this time, Xu Yuan's location was not far from them, but it was not close, and it seemed that Xu Yuan was not ready to attack. Dream thought about it and said to Bad, "You follow me closely, we develop in this mine, and if we can collect a set of iron sleeves, the win will be much greater." At present, Dream will definitely not wait for Xu Yuan at the mouth of the mine. Xu Yuan is naturally not stupid. He did not come in at the beginning, and now when their blood is full, he will definitely not break in rashly. So this time is best to develop as soon as possible. After having a set of iron sheaths, the armor will be much higher. When the time comes to fight, Dream they are still superior in numbers or have a winning face. As long as he is not Xu Yuan, 2v1, Dream is still confident in himself and Bad's operation. Seeing Dream say this, Bad nodded. Okay, you go first, I'll break later. Well, after that, the two began to explore the depths of the mine. At this time, Xu Yuan touched the entrance on the other side of the mine. Quietly sneaked into the mine. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room who saw this scene, goosebumps suddenly appeared. What does Steve want to do again? It's over, it's time to play tricks again. I remember Steve still has a bottle of invisibility potion, right? Yes. Looks like it's going to be used at this time. It's over, Steve is not doing personnel again. Dream God run. After seeing Xu Yuan sneaking into the mine from the other side of the mine, all the players pinched their sweat for Dream. Because Xu Yuan did not enter from the front, but looked for a long time and happened to find the other side of the mine. This shows that Xu Yuan is definitely planned. It seems that Steve boss, this is going to end the game. That's pretty much it. 4-1 didn't get any good, now it's 2-1, it feels hard already. Steve showed too many knowledge points today. I want to know what trick Steve is going to do again. Anyway, I think this should be the last showdown. After Xu Yuan touched the mine, he began to survey around. He came in to sneak up on Dream, and he had to do so within 2 minutes. Otherwise, Dream will develop their place. The reason why Xu Yuan did not enter from the front was because in this narrow mine, 1 dozen, and 2 Xu Yuan himself was not sure. After all, Dream and Bad are not ordinary players, and their skills are still excellent. It would certainly be unwise to go head to head. That's why Xu Yuan will find another way. Xu Yuan has been in stealth mode since entering the mine. Since the game is holographic, players can hear footsteps if they are close enough. In order not to be discovered by Dream, they have to be extra careful. After exploring the mine for a while, Xu Yuan found a lengthy tunnel. A torch is placed at the entrance to this tunnel. It seems to have gone in from here. After Xu Yuan saw the torches, he immediately understood Dream's movements. After Xu Yuan passed through this lengthy tunnel, he suddenly heard footsteps at the corner in front of the tunnel. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately dug 2 deep places next to the tunnel and hid inside. There are so few things in this mine. After searching for half a day, I found 3 pieces of iron. Look again, this mine is not small. These 2 voices are from Bad and Dream. While talking, the two came to the tunnel where Xu Yuan was. Dream, do you think we can win? All we have to do is do our best and not give up. While talking, the two passed through the dark alley where Xu Yuan was. At this time, Xu Yuan, who was hiding in the dark alley, was still a little nervous. Because he's on Dream's left-hand side, Dream, Bad, and him are only about 3 blocks away. As long as Dream glances to the left slightly, Xu Yuan will be discovered. At this time, all the players in the Xu Yuan First View live broadcast room couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. SHHHH this Steve, too daring. If Dream turns his head a little, Steve will be gone. Is this another psychological game? Bet on Dream they won't look this way. Why didn't he block the front with a stone? Wouldn't it be easy to spot? Yes, I don't understand either. It's good to block it with stones, and Dream they won't be discovered. In fact, what Xu Yuan is doing now is a psychological game. He was indeed betting on Dream, and they wouldn't look this way. Because the tunnel entrance was marked with torches, it means that they have finished exploring this tunnel. Dream, they didn't expect Xu Yuan to come in, so when they passed through the tunnel, they definitely wouldn't look closely at anything. I have to say that Xu Yuan's mental game is still something. Dream and Bad did as Xu Yuan thought, and when they passed the dark alley where Xu Yuan was, they didn't look this way. After Xu Yuan saw Dream and Bad passing by, he immediately began to change his equipment. Both Dream and Bad have similar equipment, one iron helmet and one iron armor. They now all have an iron shield in their hands, and both have iron swords in their hands. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately replaced the iron axe in his hand and made an iron sword from the iron ingots in his backpack. Then he took off his boots and put on an iron shield. At this time, the equipment on Xu Yuan's body was almost the same as Dream and Bad. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were a little puzzled when they saw this scene. Why did Steve change his gear? I don't know. The enchanted iron axe didn't have to actually make an iron sword. Wait, he's the same outfit as Dream and Bad. It seems to be. He changed according to Dream and Bad. SHHHH, what is he going to do again? Just when the players in the live broadcast room were still thinking about why Xu Yuan changed equipment, I saw Xu Yuan come out of the dark alley. Immediately with his sword in hand, he rushed towards the unsuspecting Dream and Bad in front of him. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were a little confused when they saw this scene. They all thought that Xu Yuan was going to make some tricks, but they didn't expect that after doing so many tricks for such a long time and finishing so many tricks, they still rushed out hard. Steve, I don't understand this operation a bit. Rushing over like this can be a head start, but the others are two people. The operation just now, I'm so confused. And rush over and at least use the strength 3 enchanted axe, just replaced the iron axe. I don't understand. I don't think it's as simple as we think. Xu Yuan rushed out like this, although most players felt that Xu Yuan was a little reckless. But a few players felt that Xu Yuan's approach was just superficial recklessness. Throughout the entire game, from the beginning to the present, Xu Yuan has never been reckless. His thinking has always been clear, and even several times when everyone felt hopeless, Xu Yuan turned the situation around with reason and calmness. Up to now, Xu Yuan's advantage has been great. He had already managed to ambush Dream and Bad, and he suddenly rushed out like this, thinking that it could not be reckless. A few players believe that Xu Yuan definitely has his plan to do this. At this time, in the tunnel, Dream and Bad walked in front defenselessly, and Xu Yuan rushed out and jumped towards Dream. Dream was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect that Xu Yuan had actually come in and suddenly appeared behind them. Before Dream could react, Xu Yuan slashed up with another jump. Dream's HP was suddenly reduced by a small half. Seeing this, Dream immediately began to fight back. And a bunch of Bad also immediately joined the melee. In the narrow tunnel, Bad and Dream attacked Xu Yuan hard. Xu Yuan's HP soon fell to half under the combined attack of the two. Just when the three of them gathered around, Xu Yuan took out a splash-type stealth potion from the shortcut bar and fell it to the ground. The effect of the splash-type stealth potion immediately spread to the three people. Since the invisibility potion can only hide the figure, there is no way to be invisible with equipment. So at this point an interesting picture appears. It was three transparent people with identical equipment wielding swords at each other. At this time, when the players in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they instantly understood Xu Yuan's purpose of rushing out. It turns out that Steve rushed out to get in a ball with them and then used the invisibility potion. I finally know why I changed my equipment just now, I also finally know why Steve didn't block it with stones when he was in the dark alley just now, just to see Dream their equipment. Steve, this is using a stealth potion to make Dream and Bad kill each other? This trick is really too ruthless. Oh my god, who's who now? I can't tell the difference? Indeed. The equipment is the same, the weapons are the same. It was hard to tell the difference after they wore the equipment before, because there were so few parts of the face exposed, and now even I don't know who Steve is. At this time, when the players saw this scene, they finally understood Xu Yuan's previous operations that they could not understand. It turned out to be a foreshadowing for the use of a splash-type stealth potion. In fact, 1v2, in such a narrow terrain, it is difficult for Xu Yuan to take advantage. Just like just now, Xu Yuan still shot first, and only beat Dream's HP to half, and Bad's HP volume knocked out about 4 blocks. And his own blood volume has also dropped by half. So it's absolutely not feasible to go head-to-head. The only way is to get them into infighting. At this time, Dream and Bad were also a little stunned when they saw this. What's going on? Dream? Which is you? It's all exactly the same. Just when Bad was a little confused, Xu Yuan immediately made a jump at Bad. Then he immediately moved away and came behind Dream. Due to the dim light inside the tunnel, neither Dream nor Bad set torches. Coupled with the chaos just now, Bad couldn't tell who hit him. Xu Yuan, who was behind Dream at this time, tried to imitate Dream's voice as much as possible and said, "I saw it, he just did it." Seeing this, Dream looked shocked. He didn't expect that Xu Yuan would actually imitate his voice. Just as he was about to defend, Xu Yuan's jump had already fallen. And Bad also followed Xu Yuan and fell with a jump. 2 jumps slashed down, and Dream's already low half of his HP was instantly empty. Before Dream could speak, he was killed by Xu Yuan and Bad together. Dream never imagined that he would actually die at the hands of Bad. In fact, Xu Yuan also took advantage of this. Just now Bad was beaten, and the amount of blood was already very low. When his mind is at a high level of stress, his judgment declines. So Xu Yuan imitated Dream's voice, and then immediately attacked Dream. Bad naturally didn't think much about it, and immediately made up for Dream. The reason why Xu Yuan did not imitate Bad is because Dream is much more rational than Bad. Dream may not believe Xu Yuan, so Xu Yuan is exposed. At this time, when all the players in the main live broadcast room saw this, they really thought that Dream and Bad had killed Xu Yuan together. Because they are also chaotic, three of the same people, the light is also very dark, so they can't tell the difference. Poof. Steve is clever but mistaken by cleverness, and he was actually recognized. Hey, the game is over. Unexpectedly, it was Dream that they won. Dream is still careful, and he recognizes it in this situation. And just when the players in the main live broadcast room thought that the game was over, at this time, a system prompt appears in the lower left corner of the live broadcast room screen. Player Dream was killed by Player Bad. When the players in the main live broadcast room saw the system prompt in the lower left corner, they were all stunned. Many players even rubbed their eyes, thinking they were wrong. Until it was confirmed that it was correct, the players in the entire main live broadcast room were all boiling. My god, Dream was killed by Bad? What's going on? Isn't Steve dead? Why did Dream die? I just heard Dream say that Steve was found. Groove, that voice just now wasn't Dream's. Players didn't understand what had just happened until they saw the news of Dream's death. They couldn't help but think back to the details just now, and suddenly felt extremely scared to think about it. Hiss. This Steve is terrifying. Oh my god. It was Dream who just died, and Dream must have been helpless at the time. Just now Steve hit Bad, then hid behind Dream, and then imitated Dream's voice, lured Bad, and killed Dream with Bad. Yes, and he imitated the sound at the same time, so that Bad didn't have time to think about it, and he followed suit, and Dream didn't even have a chance to justify. Oh my god. I just felt that Dream's voice seemed to be a little wrong, and I thought Dream was a little nervous so the sound was weird. Oh my god, Steve is too good at figuring out people's hearts, right? His goal is Dream because Bad is more likely to trust him than Dream? Yes. After Bad was beaten, he was highly concentrated, and he would definitely not have thought that Steve had imitated Dream's voice. I really served. This Steve is too ruthless. Would love to know how Bad feels right now. At this time, everyone in Xu Yuan's first view live broadcast room was numb at the moment. When Xu Yuan made a Dream sound, the players here already knew that the game was over. It's just that no one expected that it would be in such a way. I have to say that Xu Yuan really used everything to the extreme. For the stealth potion to work, the three people must be exactly the same, so Xu Yuan did not block the dark alley with stones, and after observing their equipment, he immediately changed his clothes. The range of the splash-type stealth potion is limited, so it requires 3 people to huddle together, so Xu Yuan rushed out. And if the stealth potion wants to reverb the audio-visual sound, it must be in a relatively dark environment. Xu Yuan just chose the hands that Dream and Bad moved when they walked to the middle of the tunnel. Because there are torches at both ends of the tunnel, the light is relatively bright. In the middle of the tunnel, the light of the torches at both ends cannot radiate, so it is the best time to start. Then select the correct object. If Xu Yuan chooses to imitate Bad's voice, Dream will definitely be alert. Because Dream is a lot calmer than Bad. The reason why I chose Bad is because Bad was in the downside before fighting against Xu Yuan. There has always been some shadow in his heart. At this moment, Xu Yuan was by their side, and he must be extremely nervous and uneasy. This is also the easiest time to be fooled. Only when all these conditions are met can such a result be formed. This is what makes Xu Yuan feel most terrifying. Perfect plan, perfect execution. How is it possible not to win? At this time, Bad originally thought that Xu Yuan was dead like all the players. But when he saw the system prompt in the lower left corner, he was full of thought. He looked at the transparent person in front of him, who was the same as himself, and goosebumps suddenly appeared all over his body. You're Steve. Bad didn't understand until now, he was deceived. Why did Dream tell me just now? At this time, Bad did not understand what was going on with the sound just now. Xu Yuan smiled and said to Bad in the same voice as just now, I saw it, he just did it. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Bad and asked, you mean this voice? At this time, after Bad heard Xu Yuan's voice, his eyes widened. That's what he heard just now? When I heard this voice just now, Bad didn't think about it at all, but now after coming to sense, I found that this voice was too fake. This is not Dream's voice at all. At this time, Bad, the whole person was stunned. In fact, he had already lost before, and he had always had a shadow over Xu Yuan in his heart. That's why he was so nervous in the face of Xu Yuan. If it weren't for his nervousness and misrecognized Dream's voice, Dream would definitely not have died. And Xu Yuan took a fancy to this and took advantage of himself. Thinking of this, Bad has completely lost his combat effectiveness. Now in a one-on-one situation, Bad is no match for Steve at all. We lost, you do it. Seeing this, Xu Yuan shook his head and said, you actually lost to yourself, and you never believed you could win me. In fact, Bad's operation and strength are not low, but he was beaten by Xu Yuan without confidence. That's why there are so many mistakes later. Xu Yuan killed Bad after speaking. This game also ended with Xu Yuan's victory. At this time, when the players in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they were suddenly a little reluctant. Finally, is it over? This game actually. It took less than half an hour. My god, how I feel like it's been a long time. Watch the game with some oxygen and rescue at any time. Steve continues to write a legend. I have to say, Steve boss, it's really awesome. In the waiting area at this time, after Dream came back from his death, he already knew that Bad would definitely be like him soon. Geo and Sap in the waiting area sighed when they saw Dream come back dead. Sap suddenly said with some frustration, haven't fought 4-1. I really don't see anyone in the future. Geo on the side also sighed. You at least held out for a while, and I was the first to be seconded back. Seeing this, Dream patted the shoulders of the two and said, only by admitting that skills are inferior can people be improved. Actually, we also learned a lot in this competition. It's certainly impossible to say that Dream doesn't value fame. After all, Dream has always been the first player in the eyes of European players. It is that everyone will enjoy that feeling of admiration and admiration by thousands of people. Dream is naturally uncomfortable when he loses the game, and he still loses the game in a 4-on-1 situation, which is even more unbearable. But Dream doesn't regret it. This game made him clearly recognize the difference between himself and Xu Yuan. And this game can be regarded as waking him up and letting him see what real strength is. He also learned a lot from Xu Yuan. So, Dream felt the game was worth losing? Even if you represent your own country, this game is worth losing? While Dream was thinking about this, Bad was resurrected by his side. At this time, Bad's face was full of frustration, and when he saw Dream, he immediately rushed over. Dream, I didn't mean to, I didn't know it was you. Seeing this, Dream shook his head. It's okay, I know. Bad looked at the people who had all been sent back, and immediately blamed himself. It's because of me. Not only did I kill Geo, but I also killed Dream with my own hands. If it weren't for me, we're not going to lose. Xu Yuan's last sentence Bad heard very clearly, and that last sentence was also very harsh. Indeed, as Xu Yuan said, Bad really lost to himself. From the beginning, after Xu Yuan used the boom to hoist Bad up and throw it out, there was a problem with Bad's mentality. Facing Xu Yuan, he could no longer show confidence. This also made Xu Yuan use his psychology to kill Geo and Dream. This competition, Bad knows, his own problems are really big. Dream, Sap, and Geo all looked at each other when they heard Bad's words. Then Dream patted Bad's shoulder and laughed. Yo, people who never look for problems from themselves, today actually look for problems from themselves. I really have to thank Steven for teaching us to grow up with Bad. Dream's words immediately amused Sap and Geo. When Bad heard Dream's words, his face turned red. Bad was about to say something, but was interrupted by Dream. Well, stop beating yourself up. We all made mistakes, we didn't win the game, we just didn't have enough quality. Instead of blaming yourself here, think of ways to improve your strength. When Bad heard Dream's words, he thought about it and understood. Now self-blame is useless, only by working hard to improve strength can you have a chance to find the field. At the moment, in the waiting area, Dream's side can be described as demoralized. And the waiting area on Xu Yuan's team's side can be described as very lively, and it is almost beating the gong and drum. Bad was sent back. The boss won. Oh my god. The boss is too strong, right? I thought it would be difficult for the boss to play 1-4 after we were sent back, but I didn't expect that we thought too much. Harm. We're just going to make up the numbers. How can the boss be so strong? It's really beyond my realm. Being in the same waiting area, the auras on both sides can be described as diametrically opposed. Not long after Bad returned, Xu Yuan also came to the waiting area. When the players of Xu Yuan's team saw Xu Yuan returning, they all surrounded him. Congratulations to the boss on his triumphant return. Boss, you're too strong. Boss, you will be my idol in the future. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, it's a joint effort. At this time, the players almost choked to death when they heard Xu Yuan's words. Boss, you're answering us. Our role may be to fill the numbers. We are pendants. Xu Yuan was chatting here, and saw Dream come over. Then after he walked in front of Xu Yuan, he smiled at Xu Yuan and said, we lost, and we lost. Steve, you're really strong. Xu Yuan heard Dream's words and smiled. You are also very strong opponents. When Dream heard this, he smiled awkwardly. He naturally knew that Xu Yuan was saying polite words. Also a strong opponent, 4-1 lose, strong ghost. Xu Yuan saw that Dream did not speak, and almost knew what Dream was thinking, so he explained. I'm not saying this politely, it is. You guys are strong. Very few people can push me to this point. What Xu Yuan said was indeed the truth, and the other players basically did not make Xu Yuan feel any threat. When Dream heard Xu Yuan's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xu Yuan's words always sounded like he was praising himself. After Dream and Xu Yuan chatted casually a few more words, they suddenly looked at Xu Yuan with some seriousness and said, I want to join your guild, can I? Dream's sudden desire to join the club immediately surprised Xu Yuan. And Xu Yuan was just as surprised as Bad, Sap, and Geo. Bad, Sap, and Geo looked at Dream with confused looks and asked, Dream, what are you doing? Why are you going to their guild? Don't we have a guild ourselves? Dream, what are you doing? Didn't we just think that the guild was too restrictive at first, so we formed our own guild? The three of them were all a little puzzled why Dream wanted to go to Xu Yuan's guild. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said to Dream, "You better unify your opinion with them first." Dream offered to join Xu Yuan's guild, and Xu Yuan was naturally willing. After all, there are still very few talented players like Dream. Dream's potential is great, and he was previously the #1 player in the MC World speedrun. Although he has not yet developed, his talent is here, and his future strength should definitely not be underestimated. Collect Dream into his guild, Xu Yuan can also easily Xu Yuan, and many things can also be handed over to Dream to do. But Dream's desire to join the club seems to be his idea alone. Bad, Sap, Geo don't seem to be very willing, so it's better to wait until their internal problems are solved. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Dream nodded, and then pulled Bad, Sap, and Geo aside, and looked at the three with firm eyes and said, "If we want to grow faster, joining the Cube People Guild is the best choice." Dream actually has a consideration, and he doesn't like to be tied down. But after the game, Dream felt that Xu Yuan had inspired him a lot. If you want to grow quickly, it is to join the block people and learn various skills from Xu Yuan all the time. Bad, Sap, and Geo heard Dream's words and said after thinking for a moment, "But it doesn't seem like he's going to be in Europe all the time, right? And then we'll not be able to learn anything when he's gone." "Yes, and I didn't know he was coming for a few days. So what if we join the Cube Man and Steve doesn't teach us?" Although Dream's words do make sense, the three still have some concerns. At this point, Dream smiled and said, "What do you think Steve is here for? It's only been a long time since those dragons were activated. He came over, and he's still riding a dragon. According to his strength, it is estimated that those dragons were activated by him. He must have come here for those dragons. Then why didn't his own side develop, but ran all the way for the dragon? That's because over there in Huaxia, he has already finished developing and has not improved, so he came over. So if we want to stay at the top, the best thing to do is to follow Steve." Bad, Sap, and Geo were all surprised when they heard this. Dream analyzed so many things based on Xu Yuan's coming here alone. But Dream's analysis is reasonable. At this time, the three of them all looked at each other, and then said, "Well, since that's the case, then I'll be with you too. Add me one." The four of us have always been together, and of course this time is the same. Dream was relieved to see that all three agreed. In fact, Dream understood that all three of them agreed for their own sake. The three of them actually don't aspire to the title of the strongest and the top. They play games just for fun. None of them like the feeling of being bound, and it can be said that the three of them sacrificed a lot for friendship. After seeing the three agree, Dream came to Xu Yuan and said, "The four of us want to join the Cube People Guild together." Seeing this, Xu Yuan nodded. "Very welcome." After seeing Xu Yuan agree, Dream was not very happy, but a little hesitant, as if he wanted to say something. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "If there is anything, let's just say it." Dream thought for a moment before finally speaking. The three of them don't like to be tied down. Can they move around freely in normal times? Xu Yuan heard Dream's words and smiled. "I never bind guild players, and I should be interested in my next activities." Xu Yuan's next step is naturally to take the first kill of various monsters in the Song of Ice and Fire mod, and synthesize various legendary weapons. So Dream they're definitely interested. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Dream immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked with some doubt, "What activity?" When Xu Yuan heard Dream's words, he did not answer, but asked, "No one on your side has obtained the first kill of these newborn monsters, right?" When Dream heard this, he immediately understood what Xu Yuan meant. It seems that his guess is correct. Xu Yuan is coming for these newborn monsters and dragons? Dream thought of this and said with some excitement, "All the monster first kills are still there." When Xu Yuan heard this, he nodded and smiled. "So do you want to be free or do you want to take a few first kills with me?" Dream heard this and smiled awkwardly. "Everything is at your disposal." The Dream 4 and Xu Yuan can be regarded as not acquainted. This game can be said to be a gain of fame and fortune for Xu Yuan. Winning the competition must have raised the face of Huaxia. After all, before the start of this competition, everyone was saying that this was a game about the glory of two countries. Xu Yuan can be said to have won very beautifully, and the 1v4 successfully counter-killed 4 people. Such a record can be said to be perfect. And Xu Yuan also became famous in Europe because of this game. Although everyone knew Xu Yuan before, they had basically heard about his deeds, and the players here did not know Xu Yuan's true strength. And this time, Xu Yuan finally convinced such players in Europe through this game. And after this competition, Dream's initiative to join was also a bonus. With the addition of the Dream 4, Xu Yuan's development here will be much faster. After all, Xu Yuan was going to kill those monsters in the Song of Ice and Fire mod. Xu Yuan came here this time due to traffic reasons, and only brought Ken alone. Therefore, Xu Yuan is when there is a shortage of manpower, and the strength of the players of the Cube People Guild branch here, Xu Yuan naturally can't look at it. And the Dream 4 are different, their strength is naturally needless to say. With them, Xu Yuan's progress will be much faster. After Xu Yuan and Dream chatted casually, they heard the voice of someone around them. "Brother Steve, can you help us remove the stealth?" The sound came from Jio, and after the game, they all came to the waiting area. Seeing this, Xu Yuan said to Jio, "You just open your backpack and take a bucket of milk out and drink it." Seeing this, Jio immediately complied. After drinking the milk and touching the stealth state, Jio came to Xu Yuan, grabbed Xu Yuan's hand, and looked excited. Congratulations, congratulations. Big guy, you are so good, this is definitely the best round of competition I live. Jio's mood has not calmed down at this time. I have to say that this game is really exciting. Jio has also broadcast many such duels before, but compared with today's game, those games are simply rookie chickens pecking at each other, and there is no technical content at all. Moreover, this game also brought a lot of benefits to Jio. Live streaming players in the forum can also give bounties. Xu Yuan heard Jio's words and smiled. It's over. At this time, Jio seemed to think of something and said, by the way, the revenue of this game is 82 points. After all, the venue is also your responsibility, and it is also convenient for us to shoot. Xu Yuan was stunned when he heard Jio's words. What benefits? Xu Yuan didn't know that live streaming was profitable. Jio heard Xu Yuan's words, smiled and explained. There is a profit for setting up a live broadcast on the forum, and the income is the gold coins that players reward. The income from your own first view live broadcast room belongs to yourself, and the income from our main live broadcast room is generally 50-50 cents. Since this situation is special, I will take matters into my own hands and share 8 or 2 points with you. When Jio said that he was 8 or 2 with Xu Yuan, he was still very unconfident. Because Xu Yuan himself has a map and permissions, he can open a live broadcast completely by himself. But Jio definitely can't work for free, he is willing, and the big gang under him is not willing to do it. After all, everyone wants to eat. Jio is still afraid that Xu Yuan will turn his face when talking about the problem of income. When Xu Yuan heard Jio's words, he understood the idea of income from the live broadcast room. Oh, so it is. Well, 82 points are fine. Logically speaking, in fact, Xu Yuan said that Juyi, Jio, they would all agree. After all, they are only responsible for following Xu Yuan and them throughout the process, and in this map, there is no need to contribute at all, just fly directly wherever they go. But Xu Yuan doesn't account so much, and if Jio hadn't told him that there would be income in the live broadcast room, even if Jio swallowed these profits alone, Xu Yuan wouldn't know. So 82 is 82. Xu Yuan thought of this and looked at Dream and said, when the time comes, the proceeds will be divided among you. After all, this game is a contest between Xu Yuan and Dream they will definitely account for half of the revenue. Although Dream is now a member of the Cube Man Guild, it is necessary to distinguish clearly. Seeing this, Dream wanted to refuse, but was stopped by Xu Yuan. It is still necessary to distinguish clearly. When Dream heard Xu Yuan say this, he didn't say more. Soon, the Jio side counted the proceeds and traded them to Xu Yuan. Come, this is 80% of the gains, you take it. Xu Yuan was stunned when he saw the more than 100,000 gold coins in the transaction list. So many. Xu Yuan didn't expect that a single half-hour game would be able to gain so much income. Seeing this, Jio smiled and said, there are not many of our main live broadcast rooms, you can just look at the income of your own live broadcast room at that time. Xu Yuan was a little surprised when he heard Jio's words, and casually opened the forum. He opened the live channel in the forum and rummaged through it, and sure enough, he saw a revenue column. After Xu Yuan opened the income column, the whole person was stunned. The number displayed in the income column at this time is more than 500,000 gold coins. So many. Xu Yuan even couldn't believe this number. You know, the competition lasted for more than half an hour, and the revenue reached 500,000? What a horrible gain is this? But in fact, what Xu Yuan didn't know was that this income was actually not much. If this live broadcast is placed in Huaxia, the revenue will definitely increase by 10 times. The spending power on the European side is still relatively low, and many players on the European side do not have the habit of tipping. Usually other players open live broadcasts, and the income is pitiful. The reason why Xu Yuan has so much income is completely because the game is too exciting, and Xu Yuan's operation has indeed shocked players in Europe, so there will be such objective benefits. Moreover, this income is basically that many players directly run to Xu Yuan's live broadcast room to give tips after seeing Xu Yuan's operation in the main live broadcast room. Therefore, the income of Xu Yuan's live broadcast room will be so high. The income from other players' live broadcast room, except for the Dream live broadcast room, is still okay. Basically, he couldn't even reach a fraction of Xu Yuan. Seeing these gains, it made Xu Yuan think of a way to make money. Xu Yuan can hold a similar competition in the simulation space, and then broadcast it in the form of a live broadcast. There is a fee to enter the competition, and there will be a lot of rewards for winning the competition. The reward can be a diamond set, an enchanted book or something like that. After all, on the European side, before everyone has conquered these monsters in the Song of Ice and Fire mod, the diamond suit is by far the top equipment. The entry fee of the competition plus the income from the live broadcast, this business is definitely a steady profit. Anyway, the simulation space is also placed, it is better to take it out to play the maximum advantage. And this competition is definitely something that many people want to participate in. First of all, after watching this wonderful competition, these players must want to try the skills inside. Secondly, due to the harsh field environment in Europe now, it is difficult for players to compete in the wild, and Xu Yuan happens to have a ready-made place here. And after winning the game, there will be rewards, and you can improve your skills, and there will be rewards, and players will definitely want to give it a try. So, this business is definitely ahead. Xu Yuan thought of this and told Ken his thoughts. After Ken heard Xu Yuan's thoughts, he immediately felt his eyes brighten. But if you're going to play, you probably won't be enough. After Ken heard Xu Yuan's suggestion, he immediately thought long term. If you want to make money, it is definitely the more venues, the better. Xu Yuan heard this and said after thinking about it. You ask your men to take all the wool to the puzzle sheep for materials. After changing it and passing it with the ender box, I will upgrade the simulation space once or twice, and it should be about the same. Xu Yuan's simulation space was upgraded again, and the entire space was much larger. Xu Yuan decided to exchange all the wool accumulated during this time to the puzzle sheep. In this way, the simulation space can be upgraded at least once or twice. Since a simulation space upgrade requires a lot of materials, there is also a lot of space to upgrade a level. 2 more upgrades should be enough for 10 teams to play together. After Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately began to implement them. Xu Yuan and his party also withdrew from the simulation space. This competition is also completely over. At this time, the forum was full of discussion about this game. Steve won the game with 1 against 4. Steve race high energy collection? Only what you can't think of, nothing Steve can't do. How to use a fishing rod, how to use a boat, how to use a horse, how to use a frost walker. Steve will teach you. Steve wins the game, the first player deserves it. Huaxia Yinghu went to war for the first time, Yinghu was defeated. Make everything impossible possible, and see how Steve turns the tide of the war step by step. How strong is Steve? Steve is not only strong, but also has deep financial resources. After Xu Yuan won the game, players on the European side became very interested in Xu Yuan. Moreover, after Xu Yuan rectified the players in the cube people before, after those players went out, they immediately joined other guilds. After joining other guilds, they also told the leaders of these guilds the origin of the diamond set. These guild leaders immediately began to pay attention to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's financial strength is so terrifying. After he comes to the European side, he will definitely develop the guild, and I am afraid that the ranking of the guild will change at that time. When these guild leaders learned that the Four of Dream had also joined the cube people, these guild leaders suddenly panicked. Hurry up and let people open up those newly brushed monsters. People who find a way to crouch down on a block of people, if there is any movement, report it immediately. The first kill of these monsters must be quickly. The guild leaders on this side of Europe naturally watched this competition. Xu Yuan's strength really surprised these guild leaders. If Xu Yuan is just an ordinary player, forget it. After all, ordinary players have a lot of time and can study technology. As a guild leader, Xu Yuan was actually so powerful. That's really scary. Generally, guild leaders are basically based on developing guilds, and although their strength is not weak, they cannot be very strong. After all, there are too many things going on in the guild. And Xu Yuan, as a guild leader, the guild's strength is strong, not to mention, his own strength is also strong and terrifying. This is undoubtedly a great threat to the guild presidents on this side of Europe. And many union presidents on this side of Europe have also inquired about Xu Yuan's strength in Huaxia. After learning that Xu Yuan's guild was the first guild in the Huaxia region, the leaders of these guilds became even more flustered. Xu Yuan's posture is obviously to occupy the Chinese side, and now he has begun to fight in the European region. Although the guild leaders in the European region have always been pinching each other before, they are indeed preparing to go out in unison now. After all, if the game is lost, it will be forgotten. If the European region is ruled by a Chinese guild, their faces will definitely not be able to hang on. At this time, the seemingly calm European region has actually surged undercurrently. And Xu Yuan, who was trapped in the whirlpool, did not know about this. After the game, the news also spread to Huaxia very quickly. The Huaxia side naturally celebrates with the whole country. Even some guilds that had opposed Xu Yuan before heard this news, although they didn't say anything on the surface, they were still very happy in their hearts. After all, Xu Yuan represents Huaxia. Any problem rises to the height of the state, it is different. After Xu Yuan's side finished the game, he immediately began to prepare for the first kill of these monsters in the Ice and Fire, a mod. In the original MC, the Song of Ice and Fire mod still has a lot of great weapons. Xu Yuan was more impressed by the equipment of the Deathworm hand armor, the Siren flute, the heart of the Hydra and the head of the snake-haired Banshee. The Deathworm's hand armor is a very good weapon for PvP. It is a functional weapon with a low attack of only 3 points. But it can pull the target towards itself, just like the fishing rod Xu Yuan used before. Siren's flute can invalidate the monster's attack for 10 seconds, creating a love particle effect. Although it is useless against dragons and thriller monsters. But this weapon is a powerful weapon for PvP. Then there's the heart of Hydra. After placing the Hydra heart in the shortcut bar, when the carrier is injured, different levels of health restoration will be given according to the degree of damage of the carrier. Although it can't recover much blood, it can be regarded as a long-lasting equipment. Then there is the head of the well-known snake-haired Banshee. Although the snake-haired Banshee's head is a disposable weapon, her power is indeed extremely powerful. To use it, simply aim her head at the monster and it will instantly and permanently petrify the target in front of you. With the exception of the Ender Dragon, all creatures are not spared. Although this weapon is so powerful, it also has its drawbacks. Although it can kill everything in seconds, even powerful dragons. But monsters that have been petrified by the head of the snake-haired banshee will not drop anything. So this thing will be better used when you need to save your life. These powerful weapons are just the tip of the iceberg of all the equipment weapons in the Song of Ice and Fire mod. Therefore, now the entire European region is a treasure for Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan clearly knew the attack methods of these monsters, and also knew how to deal with these monsters. Therefore, the first kill of these monsters, Xu Yuan can definitely get. In fact, Xu Yuan was so obsessed with the monster's first kill, in fact, because he was curious about the reward of the first kill. Logically speaking, the first kill of these monsters will definitely not be the same as the previous ones, and it will be over by giving some gold coins to Zhongland. Because many monsters will drop legendary weapons. It's like a giant one-eyed, hydra heart, snake-haired banshee head, and so on. These legendary weapons are still very powerful. Xu Yuan always felt that in this game, it was impossible for the official to allow everyone to hold legendary weapons. Therefore, it is very likely that these legendary weapons are the reward for the first kill. However, these are Xu Yuan's conjectures. What is it? And you have to know it after killing the monster. At present, Xu Yuan's primary killing target is these monsters that will drop legendary items. Xu Yuan thought of this and asked Dream on the side. After these monsters appeared, did anyone on your side get the first kill of any kind of monster? Without thinking, Dream immediately shook his head. No, these monsters are too strong. Even the ants are strong, and the monsters have a high HP load, and no one has been able to kill them yet. Dream naturally understands the situation here. To say that the land is opened up here, it is basically Dream and they take the lead. Even Dream they didn't get the first kill, let alone others. When Xu Yuan heard this, he was relieved, and then thought about it and said, then our first goal is to deal with the Cyclops. Dream was immediately excited when he heard Xu Yuan say that the first target was to deal with the Cyclops. You know, Dream was ready to deal with the Cyclops at the beginning, but because the Cyclops was too powerful, they never found a way to deal with him. I happen to know a Cyclops lair. When Xu Yuan heard Dream's words, he was suddenly a little surprised. Dream, since they know the Cyclops lair, they actually didn't get the first kill? Although Cyclops are indeed very strong, Dream's technology should have no problem dealing with Cyclops. However, it may also be because in this game, Cyclops has been strengthened. Xu Yuan thought of this and asked Xiang Dream, have you ever fought Cyclops? Dream nodded. We are the Cyclops lair that we found the day before yesterday, and then we fought once, and the whole army was destroyed. Dream still has palpitations when he says it now. The Cyclops attack is too terrifying, let alone kill, even close to it is difficult. The Cyclops has a strong perception ability, and the player can be detected from far away, followed by a rush to trample it. Otherwise, lift the player up and get a headshot straight to the mouth. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, then I'll go and take revenge for you today. In fact, dealing with Cyclops is still very simple. Although the one-eyed actually has a large range of perception, as long as you put on the sheep-like suit and sneak slowly close to the Cyclops, he will not attack you. After getting close to the Cyclops, and then shooting an arrow to blind his eyes, his perception ability was greatly reduced, so that you can attack it with confidence. Dream was still very excited when he heard Xu Yuan's words. His purpose in joining the Cube Man was to learn from Xu Yuan. Before Dream, they never knew how to deal with Cyclops, and this would be able to learn from Xu Yuan. Okay, when are we going? Are we going to do anything? Xu Yuan thought about it and said, it's okay anyway, let's go now. No need to prepare, take them with Bat and let's go. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Dream was suddenly a little stunned. Just the 5 of us. Dream thought he had misheard. He also thought that Xu Yuan would gather the players of the Cube People Guild to go together. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, 5 people is enough. It's not about fighting bosses or something, what do you want so many people to do? And Xu Yuan has even killed a boss with 5,000 blood, and 5 people are too much. In fact, Dream is not worried about Xu Yuan's strength. It's just because Dream feels that Xu Yuan is here for the first time, and he has never seen a Cyclops before. Surely he didn't know the Cyclops skills and attack characteristics. That's why Dream is worried. But since Xu Yuan said so, Dream didn't want to say anything more, so he nodded and said, okay, I'll call them. Dream said and went to call them to Bad. Xu Yuan brought some of the things needed to kill the Cyclops. After the 5 converged, they set off. After about half an hour of travel, I finally came to the vicinity of the grotto where the Cyclops was. The Cyclops is in the grotto in front, here is a safe distance, a little further on, it will sense. Dream explained like Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Now they are almost 30 blocks away from the cave where the Cyclops is. This distance can be said to be very far. Unexpectedly, in this game, the Cyclops' perception ability was also strengthened. This distance, coupled with the blocking of the grotto, it is impossible to attack the Cyclops from a long-range attack. No wonder no one has been able to get the first kill since the monsters appeared. It should be that the official has strengthened these monsters a bit. Looks like you're going to be careful. After these monsters have been officially strengthened, they must be very different from before. Therefore, even Xu Yuan cannot be taken lightly. However, if the general official changes, the basic characteristics will not change. So the bond between Cyclops and sheep must still be there. This sheep-like suit is certainly still useful. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan put the workbench on the ground, and then made 5 sets of sheep suits. The materials required for the sheep-like suit are simple, leather and wool. After Xu Yuan made the suit, he gave the sheep-like suit to the 4 of Dream, Bad, Sap, and Geo looked at the suit, all a little confused. This is sheep suit, imitating a sheep. Are we going to wear this? It looks so funny. And at this moment, Dream saw this suit, and his eyes immediately lit up. So that's it? This is equivalent to disguise. Dream had previously observed that the Cyclops did not attack sheep and that there would be many sheep around it. So disguise yourself as a sheep and approach it, so that it will not attack. Dream thought of this, and looked at Xu Yuan's eyes a little unpredictable. Logically speaking, Xu Yuan was in contact with Cyclops for the first time. He would have known that Cyclops would not attack sheep, and also know the practice of this outfit. This suddenly made Dream a little puzzled. Just as Dream was thinking about it, Xu Yuan and Bad had already put on their sheep-like suits. Let's go for revenge. Dream saw that Xu Yuan and Bad were ready to go, so he didn't think much about it. He put on his sheep-like suit and prepared to set off with Xu Yuan and them. By the way, sneak over, otherwise you will still be discovered. Xu Yuan seemed to think of something and reminded everyone of humanity. Even if you wear a sheep-like suit, to get close to the Cyclops, you need to sneak so that you won't be discovered. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and then they all sneaked slowly towards the Cyclops grotto. Xu Yuan was fine when they first walked over, but the Cyclops didn't react. When Xu Yuan approached the Cyclops grotto, they were about 10 blocks away. Then he saw the Cyclops look uneasy and began to wander. Go slowly. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately beckoned everyone to slow down. Although the sheep-like suit is useful, this Cyclops is clearly enhanced. So perhaps the sheep-like suit also has a certain safety distance, beyond which the Cyclops can see through the camouflage. Otherwise, after Xu Yuan and them approached, the Cyclops would definitely not make a move. After everyone heard Xu Yuan's words, they immediately slowed down. Then everyone approached the Cyclops. About 7 blocks away from the Cyclops suddenly roared. Then he strode towards this side. Seeing this, Xu Yuan's heart couldn't help but sink. This Cyclops has been strengthened too much, right? Even if he wears a sheep suit, he can only keep a distance of more than 7 blocks from him. And after the Cyclops rushed over, Xu Yuan also saw the Cyclops' blood. The Cyclops actually has a full 1500 HP points. This HP is equivalent to a small boss. In the original MC, although the Cyclops HP is not low, it is only 150 points. It's similar to a second stage dragon. And the Cyclops HP here has increased by 10 times. Such a high amount of health, such a high insight, plus such a high level of damage. No wonder no one has been able to get the first kill for so long. Seeing the Cyclops' amount of blood, Xu Yuan couldn't help but think that the mobs in this Song of Ice and Fire mod had so much blood. Isn't that dragon tens of thousands of blood? But think about it, even the Ender Dragon has 1W blood. The dragon in a Song of Ice and Fire cannot have less than 1W of HP. And the combat power of the dragon in the Song of Ice and Fire and the Ender Dragon are definitely not at the same level. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It seems that it is still difficult to kill the dragon. The Cyclops strode towards this side, its huge size running, and the ground around it shook. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly commanded Dream and them. Quick, run separately. When they heard this, they did not dare to be sloppy, and immediately scattered. At this time, the Cyclops saw the nearest Bad and chased after it. While chasing Bad, he uses the trampling skill. The ground it passed was destroyed by the Cyclops. Mom, help. Bad ran while asking Xu Yuan for help. The Cyclops is still very fast, and coupled with its large size, it is easy to catch up with the player. Seeing that Bad is about to be overtaken by the Cyclops, Xu Yuan immediately took out 3 bows, aimed at the Cyclops' eyes and shot over. Xu Yuan's luck this time was not very good. After his arrow hit the Cyclops' eye, he did not blind the Cyclops' eye, but it still caused a lot of damage to the Cyclops, and Xu Yuan's arrow went down and directly shot off the Cyclops' 100 HP. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. You know, although the 3-shot bow has high damage, it can basically deal 75 HP each time, plus 5 fire damage. That's 80 HP. And this shot in the eye directly hit 100 damage. It seems that the eyes are the weakness. At this time, Dream on the side was all stunned when they saw the damage Xu Yuan hit. My god, 100 damage. What the hell is this bow? He was able to shoot 3 arrows at once. Oh my god, is Steve so well equipped? Fortunately, we didn't start a war with him in the wild. The 3 of them were surprised by Xu Yuan's injury. After all, there are no copies on the European side, and the best equipment here is the diamond sword. And even if it is a diamond sword full of enchantments, the damage caused is not high. It was the first time they had seen equipment with such high damage. Just when everyone in Dream was stunned, the Cyclops' hatred was pulled over by Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan aimed at the Cyclops' eyes while running, shooting arrows. After the 3rd arrow, the Cyclops' eyes were finally blinded by Xu Yuan. At this time, the eyeless Cyclops is like meat on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Seeing this, Xu Yuan said to the 4 dreams who were stunned on the side, "Why are you still stupid? Come and help." Since Xu Yuan attracted the hatred of the Cyclops chased after Xu Yuan. The Cyclops turned their backs to Dream, so Dream didn't know that the Cyclops' eyes had been blinded by Xu Yuan at this time. They heard Xu Yuan say to let them go over to help, and although they were a little hesitant, they still cautiously leaned towards Xu Yuan. When they came to the front, they were stunned when they saw the Cyclops in front of them. At this time, the Cyclops, its trademark big eyes had closed. At this moment, he was waving his huge arms in all directions, like a blind man touching an elephant. What's going on? It's blind. This monster can still shoot blind. Bad, Sap, and Geo are amazed to see the Cyclops in front of them, who has gone blind. They never imagined that this method of dealing with the Cyclops was to shoot it blind. After all the previous monster settings did not shoot blind eyes. All players will have a habitual mindset. At this time, Dream was indeed lost in thought. Why would Xu Yuan know how to deal with a Cyclops? He had just seen clearly that Xu Yuan was definitely not shooting the Cyclops in the eye and blinding it. From the beginning, Xu Yuan aimed at the Cyclops' eyes. This shows that Xu Yuan knew how to deal with the Cyclops from the beginning. There is also the sheep-like suit just now, sneaking, which is enough to show that Xu Yuan knows how to deal with Cyclops. But Xu Yuan obviously came to Europe, and he had just met Cyclops. Why would Xu Yuan know so much? Thinking of this, Dream couldn't bear it anymore, so he asked Xu Yuandeo, why would you know how to deal with it? Xu Yuan heard Dream's words and looked at the Cyclops. After confirming that the Cyclops did not continue to attack, he thought about it and smiled at Dream. Have you forgotten, I have room for simulation. Xu Yuan naturally wouldn't tell Dream that he had crossed over, even if he said Dream, he wouldn't believe it. Fortunately, Xu Yuan has a simulation space, which is enough to dispel Dream's concerns. Xu Yuan's simulation space can be updated factually. At the beginning, Xu Yuan's simulation space was free of creatures in the A Song of Ice and Fire mod. But after activating this mod, there are monster eggs of these creatures in the simulation space. In fact, if you want to study these creatures, you can send them directly to the simulation space to study. But for Xu Yuan, there is not much need. After all, Xu Yuan has played the Song of Ice and Fire mod before. How to deal with these monsters, Xu Yuan still knows. Although some places in this game have changed slightly, they are generally the same, so Xu Yuan does not have to waste time pondering in the simulation space. When Dream heard this, he suddenly realized, and then he smiled awkwardly. So it is. I thought you were an insider. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled, and then said, okay, let's do it. It's safer to play 4 blocks high in place. The method of building 4 blocks in place is actually the method of dealing with Cyclops in the original MC. And with this method, you don't have to blind the Cyclops' eyes. There are 2 ways for Cyclops to attack. One is to grab someone and then bite to death. The second is trampling. Generally, with a height of 4 blocks, the Cyclops can neither catch nor trample the player. This is also a small feature of a Cyclops that players find in MC. However, Xu Yuan did not know whether it had any effect in this. Therefore, Xu Yuan is safer to shoot the Cyclops blind first. Xu Yuan thought of this and reminded the Dream 4. Stay away from it and attack with a bow. When everyone heard this, they all nodded. Then they each found a position to raise 4 blocks and began to attack the Cyclops. The first was Dream's attack. As soon as Dream shot an arrow, the Cyclops ran towards Dream. Although the Cyclops can't see it, it still has a perception, and when it is hitting it over there, it still knows. Dream saw the Cyclops running over, and suddenly panicked. He was afraid that the Cyclops would come and grab him and put it in his mouth. However, he was afraid of returning. He still believed Xu Yuan very much. After all, Xu Yuan has simulation space, and he said that if the Cyclops can't hit people at this height, that is, he can't hit them. The Cyclops quickly approached Dream, and when it got close to Dream, it stepped out to grab Dream. But its hand was too high, and it didn't catch Dream at all. And Cyclops can't think for itself, its grabbing mechanism has a set range. It is impossible for it to adjust the position of the grab on its own, so once it goes beyond this range, it cannot be caught. At this time, I saw that the Cyclops' hand kept skimming over Dream's head, but he couldn't catch Dream. Dream was relieved. At this time, Bad, Sap and Geo on the side were also relieved to see this scene. Then shouted excitedly, "It's too cool, isn't it?" At this time, everyone in Dream finally felt the pleasure of fighting monsters. You know, the 4 of Dream were sent back by this Cyclops several times before. And now this Cyclops in front of them, like a zombie with 1,500 blood, can be said to be no threat. Everyone immediately began to attack the Cyclops. After each attack, the Cyclops would grope in the direction to attack it, only to shoot an arrow from the other direction before it could arrive. At this time, the Cyclops was suddenly attacked by 4 people, and the scene was very funny. Seeing this, Xu Yuan also took out a 3-shot bow and began to attack the Cyclops. As soon as Xu Yuan's attack was shot, the Cyclops immediately rushed towards Xu Yuan. After coming to Xu Yuan, he let Dream and them attack. No matter how they attacked, they didn't go over again. After all, Xu Yuan's attack was much higher than Dream's, and the hatred value was instantly full. Xu Yuan saw the Cyclops approaching, so he put away the 3-shot bow and took out the Yen Demon knife. Close-range attacks, or draw the sword, is easy to use, mainly do not need to charge, and the attack speed is fast. As soon as Xu Yuan's Yen Demon knife was taken out, all 4 of Dream noticed it. The four people were immediately surprised. What kind of weapon is this? What kind of knife is this? This is also too handsome. Hiss. Does this game still have this weapon? This knife attack is so fast. Dream has never belonged to a personality that likes to make a fuss, but after seeing Xu Yuan's Yen Demon knife, he couldn't help it. History. Steve. You knife. Although Dream joined the Cube people, Dream couldn't call boss Xu Yuan like the people of other guilds. But he felt that it was not good to call Xu Yuan by name, so every time he called Xu Yuan Lai, he was a little hesitant and didn't know what to call. Xu Yuan was very curious about this knife when he saw the four people, so he sent out the attributes of the Yen Demon Dao. At this time, after the four people saw the attributes of the Yen Demon Dao, they were all a little confused. What is this soul value? What is SA, SB, skills? Hey, this knife's attack power is actually so low, it's only 5 points. You don't look at the attack speed, 1.6 attack speed, how many more attacks do you want? This knife actually has a damage rating. Hiss. SSS level 17 damage. Oh my god. Due to habits, the first glance at the equipment is generally the attack. So when they saw attack 5, they were a little disappointed. But when they saw those enchantments and those bells and whistles, the four of Dream felt that this knife was not simple. This knife is not at all on the same level as their diamond sword. After the four of Dream saw Xu Yuan's knife, they looked at the broken bow in their hands and the broken diamond sword in their bags. Immediately, I felt a world of difference. Before Dream, they were still very confident, and their equipment was basically 3 to 4 enchanted diamond sets. This is already a particularly good piece of equipment for players on the European side. After all, diamond sets are not common here. And these are simply incomparable with Xu Yuan, and the equipment on Xu Yuan's body is really something they have never seen before. I don't know how much higher than the diamond set. At this time, the four of Dream looked at Xu Yuan with envy. Such a handsome knife, Dream they naturally want to have. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "Don't envy, you will have it in the future." Seeing this, Bad, Sap, and Geo immediately jumped up excitedly and immediately began to change their words. "Boss, that's what you said. Really, we can have, too. I can remember, don't pay the bills then, boss." You know, Bad, Sap, and Geo never convinced anyone. Even Dream had a founding office meeting before, and Dream joked about asking them to call the boss, but they didn't shout. At this moment, he was bought by Xu Yuan's sword. At this time, Dream looked at the three of Bad, and suddenly showed an expression of betrayal. At this time, Dream also wanted to say something, but he really couldn't open this mouth. He always felt that it was strange to call boss Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and asked Xiang Dream, "How old are you?" Dream couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard Xu Yuan suddenly ask this, and then replied after thinking about it. 17. Xu Yuan was surprised when he heard Dream's words. Dream is so small. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "Then you can call me brother in the future." In fact, Xu Yuan asked Dream's age and was ready for Dream to call him brother. After all, Dream seems to be embarrassed every time he shouts his name, and he doesn't like to call the boss. Unexpectedly, Dream was really younger than himself. When Dream heard this, he looked at Xu Yuan with some emotion. Then he shouted a little twistedly, "Brother." Seeing this, Xu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The five chatted while attacking the Cyclops, who had no backhand. The Cyclops' blood also fell quickly. When the Cyclops' HP reached 150, Xu Yuan reminded everyone. "Everyone be careful, the blood volume is 10%. Although Cyclops is not a boss, it is better to be careful." Because Xu Yuan always felt that the Cyclops killed something too simple. And at this moment, an incredible scene appeared in front of him. The Cyclops' eyes that had been closed in front of him actually opened. After the Cyclops' eyes opened, blood had been flowing outward due to the previous injury by Xu Yuan. And the next action of the Cyclops made everyone present a little disgusted. I saw the Cyclops reach out and cut off his eyes alive. I'm going to throw up. What is this self-harming operation? Oh my god. It's disgusting. Just when everyone was sick to their stomachs, the giant eye in the Cyclops' hand began to emit strange beams. The Cyclops held his eyes and swept over everyone present. Then everyone felt a sense of weakness. At this moment, the Cyclops took the opportunity and grabbed Xu Yuan in front of it. Only then did he grab Xu Yuan, and the Cyclops immediately sent it to his mouth. At this time, when the four of Dreams saw this, they were a little panicked. "Boss, be careful. How did he catch? It's over. The boss is going to be bitten to death." At this time, Xu Yuan had already taken precautions, and the moment the Cyclops grabbed himself, Xu Yuan put a shield on himself. The Cyclops grabbed Xu Yuan and sent it to his mouth, and Xu Yuan's shield perfectly avoided the Cyclops' damage. After Xu Yuan was caught by the Cyclops, although he was not harmed, he could not move. So he shouted to the Dream 4, "Quick, take the opportunity to export it." The Cyclops at this time should be in a state of rage. It will certainly consistently attack the targets with the highest hate value. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, the four of Dream immediately began to draw their bows and shoot arrows at the Cyclops. But at this time, the attack of the four people was actually ineffective against the Cyclops. At this time, the four of them were a little panicked. "What's going on? We can't touch it. Oh my god, what should I do about this? Damn, it's 150 blood. At this time, the Cyclops saw that he could not kill Xu Yuan, and immediately threw Xu Yuan on the ground, and then began to trample Xu Yuan. 1, 2, 3. All stepped on Xu Yuan's body abruptly, but fortunately, the shield scepter has 5 shields, and the damage trampled by the Cyclops is blocked by the shield. Now Xu Yuan only has 1 shield on him. If the last shield was broken, then Xu Yuan would definitely die. Although Xu Yuan has an immortal totem, the hatred of the Cyclops is currently in Xu Yuan. As long as Xu Yuan doesn't die, the Cyclops will always use skills on Xu Yuan. And the location where Xu Yuan is located has been trampled by the Cyclops and stepped on a big pit. If he comes back from the resurrection, he will still die immediately. So, the only way to save yourself is to kill the Cyclops. Xu Yuan thought of this, and a person who flashed the Cyclops attack. After adjusting the position, he took out 3 bows and aimed them at the eyes held in the Cyclops' hands and shot them. Just now, they couldn't attack the Cyclops Xu Yuan, and it was estimated that it was the reason for the light emitted by the Cyclops eyeballs just now. And if you want to kill it, it must also be related to this eyeball. Sure enough, after Xu Yuan's arrow hit the eyeball, a 100 damage immediately appeared. And the eyeballs also exploded with Xu Yuan's attack. The Cyclops simply wailed immediately. At this time, the Cyclops had lost his eyeball, and it was once again blind. With the explosion of the eyeballs, the buff that was previously cast by the eyeballs on Xu Yuan's body was also lifted. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately shot another arrow at the Cyclops. As Xu Yuan's arrow fell, the Cyclops' blood volume also bottomed out, and he fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, the full service system prompt also sounded with the death of the Cyclops. Congratulations to player Steve for winning the Cyclops' first kill. At this time, all the players of the World channel were shocked when they saw this prompt. Isn't, just finished the game, took the Cyclops and killed. My god, Steve even killed the Cyclops? That guy is so fierce, I've been trampled to death by him many times. Steve really came for the first kill of these monsters. It's too fast. I think it should be brushed by Steve's first kill by then. I heard before that Steve took over many first kills over there in Huaxia. It seems that the first kills of these monsters should be Steve's now. At this time, when the leaders of the major guilds saw this news, they all panicked. How did you get the Cyclops' first kill so quickly? Didn't you guys watch? What's going on? Did anyone follow them and know how he killed the Cyclops? The leaders of the major guilds naturally knew the purpose of Xu Yuan's coming here, but they didn't expect Xu Yuan's action to be so fast. After Xu Yuan killed the Cyclops, he immediately opened his backpack to check the reward for the first kill. The reward for the first kill of the Cyclops is 500 gold and a title deed. There is also a legendary weapon, the Giant One-Eyed. After Xu Yuan saw this Giant One-Eyed, he immediately checked its attributes. Giant One-Eyed True Legendary Weapon. When held, it will apply a special weakening effect to all creatures within a radius of 16 blocks. Special weakness effect, reduces the attack power of the enemy's attack limit by half and prevents the weakened's ranged attack from reaching the bearer, which cannot be applied to dragon creatures. Durability, 500, can be repaired with Giant One-Eyed Fake Repair. When Xu Yuan saw the attribute of the Giant's One-Eyed Eye, he was suddenly a little stunned. So strong. This Giant One-Eyed can be said to be much stronger than the Giant One-Eyed in the previous MC. Although the Giant One-Eyed in the MC can also cause a weakness effect, it can only cause an ordinary weakness effect. And this Giant One-Eyed Eye can cause a special debilitating effect. Not to mention having the attack power, it also prevents opponents from using ranged attacks. This is very strong, and it is also very good to use in PvP. However, the only drawback is that it is not effective against dragons. But it is also understandable. After all, the dragon family belongs to the top creatures in the Song of Ice and Fire mod. If a Cyclops bursts out weapons that can threaten the dragon clan, then fighting dragons is too simple. Xu Yuan also noticed that the name of this Giant One-Eyed man was called Giant One-Eyed True. It's the same as the Omen at that time. Moreover, if you want to repair the Giant One-Eyed real thing, you need the Giant One-Eyed fake. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately looked at the place where the Cyclops fell. Where the Cyclops fell, more than 10 pieces of raw lamb, 5 pieces of leather, 3 pieces of wool, and an eyeball burst out. It's just that the eyeball that fell on the ground is much smaller than the one in Xu Yuan's hand. Xu Yuan walked over, picked up the Cyclops' dropped eyeball, and looked at its attributes. Giant One-Eyed. When held, it will apply a weakening effect to all creatures within a radius of 6 blocks. Durability, 100. When Xu Yuan saw the attribute of this eyeball, he couldn't help but be shocked. This fake is too different from the real one, right? Not only is the radius of 10 blocks missing, but it is also just an ordinary weakness effect. And the durability is only 100. However, the name of this Giant One-Eyed is not marked as fake. But Xu Yuan was able to determine that this should be the material for repairing the Giant's One-Eyed Eye. The Giant One-Eyed Gen who was rewarded for the first kill also confirmed Xu Yuan's conjecture. Monsters like those that drop this legendary weapon should all be like Cyclops. Only the reward of the first kill will get the true legendary weapon. What usually bursts out should be fake. But this is also normal. After all, it is a legendary weapon. The reason why it is a legend, of course, cannot be flooded. If everyone has it, what kind of legendary weapon is it? Xu Yuan thought of this and roughly summed it up. There are still many legendary weapons in A Song of Ice and Fire. Some are crafted, and some are dropped by direct monsters. Those that need to be synthesized cannot be rushed at present. First of all, you still have to get these first, you don't need to synthesize and drop them directly. Hydra Heart, Snake-Haired Banshee Head. Xu Yuan recalled the remaining legendary weapons that fell directly. At present, it seems that only these two are directly dropped. The rest are weapons that require monster drops and other things to craft. The monsters corresponding to these two drops are the Hydra and the Serpent Banshee. It's better to hit the Snake-Haired Banshee first. Xu Yuan immediately chose the next target to kill. The Snake-Haired Banshee is much easier to fight than the Hydra. The Snake-Haired Banshee only needs to wear an eye patch to be able to simply kill. And Hydra is hard. It's not that it attacks so high, as long as it's its mechanics, it's just too bad. In the original MC, Hydra spawns in swamps. And this Hydra is a real Hydra. That Hydra in the Twilight Forest just hangs the name of Hydra. Specifically, the Twilight Forest is more like a dragon. The Hydra in the A Song of Ice and Fire mod can indeed grow 9 heads. That's where it gets the most. Its head will break off after receiving some damage, but you can't break its head again until the next time Hydra's head is res beyond, unless Hydra is on fire. And even if the Hydra is lit, it must wait until the rebirth time of the Hydra has passed before it can break its head again. Its head has a special mechanism that locks the number of heads within seconds of a head being broken. After the lock time has passed, determine whether it has not been burned. If it is burned, it can break the head again. If it is not burned, then 2 heads will be reborn immediately, and the blood will be quickly returned. Its HP is 200 in MC, but as long as Hydra has a head, it will lock at 6 HP and will not be killed. When the blood is locked, no attack can cause damage to the Hydra, and the only way to kill it is to kill its head. And the worst thing is that killing Hydra requires using flames to stop its head from regenerating. The terrain generated by Hydra is in the swamp. In the swampy environment, there are still many pools. As long as the Hydra is close to the pool, it can be reborn with blood in the head, so the Hydra is very difficult. Xu Yuan still remembered that when he first encountered the Hydra, he fought with it for 800 rounds, and finally gave up. The 800 rounds said is not an exaggeration at all. Xu Yuan fought until the 9 heads of the Hydra came out, and in the end, he couldn't grind it, so he had to give up. And in this game, Hydra is definitely strengthened, so it's better not to touch it for now. Xu Yuan thought of this, put away his things, and said to Dream, "Let's go." Next stop, Snake-Haired Banshee. When the 4 of Dream heard Xu Yuan's words, they were all surprised. This is just after beating a Cyclops. Xu Yuan is about to fight the Snake-Haired Banshee again? This is not going to take a break. In Dream's opinion, being able to kill a monster in a day is a big breakthrough. But I didn't expect Xu Yuan to come this time, and I can't wait to take the first kill of all monsters in one day. Boss, this is land reclamation. How did you do it, like rushing to the gathering? I feel like we're fighting these monsters like we're fighting zombies. Snake-Haired Banshee. That guy is about the same as a Cyclops. It's all lightning deals. The 3 of you said everything I said. At this moment, Dream really did not care about this, but asked Xu Yuandeo, "Brother, what did the Cyclops reward for the first kill just now?" Compared to these, Dream is more about the reward of the first kill. After all, Dream has also won a lot of first kill rewards before, so he knows that the first kill rewards of ordinary monsters are very good. Coupled with the fact that Cyclops is a very powerful monster, the reward is naturally not cheap. Seeing this, Xu Yuan sent out the giant one-eyed true attribute. At this time, when the 4 people saw the attributes of the giant's one-eyed eye, they all gasped. SHHHHH. No wonder he couldn't hit him with a long-range attack after his eyes hit us just now. It turned out to be a special weakness of the eye belt. This property, this weapon is too powerful, isn't it? Although it can't act on the Dragon Clan, it's already very strong. The 4 of Dream have all seen the world, and naturally understand the power of this giant one-eyed. This weapon, whether it is PvE or PvP, is an artifact. Take the little white that players least wanted to meet in the first place. If you aim this thing at Ziobai can only stand and be beaten. Therefore, this weapon is a monster that can only attack from a distance. Dream saw this, thought about it and asked, "What are the eyeballs that the Cyclops just burst out?" Xu Yuan also sent out the attributes of that giant one-eyed eye. Seeing this, the 4 of Dream understood. It's all eyeballs, and the difference is too big. If you haven't seen the boss really, but looking at this explosion is actually quite strong, there is a gap in comparison. The boss first kill rewards legendary items, it should be the only one, don't think about it. At this time, all 4 looked disappointed. After all, the giant one-eyed is really such a good attribute, everyone is red-eyed. But they know that this can only be exploded by the first kill, which is equivalent to only 1 in the whole server. I can't help it if I want to. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "If you want to use this thing, you can just ask me to get it when the time comes." When the 4 heard this, they finally felt better. Then Xu Yuan asked the coordinates of the Snake-Haired Banshee temple on this side of the Sea of Clouds. Yunhai sent many at once. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Snake-Haired Banshee temple is the same as the original, or so much. Previously, in the MC, under the Song of Ice and Fire mod, there were many temples of Snake-Haired Banshees. The seaside is basically 2 steps away from a temple. Xu Yuan chose the nearest left and set off with Dream's group. At this time, the major European guilds were busy. They began to organize the elite players of various guilds and began to open up the wasteland. The so-called persimmon picks soft pinches, and the major guilds naturally dare not move those relatively large monsters. So they decided to start small. So many guilds have set their sights on dinosaur ants. In their words, it is those big ones we can't move, ants can always be. As a result, many of the guild's elite players formed teams and prepared to start opening up the dire ant nest. HIOY is also one of these pioneers. The guild he belongs to is currently the #1 guild, the Gamer Guild. He is the leader of the elite group of the Gamer Guild. His strength is naturally not to be underestimated. He fought bad in the wild, and although he didn't win, he didn't let bad take advantage. His strength is only slightly inferior to Dream. Therefore, the Gamer Company naturally handed over this heavy responsibility to him, hoping that he could help the guild get the first kill of the dinosaur ant as soon as possible. The reason why I chose the dinosaur ant to start. The first is because dinosaurs don't look powerful. Moreover, there are many types of dinosaurs. There are dinosaur ant laborers, dinosaur sergeants, dinosaur ant scouts, dinosaur royalty, and dire ant queens. If every type of dire ant kill has a reward, it is definitely a lot of money. HIOY soon led an elite team of about 50 people to a nest near a dinosaur ant's nest. Brother HIOY, is this dire ant powerful? Although these are ants, I heard from the forum that they are still very powerful, and they are all mobilized in groups. Brother HIOY, have you thought of a way to deal with ants? Find their cave, go down with a few buckets of magma, and you have to burn 1 or 2, right? While the players of the HIOY team were discussing, HIOY suddenly felt a little uneasy. In the next second, I saw the land under their feet disappear one by one. And out of the land is a large group of dinosaur laborers? The HOIY crowd was shocked to see this group of ant laborers who surrounded them. You know, although they are near the dinosaur nest, they are more than 50 blocks away from the dinosaur nest. HOIY also knows that the perception distance of these monsters is very far, and the guild has also sent players to detect it before, and the sensing distance of these ants is almost 50, so they deliberately stopped at a distance of more than 50 blocks. Unexpectedly, these dinosaur workers actually found them. These ants perceive such a distance, this Nima is 50 blocks away, and this can still sense. It's possible that each ant has a sensing distance of 50, and then some dinosaur workers came out to feed, so they found us. Just counted, not much, a total of more than 20, we have more than 50 people, 2 people to deal with, one should be no problem, right? They're not as easy to deal with as they thought. Otherwise, the first kill would have been taken by people. So what now, surrounded and can only fight. Brother HOIY, you have a word. At this time, the members of the elite group of the surrounding Gamer Guild were all a little flustered. Although they had encountered dinosaurs before, they basically encountered 1 or 2, but they didn't expect to meet a group this time. At this time, HOIY saw this and thought for a moment. Now that I am surrounded, I definitely can't run, and at present, I can only bite the bullet and fight hard. No matter what, the number of people has an advantage, and the ability to kill an ant has been earned. After all, it is not a loss to get the first kill. HOIY thought of this and said to the players of the elite group, there's no way, fight it, go out and definitely don't think about it. When all the elite group players saw HOIY say this, their hearts sank. HOIY has always been the most noticeable among them, and even HOIY said so at the moment. It seems that they don't want to go back alive. At this time, those dinosaur ant laborers also quickly surrounded them, and when the players saw this, they could only fight with the dinosaur ants. Ant worker can be said to be the lowest level of the entire fear ant system. They belong to the workers of the dinosaur nest, and they basically come to find food and resources, and then bring the nest. Although their attack is not high, the needle prick on their tail will cause a poisoning effect of 2 seconds when it hits the player. Although it can't do much damage, it can't hold up the number of dinosaur ants. And although the dinosaur ants are very large, they are very flexible, and if they can't be beaten by attack, the dinosaur ants will quickly burrow into the land. In addition, the dinosaur ants in this game will also spit out slime to limit the speed of the opponent. This skill was not available in the original MC. A group of more than 50 people in HOIY were defeated by more than 20 dire ant laborers. At this time, everyone was covered with mucus, moved slowly, and had only half the amount of blood. Seeing this, HOIY immediately commanded all the players, don't spread out, all attack the same one in unison. It doesn't matter if we die, we can change to a first kill. Since all the players just acted separately, so the casualties were heavy, if you want to stop the loss in time, you must attack the same dire ant all to prevent it from escaping and drop it in seconds. Under the command of HOIY, all players immediately began to attack the same target in groups of 10. It didn't take long to see results. A dinosaur ant almost bottomed out of blood under the combined attack of 10 people, but he still escaped by it. After everyone found the trick, they immediately began to attack in an orderly manner. Just when HOIY and they were dealing with the dinosaur ants, Xu Yuan and Dream finally came to the temple of the snake-haired banshee. Before entering the temple, Xu Yuan made 5 blindfolds out of silk thread and leather, kept one for himself, and handed it to the 4 of Dream. When the 4 of Dream saw the blindfold handed over by Xu Yuan, they all felt fresh. Huh? What is this? New equipment? Blindfold. This thing. It's for the defense of Medusa. Lying groove, then bring this, isn't Medusa a casual hit? When the four saw the blindfold, they immediately knew what it was for. However, at this time, Xu Yuan was a little worried. Although there is already an eye patch, this game is not an MC, this is a holographic mode. Wearing an eye patch will definitely block the view. It doesn't switch to a third perspective like in MC. So that is, with an eye patch, you can't see it. When the time comes, if you want to kill the snake-haired banshee, don't you still have to rely on feelings? But it's useless to think so much. Anyway, the snake-haired banshee will always have to fight, and it will be good to adapt when the time comes. Just when Xu Yuan and Dream were about to step into the temple of the snake-haired banshee, suddenly, the full server system prompt sounded at this time. Congratulations to player HOIY for getting the first kill of the dinosaur laborer. Ants revenge system is on. At this time, the world channel can be described as exploding. What is the revenge of ants? Isn't it? The living environment is already so bad now, what kind of ant revenge? HOIY moved quite quickly, so quickly got the first kill of the dinosaur ant. After all, the strongest player in the first guild. Hey, anyway, it's none of our business. When Xu Yuan saw this system message, he was suddenly a little stunned. He didn't expect that someone had already got the first kill of the dinosaur ant laborer. Moreover, it seems that because of this first kill, the ants revenge system was opened. So what exactly is this ants system? At this time, the four dream people were also very surprised to see this system message. It's actually HOIY. Xu Yuan saw that Dream seemed to know this HOIY, so he asked, "How, do you know?" Dream nodded. Well, he is the leader of the elite group of the first guild Gamer here, and he has fought with bad ones before. The strength is about the same as bad. When Xu Yuan heard Dream's words, he understood. It turned out to be the leader of the elite group of the first guild here. No wonder he was able to take the first kill of the dinosaur ant laborer. I don't know if his first kill broke out anything. And what is this ant's revenge? Asked Dream with some confusion. Xu Yuan shook his head when he heard Dream's words. It's not clear, but it may be because HOIY killed the dinosaur ants, so it inspired the system. Seeing this, Bad, Sap, and Geo immediately came together. The revenge of the ants sounds a little scary. Is this ant's revenge only for him or for all players? It is estimated that it is all players, otherwise it will not be a full server system announcement reminder. When Xu Yuan heard this, he thought for a moment. Revenge of the ants? This mod has not been encountered in the MC before. In other words, this system is a new system. So what does this ant's revenge mean? Is it looking for players to take the initiative to attack, or will something like an ant siege appear? It is still unknown to know. However, Xu Yuan felt that this ant's revenge system was definitely not simple. You know, the number of these dinosaur ants is still very terrifying. If these dinosaurs attack humans in one fell swoop, it will definitely be a great hidden danger. Xu Yuan was thinking about it. The elite regiment of more than 50 people on HOIY's side, only HOIY is now alive. Everyone else was killed. At this moment, HOIY is being chased and killed by a group of dire ant sergeants. He was now the last hope of the Gamer Guild. If he dies, the first kill reward he just got will also fall. The more than 50 elite members who gave his life died in vain? At this time, HOIY tried his best and ran away like crazy. After chasing a distance of more than 300 blocks, the sergeant finally stopped chasing and chose to turn back. Seeing this, HOIY immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly took out the first kill reward that the system had just rewarded. And clan treasure drawing fragment legendary item. There is a chance that with the drawing fragments of the ant treasure, you can find the ant treasure by piecing it together. When HOIY saw this first kill reward, he was immediately a little stunned. I didn't expect it to be a treasure drawing fragment. No wonder it triggers the ants revenge system. HOIY naturally knew that the system that was just the revenge of ants was because he killed the dinosaur laborers. But HOIY can't figure out why killing just one laborer triggers an ant's revenge. After all, the dire ant labor is the lowest existence in the ant tribe. Now it seems that it should be because of this treasure drawing fragment. HOIY looked at the fragment, which was currently 1/5 of the treasure drawing fragment. And the types of dinosaur ants are exactly 5. Fear ant laborer, dinosaur sergeant, dinosaur ant scout, dinosaur royalty, and dire ant queen. It seems that all kinds of dinosaurs should be killed to be able to put together the treasure drawings. Seeing this, HOIY put away the treasure drawing fragments and returned to the main city. At this time, the underground can be described as a dark tide. After the ant's revenge is activated, all the ants start to stir. At this time, all the dire ant queens in the European region began to expand their ant nests, and a large number of breeding ants swarmed. They seemed to be preparing for a big war. At this time, the dinosaur laborers of the major ant nests were all dispatched, looking for food everywhere. Wherever they go, the pieces of armor are not left. Moreover, the dire ant empress also gave an order to the ant soldiers, that is, to kill all human players. The ostensibly calm European region is actually slowly hollowed out by dinosaurs. They are gathering their strength and ready to deliver a heavy blow to humanity. After the system of ant revenge was turned on, some chain reactions began to occur in various regions of Europe. Due to the large number of dire ant laborers going out to forage, the European region, which was already very poor in living environment, is now even worse in the living environment. After all, the number of dinosaur ants is large, and they are also very mobile, basically in groups. plus the order given by the dire ant queen to kill all players. These dinosaur workers basically rush up and tear up like crazy when they see the player. Even the players' houses in the places they passed were demolished by the dinosaurs. Fortunately, in areas with confidence and shelter, dinosaur ants cannot be destroyed. Therefore, the main cities of the major guilds have now become shelters for players. At this time, the main city of the guilds can be described as a sea of people. A large number of homeless scattered players fled for their lives and hid in the main city. At this time, the world channel can be described as noisy, and almost everyone is complaining about HOIY. After all, everyone also knows that it was HOIY who got the first kill of the dinosaur laborer, which triggered this system. This system directly makes our idle players even lose their home. How else does this make us play? Originally, because the dragon was activated, so many powerful monsters came out, and the living environment was already very bad, and now this one is done again? This dire ant really went where to dismantle it. Where is this ant revenge? This is an ant plague. Damn, HOIY killed them. If you want revenge, go directly to HOIY. Why implicate all people? I wonder if HOIY got something very precious from the ant clan, otherwise how could it be so serious? Whatever he gets, he is happy. It is us who suffer. If he really got something, then let him go back. Let him go back. If the ant plague continues like this, our economy will absolutely collapse by then. At this time, the world channel in the European region can be said to be more lively than ever. Because of the opening of the ants' revenge system, many players were displaced and had to hide in the main cities of the guilds. Everyone had nothing to do, so they kept discussing it on the world channel. It has to be said that the ants' revenge system this time is undoubtedly making the already difficult European region worse. Originally, the development of the European region was not as good as that of Huaxia, and their equipment diamond sleeve was capped. This sudden mod of A Song of Ice and Fire has made many players afraid to go out during the day. But fortunately, the monster division is not dense, and players can still find space to survive. But this time the ants' revenge system is turned on, and it can be said that the wild is like purgatory on Earth. The sensing range of dinosaur ants is long, and the nest branches are also dense. Once they are dispatched, it is actually similar to a locust plague. After half a day of discussion on the world channel, players finally came up with a solution. That is to make HOIY hand over what was taken from the dinosaur ant, and return the players to a pure land. At this time, the main city of the Gamer Guild. More and more players are gathering here. Inside and outside the main city of the Gamer Guild, it was full of idle players. Give things back to the dinosaurs, return us a pure land. Yes, hurry up and return. Don't be too selfish. Don't fight against full server players on your own. If you don't go back, we won't leave here. Anyway, we're all crowded here, and you don't want to go out. At this time, all the European players seem to have found the root of the problem. Anyway, everyone saw that it was this system triggered by HOIY, so HOIY carried this pot. At this time, the president of the Gamer Guild, Gam, frowned when he saw this situation. How the hell did you mess with that group of ants? Since HOIY had just returned, he hadn't had time to ask HOIY what was going on. HOIY shrugged his shoulders and then handed the treasure drawing fragment to Gam. When Gam saw the treasure drawing handed over by HOIY, his eyes immediately lit up. Good stuff. No wonder those ants want revenge. After seeing the treasure drawings, Gam understood why it triggered the ants' revenge. HIOY looked out the window at the crowded main city and asked Gam, "What about this group of people?" Seeing this, Gam thought for a moment. At present, it is definitely necessary to give an explanation to these players, otherwise this group of players will be displaced anyway, and they will definitely stay here. But Gam certainly didn't want to hand over the treasure drawing fragments. Gam thought about it and said, "I'll just make up a story to send them off." Seeing Gam say this, HOIY nodded, and then said, "This treasure drawing fragment is 1/5 of the fragment, and I deduce that you can also obtain the fragment by getting the first kill of other types of dinosaurs. But for now, I want to kill other kinds of dinosaurs. It's really hard." HOIY's analysis is not unreasonable. After all, the fear ants are now active as a whole. Going out into the wild has become a problem, not to mention killing other species of dinosaurs. And these traveling dinosaurs are basically dinosaur ant laborers, and other types of dinosaur ants have not yet appeared. Even HOIY has only met Sergeant once. Not to mention the dinosaur ant scouts, the dinosaur ant royal family, and the dire ant queen. And dinosaurs are social animals, and they all go in groups to kill the remaining species of dinosaurs. At this stage, this is impossible. That's not to mention killing the dire ant queen. Other dinosaur ants may be lucky enough to be encountered in the wild, but the dire ant queen is absolutely impossible to encounter in the wild. The dire ant queen is inside the nest and must enter the nest in order to kill it. And entering the nest undoubtedly means being besieged by all the dinosaurs. So for now, the remaining treasure drawing fragments can be said to be impossible to get at all. After hearing HOIY's words, Gam thought about it, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and then said excitedly, "It's hard for us to do it on our own, but what if all the players on the server help us?" When HOIY heard Gam's words, he looked at Gam with some doubt. He didn't quite understand what Gam meant. How can a full server player help us? All the idle players in the server have been displaced because of this incident. The anger of the players can be seen from the situation in the main city. And the players on this side of the main city are also gathering more and more. Many players risked being killed by ant colonies and came to the main city of Gamer. They just wanted an explanation from the Gamer Guild. When Gam heard this, the old trader smiled slyly. You don't have to worry about this, just leave it to me. Now players are convinced that Hoiy is taking something important from the ant clan. But the players were just guessing, and no one saw it with their own eyes. Gam can tell players that he is also a victim, and Hoiy just killed a dinosaur laborer. Nothing exploded at all. It must be because humans kill dinosaurs that the system of ant revenge is turned on. Then Gam says something inspiring, taking advantage of the main city, buying off a wave of people and letting these idle players work for themselves. Gam is still a bit of a brainy to be able to make a guild the first guild. For the handling of this kind of thing, it is naturally easy. Seeing this, Hoiy said nothing more. Gam chatted with Hoiy a few more times and went to the upstairs balcony. At this time, some players who were close to the main city saw the Gam at a glance. They immediately started shouting, Gam is out. He still dares to come out. Things go back. Give us an explanation. Give us a pure land. The entire main city boiled again inside and out. Seeing this, Gam cleared his throat, he pressed his arm and shouted to the players. Everyone be quiet first. The voice of Gam naturally could not suppress the voices of so many players in the main city, and everyone did not calm down. Seeing this, Gam yelled at the top of his throat. I know you want an explanation. That's why I'm standing here. When the players in the front row heard this, they all glanced at each other, and then quieted down. Although those players in the back row could not hear what Gam was saying, there were also players who posted Gam's words in real time in the regional channel. When the players heard Gam's words, they all quieted down. After all, they don't really want to make trouble, they just want a result. Gam saw that everyone finally quieted down, and then said, I also heard that everyone is saying that it is we who robbed the dinosaur ants of important things that made the dinosaur ants take revenge. Speaking of this, Gam immediately showed his excellent acting skills. He sighed helplessly, as if he had suffered a great grievance, and then continued. You may not believe it, the first kill reward of the dinosaur ant is actually the same as that of ordinary monsters, only 500 gold and a land deed, and nothing else. More than 50 people from our elite group dispatched, and in the end, only Hoiy came back, and just like that, only one dire ant laborer was replaced. The equipment of our elite regiment has all exploded. I already knew that such a reward would cause such a big change, and I would definitely not touch those ants. When Gam said this, he looked regretful. And this ant's revenge, I guess, activated the system because the player killed the ant. So, whoever kills will activate this system, and we are just the ones who eat the crab first. Seeing Gam say this, Hoiy nodded, and then said, this treasure drawing fragment is 1/5 of the fragment, and I deduce that you can also obtain the fragment by getting the first kill of other types of dinosaurs. But for now, I want to kill other kinds of dinosaurs. It's really hard. Hoiy's analysis is not unreasonable. After all, the fear ants are now active as a whole. Going out into the wild has become a problem, not to mention killing other species of dinosaurs. And these traveling dinosaurs are basically dinosaur ant laborers, and other types of dinosaur ants have not yet appeared. Even Hoiy has only met Sergeant once. Not to mention the dinosaur ant scouts, the dinosaur ant royal family, and the dire ant queen. And dinosaurs are social animals, and they all go in groups to kill the remaining species of dinosaurs. At this stage, this is impossible. That's not to mention killing the dire ant queen. Other dinosaur ants may be lucky enough to be encountered in the wild, but the dire ant queen is absolutely impossible to encounter in the wild. The dire ant queen is inside the nest and must enter the nest in order to kill it. And entering the nest undoubtedly means being besieged by all the dinosaurs. So for now, the remaining treasure drawing fragments can be said to be impossible to get at all. After hearing Hoiy's words, Gam thought about it, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and then said excitedly, it's hard for us to do it on our own, but what if all the players on the server help us? When Hoiy heard Gam's words, he looked at Gam with some doubt. He didn't quite understand what Gam meant. How can a full server player help us? All the idle players in the server have been displaced because of this incident. The anger of the players can be seen from the situation in the main city. And the players on this side of the main city are also gathering more and more. Many players risked being killed by ant colonies and came to the main city of Gamer. They just wanted an explanation from the Gamer Guild. When Gam heard this, the old trader smiled slyly. You don't have to worry about this, just leave it to me. Now players are convinced that Hoiy is taking something important from the ant clan. But the players were just guessing, and no one saw it with their own eyes. Gam can tell players that he is also a victim, and Hoiy just killed a dinosaur laborer. Nothing exploded at all. It must be because humans kill dinosaurs that the system of ant revenge is turned on. Then Gam says something inspiring, taking advantage of the main city, buying off a wave of people and letting these idle players work for themselves. Gam is still a bit of a brainy to be able to make a guild the first guild. For the handling of this kind of thing, it is naturally easy. Seeing this, Hoiy said nothing more. Gam chatted with Hoiy a few more times and went to the upstairs balcony. At this time, some players who were close to the main city saw the Gam at a glance. They immediately started shouting, Gam is out. He still dares to come out. Things go back. Give us an explanation. Give us a pure land. The entire main city boiled again inside and out. Seeing this, Gam cleared his throat, he pressed his arm and shouted to the players. Everyone be quiet first. The voice of Gam naturally could not suppress the voices of so many players in the main city, and everyone did not calm down. Seeing this, Gam yelled at the top of his throat. I know you want an explanation. That's why I'm standing here. When the players in the front row heard this, they all glanced at each other, and then quieted down. Although those players in the back row could not hear what Gam was saying, there were also players who posted Gam's words in real time in the regional channel. When the players heard Gam's words, they all quieted down. After all, they don't really want to make trouble, they just want a result. Gam saw that everyone finally quieted down, and then said, I also heard that everyone is saying that it is we who robbed the dinosaur ants of important things that made the dinosaur ants take revenge. Speaking of this, Gam immediately showed his excellent acting skills. He sighed helplessly, as if he had suffered a great grievance, and then continued. You may not believe it, the first kill reward of the dinosaur ant is actually the same as that of ordinary monsters, only 500 gold and a land deed, and nothing else. More than 50 people from our elite group dispatched, and in the end, only HOIY came back, and just like that, only one dire ant laborer was replaced. The equipment of our elite regiment has all exploded. I already knew that such a reward would cause such a big change, and I would definitely not touch those ants. When Gam said this, he looked regretful. And this ant's revenge, I guess, activated the system because the player killed the ant. So, whoever kills will activate this system, and we are just the ones who eat the crab first. Seeing Gam say this, HOIY nodded, and then said, this treasure drawing fragment is 1/5 of the fragment, and I deduce that you can also obtain the fragment by getting the first kill of other types of dinosaurs. But for now, I want to kill other kinds of dinosaurs. It's really hard. HOIY's analysis is not unreasonable, after all, the fear ants are now active as a whole. Going out into the wild has become a problem, not to mention killing other species of dinosaurs. And these traveling dinosaurs are basically dinosaur ant laborers, and other types of dinosaur ants have not yet appeared. Even HOIY has only met Sergeant once. Not to mention the dinosaur ant scouts, the dinosaur ant royal family, and the dire ant queen. And dinosaurs are social animals, and they all go in groups to kill the remaining species of dinosaurs. At this stage, this is impossible. That's not to mention killing the dire ant queen. Other dinosaur ants may be lucky enough to be encountered in the wild, but the dire ant queen is absolutely impossible to encounter in the wild. The dire ant queen is inside the nest and must enter the nest in order to kill it. And entering the nest undoubtedly means being besieged by all the dinosaurs. So for now, the remaining treasure drawing fragments can be said to be impossible to get at all. After hearing HOIY's words, Gam thought about it, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and then said excitedly, it's hard for us to do it on our own, but what if all the players on the server help us? When HOIY heard Gam's words, he looked at Gam with some doubt. He didn't quite understand what Gam meant. How can a full server player help us? All the idle players in the server have been displaced because of this incident. The anger of the players can be seen from the situation in the main city. And the players on this side of the main city are also gathering more and more. Many players risked being killed by ant colonies and came to the main city of Gammer. They just wanted an explanation from the Gammer Guild. When Gam heard this, the old trader smiled slyly. You don't have to worry about this, just leave it to me. Now players are convinced that HOIY is taking something important from the ant clan. But the players were just guessing, and no one saw it with their own eyes. Gam can tell players that he is also a victim, and HOIY just killed a dinosaur laborer. Nothing exploded at all. It must be because humans kill dinosaurs that the system of ant revenge is turned on. Then Gam says something inspiring, taking advantage of the main city, buying off a wave of people and letting these idle players work for themselves. Gam is still a bit of a brainy to be able to make a guild the first guild. For the handling of this kind of thing, it is naturally easy. Seeing this, HOIY said nothing more. Gam chatted with HOIY a few more times and went to the upstairs balcony. At this time, some players who were close to the main city saw the Gam at a glance. They immediately started shouting, Gam is out. He still dares to come out. Things go back. Give us an explanation. Give us a pure land. The entire main city boiled again inside and out. Seeing this, Gam cleared his throat, he pressed his arm and shouted to the players. Everyone be quiet first. The voice of Gam naturally could not suppress the voices of so many players in the main city, and everyone did not calm down. Seeing this, Gam yelled at the top of his throat. I know you want an explanation. That's why I'm standing here. When the players in the front row heard this, they all glanced at each other, and then quieted down. Although those players in the back row could not hear what Gam was saying, there were also players who posted Gam's words in real time in the regional channel. When the players heard Gam's words, they all quieted down. After all, they don't really want to make trouble, they just want a result. Gam saw that everyone finally quieted down, and then said, I also heard that everyone is saying that it is we who robbed the dinosaur ants of important things that made the dinosaur ants take revenge. Speaking of this, Gam immediately showed his excellent acting skills. He sighed helplessly, as if he had suffered a great grievance, and then continued. You may not believe it, the first kill reward of the dinosaur ant is actually the same as that of ordinary monsters, only 500 gold and a land deed, and nothing else. More than 50 people from our elite group dispatched, and in the end, only HOIY came back, and just like that, only one dire ant laborer was replaced. The equipment of our elite regiment has all exploded. I already knew that such a reward would cause such a big change, and I would definitely not touch those ants. When Gam said this, he looked regretful. And this ant's revenge, I guess, activated the system because the player killed the ant. So, whoever kills will activate this system, and we are just the ones who eat the crab first. At this time, when all the players heard this, you look at me, I look at you. Seeing the expression on Gam's face, he really looked regretful. The players couldn't help but start to waver. Could it be that Gam is also innocent? At this moment, Gam continued to speak with emotion. I know everyone's feelings. In fact, now I feel the same as everyone. Of course, I just said those words not to avoid responsibility. Although all this is accidental, no matter what, it was the people of our guild who activated this ant revenge system. Our guild will certainly not shirk its responsibilities. From today onwards, our guild will unconditionally accept all idle players. You can enter and exit our main city at will, you can rest here. Gam not only speaks well, but also is particularly infectious, and it looks like an old leader. After hearing Gam's words, all the players were a little moved. I thought that Gam would shirk responsibility. It seems that we blamed him for it. It seems that he is also a victim. We actually want a place to stay. Now that things are a foregone conclusion, it's not bad to have a place to stay. Didn't the first kill of the dire ant laborer actually explode anything? Gam was still very sincere, and it seemed that he was not lying. I just inquired that the Gamer Guild is indeed more than 50 elite groups went out, and HOIY came back alone. It seems that what Gam said should be true. As soon as Gam's words came out, many players believed what he said. Although some players still have doubts about Gam's words, they can't find evidence. Moreover, Gam said that providing them with accommodation is still very exciting for players. So everyone chose to believe in Gam. Seeing this, Gam immediately took advantage of the victory and chased after him. This matter was caused by us, and as the first guild, we naturally have a responsibility. Although we can't annihilate these ants in one fell swoop, our guild will open up some areas for everyone to be active. But, after all, our power is limited. So, I would like to ask everyone to join us in our efforts to fight these ants. When Gam said the last sentence, the whole tone became impassioned. I have to say that the thinking of European players is still very simple, and at this time, the players are really brainwashed by Gam and succeeded. One by one, they shouted, "Yes, we're going to grab it back. We have a lot of people, we have a lot of power. What are those ants? As long as we unite, all those ants will pull me aside. Our own home, we snatched it back ourselves." At this time, after the players were successfully brainwashed by Gam, they completely forgot the purpose of coming to the main city of the Gamer Guild in the first place. All of them are like beating chicken blood. At this time, they had become the death squad of the Gamer Guild. And the Gamer Guild manipulates these players to reap the benefits of the fishermen. And this scene that happened in the main city of the Gamer Guild naturally did not escape the eyes of Ken, a jack of all trades. Ken not only has enough contacts in Huaxia, but also has many contacts in Europe. Such a big thing naturally fell into Ken's ears. Ken also immediately told Xu Yuan the news. "How's it going on over there? It's crazy outside." Xu Yuan was just about to enter the snake-haired banshee's room when he saw the message sent by Ken. Seeing this, Xu Yuan said to the Four of Dream, "Wait a minute." Then he began replying to Ken's messages. What happened? Xu Yuan's side is in the temple of the snake-haired banshee, so he is not clear about the things outside. The dinosaur ant still does not dare to provoke the snake-haired banshee. After all, those eyes look at who is petrified. Ken relayed all the things to Xu Yuan, and then asked, "Isn't there a special reward for you killing the Cyclops?" Ken naturally didn't believe Gam's words, but Ken wasn't quite sure. After all, he hadn't seen this thing with his own eyes. When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but smile. He's a thief shouting to catch a thief. Then, after thinking about it, Xu Yuan said, "They definitely burst out good things, and the purpose of their thief shouting to catch thieves is to let players be their substitute ghosts, so that they can get the first kill reward of other dinosaurs. It seems that the first killing reward of the dire ant labor is not simple." Xu Yuan knew the purpose of Gam after hearing Ken's description. It doesn't matter what kind of Gam is, even if he is a person who uses full service, Xu Yuan doesn't care. But Xu Yuan is more concerned about the first killing reward of the dinosaur labor that Gam and they got. Moreover, Xu Yuan felt that the ants' revenge system was opened because of this first kill reward. When Ken heard this, although Xu Yuan didn't say anything, he still heard Xu Yuan's meaning. "How, you're interested? I'm afraid it's not easy to rob, right?" Xu Yuan saw Ken's words, smiled, and replied, "You send a message out. Let's just say that Steve's first kill reward for killing Cyclops is a legendary weapon." Ken couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly after hearing Xu Yuan's words. I have to say that Xu Yuan's trick is really ruthless. Gam's side performed a bitter drama with great emotion, and Xu Yuan's side immediately slapped him in the face. And at present, only Xu Yuan can hit this face. Because except for Xu Yuan, no one got the monster's first kill. These monsters were all born at the same time, so the reward mechanism for the first kill must be the same. Although there is a difference in combat power between monsters, the first kill reward will be mixed. But it won't be much different, it's certainly all good stuff. If Xu Yuan killed the Cyclops and rewarded the legendary weapon, then they killed the dire ant laborer. Even if the reward was not a legendary weapon, then the reward thing was absolutely extraordinary. If Xu Yuan's news is sent, most players will know that they have been deceived. Gam's side wants to use players to get the first kill of other dinosaurs, which is simply a fantasy. And the reputation of the Gamer Guild will also be damaged because of this matter. The status of the first guild will also be shaken. This matter will definitely have a big impact on Gam. You're really ruthless. If this news is released, Gam is estimated to be angry. Ken said so, and the other side immediately sent the news. Ken is still comfortable doing this kind of thing. After a while, the news spread overwhelmingly in the mouths of the players. In less than half an hour, the forum was full of posts about Xu Yuan first killing a Cyclops to obtain a legendary weapon. At this time, when players were curious about what Xu Yuan's legendary weapon was, they also began to question the authenticity of Gam's words. At this time, Ken arranged for someone to bring a wave of rhythm. Gam this liar? They're definitely getting a good reward, they just want us idle players to help them back. Although the combat power of the dire ant labor is not as good as that of the Cyclops, the reward for the first kill is definitely not cheap, and it is impossible to only have gold coins and land deeds. Gam thief shouts to catch thief. At this time, many players suddenly woke up under the guidance of the rhythm. On Gam's side, he thought that everything was under his control, but he didn't expect the plot to reverse so quickly. At this time, the players in the main city of Gamer were originally ready to help Gam clean up the dinosaurs. After learning that he had been deceived, he immediately became angry. Damn, then let's make, with knives. The high-sounding one just said. He was immediately slapped in the face. Gam, you came out? Explain. Really convinced, this is the posture of the first guild. Get out. At this time, Gam in the room listened to the words of the players, and his face was like earth. Although Ken's work is airtight, you can know who came out of this news just by thinking about it. It must be Xu Yuan himself. Steve. Although Gam knew that it was Xu Yuan who revealed the news, he couldn't take Xu Yuan. To say that before, you can also use the name of the first guild to suppress and suppress. But now, the Gamer Guild has suddenly become the target of everyone, and no one will be on the side of the Gamer Guild. Seeing this, HOIY frowned at this time. Boss, what should I do now? Gam sighed and shook his head. Don't play the game these days, when they are done, they will disperse. It is true that Gam can't think of a solution. We can only wait for the tide to pass before thinking about the long term. At this moment, Gam received a message from Xu Yuan. Dire ant labor first kill reward, pay a price. When Gam saw the message sent by Xu Yuan, Gam snorted coldly and replied, do you think I'll sell it to you? Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and replied, it's useless to put it in your hands anyway, so you might as well sell it to us. At present, Gam they don't want to go out, and if they can't use scattered players, it is difficult to get other dinosaur kills. Unless this thing passes. But after this incident passed, the first kill of these dinosaur ants still got their turn, and Xu Yuan also guessed that this reward should need to kill all types of dinosaurs to get the complete. Otherwise, Gam would not have made such a decision. Therefore, Xu Yuan naturally wanted to buy it at a high price. Gam heard Xu Yuan's words and thought for a moment. The truth is indeed as Xu Yuan said, they really can't get other treasure drawing fragments now. This thing is of no use in their hands except to prevent others from getting the treasure. Gam thought about this and thought about it for a long time. Then he finally made up his mind, so he replied to Xu Yuandao, if you want the first kill reward of the dire ant laborer, you can exchange your legendary weapon. Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile when he heard Gam's words. Gam took a big breath, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted the legendary weapon in Xu Yuan's hand. Gam is exactly what Xu Yuan wants in his hand, but Xu Yuan will definitely not tell the legendary weapon to it. After all, there is only one legendary weapon of the giant one-eyed, and you can't get it if you want it in the future. Xu Yuan thought of this and refused Gam without hesitation. Then forget it, your broken thing is not worth exchanging with the legendary weapon. When Gam heard this, he smiled and said, if I had all this stuff, it would be worth a lot more than your legendary weapon. Xu Yuan immediately smiled when he saw the words sent by Gam. Xu Yuan's words just now were to provoke Gam and see if he could get him to say something. Because Xu Yuan is not sure what exactly is in Gam's hands, maybe it is necessary or unnecessary. That's why Xu Yuan said that. Sure enough, Gam leaked his mouth. According to Gam, this thing should be necessary. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan probably guessed. This thing, it may be a fragment of a legendary weapon, it may be a drawing or something. Anyway, this thing in Gam's hand is definitely necessary. Xu Yuan thought of this and replied to Gam. Then you can take this treasure well, and I will not be polite about the other first kill rewards. Of course, I will also inform my brothers to come to your main city. Gam thought it was dominant, which is why it opened such high conditions. In fact, it is not. In fact, Xu Yuan is the one who dominates now. After the Gam lost on what just happened, they definitely can't get out at the moment. Therefore, they don't think about the first kill of other monsters. As long as Xu Yuan sends someone to fan the flames, there will definitely be a large number of players making trouble in the main city of the Gamer Guild. After all, people on this side of Europe are still very good to drive, they usually parade at every turn or something. And this matter touches their interests. Therefore, the people of the Gam Guild don't want to go out during this time. So the first kill of those monsters, they don't want to rob it. At present, what Gam needs to do is to stop the loss in time. That treasure drawing fragment will definitely rot on their hands, and it will have no effect at all. The only function is to answer the source of the diaphragm. Although Gam is now very ruthless, but as the guild leader, he definitely can't use his personal hatred as the mainstay. It must be someone who wants to take care of the guild. Gam thought of this, although he gritted his teeth fiercely towards Xu Yuan. But he couldn't do anything. Now the only thing he can do is stop the loss in time. Maximize the benefits of this treasure drawing fragment. Gam thought for a long time before replying to Xu Yuan. 50 diamond sets plus 100,000 gold coins. At present, Gam can only ask for some equipment and gold coins to stop the loss. Previously, the elite group of the Gamer Guild went to kill the dinosaur ants, but the entire army was wiped out, and the equipment was completely exploded. Now I am out again, and there is no way to replenish it. Gam naturally knew that Xu Yuan could get a diamond set, so he opened his mouth and asked for 50 sets at once. Xu Yuan saw the message sent by Gam and thought for a moment. Although 50 sets of diamond sets plus 100,000 gold are nothing for Xu Yuan, but after Xu Yuan gave these things, he was undoubtedly increasing the strength of his opponent. Given these things, the strength of the Gam Guild elite group will definitely improve a lot. This is not good news for Xu Yuan, but if the thing in Gam's hand is worth this price, Xu Yuan is naturally willing to exchange these for this. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan replied, I want to inspect the goods, and I will lose a lot if the things you have are not worth the price. People like Gam are old and cunning, and Xu Yuan is still worried about being pitted. Although 50 diamond sets are nothing, 100,000 gold coins is not a small amount. Gam heard this and hesitated for a moment. Although Xu Yuan doesn't know what Gam has in his hands now, as long as Xu Yuan kills other kinds of dinosaurs, he will know immediately. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before Xu Yuan knew this thing. Thinking of this, Gam no longer hid it, and directly sent the information of the treasure drawing fragment to Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan saw the fragments of the treasure drawings, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. Although Xu Yuan also guessed this aspect, he didn't expect it to be a treasure drawing. But it also makes sense why it triggers the ant's revenge. This treasure drawing is definitely a good thing. If you collect all the drawings and find the treasure, the contents will definitely be much better than the legendary weapons. After all, to assemble these treasure drawings, you need to kill all kinds of dinosaurs. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he finally smiled. This thing, 50 sets of diamond sets plus 100,000 gold, absolute value, deal. Gam originally thought that Xu Yuan would bargain with him, but he didn't expect Xu Yuan to agree so easily. Gam suddenly patted the door of his head. If you know it, you want more. Xu Yuan agreed so cheerfully, which proved the value of this treasure drawing. Gam can't help but regret it now, but when I thought about it, I was relieved. After all, this thing is a rag in his own hands. It is already very good to be able to sell at such a price now. How to trade? At present, Gam is trapped in the main city and cannot go out, and it is certainly not possible to conduct transactions face to face. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan replied, Ken will look for you then. Gam heard this reply. Okay, nice cooperation. By the way, our transactions must be completely confidential, and I will sign the system agreement and let Ken bring things over. Xu Yuan said as if he had thought of something. Good. Seeing this, Gam also readily agreed. Xu Yuan immediately contacted Ken after closing Gam's chat interface. After telling Ken about the transaction, he asked Ken to arrange it. 100,000 gold is now ready-made, and 50 diamond sets have to be exchanged for Ken in the main city with villagers. After all, the people of the elite group over there in the main city have a permanent buff of the village hero, and they only need 1 emerald to buy anything. After arranging everything, Xu Yuan closed the chat interface. At this time, Xu Yuan was in a good mood. This treasure drawing fragment was really worth it? Dream couldn't help but ask when he saw Xu Yuan so happy. Brother, what happened? So happy. Seeing this, Xu Yuan did not hide from Dream and told Dream them the truth. When Dream heard that more than 50 sets of diamond sets and 100,000 gold coins were exchanged for a treasure drawing, the whole person was stunned. It wasn't until Xu Yuan lightly said more than 50 diamond sets and 100,000 gold coins that Dream recognized Xu Yuan's financial strength for the first time. Brother, do you think it's worth it? In Dream's opinion, it is worth exchanging more than 50 diamond sets and 100,000 gold coins for a treasure drawing, but it is definitely not worth changing a fragment. That's a lot of money, after all, and the Gamer Guild has these equipment and these gold coins, which can definitely develop a big wave. In this way, there is no benefit to the Cube People Guild. Dream didn't understand why Xu Yuan thought it was worth it. Xu Yuan heard Dream's words and smiled. You think so? What if I were the one who killed the dinosaur laborers at that time? Dream heard Xu Yuan's words and thought for a moment. If Xu Yuan kills the dinosaur laborer, he will get the drawings, and it will also activate the ant revenge system. In this way, it is Xu Yuan who backs the Black Pot, and even the Gamer Guild of the First Guild will inevitably be besieged in this matter, not to mention that Xu Yuan is an outsider, not a European, which will cause everyone's dissatisfaction. Dream thought of this and suddenly came to his senses. So it is. Xu Yuan saw that Dream seemed to understand, so he smiled. That's equivalent to spending more than 50 diamond sets and 100,000 gold coins to help me carry the Black Pot. If you simply spend these prices to buy this treasure drawing fragment, it is naturally a loss. After all, 100,000 gold is not a small amount. But spending these prices can not only get the treasure drawing fragments, but also stay out of the matter, then Xu Yuan must be willing. This is why Xu Yuan added at the end that the transaction must be kept secret. However, Xu Yuan also had to rejoice. Fortunately, he did not choose to move the fear ant labor at the beginning. Otherwise, it will be the Cube People Guild who backs the Black Pot. Things have come to this point and can be regarded as a very happy ending for Xu Yuan. Okay, put on the blindfold and go inside. After Xu Yuan asked the Four of Dream to wear the blindfold, he also brought the blindfold himself. Sure enough, in holographic mode, after wearing the blindfold, the view is blocked. Fortunately, there are still some transparent parts under the eye mask, and you can still look down and grope around. After everyone put on their blindfolds, they went to the room where the snake-haired banshee was. When the snake-haired banshee saw the 5 people come in, she immediately made a hissing sound and swam towards this side and swam towards the snake's body. As soon as the snake-haired banshee approached Xu Yuan and them, she immediately looked at them with wide eyes. This is the usual trick of the snake-haired banshee. As long as someone looks at her, she can effortlessly petrify the person who looks at her. But this trick has no effect on Xu Yuan now. Xu Yuan leaned on the slight gap in the edge of the blindfold to observe the snake-haired banshee in front of him. The snake-haired banshee saw that she couldn't petrify the person in front of her, so she immediately switched her attack mode. She immediately opened her mouth, revealing 2 fangs, and bit towards Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately commanded everyone. 2 blocks high. When everyone in Dream heard Xu Yuan's words, they immediately began to rise high. In fact, the snake-haired banshee is the best to deal with, and her deadliest attack is to look at her. As long as this attack is broken and 2 blocks high, the snake-haired banshee can be said to be equivalent to a zombie. Of course, a pedicure is also possible. However, Xu Yuan did not choose to build a pedicure platform. It's certainly okay to have a pedicure in the original MC, but there are still variables in this game. After all, the snake-haired banshee's tail is a snake. In case a divine dragon swings its tail or something, it will not be fun. After everyone was high, Xu Yuan began to attack the snake-haired banshee with his bow. The snake-haired banshee has a little less HP than the Cyclops, 1000 HP points. But for ordinary monsters, it's still a lot. Since the blindfold obscured the line of sight, this made it difficult for Xu Yuan to aim. Fortunately, the hatred of the snake-haired banshee has always been here in Xu Yuan. And Dream they went straight to the show. Their visual distance is not enough, and they can't see the snake-haired banshee at all. But fortunately, Xu Yuan's attack was still considerable. The snake-haired banshee's blood volume also decreased little by little with Xu Yuan's attack. Xu Yuan attacked the snake-haired banshee here, and the 4 of Dream were idle, so they chatted idly. I heard that many idle players' homes are now destroyed, and there is no way to survive. Yes, I also heard, they said that the wild is now full of swarms of dinosaur ants. Hey, originally, the environment was already very bad, but now it is difficult to go out. Now I just want to study how to brush monsters. I can't study it. If I am besieged by dinosaurs, it will be absolutely dead. Dream listened to the discussion of the 3 of bad, and also felt the seriousness of the situation. So Dream asked Xu Yuan, is there a way to solve this problem? Dream didn't know how, although the problem was tricky, but Dream always felt that Xu Yuan must know the solution. Just now bad their words Xu Yuan also heard clearly. Xu Yuan heard Dream's question, smiled and said, since the official has come out with a system, there will definitely be a solution. Hearing this, Dream looked at Xu Yuan with a curious look and asked, well, do you know the solution? At this time, the bat who was chatting on the side heard the conversation between the 2, and they all turned towards Xu Yuan. Boss, do you know how to deal with these ants? Boss, you have to think of a way. When the time comes, we will take the first kill. It is not convenient to have these ants. Yes, when the time comes, it will be troublesome to be surrounded. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, there is naturally a way, and then you will know. After killing this snake-haired banshee, we'll deal with those ants. In fact, it is still very simple to deal with these ants. Because of the special mechanics of the dinosaur ant, players can improve the reputation of the current ant nest by simply giving the dinosaur ant fat. When the nest's reputation reaches 100, the dinosaur ant will be neutral and will not attack the player, and can also trade with dinosaurs. When you have a dinosaur scepter, if you have enough reputation, you can even control the nest. In the original MC, the reputation of each nest is independent. That is to say, the dinosaur ant who gives ant fat to which ant nest will establish the credibility of which ant nest. But in this game, Xu Yuan feels that all ant nests should be interoperable, because the ant's revenge is opened, not against the one ant nest that was attacked by HOIY. Rather, all the nests have sent out dinosaurs. From this, it can be judged that in this game, all ant nests are related and interconnected. Therefore, reputation value should also be interchangeable. It's just that the reputation value may be higher to achieve a neutral state. But ant fat is such a thing, you must kill the dinosaur ant to obtain. Therefore, it is still necessary to find a way to brush ant fat in batches. With ant fat, after reaching a neutral state, it is very simple for Xu Yuan to get the first kill of those dinosaurs. Everyone in Dream heard Xu Yuan say that there was a way, but they sold Guanzi, and although their eyes were covered by blindfolds, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. However, hearing Xu Yuan say that there was a way to deal with the four of them was also relieved. When Xu Yuan was chatting with Dream and them here, his hands were not idle, and he kept attacking the snake-haired banshee. The snake-haired banshee's HP soon only had 100 left. 10% bloodline, also berserk line. Seeing this, Xu Yuan put a shield on himself without saying a word. Xu Yuan's side had just finished putting on his shield, and was about to remind the four of Dream to let them also prepare. I only heard the snake-haired banshee suddenly let out a piercing roar. The whole sound is like 10 nails sliding on the glass all the time. After hearing this sound, Dream and his group all seemed to be crazy and began to undo their blindfolds. Bad, Sap, and Geo all undid their blindfolds, glaring at the snake-haired banshee and began to look at each other. In just a second, the three were immediately petrified. Dream was also raising his hand to undo the blindfold. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was surprised. He didn't have time to think about it, and immediately shot an arrow towards the snake-haired banshee. At this time, the snake-haired banshee still had 30 HP left, and it continued to roar. Xu Yuan was not controlled by the snake-haired banshee due to the roll of the shield, but the shield around Xu Yuan quickly broke with the snake-haired banshee's roar. If all the shields are broken, then Xu Yuan will also be controlled and petrified. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately pulled his bow and made up for the snake-haired banshee. As the snake-haired banshee fell to the ground, Dream also happened to remove the blindfold. With Dream's look of horror, the full server system announcement sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the first kill of the snake-haired banshee. At this time, the sound of the system announcement undoubtedly made players gasp for air. We were forced by these ants to lose our home. Steve is still taking the first kill. People are more popular than people. Isn't he afraid of being besieged outside? He still took the first kill of the snake-haired banshee. Oh my god, how did he escape being petrified? I accidentally broke into the temple of the snake-haired banshee before, and I glanced at the snake-haired banshee, and I was knocked out. This Steve is really strong. How long has it been since he killed the Cyclops, and then he killed the snake-haired banshee again? How is this Steve chopping these monsters the same as chopping zombies? I heard that Steve's first kill reward for killing the Cyclops is a legendary weapon, and I feel that this snake-haired banshee's first kill reward will not be bad. Hey, we don't even have a guarantee of life, and people's legendary weapons are going to be wholesale. As soon as Steve came, I felt that the overall process on our side had accelerated. He came here for these first kills. In a few days, the dragon's first kill will be there. At this time, the players naturally felt the huge difference between them and Xu Yuan. Their current living environment is not good, and they can't go out at all, but Xu Yuan has not been affected in the slightest, and the first killing is non-stop. At this time, I was shocked to see the GAM of the full server system message. Xu Yuan was still chatting with him about the transaction more than 10 minutes ago, and he directly took the first kill of the snake-haired banshee at this time. Could it be that a snake-haired banshee Xu Yuan only needed more than 10 minutes to take it? Or did Xu Yuan reply to himself while dealing with the snake-haired banshee before? Either of these two possibilities is terrifying. Originally, GAM was still a little hostile to Xu Yuan. After all, it was Xu Yuan who exposed him. But at present, seeing Xu Yuan's strength, GAM was a little hesitant. From the time Xu Yuan so readily agreed to buy the treasure drawing fragments with more than 50 diamond sets and 100,000 gold coins, GAM knew Xu Yuan's financial strength. Xu Yuan's financial strength is probably not able to catch up with the top 10 guilds in Europe combined. And Xu Yuan's technology is already known from the match with Dream and the speed of getting the first kill. Whether it is PvP or PvE, it is a strong existence. Whether it is financial resources or technology, Xu Yuan is top-notch. If Xu Yuan continues to develop in the European region, then the Block People Guild will definitely hold the throne of the first guild in the European region. By then, GAM, their situation will definitely not be as good as it is now. It seems that we have to find a way to form an alliance. GAM naturally does not have a tendon, and since he traded with Xu Yuan, he has chosen to focus on the development of the guild. Therefore, GAM should only be able to get out of its current predicament by allying with the Block People at present. But Xu Yuan's personal strength is so strong, it seems that he does not need the power of the guild at all. When GAM thought of this, he couldn't help but have a headache. He also couldn't think of a reason why Xu Yuan would ally with them, so the opportunity to form an alliance could only be considered slowly. Fortunately, at present, he and Xu Yuan are related because of the treasure drawing fragments. After Xu Yuan killed the snake-haired banshee here, he immediately removed the blindfold and looked at Dream. At this time, Dream was still a little stunned. But fortunately, Xu Yuan killed the snake-haired banshee in time, and Dream survived. This snake-haired banshee can actually control people. Dream only reacted from the fear he had just felt for a long time. Seeing this, Xu Yuan also shrugged his shoulders. After all, it's Medusa, and the cards still have to be there. The prototype of the snake-haired banshee is Medusa, which is still very powerful, so it is certainly impossible to be killed so simply. I have to say that the snake-haired banshee is indeed very powerful. The last fury, if Xu Yuan hadn't had a shield to block it, the whole army would have been destroyed. Many times, Xu Yuan was saved by the shield. The shield scepter is truly an artifact. Dream looked at the petrified Bad, Sap, and Geo and sighed. They then destroyed their petrified statues with manuscripts. When Dream destroyed Geo's statue, he was stunned when he saw that there was nothing else on the ground except for some stones. Isn't it? If you die, you will drop everything on your backpack. After being petrified by the snake-haired banshee, Dream didn't see them drop things, so he thought about destroying the statue with a trial and picking up the drops. But I didn't expect that nothing would fall. He immediately contacted Geo, and after learning that everything on Geo was gone, the whole person was stunned. Even Xu Yuan was surprised by this mechanism. In this way, the strength of the snake-haired banshee is too strong. After being killed by other monsters, you can at least run over to pick up the corpse, or your teammates can help pick it up. After this was petrified by the snake-haired banshee, there was nothing directly. At this time, Dream was very frustrated. Bad, the equipment on them was hard work of 4 people. This time back to before liberation. Seeing this, Xu Yuan patted Dream's shoulder and comforted. It's okay, I'll go back and get you a new set when the time comes. Dream smiled again. You said that? Don't let Rippy. After Xu Yuan nodded, he opened his backpack and checked the snake-haired banshee's first kill reward. 500 gold, 1 title deed. There is also a legendary weapon, the head of the snake-haired banshee. After Xu Yuan saw the head of the snake-haired banshee in his backpack, he immediately checked its attributes. Snake banshee's head legendary weapon. When used, the charge will immediately and permanently petrify the target in front of it, and almost all living things will not be spared. Number of uses remaining, 3. It can be charged with the fangs of the snake-haired banshee. After Xu Yuan saw the attributes of this snake-haired banshee's head, his eyes immediately lit up. In the original MC, the snake-haired banshee has only 1 drop, and that is the snake-haired banshee's head. And the head of this extremely powerful snake-haired banshee is disposable. So this snake-haired banshee head is basically used for emergency situations. For example, if you encounter any powerful monster, you can take it out and use it. And the head that was rewarded by Xu Yuan for the first kill can be charged. And it should be the same as the shield scepter, which can be used 3 times on a single charge. In this way, it is not a disposable item. Don't use it carelessly. However, the head of this snake-haired banshee, Xu Yuan basically will not use it on PvE, because petrified monsters don't have any drops. So for PvE, this head is of little use. But it works well for PvP, because in this game, the mechanics of the snake-haired banshee have changed. Petrified player drops will disappear completely, even if the stone statue is broken. It is because of this mechanism that the head of the snake-haired banshee has become a PvP artifact. In the future, if anyone provokes Xu Yuan, then he will definitely not end well. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan put away the snake-haired banshee's head, and then looked at the snake-haired banshee's drops. Only the fangs of a snake-haired banshee. Although the snake-haired banshee burst into fangs for Xu Yuan felt that the explosion rate of the snake-haired banshee's fangs was definitely not high. Because Xu Yuan was the first to kill, it would burst out. After all, the head of this snake-haired banshee is too powerful. If the rate of poisonous fangs is high, then it will be worth it. After Xu Yuan put away the snake-haired banshee's fangs, he said to Dream, "Let's go back first." Originally, Xu Yuan planned to kill the Hydra after beating the snake-haired banshee. But for now, it seems that it can only be considered in the long run. After all, listening to the players, now the dinosaur ants in the wild are rampant. If they are really besieged, it is still very dangerous. Originally, the Hydra was a relatively difficult monster, and if he encountered the trap of the dinosaur ant again, even Xu Yuan would have a hard time guaranteeing that he would survive. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Dream nodded. Well, good. When the two walked outside the temple, they saw that outside the temple, many dinosaur ants were transporting various foods in an orderly manner. Another thing that Xu Yuan was more curious about was that these dinosaur ants were actually acting around the temple of the snake-haired banshee. After Xu Yuan and them came out, many dinosaurs also found Xu Yuan and them. These dinosaur ants immediately squeaked. It was obvious that these dinosaurs wanted to rush up and attack Xu Yuan and Dream. But they seemed to be afraid of the things in the temple and did not dare to step over. Seeing this, Dream was immediately surprised. These ants are actually afraid of snake-haired banshees. The keen Dream naturally also saw the ants' jealousy. Xu Yuan heard Dream's words and smiled. The snake-haired banshee is really not easy to mess with. After all, she can petrify any creature, even the dragon race. These ants naturally have to be feared. In fact, if you think about it, you can understand that the top of the biological chain is not necessarily the dragon family. Although the snake-haired banshee only has this one powerful skill, one skill goes all over the world. The other monsters really weren't her opponents. Seeing this, Dream frowned and said, "It seems that we can't get out at the moment, and they won't leave for a while." At present, because of the snake-haired banshee temple, these dinosaur ant laborers did not attack Xu Yuan and them. If Xu Yuan and them stepped out of the confines of the temple, then these dinosaur ants would definitely rise up and attack. After all, they were ordered to kill all human players. Seeing this, Xu Yuan thought for a moment. Then he took out the head of the snake-haired banshee in his backpack. Xu Yuan took out the head of the snake-haired banshee, and saw that those dire ant laborers suddenly took several steps back. Seeing this, Xu Yuan looked at Dream and patted the head of the snake-haired banshee on his hand. "We have bodyguards. Since the fear ants are afraid of the snake-haired banshee, they will naturally also be afraid of her head. The snake-haired banshee is different from other creatures. Even if she cuts off her head, she still has some magical powers. Seeing this, Dream finally breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that I would have to let her protect. Xu Yuan held the head of the snake-haired banshee and stepped out of the scope of the temple. At this time, all the dinosaur ant laborers in front of him gave up their positions. It seems that they are indeed very afraid of snake-haired banshees. Xu Yuan saw that the dinosaur ant did not attack him, so he said to Dream, "Let's go, solve the problem of these ants first." With the protection of the snake-haired banshee leader, these dinosaur ants did not dare to approach Xu Yuan and Dream at all. After more than half an hour of travel, Xu Yuan and Dream soon arrived near the Cube People Guild. Although he is almost in the main city, Dream still has some palpitations. This ant's revenge is too terrifying, right? From the Snake Banshee Temple to the main city, Xu Yuan and Dream didn't even see a single player along the way. Rather, those dinosaur ants are everywhere, and they have taken over the wild. They scavenged for food, and Xu Yuan and Dream even saw several groups of dinosaurs trying to snatch the dragon's treasure. As a result, they were all sprayed to death by a dragon breath. At this time, the wild can be described as unable to set foot. If Xu Yuan didn't have the head of the snake-haired banshee, he would definitely be fierce when he came out. It can be said that the dinosaur ants have occupied the area belonging to the players, and there is a smell of noisy dominance. This revenge of the ants has indeed had a significant impact on the European region. Xu Yuan thought of this and nodded. It's really a big impact. At the moment all players can't go out, and productivity has dropped a lot. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Dream nodded and said, "I've heard from friends that online rates have dropped by 30% across Europe. It's inevitable. Many scattered players can't go out, and they don't know what to do on the game, so they simply don't go on." The opening of this system can be described as a chain reaction. The 30% drop in the online rate in the European region still has a great impact on the overall European environment. Naturally, the influence on the official is also great. In fact, the opening of this system cannot be blamed on HOIY. If you want to talk about responsibility, Xu Yuan's responsibility is definitely greater than HOIY's. First of all, the dragon system was opened because Xu Yuan killed the Ender Dragon. In fact, according to the original progress of the game, it is still necessary to kill the Ender Dragon in the middle of the game, or even late in the game. At this time, the development of the European region must also keep up. Although there is no such thing as the Twilight Forest mod here, there is definitely a fully enchanted diamond set. If you turn on the dragon system at this time, it will be much better. The ant system is the same. If the players in Europe are now all enchanted with diamond sets, isn't it simple to deal with these ants? And it was precisely because Xu Yuan killed the Ender Dragon so early that this balance was broken. This led to a series of chain reactions. Therefore, Xu Yuan's responsibility for this matter is still very large. However, Xu Yuan will definitely solve this problem. At this time, the main city of the Cube People is also the same as the main city of other guilds, surrounded by players. The main city is basically full of idle players who come to take refuge. The European chapter of Cube People also adheres to the concept of being in the main city of China. Although the chapter area here is not as large as the main city, it is still open to all players. Xu Yuan and Dream just entered the main city and were discovered by the surrounding players. They all looked at Xu Yuan and Dream like ghosts. "Steve boss, Dream guy, how did you get back?" "Yes. The outside is a world of ants, you can actually come back alive. It's terrible, these two people actually came back safe after killing the snake-haired banshee? This ant was raised by Steve boss, right?" At this time, all the players were extremely surprised. After all, they knew the situation outside. They never expected that Xu Yuan and Dream would actually come back alive and unharmed from such a bad situation. Seeing this, the players immediately crowded over. "Boss Steve, is there any way to deal with dinosaurs? I heard that you have exploded a legendary weapon, can you deal with dinosaurs? Big guy, is there a way to subdue these ants? We really can't survive. The big guy has even killed the Cyclops and the snake-haired banshee, it should be no problem to deal with these ants, right?" When the players saw Xu Yuan and Dream return safely, they all put their hopes in the two of them. After all, in terms of technology, the strongest in the European region are Xu Yuan and Dream. Xu Yuan and Dream originally wanted to enter the guild, but they were stunned by these players and couldn't move. Seeing this, Xu Yuan signaled the players to be quiet, and then said to everyone, "Don't worry, I already have a way to deal with ants. But the number of ants is too much, I have to take this method slowly. Everyone let us in first, I can promise you, at most a week, I will give you a perfect answer." The players surrounding Xu Yuan and Dream were originally because of Xu Yuan's strength. Everyone did not have much hope. After all, the number of dinosaurs outside is still very large. But the players never expected that Xu Yuan actually said that there was already a plan, and also said that he could give everyone a perfect answer in a week. At this time, the mood of the players is simply like pie in the sky. After all, everyone said it so casually, but they didn't expect that Xu Yuan really had a way to solve the current dilemma. "Steve guy, is what you said true? I heard you right. Steve said he already had a solution? I believe that Steve, with his strength, will definitely be able to give us a perfect answer. Oh my god, long live Steve." At the beginning, some people saw that Steve was a Chinese and xenophobic, but I didn't expect that there was a problem here, but Steve tried to save us. Yes. Steve Boss can completely care. Anyway, these ants don't seem to affect him to take those first kills. Brother Steve, if there is anything that needs us, just say, we will do our best to help you. We can't help anything else, we can still do something. Xu Yuan's actions can be said to have moved the players' hearts. In their opinion, Xu Yuan, as an outsider, didn't care about this mess at all. Anyway, he won't live here permanently, just go back to Huaxia after taking the first kill. But Xu Yuan still resisted this matter alone. Xu Yuan's move undoubtedly bought many people's hearts. Now these players are willing to help Xu Yuan. And this scene can be said to be a strong contrast with the scene before the previous Gamer Guild. Gam was trying to take advantage of the players, but it was debunked. And now, the players all spontaneously want to help Xu Yuan. Although it is the same thing, the attitude given by the players is completely different from the position they are in. I just don't know how these players will feel after knowing that the treasure map fragments eventually fell into Xu Yuan's hands. However, it is impossible for Xu Yuan to let them know. Xu Yuan was still very moved to hear that all the players wanted to contribute. He smiled and said to the players, "Thank you all for your kindness, I understand. It's too dangerous to go out, everyone just stay in the main city." Xu Yuan will definitely not let the players stir in. After the first Xu Yuan has the head of the snake-haired banshee, it is still safe outside, so there is no need for players to act as substitute ghosts. Second, Xu Yuan must have gone out to make a device to brush dinosaur ants, so he would definitely not let others know. When the players heard this, they were all moved. They also didn't say anything more, and they all made way for Xu Yuan and Dream. Xu Yuan and Dream finally came to the guild hall. As soon as Xu Yuan sat down, Ken came over. What Xu Yuan said to the players just now, Ken also heard it. "Can you solve this ant revenge system?" Although Ken knows Xu Yuan's strength, this ant revenge system is a big system. It's not like a copy or something. It's easier said than done to solve a whole system. Seeing this, Xu Yuan nodded. Well, there is a way to solve it. When Ken heard this, he no longer asked Xu Yuan what method he used, but just said, "It should be troublesome, right? If I want to say, why do you have to go to this muddy water? Anyway, you won't be affected by ants if you take the first kill outside." Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. "You haven't known after so long." When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was slightly surprised. "Well, what's the reason?" Xu Yuan nodded and explained. "Only 1/5 of the fragments of the treasure drawings previously traded with Gam, and the remaining 4 pieces are on the Dire Ant Sergeant, the Dire Ant Scout, the Dire Ant Royal Clan, and the Dire Ant Empress. If you want to kill these dinosaurs, there is absolutely no drama in Hard Gang, you can only outwit them. It just so happens that this outwitting should also be a system that can solve this ant's revenge. So, Shunshui people, why not? Moreover, this system displaces players, which is also in line with the previous Huaxia Monster Siege system. If you can solve this puzzle, the reward may be better than the Monster Siege." In fact, Xu Yuan said that to solve the problem, he actually considered his own interests. Xu Yuan's analysis is not unreasonable. This time it is the Ants Revenge system, which is actually very similar to the Monster Siege in Huaxia at that time. It's all about making the players' living environment harsh. But the monsters attacked the city for a while, and after the monsters captured the city, they would not wander around, but would only stay in the captured city. This will also solve them. And this Ants Revenge system is much more difficult than the Monster Siege. This system directly makes it impossible for players to survive. Moreover, if you want to solve this system, in addition to annihilating all the ants, you can only rely on establishing a neutral relationship with them. And these 2 breakthrough points are difficult. The fact that all ants are annihilated in the first place is theoretically not valid. After all, the Empress will always breed after the system is turned on. And the base of ants on the entire map is too large to be annihilated altogether. And establishing a neutral relationship is actually very difficult. First of all, the player needs to discover this mechanic, and then the player has to kill enough dinosaurs to increase their reputation. It is already difficult to find the mechanism, let alone kill so many dinosaur ants. Therefore, the difficulty of this task is definitely much more difficult than that of Monster Siege. The Monster Siege rewarded Xu Yuan with simulated space. The role of simulated space is naturally needless to say. So many redstone installations and buildings in the main city are due to the simulation of space. It is also a credit to being able to get the Bright Moon owner and Thowork to join the guild. Not to mention the credit for winning the quest contest at the time. And the simulation space will bring more benefits to Xu Yuan in the future. Therefore, if Xu Yuan solved this ant revenge system, the reward would definitely be higher than the simulation space. The treasure drawing is higher than the reward of the simulation space. No matter what, Xu Yuan is going to solve this matter. Maybe others think this matter is a mess and think that Xu Yuan is a good person. But in Xu Yuan's opinion, this matter is a good thing for fame and fortune. After hearing Xu Yuan's analysis, Ken immediately understood what Xu Yuan meant. After thinking about it, he asked Xiang Xu Yuandao, "So what are you going to do? What do I need to arrange?" Xu Yuan heard this and said after thinking about it, "Well, just help me figure out what these ants like best." When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was suddenly a little stunned. "Ah, what do you like?" Xu Yuan saw that Ken did not understand, so he explained. "It's what they come out looking for the most and what they have to pick up." Ken understood when he heard this, and then nodded. Okay, I'll send someone to investigate. Seeing this, Xu Yuan said. Well, the stealth potion can be taken directly from the warehouse if you need it. Ken quickly laid things out. In fact, Xu Yuan's purpose in knowing what these ants like the most is very simple, that is, to make a device for brushing dinosaurs. This is similar to the truth of the Little Black Tower. Little Black Tower is to take advantage of Blackie's hatred of endermites to attract Little Black with endermites. And the dinosaur ant brush tower that Xu Yuan wants to make can also use what the dinosaur ant likes as bait to attract dinosaur ants. Originally, the dinosaurs in MC liked ant fat, but ant fat is a drop. It will disappear after a long time on the ground, so it must not be used as a device. After Ken arranged things, there was news in about half an hour. They seem to like the leaves. Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. Okay, I see. After figuring out what these ants like, Xu Yuan could directly use the leaves as a lure device. After Xu Yuan called Dream, the two left from behind the guild. After walking for more than half an hour, Xu Yuan selected several locations. Then the installation began. Xu Yuan is making the device, and Dream is holding the head of the snake-haired banshee on the side to prevent the dinosaurs from attacking them. In about an hour, Xu Yuan completed several devices. A few blocks higher, I'll see if the device works. After Xu Yuan and Dream were more than 10 blocks taller, they put away the head of the snake-haired banshee. As soon as the snake-haired banshee's head was put away, the dinosaur ants immediately surrounded it. However, Xu Yuan and Dream are very high, and these dinosaurs can't help Xu Yuan at all. After wandering for a while on the ground where Xu Yuan and Dream were high, they really couldn't help the temptation of the leaves in the device on the side. So they crawled like the device. And as soon as they reach the leaf, they are immediately sent down by the transmission port. Then he fell to the death table. After the burning of the magma of the execution platform, they also immediately reached the bottom of blood and fell. And the ant fat they dropped also washed into the collection device. Okay, it works. Hanging up for a few days will solve the problem. Xu Yuan's operation can be described as making Dream stupid. When Xu Yuan was tinkering with the device over there before, Dream felt that this thing should not be simple. Now after seeing the complete operation process of the entire device, I have to admire Xu Yuan. Dream only now found out that Xu Yuan seemed to know everything. When he first competed with Xu Yuan, Dream only felt that Xu Yuan's PvP was very strong. But later it was found that Xu Yuan PvE is also strong, and the reaction and adaptability are extremely fast. However, although PvP and PvE are different, they are actually connected in many aspects. So that's pretty plausible. But PvP and PvE are strong, and Xu Yuan will actually tinker with this redstone-like device. The so-called art industry has a specialty, and this sentence does not seem to have any effect on Xu Yuan. In such a short period of time, Xu Yuan gave people the feeling that he was specialized in everything. Dream can be described as very curious. Where did Xu Yuan have time to refine these things? Xu Yuan, as the leader of the guild, although he saw that many things were handed over to Ken. But Dream can also see that there are many things that Ken still can't get an idea, and Xu Yuan still needs to worry about it. Not only to worry about the operation of the guild, but also to improve your own PvP, PvE, and even redstone technology. If this were to be Dream himself, even if he could be separated, he probably wouldn't be able to do it. Dream looked at Xu Yuan with more and more admiration in his eyes at this time. He felt that Xu Yuan was the kind of person who was genius plus 99% effort. In this game, I'm afraid no one can surpass Xu Yuan. At this time, Dream couldn't help but be glad that his choice to join the Cube people was the right one. He had only followed Xu Yuan for so long, and he had already learned so much. And this knowledge cannot be learned anywhere else. From now on, you will be my target. Dream made a vow in his heart. At this time, Xu Yuan saw Dream looking at him with adoration, and suddenly asked with some doubts, "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Dream quickly looked away and touched his head awkwardly. "Didn't. It's okay." Seeing this, Xu Yuan nodded. "Well, go back to the city, just come and collect things once a day." The collection device of these devices, Xu Yuan, is very sufficient. Basically each device has more than 10 boxes to collect. So it's good to come once a day. With these devices, the reputation value will definitely brush up very quickly. After Xu Yuan and Dream returned to the main city, it didn't take long for Ken to find Xu Yuan. "The device is ready." Xu Yuan nodded. "Well, it's done. Now you just need to go and collect ant fat every day." Ken nodded when he heard this, and then continued. "The simulation space competition you asked me to prepare before is almost ready. I was still thinking about when the competition would start, but I didn't think that I would directly encounter the revenge of ants here. It's just when the players are idle, and it's a good time to hold a tournament." Ken didn't say that Xu Yuan forgot a little. As Ken said, now is indeed a good time to hold a contest. Now players are trapped in the main city, there is nowhere to go, and many players do not want to play the game. So a lot of players just hang out and chat about the game every day. During this time, players can't develop. If a competition is held right now, let's not talk about the reward for winning the competition. Just to pass the time, it already meets the needs of players. Besides, there will be corresponding rewards for winning the game, so players will definitely be happy to participate. Xu Yuan thought of this and immediately began to plan. Well, yes, now is indeed a good time. In this way, the game is divided into 2 games. It's 4v4 and 1v4, respectively. Ken heard Xu Yuan's words and asked with some doubt. Just these 2 sessions. Ken thought that there would definitely be something like 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, but he didn't expect that Xu Yuan only prepared 2 sessions. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, 1v1 is nothing to compare, just like players usually compete. Otherwise, we have limited space. The purpose of our competition is to make money, and 4v4 is the most reasonable. And I was also 4v4 with Dream before. There's also a 1v4, which is naturally for some players who want to try it out. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken also felt that it was very reasonable, so he didn't say anything more. How do I collect the ticket? Xu Yuan heard this and said after thinking about it. 4v4 tickets, 50 gold per person. A ticket for 1v4, 50 gold for 1 person on the side of 4, 200 gold for the side of 1. After all, 1v4 is equivalent to challenging the limit, so Xu Yuan will also set a very rich reward. Naturally, the entrance fee for that person must also be more expensive. And the reward at that time, if the side of 1 wins, it is that player alone to get the reward. And the side of 4 wins, that is, 4 people divide the reward equally, so the ticket of 1 is reasonably expensive. Ken heard this, nodded, and then asked, what about the reward? Xu Yuan thought about it and said, if you win 4v4, you will be rewarded with any piece of diamond equipment. If you win 1v4, you will be rewarded with any 2 pieces of diamond equipment. Xu Yuan has always been very generous on the diamond sleeve before. When cleaning up the guild personnel, Xu Yuan directly sent the whole set of diamond sets. Changing equipment for the guild elite group is also a complete set. But in this competition reward, it is a little picky. Seeing this, Ken couldn't help but be a little worried. This reward, wouldn't it be a little too little? Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, diamond equipment is already a great reward for these scattered players. Ken has been following Xu Yuan, and he was indeed affected by Xu Yuan's big hands. Ken also knows how much diamond sets are for block people, so he doesn't think diamond sets are worth much. But Ken forgot that this was in Europe. Looking at the equipment of scattered players, there are basically very few diamond equipment. After all, there are no copies open here, and if you want to get diamonds, you can only go to the mine or get them in the ruins. So the diamond equipment here is still very valuable. One person can get a piece of diamond equipment for 50 gold, although it is random, which is already very good. If you are lucky and randomly get to the breastplate, you will make a big profit. Moreover, although Xu Yuan is not short of diamonds, Xu Yuan does not want the diamond set to flood this side of Europe so quickly. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he understood. He couldn't help scratching his head and said with a wry smile, seeing how you are extravagant, I forgot how the market is. After Ken finished talking to Xu Yuan, he began to arrange the competition. Ken is still comfortable doing this kind of work. After a while, I saw that the forums on this side of Europe were full of propaganda about the competition. Steve Arena officially opened, there are many rewards, everyone is welcome to participate. Steve Arena gives you everything you want. Steve Arena Kaisela? The first 500 players can participate for free. Tens of thousands of diamond sets are waiting for everyone to collect. What if you are trapped in the main city by ants, can't go anywhere, and don't want to go offline? Steve Arena Live Room is officially launched. Each game has a rich quiz session, and there are more surprise gifts waiting for everyone. Follow XXXXXX, the game is about to start. It can be said that Ken really made a good appearance. When I see the posts on these forums, I immediately smell of it. Ken also directly linked the live broadcast room. After all, the live broadcast room can also be profitable. As soon as the news of Steve Arena was released, it immediately aroused an enthusiastic response from all players. After all, everyone is idle, basically brushing the forum. These messages were quickly seen by players. Originally, this is a consumption item, and if it appears in normal times, players will be more or less disgusted. But in the current situation, players are not only not disgusted, but excited. Dig, this arena is simply raining in time. I'm about to go offline, this arena is ready, can I go to the Cube Man Guild to get in? It's in the main city of the Cube People Guild, it's great, I can get a free spot. I heard that the winners are all bonus diamond equipment, this is too proud, right? This is invigorating the economy. Chong, ticket is only 50 gold, not expensive at all. Professional Logistics asked for. Steve Arena, come to the Technical Good, second class 2. Ready to give 200 gold to play 1v4, the live broadcast room has been opened, interested friends can come in and take a look. At this time, many players in the forum have begun to spontaneously form a team. After all, this is the only thing that can be done. And there is also a chance to get equipment, why not? At this time, the World channel is also very lively. Since the arena is located in the main city of the Cube Man Guild, players still need to travel through the wild in order to participate. But many players are afraid to act alone, so they have begun to team up on the Time channel. After all, more people are also guaranteed. Coordinates XXX, is there a nearby one who went to the main city of the Cube People Guild together? Wait for me, I'm nearby, together. I've already set up blocks in the air and gone over there. Brother, where are you? Don't waste that road. Ask for a place. Bring me, take me, I'm going to. Damn, I already knew that I would hide in the main city of Cube Man, and now the free quota is definitely gone. Go fast, it's estimated that the venue is gone. Almost all idle players participated after getting the news of the opening of Xu Yuan Arena. Some of the wealthier players are trying to get to the main city of the Cube Man Guild, and some players who don't have enough money are already squatting in the live broadcast room. After all, the arena is now the only way for everyone to entertain. I have to say that Xu Yuan's arena is currently the best time period. It is simply occupying the right time and place. Although the fee is not expensive, it cannot hold up many people. At this time, even some players from other guilds were eager to participate in the Cubeman Guild. After all, if you win, you can get diamond equipment. Naturally, many guild leaders also knew that this was definitely a good opportunity to harvest equipment. Many guilds have also tried to send players out to face gang after the Ants Revenge system is turned on. But they all suffered heavy losses, and the equipment of the guild players all exploded. For now, it seems that the only option to make up for the loss is to participate in the arena. This Ants Revenge system doesn't know how long it will last, and stagnation is definitely not a good thing. Although there was competition between the guilds before, they couldn't care about it now. Many guild leaders also let guild players rush to the Cube Man Guild. After all, players with guilds are definitely much stronger than scattered players. At this time, the main city of the Cube People Guild can be described as very lively. The main city is completely crowded. This also made Yunhai have to add blocks to the vacant area above the main city for players to settle in. At present, the arena has not been officially opened. After all, Xu Yuan needs to enter the simulation space to do some settings and arrange the venue. After all, the entire venue can accommodate more than 10 teams at a time, so the dividing line of each venue still needs to be set to avoid low-level mistakes such as crossfielding. At this time, the players waiting in the Cube Man Guild were even a little impatient. Why haven't you started yet? Didn't you say the opening? Oh, what is everyone's anxious? The venue definitely needs to be prepared. There are too many of these people, right? It's so dangerous outside. How did these people come over? I heard that some are huddles, some are in the air. It's too hard. After all, the reward is diamond equipment? Who wouldn't want? Indeed. This reward is indeed tempting. I said that the financial power of this Square People Guild is also too terrifying, right? Don't you understand? It's not the Cube People Guild's financial terror, it's Steve. SHHHH with so many people competing, how many diamond equipment must be given away at the end of the day? It feels like we're going to squeeze Steve dry. It's impossible, since Steve opened this arena, he definitely won't make the kind of low-level mistake of not being able to get a prize. 4v4 teamed up? Is there anyone? Come man, good technology, one worse. At this time, the players suddenly had the meaning of sending money on the poll. After about 10 minutes of preparation, Xu Yuan finally prepared the site of the simulation space. At that time, when Xu Yuan obtained the simulation space, he thought that he could open various copies in the simulation space to make money. Now it's finally realized, and although it's not a quest, this arena definitely makes more money than a quest. After making all the preparations, Xu Yuan came out. The arena is officially open, everyone can register here to enter the venue. Ken was well prepared long in advance. There are more than 10 people at the entrance of the simulation space, all of whom are registered players. There are more than 10 people in the simulation space, and after the players enter, they will take the players into the venue. When the players saw that they could register, they immediately rushed up. Finally good. Hurry up. Am I in the top 500 now? Front, hurry up, what are you rubbing on? At this time, the whole scene can be said to be very hot. After the players registered, they were immediately taken by the blonde girl to the door of the simulation space. Come on. Every time the girl sends a team of players to the door, she will sweetly cheer up the team of players. This is naturally also arranged by Ken. After all, there are relatively few female players in this game PvE and PvP. Therefore, it is usually difficult to see a few girls, and it took a lot of effort for these girls that Ken found. Naturally, they are also salaried, but the investment is definitely worth it. Look at the expressions on the faces of those players and you know that even if they lose, for the sake of the girl, they will be beaten again next time. This service, really in place. Where did you invite such a good-looking girl? Steve is attentive, and he will come here to consume when he makes money in the future. In fact, for many players, 50 gold is nothing. And here, there is both the opportunity to exchange 50 gold for a diamond equipment, and you can see the girl cheering herself on. Many otaku players are willing to spend this money. Even if it is not for equipment, these girls can make a lot of fun willingly pay money when they go here. I have to say that Ken's psychological analysis of otaku is still very thorough. Xu Yuan saw that the whole scene was well controlled, and he was relieved. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that the scene would be difficult to control. After all, there are too many people who want to enter the arena, and there will definitely be crowding. And when there are more people, it is easy to have disputes. However, at present, it seems that everyone is lining up in an orderly manner. As the players entered, the live broadcast room also became active. Some players who couldn't get to the main city of the Cube People Guild and some players who didn't have much money were all guarding the live broadcast room. After all, everyone has nothing else to do. Look at the operation of others, and you can learn it yourself. It's okay if you can't learn to have fun. And the live broadcast room will also open quiz activities, and it is also very cheap to participate in the quiz, as long as 5 gold. So players are also very willing to open competitions to guess. So far, the entire arena has been very successful. This arena will also be a long-term profitable project in the future. After Xu Yuan came to Europe, he felt more and more that money would never be enough to spend. In this game, I am afraid that no one can make more money than Xu Yuan. But even so, there is not enough money to spend. It can be seen from the main city on this side of Europe that Xu Yuan still needs a lot of funds if he wants the Cube People Guild to occupy a leading position in the world. Moreover, the guild on this side of Europe is already very well managed by the Sea of Clouds. At least the current ranking is in the top 10, although the main city repair is indeed not very good, but Yunhai also spent all the money on the blade. But not everyone is a Sea of Clouds, and how the presidents of the main cities in other regions are developing, you will only know when you go to see it. Anyway, Xu Yuan didn't have much hope. Hey, never enough to do. Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel that his responsibility was heavy, but that's also because his goals are big. At the beginning, Xu Yuan's goal was to turn his home into the main city of the game. Later, this plan was also realized, but it's just the main city of the game in the Huaxia region. Later, he discovered a bigger world. Xu Yuan would definitely not be able to do it, so he only had to rush forward. At present, the arena is in an orderly manner, and it takes a certain amount of time for the dire ant brush tower to accumulate ant fat. Xu Yuan has been here for so long, and he is finally free. After he opened the Friends panel, he opened the dialogue box for the Big Orange. What is the progress of the Twilight Forest? Xu Yuan has been here for a while, and he has been busy with things, and he has not asked about the situation on the elite group's side. Now that I am idle, I naturally want to find out. At this time, the Big Orange, who was studying the Ice Queen's playing method in the Twilight Forest, immediately stopped what he was doing and replied after receiving Xu Yuan's news. We've already reached the Ice Queen. Xu Yuan was still a little surprised when he saw the Big Orange. I didn't expect the Big Oranges to be so fast. But think about it, in fact, the boss behind is not difficult, and the Big Orange they are not a single brush, so it is normal to play quickly. And many people in the elite group have now used the sword to draw their swords. Drawing a sword has improved combat effectiveness a lot. In addition, Xu Yuan also told the Big Orange some strategies for clearing the maze before, and the progress will naturally be much faster without them having to explore it themselves. It's quite fast, and behind the Ice Queen is the final boss. Be ready to go again. When Xu Yuan said this, he couldn't help but think of the last him. I don't know how the Big Orange will feel when they encounter it. Although Xu Yuan knew that the Big Orange they would definitely not be able to beat him, Xu Yuan still wanted them to try it. After all, when fighting against such a powerful boss, it will inspire a lot of things. Even if it can't be beaten, it is a kind of tempering and promotion for the people of the elite group. Well, okay, we'll come on. After Xu Yuan casually chatted with the Big Orange again, he suddenly seemed to think of something and asked, how are the other players progressing now? Big Orange's progress is so fast, although other players can't compare with Big Orange, but the progress has definitely improved. After thinking about it, Big Orange replied, now the stronger players have already fought the Lich King. Now brushing Naga every day has become a daily task for many people. But the explosion rate of drawing swords is too low, and there are still a few players who draw swords. When Xu Yuan heard this, he roughly had a number in his heart. It seems that for a long time, the earnings of the Twilight Forest copy will be considerable. Xu Yuan and Big Orange chatted a few more times before closing the chat box. It wasn't long before Dream walked in. After Dream came in, he looked at Xu Yuan expectantly and asked, brother, can I also participate in this arena? Xu Yuan didn't expect Dream to come in just to ask himself about this. However, it is also understandable that Dream also learned a lot after the previous competition with Xu Yuan. He had always wanted to try what he had learned from Xu Yuan since the end of the match, but he directly joined the Cube Man Guild after the match. Then he has been killing the monster with Xu Yuan outside, and then there is the incident of Ant Revenge. So there was never a chance to implement it. Just now that he is idle, Xu Yuan has opened an arena again, and Dream definitely wants to participate. However, since this arena was opened by Xu Yuan, none of the players in the Cube Man Guild have participated yet. Dream asked Ken, and Ken couldn't make up his mind, so Dream found Xu Yuan and asked Xu Yuan's opinion. Xu Yuan thought of this, smiled, and looked at Dream. Of course you can participate, but I just don't know if anyone wants to compare with you. Dream wants to participate, and Xu Yuan must agree. Everyone knows the strength of Dream, and Dream will definitely choose the 1v4 mode for participation. Although it is 1v4, it is not easy to win Dream, so Dream may not find an opponent. Dream heard this and smiled. Brother, you don't have to worry about this. Many people have already said that they want to challenge me, and the 3 of them also want to play 1v4 with me. After the competition, Bad, Spa, and Geo naturally wanted to use the knowledge they had just learned like Dream. Just taking this opportunity, the 3 of them also want to have fun. After Xu Yuan heard this, he nodded and said, that's okay, you guys go, let Ken arrange the venue for you. Speaking of this, Xu Yuan did not forget to remind Dream. By the way, remember to turn on the live broadcast. The 3-player match between Dream and Bad is certainly the biggest attraction in so many matches. If they start, they will definitely attract a lot of players to watch. Dream saw that Xu Yuan agreed, nodded excitedly, and immediately ran out like a fart and told the three of bad the good news. The three of bad were also excited to hear the news. But there is also the problem that there is one less person. After all, it is 1v4, and there are only 3 people in bad, sap, and geo combined, so I have to find a talent. At this time, Ken on the side saw this and spontaneously signed up. Or I'll join you, too. In fact, after Ken saw the match between Xu Yuan and Dream, he was also a little excited. But I didn't have a chance to give it a try, and it happened that Dream was few of them, and Ken was busy with his own business. Just put it together. When Dream heard Ken's words, he immediately looked at Ken with a surprised expression. At first, Dream thought that Ken belonged to that kind of guild. Because many guilds have this kind of commissioner, they don't go out to fight monsters or something, they deal with all kinds of things in the guild. Unexpectedly, Ken was still interested in PvP. Hey, brother Ken, you're also interested in PvP. When Ken heard this, he smiled heartily. Why, do you look like I don't look like a strong player? If I hadn't had too many things on my hands, you hairy children might not be my opponents. In fact, Ken's technology is still there, but because there are too many things at hand, there is little time to improve his own technology. Ken's technology, if placed in the Cube People Guild, Huaxia, there is no problem in entering the first-tier elite group. It just may not be numbered. After all, there are too many talented players in the first echelon. But on the European side, Ken's technology is still top-notch. When the 4 of Dream heard this, they were all surprised. They didn't expect that Ken was actually a strong player. Okay, then brother Ken come with us. The 5 quickly settled. It happened that a team of people on the field had finished the game and vacated a field, and Ken directly arranged it. Ken is actually in the nature of cutting the queue. Originally, the players were more or less upset, but seeing that it was Dream and their match, they no longer complained. Dream God is going to 1v4. Digging, just now I still think that this game is nothing to look at, it's all rookie chickens pecking at each other, this will come to be good right away. Originally, it was a little unpleasant to cut the queue, but for the sake of the Dream God's showdown, I reluctantly accepted it. Dream, they've all learned from Steve, and they'll be very anxious then. Why doesn't Steve have fun? Steve Boss, if Steve Boss signs up, who dares to participate? Yes, if Steve is racing, isn't this a pit? It's a pity that I feel that Steve has a lot of awesome moves that he hasn't shown. That's for sure, I'll definitely leave some whole cards. Okay, the game is on. Ken and Dream soon entered the arena, and the live broadcast opened at the same time. The game between Dream and others is naturally popular with everyone. For a time, the number of online people in the live broadcast room also reached more than 5 million. Although it was not as many as when Xu Yuan was competing with Dream at that time, it was already a lot. After all, this side of Europe does not look like Huaxia, and the number of people is still not as large as Huaxia. More than 5 million people is already a lot. Many players in the live broadcast room also did not hesitate to give tips in the live broadcast room. The game soon began, and since the 3 of bad knew Dream well, they didn't get any benefit from Dream. And Dream's strength should not be underestimated. The 2 sides fought back and forth, and suddenly there was the same smell as when Xu Yuan was playing. Players are naturally very happy to watch, and once there is a wonderful operation, players will give a lot of tips. After more than 10 minutes of the game, the winner was divided. Or Dream was defeated by the siege of the 4 and lost. And in just over 10 minutes of the game, the revenue of the background of the entire live broadcast room reached more than 10,000 gold. This gain can be said to be very terrifying. Xu Yuan also saw a business opportunity. Immediately arranged for Dream to continue the game. The players who played for more than 10 minutes were naturally not addicted, and when they saw the game, the players were naturally happy. For 3 consecutive days, Dream they have participated in the competition one after another, and the players are still not tired of watching. Because every game has a lot to offer. Xu Yuan also specially arranged some plots for them, so that the program effect was also explosive. In the past 3 days, the revenue from the live broadcast room of Dream their room alone has reached more than 100,000. In the past 3 days, Dream and their hard work have generated income for Xu Yuan, and Xu Yuan is not idle. Every day, Xu Yuan would personally go to the device outside to get ant fat. In 3 days, there were already more than 10 boxes of ant fat. This amount greatly exceeded Xu Yuan's budget. Before, Xu Yuan thought that it would take almost a week to collect it, but he didn't expect that he had already collected so much in 3 days. However, this is understandable. After all, after the revenge system of ants is triggered, the dinosaur ants have multiplied in large numbers and the number has increased. Looking at so many ant fats, Xu Yuan calculated that it should be almost. Xu Yuan filled a whole backpack with these ant fats with the latent box and left the main city. After walking for a while, Xu Yuan found that the dinosaur ants in front of him were extremely dense. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately walked over. After Xu Yuan walked over, a large number of dinosaur ants immediately gathered. After the dinosaurs discovered Xu Yuan, they were preparing to attack Xu Yuan, but after seeing the head of the snake-haired banshee in Xu Yuan's hand, they all stopped. Xu Yuan saw that there were so many dinosaur ants in this area, and even a few dinosaur ant sergeants were nearby, and he was able to determine that there must be ant nests in this vicinity. He searched around for a while, and sure enough, he found an ant nest. Due to Xu Yuan's approach, the dinosaur ants sensed it early in the morning, so there have always been a large number of dinosaur ants surrounding Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan came to the ant nest, a large number of dinosaur sergeants and dinosaur scouts appeared immediately before the ant nest. But they were all the same, afraid of the snake-haired banshee's head in Xu Yuan's hand, and did not dare to attack Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan opened his backpack, took out the ant fat, and threw it on the ground on the side. After the surrounding dinosaur workers saw the ant fat, they picked it up without hesitation and carried it to the nest. Not long after the dinosaur laborers carried the ant fat in, Xu Yuan received a system prompt. Jungle dinosaur ant reputation value +5. With jungle dinosaur ants with a reputation value of 100,000, you can get the trust of jungle dinosaurs. If the reputation value of the jungle dinosaur ant reaches 500,000, you can get the permission to build the nest. If the reputation value of the jungle dire ant reaches 1 million, you can get the favor of the dire ant queen. With the reputation value of the jungle dinosaur ant reaching 100 million, you can get the sincere service of the dire ant queen. When Xu Yuan saw this system prompt, his heart suddenly accelerated. The previous few Xu Yuan naturally knew, and the latter two, the favor of the dire ant empress, and the sincerity of the dire ant empress, were not in the MC before. If the favor is over, Xu Yuan guesses that it may be the empress's treasure drawing. After all, judging from the first killing reward of the dinosaur ant laborer, the dinosaur ants have treasures. However, Xu Yuan was not sure, but what Xu Yuan could be sure of was that the empress's favor was definitely a good thing. After all, 1 million reputation points are required, and the sincerity of the dire ant empress, literally speaking, can control the dire ant empress. And as we all know, the queen of dinosaurs is able to rule all dinosaur ants. If you can control the dire ant empress, then aren't all the dire ants working for themselves? If this is the case, the establishment of a dire ant army in the future will definitely be a very terrifying combat power. Just from the revenge of ants, it can be intuitively reflected how powerful it is to have an ant army. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but get a little excited. If this goal is achieved, what else can Xu Yuan do? Even the dragon clan at the top of the food chain can be conquered with the dire ant army. Xu Yuan thought of this. He was still looking forward to it. If he could really get such a dire ant army to come, then he wouldn't have to do it himself in the future. However, it is not known whether the monsters killed by the dinosaur ants belong to the dominators. But thinking about it, this reputation value really made Xu Yuan a little daunted. 100 million reputation value? Even if Xu Yuan can brush the dinosaur ants in batches, it is estimated that it will take some days to reach a reputation value of 100 million. And it is not known whether the number of dinosaur ants is so large. Although the dire ant queen can always reproduce, it is naturally not brushed fast. After all, dinosaur ants hatch through dinosaur eggs, and hatching also takes a lot of time. So for now, let's let the dinosaurs become neutral first. At that time, you can control the ant nest, and you can control the reproduction of the dire ant queen. Since the dinosaur ants can only collect ant fat one by one, Xu Yuan can only throw the ant fat to the dinosaurs one by one. A whole backpack of ant fat, Xu Yuan lost it for more than 2 hours, and he hadn't finished losing it. Xu Yuan kept throwing ant fat, and soon after, the system prompt finally sounded. Reputation value with jungle dinosaurs reaches 100,000. Gain the trust of dinosaurs. After Xu Yuan saw this news, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Repeating the same action, Xu Yuan's hands were numb, and he finally reached 100,000 reputation points. Xu Yuan saw that he had gained the trust of the dinosaur ants, so he put the head of the snake-haired banshee into his backpack. However, just in case, Xu Yuan immediately changed into a shield scepter and put a shield on himself first. After the snake-haired banshee's head was put away, these dinosaur ants finally dared to approach Xu Yuan. All of a sudden, they all gathered. Seeing this, Xu Yuan's nervous palms were a little sweaty. However, after these dinosaur ants gathered, they did not attack Xu Yuan, but only sniffed Xu Yuan and left. It's done. Seeing this, Xu Yuan knew that he had succeeded. At present, the dinosaur ant is already neutral to Xu Yuan. As long as Xu Yuan does not take the initiative to attack, these dinosaur ants will not attack Xu Yuan. But there was one thing that Xu Yuan couldn't figure out. Since a neutral state has been reached, why hasn't the ants' revenge system been lifted yet? Logically, this reputation value should be shared by all players. After all, this reputation value is so high, if it is not for a single player, if it is not like Xu Yuan, who knows the principle of using the principle to build the brush tower, it is impossible to get so many ant fats. But since all players share it, why is there no system prompt after Xu Yuan reaches neutrality? Do you want to establish a higher level of reputation value? When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but think of this possibility. After all, at present, Xu Yuan has only achieved neutrality, and all the ant fat is donated by Xu Yuan alone. This was not enough for the Empress to revoke the order. Maybe it is for Xu Yuan to achieve a higher degree of credibility and have a certain weight on the side of the dire ant Empress, before he can bargain with the dire ant Empress? However, what is the specific situation, Xu Yuan can only guess. Anyway, when the time comes, Xu Yuan will definitely try his best to collect ant fat. After all, the temptation of the dire ant queen's sincerity is too great. After having the trust of the dinosaur ants, Xu Yuan decided to go to the ant nest to take a look. The most important factor for Xu Yuan to gain the trust of the dinosaur ant was for the treasure drawing fragments. Only by gaining the trust of the dinosaur ants can they get close to sergeants, scouts, royalty, and even empresses. Xu Yuan carefully came to the mouth of the ant nest, and at this time, the dinosaur sergeant guarding the ant entrance and the dinosaur ant scout did not make any movement after seeing Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan then entered the dinosaur ant nest with confidence. The entire dinosaur ant nest is very dark, and there is basically no light. Xu Yuan held a torch, and after entering the ant nest, he found that the entire ant nest was huge. Along the way, there have been dinosaur ant laborers carrying various materials back and forth. It can also be seen from this that revenge is not over. Xu Yuan held a torch and walked for more than 20 minutes, and at the bottom of the entire ant nest, Xu Yuan found a huge room. This must be the queen's room. Seeing this, Xu Yuan didn't think much about it, so he stepped in. At this time, the dire ant queen is laying eggs in the room. Seeing Xu Yuan come in, he immediately became on guard. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately took a few steps back. Seeing that Xu Yuan did not continue to walk in, the dire ant empress lowered her guard. But it still looked at Xu Yuan with a vigilant face, not at all as calm as those ant laborers and sergeants just now. At this moment, some of the dinosaur royal families also flew out from nowhere. Hovering around the dire ant empress, it seemed to protect the empress. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately understood. Although Xu Yuan has gained the trust of the dinosaur ants, it is estimated that the level of this trust is still relatively low. For dinosaur ant laborers, dinosaur sergeants, and dinosaur ant scouts, Xu Yuan's reputation value is enough. But for high-level dinosaur ants such as the dire ant empress and the royal family, Xu Yuan's reputation value is definitely far from enough. Xu Yuan's reputation value can only be kept at a certain distance at most, and they will not actively attack. If Xu Yuan approached, the dire ant empress and the dire ant royal clan were estimated to attack immediately. Once the dire ant empress and the dire ant royal clan attack, the dinosaur ants of the entire ant nest will attack Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little lucky, but fortunately he had some precautions. Otherwise, if you take one more step, you may be killed. After knowing this mechanism, Xu Yuan also immediately exited the room where the dire ant empress was. Although there is no way to get the first kill of other species of dinosaurs when they come to the nest this time, it is not all for nothing. At least Xu Yuan knew the mechanism of the fear ant. At present, the entire ant's revenge system has not been shut down, which should be because the reputation value of the dire queen is not enough. It seems that we have to continue collecting ant fat. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan withdrew from the ant nest. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that he could shut down the entire system in advance, but he didn't expect that there was an accident. Xu Yuan previously promised that the players would reply to everyone in a week, but fortunately, there were still 4 days left, which was still very sufficient. The ant fat collected in 4 days can definitely reach the credibility of the right to build the nest. The ant nest is led by the dire ant queen, and since the right to build the ant nest has been reached, it is naturally trusted by the dire ant queen. After Xu Yuan exited the ant nest, he built several dire ant brush towers near the ant nest. After all, if you are next to the ant nest, the number of dinosaur ants will be more, so that the collection of ant fat will be faster. After reaching neutrality with the dinosaur ants, Xu Yuan didn't have to hold the head of the snake-haired banshee all the time. As long as you don't encounter other monsters, it's still safe. After Xu Yuan built the dire ant brush monster tower, he left. But Xu Yuan did not return to the main city, but walked for more than half an hour and came to the desert area. As soon as Xu Yuan came to the desert area, a group of desert dinosaurs attacked him. Xu Yuan was also unambiguous, and immediately picked up the head of the snake-haired banshee. Sure enough, after the desert dinosaurs saw the head of the snake-haired banshee, they all took a few steps back. In fact, Xu Yuan came to the desert to prove his conjecture. When obtaining the reputation value before, the system deliberately emphasized the reputation value of the jungle dinosaur ant, instead of the dinosaur ant reputation value. As everyone knows, although both jungle dinosaurs and desert dinosaurs are dinosaurs, they do not belong to the same family. Although they do not attack each other, their reputation values are also irrelevant. It's the same as southerners and northerners. Therefore, Xu Yuan felt that it was estimated that if he wanted to completely eliminate the revenge of the ants, he not only needed to gain the trust of the jungle dire ant empress, but also the trust of the desert dire ant empress. Sure enough, the credibility that Xu Yuan gained on the side of the jungle dinosaur ant did not work in the desert dinosaur ant. The drops of desert dinosaurs are also different from jungle dinosaurs. They drop desert ant fat. Xu Yuan tried to throw the jungle ant fat on the ground, but found that the desert dinosaur ants did not pick up these ant lipids. There is still a difference between this and MC, but it's understandable. It seems that the desert also needs to make some dire ant brush towers. Xu Yuan surveyed the terrain in the desert area, and it didn't take long to find an ant nest. So they prepared to build a monster tower near the ant nest. After Xu Yuan repaired a brush tower, he immediately raised it a little higher and put away the head of the snake-haired banshee. Seeing this, the desert dinosaur ant immediately began to dig the square left by Xu Yuan on the ground. After digging 2 blocks high, they could no longer reach Xu Yuan, but they still did not give up and kept surrounding the place where Xu Yuan was raised. and a few desert dinosaurs seemed to communicate for a while and returned directly to the nest. Xu Yuan was wondering why these dinosaur ants didn't go to the device, but found that outside the ant nest on the side, several desert dinosaur ant laborers rushed out with a few dinosaur ant royalty. The dinosaur ant royal family has wings that can fly, and after they saw Xu Yuan, they immediately fluttered their wings and flew over. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly took the head of the snake-haired banshee in his hand. Seeing this, the desert dire ant royal family was also afraid to come closer, and kept circling around. When Xu Yuan experimented with the jungle dire ants monster brushing tower before, it was actually very dangerous. These dinosaur ants still have a certain AI mechanism. If they can't attack, they will go to the nest to ask for reinforcements. Previously, it was because the leaves of the brush monster tower built by Xu Yuan were too tempting for the dinosaurs, so there was no danger. But these desert dinosaurs are obviously not cold to the leaves. But yes, there are no leaves in the desert after all. Xu Yuan thought of this and thought for a moment. Desert dinosaurs are supposed to like things in the desert. Do you like cacti? Xu Yuan thought of this, and was about to go down to find a cactus to try, when he saw a growing death worm coming out of the desert not far away. Seeing this, the desert dinosaur ants immediately abandoned Xu Yuan, and all rushed towards the death worm. Even the dire ant royal clan flew in the direction of the death worm. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately understood. The attraction of this death worm is really great. In the original MC, the relationship between the death worm and the dinosaur was hostile. These two creatures basically fight each other as soon as they meet. And the dire ant carapace weapon also causes additional damage to the death worm. Although Xu Yuan didn't know why this setting was, these two creatures were born wrongdoers. The hatred of dinosaurs for death worms seems to be much greater than the hatred of humans. Therefore, Xu Yuan only needed to get a death worm and lock it up to seduce the dinosaur ants. It's like doing Little Black Tower and using ender mites to seduce Little Blackie. But speaking of this death worm, Xu Yuan thought of something. It's about the taming of the death worm. Death worms cannot be truly tamed. But tamed dead worms can be obtained by throwing the eggs of dead worms. The eggs of dead worms are rare drops of dead worms. It is similar to an egg, and after throwing, the dead worm will grow from a very small size, and the area it generates will be patrolled within a radius of 50 meters. It cannot sit down or follow its tamers, and they do not care whether their master lives or dies when they are attacked. But they don't attack their owners or any nearby animals, only monsters in the hunting grounds. However, there is another way to command the death worm to attack. That is, holding a fishing rod in each hand and riding on the death worm. Both tamed and wild dead worms can be ridden in this way. After riding, you can safely sit on it and order it to attack. To say that the death worm is also a legendary creature. And dead worms can even grow very large. Some giant death worms are several times the size of normal body-size dead worms, and can even be more than 20 meters in length. When Xu Yuan played the Song of Ice and Fire mod before, he had only seen a huge death worm that had been close to 10 meters once. That picture, Xu Yuan still remembers. Originally, the death worm did not look good, and many people found it disgusting. Not to mention such a huge death worm. And that's still in the original MC, basically pixel quality. Not to mention that in this game, if there is a giant death worm, it must be terrifying and disgusting. However, Xu Yuan wanted to tame 1 or 2 superstar death worms and let them live below the main city. Xu Yuan thought of this and laughed unconsciously. Won't it become a monster army from now on? Thinking about it, the combat power of this death worm should not be underestimated, and Xu Yuan will definitely engage in a few giant ones in the future. And the dinosaur ant side naturally Xu Yuan will slowly gain control. At that time, if you defeat the dragon again, it will really be a monster legion. However, because death worms and dinosaurs are hostile, and death worms cannot truly tame and obey their masters. Therefore, Xu Yuan is not sure whether they will attack each other if they have the right to hold both at the same time. But it's still too early to think about this, and the 8 characters haven't been brushed aside. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan made 2 fishing rods, and then took the head of the snake-haired banshee and came down from the high platform. At this time, the dinosaur ants had no time to take care of Xu Yuan. They were fighting with the death worm. Although there is only 1 death worm and 1 team of dinosaur ants, the death worm has not fallen behind. After all, death worms are still very flexible in the sand. Desert dinosaurs, although they can also peel sand away, are far less fast than dead worms. Xu Yuan bypassed the battlefield on both sides as much as possible and began to look for traces of death worms in the desert. Xu Yuan had only walked for a few minutes when he saw that something seemed to be rapidly approaching Xu Yuan from the sand in front of him. Seeing this, Xu Yuan directly replaced the shield scepter and opened the shield. At the moment when Xu Yuan opened the shield, he saw that the death worm suddenly broke out on the sand under Xu Yuan's feet, knocking Xu Yuan into the air. Fortunately, it was the protection of the shield scepter that made Xu Yuan not harmed. Xu Yuan also happened to fall in the bunker where the death worm was topped. And just when Xu Yuan was rejoicing, at this time, the top of Xu Yuan's head was suddenly covered with several layers of sand. This is the sand that the dead worm brought with it when it was topped. As soon as Xu Yuan was covered in sand, he began to hold blood. Although Xu Yuan has a shield scepter, the shield cannot withstand the damage caused by suffocation. At this time, Xu Yuan belonged to the state of being buried by sand, and the blood was deducted because of suffocation. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately knocked off the sand above his head with his hand. Just when Xu Yuan was about to finish beating the sand, at this time, Xu Yuan's waist was suddenly entangled in a red sticky rope. Seeing this, Xu Yuan's heart sank. Oops, it's its tongue. Death worms have two main means of attack. The first and most common is tongue wrapping. The worm will shoot its retractable tongue forward to grab and injure its prey. The second rare attack was to rush straight into the air from the surrounding clearing. This knocks off those standing on them, and falling blocks can suffocate the worm's prey. The attack area expands with the size of the worm. The death worm that had just attacked Xu Yuan from below was the second attack method. Now, it's the first one. The tongue of the death worm with mucus firmly wrapped around Xu Yuan's waist, and Xu Yuan couldn't get out at all. And if it's okay on the ground, it's just causing some damage. But now Xu Yuan is in the bunker, and there is still sand covering his head. If he was constantly entangled in the tongue of the death worm, then Xu Yuan would definitely be suffocated alive. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that Xu Yuan still does not know how big this death worm that attacked him is. Because the death worm came out from under Xu Yuan's feet, Xu Yuan was thrown up without seeing it at all, and then it was covered in sand. The current situation can be described as very crisis. After the death worm wrapped its tongue around Xu Yuan, it immediately dragged it deeper into a place. In this way, Xu Yuan will definitely not be able to quickly escape the cover of sand. After dragging Xu Yuan to a deeper area, the death worm did not retract its tongue, and it did not seem to have other attack movements. The death worm seemed to be preparing to torture Xu Yuan with such a simple and crude suffocation method. Seeing this, Xu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. If the death worm only wants to kill Xu Yuan by burying it alive, it is too underestimated Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan quickly dug 2 grids of sand above his head, and then the moment the sand above fell, he inserted a torch on the sand under his feet. At this time, the sand on it did not stop falling. But when they fall, they immediately become drops, not blocks. This principle is actually very simple, that is, it uses the characteristics of sand. When the sand falls onto an incomplete block, it will return directly to the form of the dropped object. So the sand will be destroyed by torches. In this way, Xu Yuan completely lifted the dilemma of being buried alive. Now that the death worm's tricks have run out, the next step is Xu Yuan's turn. After no longer suffocating, Xu Yuan immediately took out his sword. Aiming at the tongue of the death worm is a slash. Although the tongue of the death worm was not split, it was also split a large hole. The death worm immediately withdrew its tongue in pain. Since the death worm had been shuttling through the sand, Xu Yuan did not know which direction it was. It can only be judged by hearing. After the death worm retracts its tongue, it has no next move. Xu Yuan guessed that it was always looking for the right time to carry out the next attack. If you keep hitting its tongue to attack it, when will it have to hit? But the death worm is too cunning to show up in the sand. Just when Xu Yuan was a little embarrassed, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. How did I forget this? When playing MC before, a friend taught Xu Yuan a way to easily kill death worms. That is to throw a TNT into the mouth of a death worm. The death worm will eat TNT, and in a matter of seconds the TNT will explode in the death worm's body. Right now, this method should be the fastest way to kill dead worms. Xu Yuan thought of this, and immediately began to make the ladder. Fortunately, there is still some gunpowder in the backpack, and if the sand is used, it is good to use the local material. The gunpowder on Xu Yuan's body was only enough to make 3 ladders. I don't know if it's enough. In the original MC, the amount of health of the death worm is not high, and 1 TNT is enough to blow up. But Xu Yuan doesn't know how much HP the death worm in this game is. And the body size of the dead worms is also different. It is also possible that the amount of blood of the dead worm varies depending on the body type. So there are still some uncertainties. However, TNT's damage is still very high, and it explodes in the body of a dead worm, and the amount of damage should be very objective. After Xu Yuan finished the ladder, he expanded the surrounding space with dirt. After all, sand has fluidity, and although the sand under your feet will not collapse, the top of your head will still do. If you want the death worm to eat TNT, you must have its tongue wrapped around TNT. But the target of the death worm is himself, and if he wants the Tanuki to change the prince, Xu Yuan still needs some room to operate. Not long after Xu Yuan was ready, he heard the sound of rustling sand being squeezed. At this moment, a red tongue full of mucus stuck out from the sand behind Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "Finally here." The tongue of the death worm stretched out behind Xu Yuan. Just as the death worm was about to wrap his tongue around Xu Yuan took out his sword and jumped out one by one. Then 3 ladders were quickly placed side by side where the tongue of the dead worm was entangled. When the death worm saw that the tongue was rolled into something, it immediately put it back. Subsequently, 3 TNT ladders were also brought into the mouth by the death worm. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly ate a golden apple to prevent the damage caused by the explosion. Just now, the shield has disappeared, so you can only eat golden apples to offset the damage caused by the explosion. After about 3 seconds or so, only a loud boom was heard. With this loud noise, the blocks around Xu Yuan quickly collapsed. The sand above his head also quickly covered Xu Yuan again. Xu Yuan only felt that it was falling all the time. After about a few seconds, Xu Yuan finally stopped descending. At this time, a huge blown-up space appeared in front of Xu Yuan. Since some places above this space were covered with mud, the sand did not continue to pour in. This space is obviously the last space where the death worm just stayed. Xu Yuan only stood firm, and at this time the full server system announcement sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the first kill of the death worm. At this time, when all players saw this message, they all gasped. Everyone is trapped in the main city and can only play the arena and watch the live broadcast. And Xu Yuan did not seem to be affected in the slightest, and continued to take the first kill. And it is still the first kill of the death worm that is taken? Many players have also been exposed to the death worm. The kind of small, player-beaten death worm is too flexible for players to catch. And that kind of large death worm is simply a nightmare for players. Why isn't Steve afraid of these ants? Don't ants attack Steve? Steve got out on a high platform, right? Otherwise how could he bypass the ants? How do you fight the death worm on a high platform? Steve probably has some special method. How long has Steve been here? Less than a week, right? This Cyclops, snake-haired Banshee, and death worm have all been killed first. To be precise, it should be less than 4 days. It's terrible. I feel that these monsters are no threat to Steve at all. I hope Steve can come up with some strategy after he finishes fighting. At this time, Dream and his group had just rested after the game, and they were all surprised when they saw the news. When did the boss go out? The boss is too interesting. Take the first kill and don't take us. The boss took the first kill of the death worm again? That death worm is so disgusting, and it also likes sneak attacks. I don't know how the boss killed it. At this time, after seeing this news, the guild leaders all felt a little like giving up and struggling. Before they all wanted to compete with Xu Yuan for the first kill of these monsters. But now, they don't have any idea. Now they only hope that Xu Yuan can solve this problem within a week as he said. Because there is a lesson from the first guild gamer. Killed the dinosaur ant, caused disaster, and then was beaten as the first bird. Naturally, no one dares to try new things now. After Xu Yuan saw the system message, he knew that the death worm had died. It's just that this death worm didn't let Xu Yuan see its size until it died. But judging by the scope of the explosion, the size of this dead worm is certainly not small. In fact, Xu Yuan was going to find a death worm, try to ride the death worm with 2 fishing rods, and then bring it to his device and lock it up. But I didn't expect that the plan could not catch up with the changes, and the size of this dead worm was not suitable for use on the device. So I had to kill to see if I could burst the eggs of the dead worms, and it was best to use the eggs to hatch. Although the dead worm hatched with eggs will not obey Xu Yuan, at least it will not take the initiative to attack, and its body shape is just right. Xu Yuan opened his backpack and looked at the reward for the first kill of the death worm. 500 gold coins, a title deed, and an egg of a dead worm. Xu Yuan picked up the egg of the dead worm and looked at its properties. Rare giant death worm eggs. The rare giant death worm mentioned in the legend, some people say that those dragon skeletons that fill the desert are because of it. Rare dead worms can hatch, and death worms can be made larger by feeding carrion. Rare giant death worms have a certain degree of sincerity. Sincerity can feed dead worms long tongue boost. Xu Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the introduction of this rare giant death worm egg. The rare giant death worm mentioned in the legend, some people say that those dragon skeletons that fill the desert are because of it. This comment alone is enough to prove how powerful this rare giant death worm is. Those dragon skeletons that fill the desert are all because of it. In other words, this rare giant death worm grows up, and its combat power can be comparable to that of a dragon. Although the introduction is a bit mysterious, it is not impossible. After all, the attack method of the death worm is not the kind of hard attack method. The death worm likes to sneak attack, and then let the other party suffocate. And the dragon's attack method is dragon breath. As long as the death worm hides in the sand, it can avoid the damage of the dragon's breath very well. So it's not impossible for a giant death worm to defeat a dragon. If Xu Yuan can really grow this giant death worm that big, then it is estimated that the death worm can fight with the dragon. However, it is estimated that it is not so easy to raise giant death worms, and it requires a lot of carrion. Carrion is still easy to obtain. Xu Yuan also noticed that this rare giant death worm was convincing when hatched. In other words, unlike other death worms, it should be able to obey its master. However, improving the degree of obedience requires feeding the long tongue of the dead worm. This thing is also a drop item for dead worms, but the drop rate is very low, about 2.5%. So it's still a little difficult to improve this level of sincerity. However, Xu Yuan can also use the hatred of death worms and dinosaurs to make a brush tower. But death worms are no better than dinosaurs, they come in different sizes, and it is not a simple task to make a brush tower. But that's all for later. Now the most important thing at present is to do a good job of the Desert Dire Ants Monster Tower. After Xu Yuan collected the eggs of the rare giant death worm, he searched the entire space for a while. In the depression in the middle of the space, I saw the drop of the dead worm just now. The death worm just dropped 15 death worm carapaces, 12 pieces of carrion, 3 eggs of a dead worm, and a long tongue of a dead worm. Xu Yuan saw these dropped objects and roughly estimated the size of this dead worm. Because the dead worm is a segmented worm, its drops determine the number of drops based on the segment. Generally, the carapace of a dead worm drops 0 to 2 dead worm carapaces per section. In the case of carrion, -1 to 2 pieces are dropped per section. Eggs of dead worms drop -2 to 1 per node. Why there are negative numbers? This depends on the number of nodes of the dead worm. Take the example of eggs dropped by dead worms. If the dead worm is smaller than 2 nodes, it will not drop the eggs of the dead worm. Therefore, judging by these, this death worm has at least more than 10 sections, which is also a giant death worm. Xu Yuan put away all the loot, and then returned to the place where he had made the device before. At this time, the battle on this side has also ended, and a larger number of dinosaurs have won. After the dinosaur ant won, he did not take away the spoils of the death worm, but let Xu Yuan pick up the loophole. Picked up the eggs of a dead worm. There are now 4 eggs of dead worms, and 4 devices in the desert should be enough. After Xu Yuan made other devices, he threw the eggs of the dead worm into the induction table. Soon a tiny dead worm appeared at the induction stage. The material of the induction table, Xu Yuan, uses glass, so that the death worms will not escape, and the dinosaur ants can also find the death worms. After Xu Yuan ensured that the desert dire ant brush tower could function normally, he left the desert. The harvest this time is quite rich. First of all, he gained the trust of jungle dinosaurs, and then in order to be a desert dinosaur ant brushing tower, he accidentally got the first kill of the death worm. The main thing is the egg of that rare giant death worm, which is definitely a good thing that is not inferior to the legendary weapon. The next step is to wait for the jungle dire ant brush tower to brush enough ant fat, and then go to the ant nest to exchange reputation points. However, Xu Yuan didn't have to wait in the main city like before. Now the jungle dinosaur ants are already neutral to Xu Yuan, so Xu Yuan is not afraid of encountering them and being besieged. The first kill of other monsters can naturally be arranged. After killing the snake-haired banshee before, Xu Yuan planned to take the third legendary weapon, the heart of the Hydra. This thing is equivalent to a small bloodsucker, which is still very useful. And the first kill reward will generally have better attributes than the legendary weapons in the original MC. It can be seen from the previous head of the giant one-eyed and snake-haired banshee. Xu Yuan thought of this and called the friends list to contact Dream. Let's go, continue our mission, next target, Hydra. After Dream received Xu Yuan's news, he was first stunned, and then the whole person was excited. Although Dream also likes PvP matches, being in the arena every day these days really makes Dream feel a little bored. Mainly if you play with Bat, you can't learn anything new at all. He can only reuse the tricks used by Xu Yuan all the time, so Dream feels that he can't get improved. Although bored, Dream continued to compete. Because Dream knows that today is different. Now that he was a member of the Cube People Guild, he naturally wanted to do something for the guild. And he also knows that the match between himself and Bad is what many players want to watch, which will also bring a lot of benefits to Xu Yuan. Revenue Dream has been on for now. Brother, let's go, this side of the arena. Although Dream really wanted to go, this side of the arena was also arranged by Xu Yuan before, so he still had to ask Xu Yuan's opinion. After Xu Yuan saw Dream's message, he smiled and replied, "You don't have to worry about the arena, you've been competing for 3 days, and the players are a little tired of watching. Although Dream is still popular, watching it for 3 days in a row, players will more or less lose their freshness. Naturally, the gifts in the live broadcast room are also much less. The most profitable days have passed, so it is also possible to stop. If it continues, it is estimated that some players will feel annoyed." When Dream heard Xu Yuan say this, he was also relieved. He really didn't want to go to the arena anymore. "Okay, I'm going to call them Bad. By the way, brother, is there anything you want us to prepare?" Xu Yuan saw Dream's message, thought about it, and replied, "Just bring the bow of the enchanted fire arrow." Seeing this, Dream replied to Xu Yuan and went to prepare. If it was the bow of the enchanted fire arrow, Dream and the 4 of them only had 2 in their hands. After all, enchantment books are still relatively rare, and Dream they have 2 handfuls in their hands and are already very wealthy. After the Dream 4 were ready, they walked through the crowd and came to the main city gate. Then Dream sent a message to Xu Yuan. "We were ready, at the main city gate." After Xu Yuan saw Dream's news, he quickened his steps. "Well, I'll be right there." Dream, they didn't have Xu Yuan, and they still didn't dare to go out rashly. Although the 4 Dream techniques are very good, when encountering swarms of dinosaurs, no matter how good the technology is. While waiting for Xu Yuan, the 3 of Bad chatted idly. "I didn't expect the boss to hit Hydra this time." "Yes, I didn't expect it, although we had the opportunity to study. I saw on the forum that Hydra was difficult to deal with. I heard that you have to knock off all 9 heads of the Hydra before it really dies, otherwise it can always be reborn. And it also has super resilience. It feels like it's going to be a tough fight." Although Bad and others did not have time to study Hydra, they can also know the power of Hydra through the descriptions of some players. Although Hydra's attack is not high, its strength lies in its mechanism. The 3 were discussing when they saw Xu Yuan coming from a distance. Dream only saw Xu Yuan and was about to say hello to Xu Yuan, when he saw a group of dinosaur ants behind Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Dream's heart sank. Because at this moment, Xu Yuan did not have the head of the snake-haired banshee in his hand. This group of dinosaur ants will definitely attack Xu Yuan. "Brother, be careful." At this time, when the 3 of Bad saw this, they were also terrified. "Boss, behind you? Oh my god. The boss is too careless, right? The boss is really big." Since Xu Yuan was a little far away from them, he couldn't hear what they were saying. At this time, the 4 of Dream were dancing to remind Xu Yuan that there was danger behind him. On Xu Yuan's side, he thought it was Dream and they greeted themselves excitedly. Xu Yuan also stretched out his hand to say hello to them. At this time, when the 4 dream people saw this scene, they couldn't help but cover their faces and support their foreheads. It's over. The boss didn't hear it. Even greeted us. Quick, send a message to the boss. At this time, the group of dinosaur ants was about to approach Xu Yuan, and Dream quickly edited a message and was about to send it to Xu Yuan. At this moment, a shocked scene of the other 4 appeared. I saw that after these dinosaur ants approached Xu Yuan, they did not attack Xu Yuan. Instead, as if he didn't see Xu Yuan, he bypassed Xu Yuan and walked away. Seeing this, the 4 of Dream were stunned. At this time, a few idle players at the city gate were originally ready to go to the gate to breathe, and when they saw this scene, their faces were incredulous. What is this? What do I see? These dinosaurs. Why not attack Steve? They just didn't see it. Why? I didn't quite believe Steve could solve this ant problem in a week, but now I do. Originally, Xu Yuan was unintentional, but this scene was seen by these scattered players. And these players immediately spread the good news. Just saw Steve in the wild, and the ants don't attack him? Really fake. What he said is true, I just saw. It's really true, and the ant walked past Steve. I believe it, otherwise why would Steve dare to be active outside, and he also took the first kill of the death worm, he must already have a solution. In that case, we won't be saved soon. Great, finally no longer have to be trapped in the main city and can't do anything. Steve Guy promised us that it can be solved in a week, that should be solved in a week, Steve Boss feels very reliable. Great, finally there is hope. Since the players were so dense and there was nothing to do at this time, the news spread in a short time. At this time, players in the European region seemed to have been fed a reassuring pill. After all, when Xu Yuan promised everyone at the beginning, everyone was actually a little confused in their hearts. After all, this is not a trivial matter, the ants in the entire area are dispatched, how easy is it to solve this problem? But at that time, only Xu Yuan stood up alone and promised them. And Xu Yuan is still a Chinese person. At that time, everyone was very moved, thinking that it was enough for Xu Yuan to have this heart. Everyone didn't have much hope. And many players think that Xu Yuan's solution is to clear a space for everyone to move. No one thought that Xu Yuan would solve the problem from the root. Now, the players have changed their minds. Xu Yuan has a way to keep those dinosaur ants from attacking him, then he must have thought of a solution. The release of this news also made many players start to be a little eager to try. Since the dinosaur ants don't attack Xu Yuan anymore, it means that the dinosaur ants don't attack human players either. Does it mean that everyone can go out to the wild? Many players stay in the main city every day, which can be said to be a bird, so their brains have become difficult. Thinking that Xu Yuan can, they can. So, shortly after this message was sent, many players are starting to try to get out of the main city. As a result, without exception, all the dinosaurs were sent back. After being sent back by the dinosaurs, they learned the difference between themselves and Xu Yuan. The fact that the dinosaur ant does not attack Xu Yuan does not mean that the dinosaur ant does not attack itself. However, the recklessness of these players has also given many eager players some lessons from the past. All the players also dispelled the idea of going out to breathe, all waiting for Xu Yuan's reply. Xu Yuan said when they could go out, then they dared to go out with peace of mind. After Xu Yuan and Dream converged, Xu Yuan joined them to the team. Let's go to the swamp and find Hydra. Xu Yuan finished adding the Dream 4 and was about to leave, but saw the Dream 4 motionless. Seeing this, Xu Yuan suddenly said with some doubts, "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Dream touched his head awkwardly. "Brother, you borrowed the head of the snake-haired banshee for us." The 4 of Dream naturally did not feel that the fear ants also had no hatred for them, so they did not dare to go forward. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile and said, "It doesn't matter, I've teamed up with you, and I guess the dinosaurs don't have any hatred for you." In fact, Xu Yuan was not sure if this was the case, and Xu Yuan also wanted to experiment and see. If you say it bluntly, then Dream must be a little scared, so they simply don't tell Dream about them. At that time, if it really doesn't work, Xu Yuan will directly take out the head of the snake-haired banshee. Seeing this, the 4 of Dream breathed a sigh of relief, and only then dared to step out of the main city. Not long after the 4 of them walked, they encountered a group of dinosaur laborers. At this time, the 4 Dream faces all had a light and breezy expression on their faces. This also shows that they believe in Xu Yuan enough. On the contrary, Xu Yuan was a little nervous. After all, he didn't know if it would work. After approaching the Dream 4, the group of ant laborers first sniffed them. Then he left. Seeing this, Xu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his conjecture is correct, and the people who team up with him will also become neutral. At this time, Dream's group was surprised and curious when they saw this. "Boss, how did you make these dinosaurs not attack you? Even if we team up with you, even we won't attack, how the hell did you do it?" Yes, boss, tell us about it." At this point, even Dream was curious. "Yes, brother, we still need the head of the snake-haired banshee when we go out before, why don't you need anything when you go out?" Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said to the 4 of Dream, "Let's talk as you go." While Yuan and his group set off towards the swamp near the main city, Xu Yuan talked to Dream and them about credibility. Dream, too, they listened to it with great flavor. "Wow, this credibility is useful, you can actually control the Dire Ant Empress. Wouldn't it be possible to control the entire ant clan by controlling the Dire Ant Empress?" Oh my god, if this is the case, then the problem of ant revenge is indeed solved. But to control the credibility of the dire ant empress, then when do you have to save? After understanding the mechanism of dinosaur ants, the four people are full of expectations for the future, because they knew that Xu Yuan would definitely be able to control the reputation of the dire ant empress. At that time, the cube people will have a dire ant army? Just thinking about it is exciting enough. Everyone walked for more than half an hour before they finally came to the swamp closest to the main city. After coming to the swamp, Xu Yuan put the four of Dream on guard. After everyone searched for a while in the swamp, they saw the sound and shadow of the Hydra. A blue-green Hydra is parked next to a pool, seemingly foraging. At this time, the distance between Xu Yuan and Hydra was about 40 blocks. Xu Yuan originally thought that it should be safe, but he didn't expect that Hydra would immediately find Xu Yuan and everyone. After the Hydra found Xu Yuan and them, he immediately spat the snake apricot towards this side, twisting the snake's body and swimming over. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately beckoned Deem and several people to retreat. Quick, back off. It's not that Xu Yuan is afraid of Hydra, it's just that the area where they are currently is full of small pools. If a war breaks out here, Hydra is absolutely invincible. When they heard Xu Yuan's words, they didn't dare to be vague, so they all retreated a little. Hydra quickly approached Xu Yuan and the others. At this time, Xu Yuan saw clearly the number of heads this Hydra currently possessed. At present, this Hydra has 5 heads, and it seems that someone challenged it before, and 2 heads grew after being broken by 1 head. Xu Yuan looked at the amount of blood of the Hydra. That's 2,000. It can be said that this Hydra is simply a nightmare for those who do not know its mechanism. If players who don't know the Hydra mechanic come to fight Hydra, it is estimated that they will not only focus on hitting its head, and if you only hit the body of the Hydra, the amount of more than 2,000 blood, after falling to 6 o'clock, the Hydra will lock blood. Because Hydra lives because of its head. If its head is still there, it will continue to live. So it's equivalent to not killing the head, and the 1994 points of blood are all beaten in vain. Conversely, if the head of the Hydra is completely gone, no matter how much blood remains, the Hydra will die. However, players who have not hit Hydra are usually hit on the head inadvertently. If you don't know how to restrain the Hydra with flames, the Hydra will immediately respawn 2 heads. Therefore, people who do not know this mechanism, hit Hydra, the head will be hit more and more. Therefore, this Hydra with a blood volume of 2,000 is simply a nightmare for pioneers. However, for Xu Yuan, there is no challenge. Seeing this, Xu Yuan said to the four of Dream, "You guys go to the back, where there is no water, and come out in a fence." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he took out 3 bows and shot an arrow at one of the heads of the Hydra. Hydra's hatred was immediately attracted by Xu Yuan. After approaching Xu Yuan, a mouthful of venom sprayed over. Hydra attacks in 2 ways. One is the melee bite, and the other is the breath of the Hydra, that is, venom. Its breath can radiate to a large area of fan-shaped area ahead. After being hit by Hydra's breath, you will get the effect of poisoning 4 for 5 seconds. Just lift it with milk. One of the more interesting points is that although the Hydra has many heads, it can only attack 1 target at a time. And it's also not as fancy as the Hydra in the Twilight Forest, where each head attacks differently. When Xu Yuan saw the Hydra spraying poison, he immediately used his sword to jump back to avoid its breath. Then he led Hydra towards the fence they had erected. "Ready? It's coming." Xu Yuan greeted Dream while leading Hydra. Dream's side also did not drop the chain, circled a large place. They saw Xu Yuan running over, they all dodged to the side. Xu Yuan ran quickly and led the Hydra into the fence. Seeing this, Dream immediately filled the opening of the fence. The entire Hydra was thus trapped by Xu Yuan and them. After Xu Yuan saw Dream complete the remaining fence, he immediately came to the fence and put a wool carpet on the fence. Then he tumbled out of the fence. Seeing the tightly enclosed Hydra in front of him, Xu Yuan smiled at the four of Dream. "Meet on the cutting board, let's fight." Xu Yuan is not exaggerating at all when he says this. After Hydra is confined, there is no way to run. Now you just need to keep a certain distance from it and keep attacking its head with arrows with fire arrows. And Dream, this place in their circle is without water, so Hydra can't get rid of the fire on his body to achieve the effect of returning blood. When the four of Dream heard Xu Yuan say this, they were all confused. "That's all right. I thought how powerful Hydra was, this was trapped and hit casually. It feels simpler than any monster we've fought before." The four of Dream felt that Hydra was simple because of Xu Yuan. After discovering Hydra, although ordinary players can think of ways to circle and fight, they do not know that Hydra can only be conquered with flames. Therefore, even if it is circled, it will not grind the Hydra. Also, Hydra lives in a swamp with water everywhere, and other players don't know to avoid it. Therefore, this Hydra was so easy to deal with entirely because Xu Yuan knew how to deal with it. "Okay, just take a bow with a fire arrow and attack it. Remember, aim for the head." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he found a safe position and began to attack Hydra with a 3-shot bow. Seeing this, the four of Dream also took bows and began to attack Hydra's head. Although the Dream 4 only have 2 fire arrows, they are actually enough. With Xu Yuan and Dream's attack, Hydra's head soon fell off by 2. Since the Hydra was always on fire, its head did not regrow. Another few minutes passed, and Hydra's head was knocked off 2 more. Now only 1 head survives in the entire Hydra. Seeing this, Xu Yuan put a shield on himself, and then said to Dream, "Go farther. Hydra still has one head left, and it is estimated that it will go berserk immediately. It's better to be careful." The fury of the Cyclops and snake-haired Banshee before still made Xu Yuan have a long memory. After the Hydra still had one head left, Xu Yuan continued to attack the only remaining head. Xu Yuan was already ready for its fury, who knew that after a few arrows went down, the Hydra did not go berserk, but died directly. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was surprised. "I didn't expect this Hydra to be so faceless, not even fury?" But in fact, if you think about it, you can understand that the difficulty of Hydra is already difficult for players who do not know its mechanics. If you add a berserk mechanism, it is estimated that no one can kill it. After Xu Yuan saw the Hydra die, he did not approach the Hydra. He is waiting for the full server system announcement. People who have played many games know that there are several types of rage. One is 10% bloodline, and then amplify the move. There is also a corpse explosion. What Xu Yuan was afraid of was that the Hydra was not furious but corpse. Sure enough, after about half a minute or so, he found that Hydra's body was constantly expanding. Seeing this, Xu Yuan hurriedly took a few steps back. Only a loud boom was heard, and the corpse of the Hydra exploded entirely. A thick poisonous cloud ensued. Xu Yuan didn't have time to react, so he came into contact with the poisonous cloud. At the moment of contact with the poisonous cloud, Xu Yuan's blood volume began to fall at 2:2 o'clock. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly drank a bucket of milk. It turned out to be no work, because the poison cloud at this time is not buff damage, but the kind similar to splash damage. So drinking milk has no effect. The only way is to avoid these poisonous clouds. "You guys run far." Seeing that the poisonous cloud spread to Dream and them, Xu Yuan quickly yelled at Dream and them. Seeing this, the four of Dream were also unambiguous, pulled their legs and ran. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, started digging down from the ground, and then put a bucket of water on the place where he dug down. The reason for releasing water is also Xu Yuan's guess. Because this poisonous cloud is cloud-like, Xu Yuan estimates that it cannot penetrate water. Sure enough, Xu Yuan's conjecture was correct. After Xu Yuan went into the water, the amount of blood stopped. Xu Yuan quickly ate something underwater and recovered his blood volume. After about a few seconds, Xu Yuan saw that the poisonous mist on the surface of the water slowly dispersed, and then floated up from the water. Xu Yuan was shocked when he saw the corpse of the Hydra that had been blown to pieces in front of him. The difficulty of this Hydra is also too high, there is actually a corpse explosion. But fortunately, Xu Yuan has some precautions, and it can be regarded as a thrill. Dream, when they saw the fog recede, they all ran from a distance. "Thank you Hydra for letting me regain the feeling of running poison at that time. This poison is so powerful, milk can't solve it, and the spread area is so large. Fortunately, there is no danger. Boss, are you alright?" Seeing this, Xu Yuan shook his head and smiled. "It's okay, this fog can be isolated by water, and next time I will know how to prevent it." With the death of Hydra, the all-server system announcement also sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the first kill of Hydra. The announcement of the full server system attracted heated discussions among players. Steve is really in a hurry. That's too fast, right? This big guy is really different from ordinary people. Hey, I only hope that Steve can solve the problem quickly. Every day in the main city, even if there is an arena, he is about to die. I feel like Steve can take all the first kills of these new monsters these days. I also feel it's only been 3 days, and I took 4 or 5 first kills, right? Steve must already have a lot of good things in his hands. Envy. I guess they are all legendary weapons, right? Wasn't it said that killing a Cyclops would explode before? I feel that in the future, on the European side, the Cube People Guild should be the first guild. If Steve can solve this Ant's revenge, then the Cube People are definitely the first guild here. If Steve can really solve this problem, then he definitely has a lot of fans. Most of the players were shocked, and then they all admired Xu Yuan. But there are some narrow-minded players, they can't go out by themselves, but seeing that Xu Yuan has been taking the first kill, they are all very sour. Did Steve do it on purpose, trapping us here, saying it's going to take 7 days to fix the problem, and then take the first kill out there himself? I also feel, since he knew how to keep the ants from attacking him, why didn't he tell us? So 7 days is a pretense, just to trap us. Gee, it turns out that like Gam, it's not a good thing. I just said why a Chinese person has to care about the affairs of our European region. It turns out that nosy is false, and it is true to take the first kill. These players are naturally hungry for the first kill reward that Xu Yuan gets, so it is estimated that they are fanning the flames over there. However, the eyes of the masses were bright, and as soon as these remarks came out, they were stunned back by the players who understood the matter. Ouch, even if there is no revenge from this ant, you will take the first kill. I laughed. Did he tie you up or what? You can go out if you want. Steve Boss's purpose was very clear at the beginning, that is, to come and take the first kill. Is there any ant revenge? People still take it, and still need to trap you? When we were driven to the main city by ants, Steve got the first kill of the snake-haired Banshee and returned unharmed, indicating that people already knew the way to deal with ants at that time. He could ignore us, he still took the first kill. Why bother to go to this muddy water? Yes, some trolls are really brainless squirts, really convinced, and Steve is trying to trap us. Brains are a good thing, you don't have to donate to other people in need. After these people were intimidated by the masses, they naturally did not speak up again. People like them just can't see others well, and their paranoia is too serious, and they feel that everyone wants to harm themselves. Xu Yuan's side immediately opened his backpack after seeing the prompt of the full-service system. The reward coins and title deeds for the first kill are still the same. There is another thing that is the heart of the Hydra that Xu Yuan has in mind. Hydra Heart. Legendary weapon. After placing it in the shortcut bar, when the carrier is injured, different levels of health recovery effect are given according to the degree of damage of the carrier. Durability, none. After Xu Yuan saw the introduction of this Hydra's Heart, he was actually not too surprised. Because the Hydra Heart in the original MC is such an introduction. Generally speaking, the reward given for the first kill will be better than in the original MC. But I didn't expect that this Hydra's Heart was actually the same as in the original. Xu Yuan thought of this, put the Heart of Hydra in the shortcut bar, and then said to Dream. Here, open PvP, hit me. Dream saw that Xu Yuan suddenly wanted to hit him himself, and he was immediately confused. Seeing this, Xu Yuan explained. I'm going to test something, just hit me with PvP. When Dream heard Xu Yuan say this, he understood, and then nodded. Good. After Dream switched the PvP mode, he pulled his bow and shot towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan also did not evade, and directly hit Dream. After Xu Yuan was hit by the arrow, he lost 3 blocks of HP. It was at this moment that Hydra's heart played its part. I saw that the heart of the Hydra in the shortcut bar suddenly contracted. Immediately, Xu Yuan's HP volume returned to 2 blocks. Xu Yuan was surprised to see this blood volume recovery. You know, in the original MC, the blood volume of Hydra's heart is not too optimistic. But I didn't expect that the heart of this Hydra in his hand now has such a strong blood return. However, Xu Yuan still didn't know the exact blood return value of Hydra's heart, so he said to Dream. One more arrow full of bows. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Dream immediately waved his hand. Brother, where is this where I hit you? You look at your own blood volume and then look at my blood volume. Dream said and showed his blood volume. At this time, Dream's HP dropped by 3 blocks, but Xu Yuan's HP dropped by only 1 block because of Hydra. Seeing this, Xu Yuan thought it was the effect of Hydra's heart. I was surprised. Can this Hydra's heart still hurt back? Just as Xu Yuan was thinking, Dream asked with a curious look. Brother, I wanted to ask for a long time, what is the origin of your breastplate? It doesn't look like a diamond set. When Xu Yuan heard Dream's words, he reacted. It turns out that Dream was injured not because of Hydra's heart, but because of his breastplate. Xu Yuan is now wearing a blazing iron breastplate. Previously, after Xu Yuan cleared the Twilight Forest, he had enough blazing iron for a set of breastplates, so he made a breastplate. And also enchanted the fiery iron breastplate. The reason why Dream hits himself is because of the passive effect of the blazing iron breastplate, and if attacked, it will ignite the target. And other equipment is also enchanted with thorns, so Dream will be injured. Xu Yuan thought of this, smiled, and explained. This breastplate is produced by the copy of Huaxia, and the passive effect is that it can make the attack burn. When Dream heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. When Bad, Sap, and Geo heard this, they all gathered around. Wow, such a bull. This breastplate comes with a fire arrow enchantment. What kind of fire enchantment? It's a fire enchantment. This is awesome, isn't it? Is the armor value? It's not a high estimate, otherwise it's too perverted, right? Xu Yuan saw that everyone was so curious, and he didn't hide it, and directly sent out the attributes of the blazing iron breastplate. The 4 of Dream gasped after seeing the attributes of the blazing iron breastplate. Hiss. Even if there is a passive effect, the armor value and durability are higher than the diamond set. This is an absolute artifact. Oh my god. This enchantment. Full. I've always felt that my equipment is very good, and after seeing the boss's equipment, I really don't want to live. This is the top equipment. The Dream 4 are also considered to be players who have seen the world in the European region. But he was still frightened by Xu Yuan's equipment. They were also prepared in their hearts, knowing that Xu Yuan's equipment was good, but they didn't expect it to be so good. It's so good that they can't imagine it. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled at everyone. Don't envy, you'll all have it then. When the 4 of Dream heard Xu Yuan's words, they were all excited. They were also very lucky. Fortunately they chose to enter the Cube People Guild. Xu Yuan had so much equipment on his body, which they had never seen before. Only by following Xu Yuan can he open this eye. Otherwise, it is really a frog at the bottom of the well. Okay, I'll take off my breastplate, you can hit me again. After Xu Yuan took off his breastplate, he went through several rounds of tests before finally obtaining the recovery data of Hydra's heart. Basically, Hydra's reply value is at 60%. This response value is quite impressive, but Hydra's heart still has a disadvantage, that is, it does not recover at the same time as it is hurt. Instead, it needs to be calculated before replying. That is, instead of replying immediately, there will be some delay in between. But that's understandable. If it is an instant reply, and it can still reply 60%, it is too buggy. This Hydra's heart is still very convenient for long-term combat. It's not early, let's go back first. Seeing that the sky is dark, it is not convenient to stay for a long time. After all, the wild at night is still very dangerous. Xu Yuan beckoned the four of Dream to hurry back to the main city. In order to avoid causing a commotion, Xu Yuan and Dream entered the main city through the back gate of the main city. After coming to the room, Xu Yuan casually found a place to sit down. At the end of the day, Xu Yuan was indeed tired enough. I went out in the morning and only stopped now. However, I finally got my hands on the 3 legendary weapons that fell by dropping. Xu Yuan was also a lot relieved. Next up are some legendary weapons that are synthesized. In the Song of Ice and Fire mod, there are still many legendary weapons. The giant one-eyed, the head of the snake-haired banshee, and the heart of the hydra all belong to the monster drop. The remaining legendary weapons need to be obtained by combining monster drops and other things. Equipment such as the eagle claw sword, the winged worm double blade, the bronze osprey feather dagger, the sea-tide trident, the chicken snake scepter, the deathworm hand armor, and so on. It's all about synthesis. And these equipment are also very powerful. Suffice it to say, in a Song of Ice and Fire mod, there is nothing weak in equipment. Xu Yuan naturally had to collect it. Hey, when does this have to be hit? Xu Yuan's side was planning the future killing order, and he saw Ken push the door in with an excited face. There is good news. Xu Yuan knew when he saw Ken's expression that it must be great news. After all, Ken has been with Xu Yuan for a long time, some small things still won't be taken to heart, and what can make Ken excited must be a big thing. Seeing this, Xu Yuan asked Ken to find a place to sit, and then asked Ken, "Well, what's wrong?" At this time, Ken's excitement had not yet subsided, and he said after taking a deep breath, "The copy we made before has already been implemented in Huaxia. Now that the test is open, there are only 10 test places, all of which are given to our Cube People Guild." Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard the news. He didn't want to hit the official hands and feet so quickly, and the official side did not consult Xu Yuan about the details of the copy after the game. It's done so quickly. Ken couldn't help but smile when he saw Xu Yuan so surprised. Xu Yuan is so cloudy and breezy, people feel that the official speed is too fast. Yes, I was also shocked when I heard it. But the news is indeed accurate, and now the forum over there in Huaxia has gone crazy. When Xu Yuan heard this, he thought for a moment. In fact, if you think about it, Xu Yuan and they have already designed the scene of the copy, the mechanism inside and everything. The official thing to do is copy one by one, and then design some, and the monsters inside are good. So it doesn't take that much time. It doesn't take that much time, but it's too fast, right? Didn't the official say that they would discuss it with us? Xu Yuan was still slightly dissatisfied with the official approach. Officially, this is completely a bit of a rush. In any case, it is also the first player-made large-scale copy in the game, and it has to be refined and detailed. The official got it done so quickly, and it suddenly gave people a feeling of haste and a rush. This also made Xu Yuan feel that their hard work was in vain. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken thought for a moment and returned to the Dao. It's true that the official hasn't looked for us, but I think that this time it only gave us a place in the Cube People Guild, so I guess let us ask for our opinions after reading it. Otherwise, they will directly implement it, and they don't have to do this test. After Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he thought about it and felt that there seemed to be some sense. After Ken saw that Xu Yuan's mood calmed down a bit, he asked Xu Yuan, "Shall we go back then?" Although the test of the entire replica can be accessed through the system interface. However, due to the different regional relations, the copy of Huaxia will naturally not appear on the European side. So if you want to take the test, you must go back to Huaxia. After Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he couldn't help frowning. The test Xu Yuan must participate. After all, others are not worried about participating in Xu Yuan. This copy was Xu Yuan's painstaking effort, and he couldn't accept that this painstaking effort had been ruined. But at present, Xu Yuan will definitely not be able to go back, because it has been promised to the European side that the problem of Ant's revenge will be solved within a week. It's been 4 days. There are still 3 days left, and Xu Yuan must exchange credibility here. Now that the hell traffic has not been done, Xu Yuan will have 2 days to come and go. How to say that the test copy has to be half a day, right? If there is any delay on the way, it will be too late. Xu Yuan couldn't help but have a little headache when he thought of this, and then asked Xiang Ken, "When did that test start?" "It starts tomorrow." After Xu Yuan heard this, he stroked his forehead, and then said to Ken, "You contact the official side to see if you can add a replica entrance in the European region as well. If the replica entrance is also added in the European region, Xu Yuan can participate in the test. And adding an entrance here can also make players in the European region recognize this copy, which can be regarded as publicity for Huaxia." After Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, although he was a little embarrassed, he still tried his best to arrange it. About half an hour later, Ken looked at Xu Yuan with a look of disappointment. They said they couldn't do that, will disturb the balance before the area. When Xu Yuan heard this, he suddenly became a little angry. This official thing is too unorthodox. Originally, when this copy was implemented, it should have been discussed with the designer as mentioned earlier. Not only did the official not do this, but also cut it first. And Xu Yuan's opinion was also rejected. This quest doesn't look like a native copy of a region like a Song of Ice and Fire. It's player-made, and it should have been known to everyone. And sooner or later, European players will set foot in the Huaxia region, and sooner or later this copy will be discovered. What does this upset the balance? Xu Yuan thought of this and said to Ken, "You go and reply to them. If they don't add the European zone entrance, no one from the block will take the test. Once the copy is installed, they will be legally responsible." After Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, the whole person was stunned. Xu Yuan, this is obviously the meaning of endangering the official. However, Ken can also understand why Xu Yuan is so angry. Xu Yuan usually doesn't put some small things in his eyes, and usually the whole person is very easygoing, not serious at all. So it gives people a feeling of getting along well. But for this kind of thing, Xu Yuan will not be sloppy. If this copy is said to be made by Xu Yuan alone, forget it. This copy is everyone's hard work. During those 3 days, everyone was doing their best. After winning the championship, everyone naturally wanted this copy to become an iconic and representative copy. And the official attitude does not feel like a thing at all. This is what Xu Yuan is most unhappy about, the fruits of the hard work of the people of his guild, and the official play. Moreover, Xu Yuan can indeed be investigated for legal responsibility. Because after the competition, the official said very clearly that it would be jointly developed with the designer. And Xu Yuan's side did not receive official news from beginning to end, and then this was implemented. And when testing, Xu Yuan asked, and they refused. If Xu Yuan did not participate in the test, and the official still implemented this copy, then they would definitely be legally responsible. Although Ken felt a little inappropriate, he still contacted the official personnel according to Xu Yuan's meaning. The official staff was also a little stunned after receiving Ken's news. He didn't expect Ken to actually say such a thing. However, this liaison is only a messenger, and he can't do anything, so he relays Ken's words to the game planner. In fact, this time the incident was completely caused by the planning. After Xu Yuan went to the European region, the market on the Chinese side was basically saturated. Players now basically play Twilight Forest every day if they have the ability, and if they can't, they play other quests and go offline. After Xu Yuan on Huaxia's side is gone, there is no new movement, so the online time of players has also dropped a lot. The planner is naturally anxious to see the decline in data. So the designer rushed to make the prototype of the copy, thinking that this copy could bring the players' online time back. After all, players are looking forward to this copy. But what he didn't expect, Xu Yuan was not a good talker. If it is placed in others, who dares to talk to the official? But Xu Yuan is not someone else. And what Xu Yuan said was reasonable. Originally, the official side did not contact Xu Yuan and made a copy without authorization. It's completely different from what I said before. The planner at this time couldn't help frowning after receiving Xu Yuan's words. He really did not expect that the implementation of this plan would actually be stuck at this point. Although according to Xu Yuan's request, it is not difficult to increase the import of copies in the European region. But in this way, it will speed up the progress of the game, and players in the European region will definitely want to go to China after seeing this copy. Although now Xu Yuan is already cross-regional. But this cross-region is caused by the player, and there is no official interference, so it is normal. But if you set up a copy entrance to Huaxia on the European side, this is equivalent to the official side interfering in the game process. The planning side naturally felt that this matter was risky, but Xu Yuan's words are indeed true. If Xu Yuan and they do not participate in the test, once the copy is installed, Xu Yuan and they will definitely have enough evidence to sue the official side. When the planner thought of this, he couldn't help but have a headache, and he didn't know what to do at this time. Don't reply, I'll take the initiative to contact him. After the planner and the liaison finished speaking, he directly entered Xu Yuan's ID in the background and sent a message to Xu Yuan. If you open the dungeon entrance in the European region, it is official interference in the progress of the game. The test will be conducted tomorrow. If you can't return to Huaxia quickly, I can help you change the coordinates. The news received by Xu Yuan here came from GM, and even if the plan did not add Xu Yuan, he was able to talk to him. When Xu Yuan saw this news, he couldn't help but smile. Isn't it interfering with the progress of the game that you help me change the coordinates? Besides, what can you interfere with when you interfere with the progress of the game, which is nothing more than to let players on the European side go to the Huaxia region faster. I'm already here, sooner or later the European players will pass, and you guys will interfere with it when you open a copy. Xu Yuan's call suddenly made him a little speechless. Xu Yuan saw that the official did not reply and continued. Such a rush to get a new copy is nothing more than wanting to circle a wave of online rates. Do you want to increase the online rate of Huaxia, but don't you want to do it on the European side? The situation on the European side must be officially clear, right? I can go back to Huaxia to enter a copy. That really improves the online rate of Huaxia. So what are you going to use to increase the online rate on the European side? Xu Yuan naturally has a handle in his hand, and the official really does not have the confidence to negotiate conditions with Xu Yuan. The online rate on this side of Europe is now completely supported by Xu Yuan alone. After the Ant's revenge, if it weren't for Xu Yuan's arena, the online rate in Europe would definitely drop a lot. Moreover, if Xu Yuan does not help the European side solve the problem, according to the official statement, he will not interfere with the progress of the game. Then the online rate in Europe will definitely fall again and again. After the planner saw Xu Yuan's words, the whole person was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xu Yuan, who was a player, to analyze these things so thoroughly. Moreover, Xu Yuan was indeed qualified to say this. The situation planning on this side of Europe is naturally known. Because of GAM, they triggered the revenge of the ants, resulting in a record low online rate of players during that time. Later, Xu Yuan opened the arena and got much better. And the plan also knows according to the data, Xu Yuan has contributed nearly 200,000 reputation values to the ant nest alone. This also shows that Xu Yuan has found a solution to the ants' revenge. Officially, naturally, it is impossible to interfere with the progress of the game, so the revenge system of this ant in the height of the people of the Gamer Guild before really gave the planner a headache for a while. After this ant's revenge system comes out, players will definitely not be able to survive in the wild without sufficient equipment support. Anyway, I can't play, and many people definitely choose not to go online. Therefore, if this system is not solved, at least most idle players in the European region will definitely not be online until the ant revenge system is solved. But Xu Yuan single-handedly saved this situation. If you don't do what Xu Yuan said now, Xu Yuan will only take it back to Huaxia, and the European side will not care. In that way, Huaxia's online rate has indeed risen, and the European side is equivalent to having no fun. Therefore, at present, only Xu Yuan dares to negotiate conditions with the authorities. When the planner thought of this, he suddenly became a little embarrassed. Although it is not difficult to open the copy permission in the European region, it is not easy to explain the planning itself. You really embarrass us too much, I really can't arrange this. The planner still wants to try to fight for it again. At this time, Xu Yuan saw the words sent by the planner and thought for a moment. Xu Yuan probably guessed that the person who contacted him should be the game planner. The planning work is generally planning new game activities. If this activity is good, players like it, players' feedback is good, online recharge rate is high, that shows that this event is well planned. As a game planner, his performance is generally based on feedback from players. Therefore, any form of operation, as long as the player feedback is good, is beneficial for planning. Xu Yuan thought of this and replied, "You man, why are you so shaft? Didn't you guys make this copy so quickly to increase online rates? Isn't the European region opening a copy portal to increase online rates? As long as the result is good, isn't it? And even if you start the quest entry in the European region, it won't disrupt the game. Players on the European side don't have the strength to cross regions yet." After seeing the news sent by Xu Yuan, the planner thought about it. What Xu Yuan said did make sense, and listening to Xu Yuan's meaning, he was not ready to give in. So at present, there is only this solution that Xu Yuan said. The main thing is that if you don't do what Xu Yuan said, Xu Yuan won't participate in the test, and this copy won't be able to materialize. In this way, all the previous preparations were also in vain. Thinking of this, the planner gritted his teeth and agreed. Testing is as usual, today we will open the copy entrance to the European region. Xu Yuan finally smiled when he saw the planned reply. That's right. Ken on the side saw Xu Yuan's expression and knew that Xu Yuan had already negotiated. Ken couldn't help but shake his head, speechless. You even got it all official. Xu Yuan looked at Ken and smiled. Well, it's done. He said that the entrance to the replica here will be opened, and it will be arranged today, and it will start as usual tomorrow. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he couldn't help but admire Xu Yuan a little. Xu Yuan dared to argue with them, and dared to negotiate conditions? It is estimated that only Xu Yuan dares to do this. However, what the official did this time was really unkind. And the current game is different from before. You are no longer a cow but official. The official wants to sell your number, minute by minute. But now it's different. Now everything in the game is automatically recorded by the system. It's all about evidence. Just like the incident in Xu Yuan's previous copy, all the evidence is biased towards Xu Yuan's side, and all Xu Yuan will have the right to dominate. Only then do you have the confidence to negotiate conditions with the authorities. However, even if they know that everything is about evidence, no one may have the courage of Xu Yuan. Anyway, Ken himself, for so many years, he is the leader of the first guild in so many games, and he has never called the official board. Ken heard Xu Yuan's words and smiled. That copy can definitely cause quite a commotion here. Xu Yuan couldn't help but have some doubts when he heard Ken's words, so he asked Ken. Huh? What commotion? Doesn't it mean that there are only 10 test places? They can't get in, they can only see an icon on the system interface. What's so commotion? Ken also said before that the official only gave the Cube People Guild 10 test places. Therefore, Xu Yuan felt that others could not enter. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken smiled and said, "You were shrewd when negotiating terms with the authorities, why can't you figure it out? If the official only lets 10 people in, will that increase the online rate?" After Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he immediately came to his senses. Indeed, as Ken said, if the official only let 10 people in, it would definitely not be such a big effort. Letting only 10 people in will not increase the online rate. Xu Yuan thought of this and asked Ken. So those 10 test places can enter the replica building, and the others should be able to enter and wander around. Ken nodded. Yes, other players can also enter, that is, there will be a barrier, which is equivalent to allowing other players to experience the replica scene in advance. Xu Yuan understood when he heard this. No wonder the planner was so reluctant, it turned out to be for this reason. In this way, players from the European region will also pour into the quest. But this is also a good thing, which can improve the online rate of the two regions. Xu Yuan thought of this and smiled. It's good to let this group of foreigners feel the charm of the East. When Ken heard this, he also laughed, and then said, "This definitely speeds up the cross-regional speed of players on the European side." Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. "Actually, I've already accelerated since I came over, so the Hell Passage has to be hurried. As the fastest transportation channel, the Hell Passage must be built quickly. In this way, trade between the two regions will also be connected. And the benefits of the Hell Passage are definitely the most profitable of these projects currently held by Xu Yuan. If you don't say I know, I have already let them rush to work." When Xu Yuan explained it before, Ken was not in a hurry, but Ken still let the players who built it rush. After all, Ken knows the profits of this hellish traffic. And there are too many uncertainties in the game. In order to prevent the night from dreaming more, build a Hell Passage as soon as possible, and let a group of players from the main city of the Cube people come over. Although Xu Yuan now goes out to take the first kill and only bring Dream them, it is all because there are no players with good skills on the branch side to bring. The so-called fertile water does not flow into the field of outsiders, Dream no matter how well they operate. Here at Ken, they are always foreign players. Ken still wants the elite group players on the Huaxia side to come and learn more from Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan and Ken chatted a few more words before going offline to rest. There is nothing else to do at the moment, just recharge your batteries and wait for the test tomorrow. Shortly after Xu Yuan went offline, the official posted a post on the European forum. New player made quest test is officially here. Any player can enter the quest through the quest entrance to visit. As soon as this post came out, it immediately attracted heated discussions among European players. Officially, this is a conscience discovery, let's get a copy to play with. Didn't you see it and said it was a test? It's better to go in and take a look, it's better than nesting in the main city. Player made a copy? Who made it? Haven't you heard of any player made quests before? This is the first time we've opened a copy here. I heard that there are several copies opened on the Huaxia side. Curious what this copy looks like. Players on the European side have never seen a copy. In fact, it is the same in other regions. The reason why Huaxia has so many copies is entirely because of Xu Yuan. The early opening of each copy is related to Xu Yuan. So players on the European side are very curious about this copy. Although everyone knows about the test, they are still very excited. But their biggest question is the content of the copy. Because the official said, it is a player's self-made copy. As far as they know, players on the European side have not participated in any copy production at all. And this question was quickly answered by some Chinese players in Europe. This copy was made by Steve, the leader of the Cube Man Guild, and their guild members. Yes, there was a copy design competition before Huaxia and Steve, and they won the championship, so this copy was designed by Steve. I heard that this copy is very grand. I was looking forward to it before, and I thought that when the time came to cross the region to go to Huaxia to see, I didn't expect to open the entrance here. I heard that Steve Boss is doing the 4 beasts of the flood wilderness, and this group of foreigners will see it for a long time. Ha 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 ha, I really want to see their expressions after entering. The players on this side of Europe were shocked when they heard the words of these Chinese players. They never expected that this copy was actually made by Xu Yuan. At this time, Xu Yuan's status in the hearts of all European players was much higher. The copy was made by Steve Boss. Oh my god, how much strength does Steve still hide? Why don't we have this kind of activity here? Don't talk about activities, there are not even copies. I heard that Steve built a copy of Huaxia style, I want to know what it is like. Then after this copy test is officially opened, can we also enter here? I haven't even gone in to see this, so it's time to think about it. The copy made by Steve Boss, can there be a difference? Yes, too. This is the first copy we've seen so far. I heard that the whole quest is particularly spectacular, fortunately everyone can get in. At this time, players in the European region were more looking forward to this copy after learning that the copy was designed by Xu Yuan. Soon, the time came to the next day. The test time was set for 10 o'clock in the morning, and before 8 o'clock, the players were active. Great! The quest is finally about to open. It just so happens that the arena is tired of playing these days, change the copy and change the taste. It feels like our entertainment projects have been contracted by Steve Boss. Indeed. The arena was also opened by Steve Boss, and this copy was also made by Steve Boss. It feels like Steve has come to us, our side has changed a lot, and the progress has been much faster. I heard that Huaxia is progressing so fast, and so many copy activities are almost all started by Steve Boss. Then we have to find a way to keep Steve guy, we don't have any copies and activities here. It's not very likely that Steve will stay. After all, Steve is a Chinese man, and the main city is in Huaxia. The players talked enthusiastically, but the result was Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's coming to the European region has indeed changed this side, and it has indeed accelerated this side. The most important thing is that only Xu Yuan can solve the ants revenge system. At about 9 o'clock, Xu Yuan was also online. As soon as Xu Yuan went online, Ken came over. You're finally on. Xu Yuan saw that Ken was fiery, so he asked. What's wrong? You forgot, the test candidates have not yet been decided. Ken was also a little helpless. Yesterday he forgot to ask Xu Yuan about the candidate. I originally thought that Xu Yuan would go online earlier, but I didn't expect Xu Yuan to go online so late. This is about to open for testing, and the candidates have not yet been decided, so it will definitely not work. When Xu Yuan heard this, he thought about it, and then thought about it. Dream the 4 of them with you, Big Orange, Little Fish, Wang, and Ahao. Add me 1, isn't it 10 people? This test naturally asked Xu Yuan's cronies to enter. After hearing this, Ken asked after thinking for a moment. Is this side of the European region good and the Chinese region figured it out? When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, it must have figured it out, otherwise why would I let the official set up the entrance to the European region? Ken was relieved to hear this, and went to inform the Big Orange of them. Xu Yuan found the Dream 4. The 4 of Dream were very well informed, and they naturally already knew that this copy was designed by Xu Yuan. As soon as Xu Yuan found the 4 of Dream, they chattered and surrounded Xu Yuan. Boss, you are hiding deeply, you have also designed a copy. The design copy is even counted, and the first one is also implemented. Boss, reveal to us, what's in this copy? Brother, making a copy is so cool. Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile when he saw the 4 people so excited. You guys want to know so much, can you see it yourself later? When the 4 of Dream heard this, they were all unimpressed. Of course we have to go in and see, this is not waiting for time. I guess the whole quest should be packed by then. It should be divided into channels, after all, it is a player in 2 regions. Before the 4 of Dream could react, Xu Yuan wanted them to test the copy with him. What I'm saying is, you can go inside the copy. When the 4 of Dream heard Xu Yuan's words, they were immediately stunned. Boss, you're going to take us inside. Boss, don't you only have 10 places? Brother, are you sure you want us to accompany you? The 4 of Dream never expected that Xu Yuan would actually ask them to go together. After all, the 4 of Dream joined the Cube people not long ago, and they were not Huaxia people, but they didn't expect Xu Yuan to treat them like this. In fact, Xu Yuan already regarded Dream as his own, otherwise Xu Yuan would not have let Dream follow him to kill first. Xu Yuan saw Dream and they looked at him in disbelief, so he smiled and said, what's wrong? No? Then I'll find someone else. When the Dream 4 heard this, they immediately shook their hands in response. No, 100 willing to, ... Can't find someone else. Boss, let's go decide. Xu Yuan's move can be regarded as completely subduing Dream's heart. Although they followed Xu Yuan before, they just wanted to learn something. But for so long, Xu Yuan never treated them as outsiders. Especially Dream. Dream called brother Xu Yuan, and Xu Yuan really treated Dream as a younger brother. People's hearts are made of flesh, and Dream naturally knows that Xu Yuan is good to them. After this incident, the 4 of Dream also made up their minds, that is, to follow Xu Yuan. Okay, ready to get into Ben. Not long after, Ken also arranged everything over. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, and the quest entrance officially opens. Xu Yuan and Dream entered the copy for the first time. At this time, all the players in Huaxia and the European region entered the copy one by one happily. Although players in the Huaxia region have seen this copy in the live broadcast before, after all, they were watching the picture at that time, which is not comparable to this immersive feeling. Now that I came to the copy myself, I felt the grandeur of this copy. They only felt that their scalps were numb, and goosebumps all came out in an instant. My god, what you saw on this live broadcast is incomparable to seeing it with your own eyes. It was even more shocking to see with my own eyes. This is awesome. This statue, really dressed. How many squares does it take? My god, Steve's bunch of people. I love this copy, but I always feel that the official open test is too fast, and I feel like I'm in a hurry. Yes, I feel that too. I feel a little disrespectful to Steve, but people worked so hard to design. I think with Steve's temperament, if he is not satisfied, he will definitely say it directly. Anyway, I hope this copy will match Steve Boss's building. No matter how long you wait, but if it's perfunctory, it's a waste of things. Although the players on Huaxia's side were shocked by the effect they saw with their own eyes, everyone had a bottom in their hearts. Knowing what this quest looks like, players don't exaggerate too much. And the players on this side of the European region were all stunned when they entered the copy. Oh, my god. Oh, shit. It can't be, this is really Steve's made. Where is this copy? This is simply a work of art. It turns out that the first work looks like this. It really gave me insight. Is Steve's architectural skills so good? I can't express my shock in words. Originally, I heard that the players' self-control did not have much hope, but I didn't expect the scale to be so large. This level. I feel like I can't do this if I let the official estimate do this, right? What kind of monsters are these statues? Listening to the players on the other side of Huaxia, it is called the 4 elephants of the Hong Wilderness, which are the 4 divine beasts of ancient Huaxia. Each one is too domineering, full of fairy energy. The expressions on the faces of European players are wonderful. At this time, the Huaxia players saw the expressions on the faces of these European players, and they all unconsciously straightened their chests. Although this copy is not made by them, this copy is made by Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan is a Huaxia, and this copy naturally belongs to Huaxia. Looking at the shocked and envious expressions on the faces of these foreigners, the famous family honor of the Huaxia players was born. Some Chinese players who can speak foreign languages have even opened the tour group mode. Come and come, friends of Europe, a day trip to the 4 elephants. Tour guide Xiao Wang will explain to everyone the origin of the 4 elephants of the flood wilderness for free, as well as the design ideas of this copy. Are there any friends in Europe interested in the copy design process? Want to know how Steve Boss managed to beat the 2nd place in the quest design contest with some magma? Are there any friends in Europe interested in Steve's legendary deeds? The Sunset Red Tour group is open, welcome all European players to join. Huaxia players who can speak English shouted, and many European players joined their team. Naturally, they wanted to know about this copy and the story of when it was created. At this time, many players lined up one by one, and were led by Huaxia players to start a day trip to the 4 elephants replica of the Flood Barons. And those Huaxia players are also acting as tour guides, giving European players a variety of careful explanations. Some players usually only say lying groove and awesome, but being a tour guide is indeed with European players. I have to say that the sense of honor of the entire nation has risen, and people's brains are turning faster. The entire copy is also in a full state. The previous planning also took into account the problem of full lines, and more than 20 channels were also made in advance. As a result, these 20-odd channels are barely enough. Each channel is in a red-lit state. However, it also shows that such a decision was right. The online rate has obviously soared a lot. After Xu Yuan and Dream teleported to the quest, they also teleported with other players. The sudden appearance of Xu Yuan and Dream immediately made the surrounding players excited. Groove, Steve Daddy, long time no see. Brother Steve, this is going to take the test, right? Big guy, your copy design is really. Steve Boss, when to go back to Huaxia? Huaxia can't open a new copy without you. Yes, we want to kill you. At this time, Xu Yuan was surrounded by European players and Chinese players. Although these European players couldn't understand the words of these Huaxia players, they knew when they saw the attitude of Huaxia players towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan is definitely a legendary existence in Huaxia. They were also more convinced that the legendary deeds that had been passed down before were true. While all the players were talking around Xu Yuan, they saw Big Orange with Xiao, Aiwang, and Ahao coming from a distance. As soon as the Big Orange saw Xu Yuan, she rushed forward excitedly, and she couldn't care about the eyes of others, and hugged Xu Yuan. Boss, I want to kill you. Although Xu Yuan didn't leave for long, in the Big Orange, he had a feeling of living like a year. And I feel that Xu Yuan is not in Huaxia, and the whole square people are less angry. At this time, the 4 dream people on the side saw this, and they all made eye contact with each other. Brother, this is the sister-in-law. Although Dream communicates with Xu Yuan in English, Big Orange also understands English. When she heard Dream say this, her face turned red. Only then did he know that he had gaffed, and then said with a sloppy eye, I mean, we're all going to die of you? Just on behalf of Xiao, Ahao, and Aiwang, the 4 of us express our thoughts of you together. After the Big Orange finished speaking, he turned a face at Xiao, Aiwang, and Ahao. Xiao, Aiwang, and Ahao naturally understood it, and they all coughed lightly and stepped forward and said, yes, 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 this. We discussed it before. Well, Sister Orange is the representative of our faction. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile. Although he hasn't been to Europe for long, he does miss some of these people from the guild elite. Xu Yuan looked at the equipment on the 3 people and smiled with satisfaction. The equipment has been progressing very quickly in the past few days. It seems that you are not lazy. At this time, the 4 of them were all holding swords in their hands. Not Eamon, embroidery, but real Eamon, which means that they have upgraded their knives. Then Big Orange wore a pair of blazing iron boots. Everyone else is still a full set of enchanted diamond sets. After all, the blazing iron is more difficult to get, and even if it is not full of enchantments in the future, it is not as good as the diamond set. If you have a blazing iron sheath, if the conditions are not rich, it is good to wear a passive one. When the 4 people of Big Orange heard Xu Yuan's words, they all smiled and said, now the first echelon elite regiments basically have drawn their swords, but they are all embroidered, and a few of us have upgraded. The blood-sucking scepter is the same as the zombie scepter, the dusk scepter has exploded 3, and the shield scepter has not yet exploded. Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. It seems that when he came to this side of Europe, the development of the guild on the other side of Huaxia also declined. Then Xu Yuan asked after thinking about it. By the way, have you found someone to go to the other medium-sized ruins? When the Big Orange heard this, he was stunned. She forgot about it. Because Xu Yuan told them to hurry up and clear the Twilight Forest when he left, the Big Orange and the people of the elite group rushed headlong into the Twilight Forest, but they forgot about the medium-sized ruins. Didn't. We've been in the Twilight Forest all this time, and we haven't had time to go to the ruins yet. When Xu Yuan heard this, he also understood the Big Oranges, and the Big Oranges were also very busy, and they were not idle every day. Has anyone else cleared the other ruins? When Big Orange heard this, after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, not yet. There are many people who enter the ruins, but basically they have not cleared the customs. Although Xu Yuan came to the European side, there are only relics that Xu Yuan still needs to worry about on the Huaxia side. The rewards for medium-sized relics before can be said to be very good. A village hero V's buff directly saved a lot of resources for Xu Yuan. There is also the synthesis formula of the marauding beast is also a very good reward, although the marauding beast is not of much use at present, but when the time comes, if the guilds, or even between the regions, fight, the marauding beast is definitely a powerful advance force. There is also the exclusive equipment slot and backpack slot of the undead totem. This reward naturally goes without saying, which is equivalent to Xu Yuan having 11 lives per trip. The rewards of a medium-sized relic are still very rich, so other medium-sized ruins are definitely to explore. The other medium-sized ruins are different from the woodland mansion, so the rewards will definitely be different. Hearing Big Orange say that no one has been able to clear the medium-sized ruins yet, Xu Yuan was relieved. But you can't completely let it go. Although medium-sized ruins are very difficult, they can be explored as long as there are enough key fragments. There are key people and choices in each link, although it is impossible to be completely ignorant, but as long as you try slowly, you will be able to clear the medium-sized ruins one day. Therefore, it is only a matter of time before other medium-sized relics are cleared. Xu Yuan thought of this and said to the Big Orange, after you go back, go to Twilight to challenge the final boss. If you can't beat it, don't fight, go directly to challenge the medium-sized ruins. Xu Yuan still wants the Big Orange to fight a dozen final bosses, which is a kind of improvement for them. But Big Orange, if they want to conquer the final boss, it is certainly unlikely. So you don't have to spend your time on how to conquer that boss. And Xu Yuan also knows what the boss burst is, and if necessary, Xu Yuan will brush it himself. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Big Orange did not immediately agree to Xu Yuan, but said with some hesitation, "Boss, why do you always let us give it a try? We finally hit the final boss, of course, we wanted to attack him, otherwise our previous efforts would be in vain." When Xu Yuan contacted Big Orange before, he also told Big Orange that it would be good to let them give it a try. At that time, the Big Orange did not understand. Aren't there hard work to raid the previous bosses all to pave the way for the final boss? But Xu Yuan didn't seem to believe that they could conquer the final boss, or rather, didn't want them to waste this time studying the final boss. This is where the Big Orange is very puzzled. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled. This is the first time Big Orange has refuted his opinion. However, Xu Yuan could understand the idea of Big Orange. There is a saying that the heart of the Yellow River does not die. Big Orange didn't see the final boss before she said such a thing, and when she saw it, she knew why Xu Yuan persuaded them like this. When you meet the final boss, you'll know why. Xu Yuan didn't say more, let the Big Orange they hit once and they would know. The four of Dream heard Xu Yuan babbling a large bucket of words they couldn't understand, and the four of them were also very dazed. However, when they saw the Big Orange and the weapons in their four hands, they could no longer move their eyes. Although the Big Orange they took was not as good as Xu Yuan's sword, they were also pulling out swords. Dream, we've climbed the tall branch this time. I didn't expect that the elites of the Cube People Guild also drew their swords. Yes, I thought that only the boss had this sword, but I didn't expect that they also had it. After this test, we will apply with the boss, and give us a few matches. Ken looked at the time, it was not early, so he reminded. Okay, it's time to go in, let's talk when we come out. Seeing this, Xu Yuan nodded, and then beckoned all the players to prepare to enter the copy. Let's start with this White Tiger Tower. The place where Xu Yuan and his party just entered the copy came from this scene at the feet of the White Tiger. So he thought of being nearby, so he first went to the White Tiger Tower to take a look. As a result, as soon as everyone approached, they found that they were blocked by a transparent enchantment in front of them. Seeing this, the Big Orange suddenly had some doubts. Why can't you get in? Logically speaking, if you have a test qualification, you must be able to get in. What went wrong? Seeing this, Xu Yuan thought for a moment. It shouldn't be that something went wrong, it should be that the official set the kill order for the copy. Just like the Twilight Forest, the enchantment will only open by killing in order. Xu Yuan thought of this and said to everyone, how do Huaxia people tell the direction? Up north down, south left west right east. Therefore, the one who opens the enchantment first should be Sun Mu. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Big Orange immediately understood. The previous copy of the Twilight Forest was also set up this way. According to the law of the four elephants of the flood and desolation, it is a direction facing a divine beast. So the point of up, north, down, south, left, west, right, east is indeed echoed and set. But even if it's not right, there are only 4 places, and you can know which one is advanced if you try it casually. Dream, they naturally don't understand this, they just follow along. But along the way, Dream, they were emotional. Boss, how the hell did you come up with such a good idea? I heard that it will be completed in 3 days. 3 days, let me do it, I can't build a house. These statues, from a distance, look like 3D modeling. The closer you get, the more spectacular it feels, it's all put together one by one. Even the copy is so good looking, presumably the guild in the main city of Huaxia is also gorgeous, right? Boss, when will we also change our main European city? Seriously. The main city of Europe is not as beautiful as our original main city. How dare you say it? But it's true. The main city of the guild here is broken. Ahem. After Dream and his group saw such a spectacular building, they naturally made up for the main city of the Cube People Guild in Huaxia. Because they had heard before that the Cube Man Guild was directly regarded as the main city of the game by players in the main city of Huaxia. How grand is that? In contrast, in the main city of the cube people on the European side, it is simply miserable. Dream, their guild main city at that time was much better than the main city of the cube people in Europe. The so-called no contrast is no harm. Dream they see gorgeous things, naturally those rags will not pass. Xu Yuan heard the words of the three of Dream and smiled. The main city is definitely going to be rebuilt, but the traffic is not convenient now, and when the traffic is done, the architect will come over and keep the design beautiful. When the four of Dream heard Xu Yuan say this, they were all full of expectation. Looking forward to it. Boss, let's turn the main city on this side of Europe into the main city of the game at that time. I feel that there are no particularly beautiful buildings on this side of Europe, they are all castles or something, which is not good looking. Boss, let's also make a Chinese style in the main city of Europe, this Chinese style is too beautiful. Yes. Everyone chatted all the way, and soon came to Sunmu. At this time, there were still many people surrounding in front of the Sunmu copy. Players who have watched the live broadcast of the game know that Xu Yuan's Sunmu can be described as a stroke of God. In the end, those magma and red glass blocks simply rubbed the second place work on the ground. Therefore, when many players introduce players in Europe, they will focus on this place. Originally, this copy of Steve Boss had a strong competitor, and their design was made in hell. The whole scene is also unusually grand, and it can be said that it has two completely different effects from Steve's work. And Steve, near the end of the final game, came to a stroke of genius. That is what everyone sees, the magma under the feet of this Sunmu and those flowing blood. What lava behemoth, I'll kick you Sunmu over. Steve Boss just relied on this seemingly simple ingenuity to press the second place, just like this picture, under his feet and rub. That Huaxia player can be described as dancing. Dream's group listened to the same enthusiasm as other European players. Wow, although I didn't see the scene at that time, it's exciting to think about. This ingenuity is too powerful, right? Completely crushed the opponent. And it's not obtrusive at all. That second place to meet an opponent like Steve Boss can be regarded as unlucky. Even a construction competition has a feeling of being a master. When Dream and his group heard this, their understanding of Xu Yuan increased a lot. After the dancing Huaxia player finished speaking, he found Xu Yuan in the crowd at a glance. This, say CAO has arrived. Steve Guy, what wind is blowing you? At this time, the eyes of all the players also moved to Xu Yuan with that Huaxia player. The result naturally caused a lot of commotion. Seeing this, Ken immediately came forward. Let's talk about it later, we have to go in and test the copy, otherwise it's too late, everyone be considerate. After listening to Ken's words, the players calmed down. Subsequently, they all consciously gave way to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan and his party finally stepped into the Sunmu enchantment. As soon as Xu Yuan and everyone entered the enchantment, some of the people outside the enchantment became nothing. Even the group of players who had been surrounding the enchantment just now couldn't see it. Looking at it, the external rendering of the entire Sunmu copy is still very good. There is a feeling of smoke. Before Xu Yuan's setting for Sunmu's side was that the North Sea was gradually drying up due to underground monsters, and Sunmu was the savior of the entire North Sea. Slay monsters and repeat the life of the North Sea. The rendering of the scene at this time is also very in line with this setting, and there is a feeling of post-war smoke. In this regard, the official has made efforts. After the four of Dream entered the copy, they saw the scene in front of them, and then thought of what the Huaxia player said just now, and suddenly the picture sense came. The Big Orange and the others on the side were also very satisfied with the entire exterior rendering. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was still a little relieved. At least the refinement of the external scene is in place, and there is no trace of rushing. The entire exterior scene is also very consistent with the main body of the entire copy. Xu Yuan thought of this and beckoned everyone to continue walking. After everyone walked for a while, they came to the entire area where the Sunmu statue was located. When they set foot in this area, they saw many monsters like Xiao Sunmu approaching them. The appearance of those little Sunmu and Sunmu is not much different, like a scaled-down version of Sunmu statue. They also have a tree, a pool of water on their backs, and some small buildings. At this time, everyone in Dream saw the little Sunmu attacking and they were all ready for battle. These little Sunmu attacks in a single way, that is, spraying water jets from their mouths to attack the enemy. The amount of blood is also just over 200 points. At first glance, it is the kind of role of little Luoluo. When Dream and the others saw Xiao Sunmu attacking, they all fought with Xiao Sunmu. Since Dream's strength is still very good, these little Sunmu quickly fell. After these little basalt died, some basalt shells were dropped, like turtle shells. After Dream they picked up the basalt shell, a task prompt appeared. Collect 50 basalt shells to open the gate of Sunmu. Seeing this, Dream handed the basalt shell to Xu Yuan. It seems that you have to collect these basalt shells to enter the copy. Xu Yuan took these basalt shells, his entire face darkened, and his brows were locked. When everyone saw Xu Yuan's appearance, they were a little stunned. At this time, everyone was still a little scared, because Xu Yuan had never shown such an expression. It can be seen that Xu Yuan is in a bad mood now, but people don't know why. Seeing this, Ken tentatively asked Xu Yuan, "What's wrong?" After Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he threw the basalt shell in his hand on the ground, and then said to everyone, "Let's go, let's get out." At this time, everyone looked at each other. Why is this going out? It's not even in the replica yet? Ken saw that Xu Yuan's mood was not quite right, so he gave the big orange a look. Seeing this, the big orange also asked Xu Yuan with some trepidation. Boss, what's up, how? Suddenly you want us to go out, this is not yet in the copy. When everyone heard Big Orange's words, they all nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Xu Yuan suppressed the anger in his heart and explained like everyone. No need to look, this copy is here to perfunctory us. After everyone heard Xu Yuan's words, they all glanced at each other. How? Where is the perfunctory? I think it's pretty good. It's just like some of the usual copies. There was a clear direction for the task at the beginning, and it felt okay. This monster is also set up quite well. When everyone heard Xu Yuan's words, they were all a little surprised. After all, in their eyes, this copy was a decent copy, and there was no big problem. And the setting of the monster is also good, although it is not very amazing, but there is no big problem. Although the strength of the monster is not very good, it is a gatekeeper after all, and it is also said in the past. Xu Yuan heard everyone's words and nodded. Yes, if it's a normal copy, that's fine. But this copy is not an ordinary copy, this copy is the brainchild of our team. It's no exaggeration to say that the mechanisms in the copy are all better designed than these monsters in front of them. It's exactly what was made using a template from a normal copy. When Xu Yuan said this, he took a deep breath. This is still playing games for so long, Xu Yuan has been so angry for the first time. Let's talk about this monster again. Now you may not see that the Sunmu in front is blocked by clouds and mist. This monster is just copying my Sunmu as it is, this skill. It's just laughing to death. I knew that it was absolutely perfunctory to be able to make it so quickly, but I didn't expect it to be so perfunctory. There is no need to look at the rest, the copy came out at the beginning of the Sunmu cubs, what else is there to see later? In fact, if this copy is officially issued by himself, Xu Yuan has absolutely nothing. I won't find fault with it. But this copy was made little by myself and my teammates. How much is the brainchild of personal effort? Xu Yuan was naturally unwilling. From the routines of applying ordinary copies like those little Sunmu and those templates just now, Xu Yuan could already see that the official was not at all concerned about this matter. Any previous boss battle is much more intentional than the design of this copy. Moreover, the name of this copy is called the 4 Elephants of the Flood Barrens. If you call the 4 Elephants of the Flood Wilderness, do you have to fight these 4 elephants? Do you have to design that these 4 elephants are mobs? That's a lot of price drops. These 4 elephants are the existence of divine beasts. The divine beast was killed so casually. Moreover, Xu Yuan has its own story for each scene. The official did not know the plot of the story, and never contacted Xu Yuan to ask about the plot of the story. The whole copy is just an ordinary copy of a grand scene. At that time, if it is really implemented like this, it will definitely be flashy. How many hearts will be broken for those who expect this copy to be implemented? How disappointed are those players who have their hearts on it when the quality of the quest is made like this? After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken finally understood Xu Yuan's thoughts. Big Orange, Little Fish, Wang, and Ahao all felt empathy when they heard this. At that time, they were also involved in construction. Although they don't have to worry about design, they build bricks and tiles in many places. After seeing the finished product of the whole piece, they were also very proud. A copy of such a scene can be regarded as top-notch. The top-level scene must of course be accompanied by top-level content. And the appearance of those little Sunmu just now really made the 4 people a little disappointed. Although this copy is Sunmu Ban, how can this divine beast of Sunmu appear as the final boss, right? At the beginning, those small versions of Sunmu appeared. How many meanings are this? It's too downgrade, right? And there are also the kind of collection tasks that are not new. The boss is right. In fact, when I saw those little Sunmu, I also felt quite lost. There is a feeling that a good cabbage has been arched by a pig. Even the design concept of the medium-sized relic copy is much better than this. This is really useless. At this time, everyone in Dream did not understand what the Big Orange was saying, and they were all at a loss. Seeing this, Ken explained it to them. Then Dream thought for a moment and said to Xu Yuan, "Brother, let's go." To be honest, the scene from this quest really blew me. I've played so many games, and this scene is the most gorgeous I've ever seen and my favorite scene. But its content really makes me feel unworthy of its scenes. Although Dream they still wanted to go inside the copy to see. After all, they had not been involved in the design before, so they didn't know what it would be like. But they also just wanted to see Xu Yuan's previous design. Instead of expecting some plot in later copies or something. There is really nothing to look forward to. Seeing this, Ken thought about it and said to Xu Yuan, "We unilaterally let them change the setting, and I guess it will be difficult to enforce. After all, they implemented the copy so quickly, they should want to cut a wave of leaks. If they return to the furnace, the copy opening does not know when to postpone." Ken's analysis is still very reasonable, because of Xu Yuan's side before, so the official side compromised and opened the copy entrance to the European region. But they also did it so that the copy could be implemented as quickly as possible. After all, Xu Yuan and they have finished testing. The official can say that they have discussed with the contestants, and there is a reason to open the copy. After hearing Ken's words, Xu Yuan thought for a moment. At present, coercion and inducement will definitely not work, and the only way to bring the copy back now is to dance the power of the masses. Xu Yuan's words of their designers don't work, but the words of all players still don't work? Games have always taken into account the wishes of players with a large base. Just like at the beginning, everyone thought that Xu Yuan's bug was an insider. 100,000 people asked for help, and the official immediately replied. This time, if the players do not agree with this copy to be implemented in this way, then this copy will definitely not be implemented. Because it is the players who buy the dungeon until the end. Players are not satisfied, and this quest is meaningless. So, the shareholder masses are the best way to do it right now. Moreover, as long as the player with a little eyesight sees this kind of copy, he will not be satisfied. Because everyone had high expectations for this copy before, now after the test is started, they have seen the copy seen with their own eyes. Naturally, the content of the opposite side is more expected. Such copy content is definitely not recognized by players. Xu Yuan thought of this and said to Ken, "Record these little Sunmu and post them on the forum." After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken couldn't help but hesitate. Ken naturally knew what Xu Yuan meant, and Xu Yuan asked him to take pictures of these little Sunmu should be posted on the forum, and then encourage the power of players to bring this copy back. But to do so is the equivalent of a leaked copy. Generally, players with test qualifications are not allowed to leak copies, which is common sense. So Ken asked Xu Yuan, This should be considered a leak, right?" When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, "If this copy will be implemented, then we will be a leak. But this copy can't be implemented. This copy, Xu Yuan will definitely not allow it to be implemented casually like this, so it doesn't matter if it bursts out. It's time for everyone to see the failures." Ken heard this and nodded. Then the other crowd helped Ken lead the monster, and Ken filmed on the side. Remember to shoot the skills into it. Xu Yuan did not forget to remind him on the side. After about a few minutes, the shooting was finally finished. After Xu Yuan checked the video taken by Ken, he walked out of the Sunmu enchantment with everyone. At this time, outside the Sunmu enchantment, there were still many people watching, and the group of people who were watching when Xu Yuan entered before had not left yet. All the players were surprised to see Xu Yuan and his group come out so quickly. Why did Steve come out so quickly? Isn't this copy huge? You guys tested it so quickly, isn't it? It's only been more than 10 minutes, right? Are you too satisfied so you come out, or are you not satisfied? Are you blind? Just look at Steve's expression and tell that you are not satisfied. Yes, if you are satisfied, you will definitely explore the whole copy. I also thought that Steve Boss would not be satisfied. This copy came out in just a few days, and it was definitely a rush. Anyway, I'm willing to wait for as long as this copy is. I just don't want to be the same as the other quests. When all the players saw Xu Yuan and his group come out, they were all talking about it. Seeing this, Ken quickly entered the play. He stepped forward and said to the players with a look of loss, "Hey, this official really disappointed us so much. We worked hard for 3 days without closing our eyes, and the official perfunctory us like this." When the players heard Ken's words, they all gathered around. "Ken guy, what's going on? Is it a plot problem or what?" "Ken boss, then you must not let the official implementation copy." "Ken guy, did you encounter a monster when you went in?" Ken saw everyone gathered around and said helplessly, "We didn't enter the copy, we have already filmed the specific situation, and I will post it on the forum when the time comes, so you can go and take a look. You know, it's a leak, but I can't care about that much. We all know that everyone has high expectations for this copy. Even if it is a leak, I will send it out so that everyone can pass the eyes. Everyone says it's okay, everyone says no, then we have to get the official to redo this copy." Ken is still very good at agitating the masses. It starts with playing the bitter card, and then everything is said from the player's point of view. Players are naturally very popular with this set. After all, every player feels that the copies and activities developed by the game are all for the player. If the players don't agree, then it has to be changed. "Okay, Ken guy, you send it, let's go take a look." "Ken guy, don't worry, if it really doesn't work, we will definitely not agree to the copy implementation. Yes, this is Steve's brainchild. This copy must be built according to the root of the classic copy. If it does not meet our requirements, don't think about it. Ken guy, we support you." As soon as Ken finished speaking, he posted on the forum. As soon as this post came out, it was immediately topped. When players saw the video recorded by Ken, they were all angry. "What, fool you? Ya smiled. Be a monster who copies the original statue of Steve Boss 1-to-1. Is this official really no designer? Sunmu is one of the 4 elephants, give some face. Sunmu, this is the Nemo water arrow turtle, right? I already calculated that I would pull my crotch, but I didn't expect it to pull my crotch like this. Really convinced, collect 50 turtle shells to open the door of the quest. This is an old-fashioned quest many years ago. I heard that Steve Boss couldn't say anything after entering the copy. I was still wondering if it was too exaggerated. Now I think Steve Boss is still very top. If I am the designer, ITM will be angry." When the players saw such a monster setting, as well as the quest with no new ideas, they were all angry. Although this copy was not designed by them, many players watched this copy slowly be born in Xu Yuan's hands. From the initial selection of scenery to the final finishing touches, this is all built under the witness of the players. Players naturally have a special affection for this quest. And this quest is indeed the most shocking quest scene that players have seen after playing so many games. So everyone hopes that this copy will become a classic copy of this game after it is implemented. If there is just a gorgeous scene, and the content of the copy is the same as those previous ones, what kind of classic? Isn't that hanging sheepskin and selling dog meat? But from the little monster at the beginning of the copy, you can see that the whole copy is really not at all distracted. The players finally knew why Xu Yuan came out after only 10 minutes of entering. Without further ado, I'm going to find customer service to spray. What's the use of finding customer service? Directly click the game suggestion feedback, let them return to the furnace. Want to use this kind of thing to fool us with bad money? I'm afraid you're thinking about farting and eating, right? Everyone feedback this copy must be returned. Let me wait a month and 3 months, or even half a year, you can. This copy will be released when Steve is satisfied. Yes, it's no problem to wait as long as you want. If it's perfunctory, we won't buy it. Don't always think that a copy must fight a boss. This is the 4 elephants of the flood and wilderness, the sacred beast of Huaxia. Don't make some old-fashioned bridges. If you can't do it, just find the previous judges to design. I wondered, this copy is designed like this, and the official dares to release it. If Steve doesn't say anything, then the official will directly implement anyway, everyone will enter the copy, and then there will be a copy ticket or something. Can't you just pay for it? Gee, it's too ugly to eat. No, I'm choking on myself. At this time, the players, who knew about this, almost all sent messages to the official feedback column. In just half an hour, the news in the feedback column came directly to more than 500,000. And this is still a situation where many people are not aware of this situation. On the European side, Dream also sent the video to the forum in the European region. Then I wrote down the whole story. This incident also caused dissatisfaction among players in the European region. Since the quest entrance is also open in the European region, players on the European side are thinking that there will be an entrance in the European region when the quest is opened in the future. Therefore, this copy may not only be a copy of Huaxia, but they will also enter the copy in the future. Everyone also hopes that the first copy here will be of high quality and high standard. So players in Europe are also starting to give feedback. For a time, the official feedback bar exploded directly. The planner at this time was simply anxious to see this scene. Just as he wanted to solve the problem, the official side of the person came down with the order. You can go and someone will take over your place next. The planner was quickly replaced, and as soon as the new planner took office, the players were immediately answered. We have gathered the opinions of players and are here to announce that the 4 Elephants quest will be completely redone, and invite the Steve team to participate in the development of the entire quest as a quest design consultant. We will invite the best copy design team to participate in the copy design. Stay tuned. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. The official approach this time can be regarded as adhering to the previous consistent resolute behavior. After all, in just 1 hour, the feedback from both Europe and China has reached more than 8 million. This is unprecedented public indignation. Xu Yuan's agitation of the people's hearts this time can be regarded as very successful. And the official also promised to let Xu Yuan participate in the design as a copy design consultant, so that Xu Yuan would be more at ease. For the copy, Xu Yuan still has a lot of ideas. After the official released a response, the new plan immediately contacted Xu Yuan. Hello, Steve, the Fled 4 Elephants dungeon. We will have a regular meeting tomorrow at 12 noon to discuss the plot of the quest and the general monster setting. In order to facilitate your participation, the meeting will be held in the game. Is it convenient for you to participate? Xu Yuan was still a little surprised after receiving the news. Although the official contacted him before, the style of speaking before and after was obviously different. Seeing this, Xu Yuan also guessed that it was estimated that he had changed his plan. But yes, the planned series of operations really made the players dissatisfied. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan replied, "Tomorrow at 12, I'll be online, just pull me then." When the players saw the official response, they naturally didn't say anything more. And the official attitude is also very earnest. This matter finally has a satisfactory outcome for everyone. Xu Yuan and his party had already exited the quest, but the other players were still playing in the quest. After all, the entire scene of the quest will not change, and although you can't enter the dungeon, it is good to be familiar with the terrain. The time quickly came to the next day. After Xu Yuan went online, he went to the Fear Ant Brush Tower to collect the ant fat. From Xu Yuan promising players to now, 4 days have passed, counting today's words is the 5th day. In addition to brushing ant fat, the Dire Ant Brush Monster Tower also brushes out a lot of jungle ant carapaces and dinosaur ant needles. The carapace of these jungle dinosaurs is the material for synthesizing jungle dinosaur armor and dire ant armor swords. The formula for the synthesis of equipment is the same as that for ordinary equipment. The dire ant armor sword replaced the wooden stick with a withering bone. This is also a unique drop for the withering skeleton in the A Song of Ice and Fire mod, which can be obtained by killing the withering skeleton. It is worth mentioning that the armor value of the jungle dire ant suit is the same as the armor value of the diamond suit. It's just that the durability is not as high as the diamond sleeve. But this thing of durability, enchantment experience repair can be completely ignored. Therefore, these jungle dire ant armor sets are still very useful. Compared to the diamond sword, the jungle dire ant armor sword has 2 more passive attributes. Causes additional damage to arthropods and dead worms. Although it is still not as durable as the diamond sword, it is more than enough as a transition. The dinosaur needle is an important item for synthesizing the dinosaur needle sword. The dire ant needle sword requires a dire ant needle, a dire ant carapace and a withering bone to synthesize together. Its damage is the same as that of the dire ant armor sword, but it has an additional passive, that is, attacking the target will cause a poisoning effect of 10 seconds. The dire ant needle sword is still very useful. For the current situation in Europe, many players cannot afford to wear diamond sets, and they can use jungle dire ant armor sets instead. Since the explosion rate of the jungle dinosaur ant carapace is still quite high, Xu Yuan has already collected a lot. At that time, it can be used to arm the players of this guild or to sell it. Moreover, the output power of this jungle dire ant armor set will be completely controlled by Xu Yuan. If Xu Yuan controls the ant colony at that time, he can control the fertility of the dire ant queen at that time, and he can have as many jungle dire ant armor sets as he wants. And Xu Yuan does not have to kill himself, and the dinosaur ant killed by the device made by Xu Yuan to brush the dinosaur ant will be counted as a normal death. It will not be counted as killed by Xu Yuan, so Xu Yuanxiang's reputation value will not be deducted. Of course, there will definitely be a small number of players who will kill the dinosaur ants knowing that the ant colony is controlled by Xu Yuan, but those are a minority. Therefore, this jungle dire ant carapace will be out of print as long as Xu Yuan does not brush it in the future. Xu Yuan completely monopolized the market of jungle dinosaur ant armor. There is no copy of the situation on the European side, so there is no way to brush diamond sets or other equipment like the Chinese side. If they want to do other equipment, they can only kill these monsters in the A Song of Ice and Fire mod. And these monsters are very difficult to entangle, and they definitely need equipment support. At this time, the most cost-effective is the jungle carapace set. It is no exaggeration to say that in the future, on the European side, civilian equipment should be dinosaur ant shells. After monopolizing the market, Xu Yuan was able to make a lot of money again. For Xu Yuan, the dinosaur ant carapace, the needle, as long as Xu Yuan wants to brush, there are as many as he wants. Xu Yuan did not want to pay any manpower and material resources. After Xu Yuan brought everything back to the main city, he called Ken. He was then told the synthesis method of the dinosaur ant carapace and the dinosaur armor sword, as well as the dinosaur ant needle sword. These are synthesized and then used for the guild players first. When Ken saw these boxes of dinosaur ant carapaces, he immediately felt a little dizzy. After he synthesized a set according to what Xu Yuan said, the whole person was stunned. It's the same as the armor of the diamond armor. Ken also thought that these things would be inferior to the diamond armor, at most better than the iron sleeve, but he did not expect that this dire ant armor set was actually the same as the armor of the diamond armor. Xu Yuan nodded. Well, the durability is only half that of the diamond armor, but this is good. Players who have no experience in repairing it can only break it and buy it again. Ken immediately saw the business opportunity after seeing these dinosaur armor sets, and then said to Xu Yuan, "It's another long-term money-making project." Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile when he heard Ken's words. Ken has been following him for so long, and it can be regarded as a heart-to-heart with him, and many things do not need to be said by Xu Yuan duo. Ken can understand. It's true, but you can't start selling it yet, and when the first kill of these monsters is almost ready, you can start selling. If you start selling those dinosaur ant carapace sets now, players will be able to open up all kinds of monsters after their equipment is upgraded. Although these monsters are very powerful, they cannot withstand the large number of people and are well equipped. Previously, because many players could not have a basic equipment, they did not dare to challenge those monsters. Only some of the elite groups of the guild will choose to open up the land, but after suffering losses, they all choose to plan in the long run. But if it is supported by equipment, it is different. So at present, Xu Yuan still has to get all kinds of first kills as soon as possible. The ant's revenge can also be regarded as buying Xu Yuan a lot of time. After Xu Yuan arranged things, the time was almost 12 o'clock. After resting for a while, I received a message from the planner. "Hello Steve, the meeting is ready. Is it convenient for you to attend now?" Xu Yuan replied after seeing the message. "Convenient, pull me." Soon after the news was sent, Xu Yuan was pulled into the official group. "This is Steve, the winner of our quest competition, and he will be involved in our subsequent quest design, and we hope you can cooperate with him." After a few polite words, the whole meeting officially began. In fact, some designers at this conference will be more or less dissatisfied. After all, for these professionals, Xu Yuan is a layman. These professional people actually have to listen to the opinion of a layman, and they are naturally a little unconvinced. Of course, it's impossible to listen. If it weren't for the official promises, they wouldn't be sitting here. Aq, the designer in charge of the game's plot design, quickly threw the problem to Xu Yuan. "May I ask Mr. Steve, how did you design the plot of the entire quest?" The entire meeting was presented in the form of voice, so Xu Yuan could clearly hear the disdain in the tone of the game plot designer. Even Xu Yuan could feel the sneering expression of the game plot designer and his colleagues on the side after speaking. However, Xu Yuan naturally knew that these designers were arrogant, and naturally he couldn't look at a layman like himself. But since he didn't want to talk well, Xu Yuan naturally wouldn't talk to him well. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, I thought how powerful the game plot designer Zero Company was looking for. Such a big scene was placed here, and you actually needed to ask me about the plot. It seems that I designed it in vain, and I already knew that you couldn't understand it, so I made it simpler and simpler. Originally, after the game plot designer said such words, he thought that Xu Yuan would answer him directly and tell him how the plot he designed was. Then Xu can use this to say that Xu Yuan's idea is not professional, and what professional design should be. In this way, there is no need to consider Xu Yuan's opinion at all. But he didn't expect that Xu Yuan didn't play cards according to the convention, and he came directly over. At this time, Xu was immediately speechless by Xu Yuan's words. He originally wanted to scold back, but he definitely couldn't scold on this occasion. And as soon as Xu Yuan's words came out, Xu obviously heard many people in the conference room snickering. At this time, Xu's face could be described as red and white, and the dirty words in his mouth were forced back. Seeing this, the planner also coughed lightly, and then said, "Mr. Steve, we're also asking for your opinion, isn't that to be discussed?" Xu Yuan heard the words of the plan and said with a smile, "You have the intention to discuss with me, but these people under you are afraid that they do not agree with you." The planner heard Xu Yuan's words, thought about it, and said to Xu Yuan, "No, our common goal is to do this copy well, and we will all take this goal as a premise." This sentence is for Xu Yuan, and it is also for these designers. Xu Yuan said after hearing the words of the plan, "Yes, everyone wants to make this copy well. Since the game story designer just asked me about the plot, I'll discuss it with you. Although I'm not a professional, I don't know what kind of plot is good and what kind of plot is bad. But I've played a lot of games, and as a player, I find interesting, new, fun story, and it's just good. Take the Sunwoo copy I entered yesterday. Our team has already summarized the entire plot when making the scene. The entire North Sea has been slowly sucked up by the underground beasts for many years, gradually drying up, and Sunwoo came to save the sea area as a savior. That's what my whole set is going to tell the players, and what the whole quest is going to do is continue the story." After Xu Yuan said this, Xu immediately took over and said, "Didn't you just say that the plot of the game should be novel and fun, and you think it's a good plot? You're also old-fashioned, aren't you?" Xu just held back so much, and finally picked a bone in the egg. After Xu Yuan heard Xu's words, he couldn't help frowning. Then he said, "Did you listen to me carefully? I'm talking about the whole scene that has already narrated a story, and then it comes to the copy, and it's going to be a new story and story. That's where we're going to think, to innovate, to make it new." At this time, Xu was about to refute something, but was stopped by the light cough of the plan. After thinking about it, the planner asked Xiang Yuandao, "So, how do you think the subsequent plot should be designed?" When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, "If I have to think about everything, will your story designer's salary also have to be given to me?" Xu Yuan's words can be said to have made another army. The angry Xu patted his chest. "Actually, my requirements are not high. I think the idea of the medium-sized ruins of the woodland mansion you designed is very good. The whole plot can be carried out around helping Sunwoo repair the North Sea." When Xu Yuan said this, the game's quest designer interrupted. "In that case, it is estimated that there is no combat link in the copy, right? A quest basically revolves around kills to get a reward. Therefore, the combat link in the quest is a point that many players value. Although the plot of each quest is different, in the end, it still revolves around the same purpose, and the final boss is killed, even if the level is cleared. Therefore, the combat link of the copy is an important emphasis for the mission designer." But Xu Yuan did not think that the most important thing in a copy was the combat link. The medium-sized ruins of the previous woodland mansion can be said to have very few combat links. And in the end, the boss was not killed, the ending was considered satisfactory, and the reward was also obtained. After the whole copy, Xu Yuan's feeling is very good, because the whole story and tasks are attractive enough. Even if Xu Yuan already knew what conspiracies about the woodland mansion were, he still found it interesting. That kind of quest is a good copy, and it's something players will find interesting and will talk about after playing. Instead of changing a boss, changing a few skills, changing soup without changing the medicine formula. Xu Yuan thought of this and said, "Dungeons don't have to be fight and kill all the time, they can focus on the player's choices. One wrong choice can cause the entire replica task to fail. Sunwoo doesn't need to be the final boss, but can be used as an opportunity for players to cross the North Sea and go to the south." Throughout the copy, the entire Sunwoo originally appeared in the form of a statue. In the end, after the player reached the mission conditions, the entire huge Sunwoo that formed the entire copy moved, and the entire Bihai also came back to life, and Sunwoo held the players to enjoy the scenery of the North Sea, and then sent them to the scene of the next copy. Xu Yuan did not forget to say a word after expressing his opinion. "Of course, this is just my layman's opinion, and you can also give your opinion if you feel that it is not okay." When Xu Yuan was talking about this just now, in fact, the designers were already fantasizing about this scene. The reason why the medium-sized ruins of the woodland mansion were so successful before was because they did not trap the company and tried innovation. At present, only Xu Yuan has cleared the woodland mansion, and no one expected Xu Yuan's feedback on the woodland mansion to be so good. And everyone also knows that Xu Yuan is a difficult master to deal with. That kind of ordinary copy can't fool him. And his affirmation of the woodland mansion also shows that their own innovation path is correct. And the proposals that Xu Yuan just said are indeed very graphic. In particular, the last Sunmu sculpture becomes a real Sunmu, taking the players through the North Sea, and the whole picture is absolutely shocking if it is made. That's really good. Well, it's much better than the old-fashioned boss fighting. At the beginning, I also thought that Sunmu could not be the final boss, so this design would be much better. At this time, some designers began to talk about it. Originally, everyone thought that Xu Yuan couldn't say anything useful at first. But now, Xu Yuan's idea did give them some ideas. Seeing this, Xu Yuan knew that these designers already had a direction. So he said, "That's all for my opinion, and I'll leave it to you professionals." In fact, these designers just need a direction, and Xu Yuan has pointed out the direction for everyone. Then it's up to them to brainstorm. They are doing this, which is definitely much more professional than Xu Yuan. After having the direction, Xu Yuan was also a lot relieved. After all, the copy of the woodland mansion was designed by them, which showed that their strength was still there. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, the designers began to discuss enthusiastically. Even Akyu, who had been dissatisfied with Xu Yuan before, joined in. Xu Yuan saw that there was nothing wrong with him, so he withdrew from the conference room. The planner saw that Xu Yuan withdrew, and was a little stunned, so he sent a message to Xu Yuan and asked, "How did you retreat?" Xu Yuan saw the planned message and replied, "I've run out of rolls, and it's none of my business. And I also believe they can make copies that will satisfy everyone." Xu Yuan's last words immediately made the planner cry and laugh. Xu Yuan's meaning is that if you can't do it, you have to do it. However, the planning is not worried about the strength of the designers. Previously, it was because I was too rushed to work, which was why it caused that result. After all, a good copy needs to be conceived, designed, discussed, and finally given a plan, and then the various missions and monsters can be implemented. These things take time, and the time given by the previous plan is obviously not enough, so there will be such a result. In fact, the designers themselves are not satisfied. Now that there is plenty of time, everyone will do their best. After all, no one wants to ruin their reputation. After Xu Yuan exited the conference room, he took out those dinosaur ant fats and came to a dinosaur nest and slowly threw it to the dinosaurs. After about 3 hours, Xu Yuan finally threw away the dinosaur ant fat on his hand. After throwing it, he checked his current credibility. It has reached more than 300,000. There are still 2 days left, and it should be almost possible to collect 500,000. After gaining 500,000 creditworthiness, you can get permission to build ant nests. With this permission, the Dire Ant Empress should not continue to be wary of Xu Yuan. And it should also be able to contact the Dire Ant Empress's hatred of players. After Xu Yuan donated all the ant fat, he went to the desert side to collect the desert ant fat and threw it to the desert dinosaur. The credibility of the desert dinosaur ant side has also reached more than 50,000, but it is not enough for the desert dinosaur ant to be neutral to Xu Yuan. After doing this, Xu Yuan returned to the main city. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, it must be too late to kill the monster first. Xu Yuan simply stopped in the main city. After killing the death worm before, the reward for the first kill is the egg of the rare giant death worm. After obtaining this egg, Xu Yuan never took it out. In fact, if you want to raise this rare giant death worm, it is definitely better to raise it early. But Xu Yuan was a little hesitant. After all, Xu Yuan will not be on the European side for a long time. If you take it out, raise it, and want to take it away, it will be more troublesome. The main thing is that the giant worm is not like a dragon, and it can be collected into the dragon horn or the dragon ice crystal, which is convenient to carry. This giant worm has grown, but it is difficult to take away. Therefore, Xu Yuan is more entangled, whether this thing is taken back and then hatched or hatched now. Xu Yuan was thinking about it when he saw Ken walk in. Xu Yuan asked subconsciously, "What's wrong? What's going on?" Ken heard Xu Yuan's words and shook his head. "It's okay, I came in to rest, I thought you didn't come back." Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. "Just in time, there is something that I am a little struggling with." Ken raised his chin and motioned for Xu Yuan to continue. "Previously killed the superstar worm to obtain an egg that can hatch a giant worm. The giant worm that hatches will grow very large, so I was thinking, whether to take it to Huaxia and then hatch, or just hatch here." Ken originally thought that Xu Yuan was entangled in something big, but it turned out to be because of this, so he smiled and said, "What is your reason for bringing Huaxia?" Xu Yuan heard this and said after thinking about it, "I can't be in Europe all the time, I'll always go back." Hearing this, Ken nodded and continued to ask, "So what are you going to do with this death worm?" After Xu Yuan thought for a while, he replied, "Of course, as a combat force, the combat power of the giant worm should not be underestimated, and it should be able to compete with the dragon when it grows up." When Ken heard this, he shrugged. "Isn't that the end of it? You already have the answer." When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help frowning. He still didn't understand what Ken meant. Seeing this, Ken smiled and said, "Do you still have opponents in Huaxia?" Xu Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Ken's words. Ken's words are still a bit arrogant, but they are true. In Huaxia, there really is no guild that dares to provoke the cube people anymore. And Xu Yuan already has a combat power in Huaxia, that is, the predatory beast. Xu Yuan thought that this finally made a decision. Then said to Ken, After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken was stunned at first, then looked at Xu Yuandao with a puzzled expression. Bunker? What bunker? Xu Yuan reacted when he heard this, and Ken did not know the characteristics of the death worm. So he smiled and said, literally, death worms grow better in desert terrain. Although the death worm can also roam the land, it is generally found in desert terrain. Xu Yuan is raising death worms for the first time, so it is better to be cautious. When Ken heard this, he understood, and then asked Xiang Yuandao, is it kept outside the main city, underground, or inside the main city? After all, the conditions of the branch of the Cube People Guild on the European side are not as good as those on the Huaxia side, and the entire main city is not very large. The main city was already crowded, and naturally there was no place for Xu Yuan to raise insects. When Xu Yuan heard this, he thought for a moment. It must not be raised in the main city, after all, it is not certain how big the death worm will grow by then. If you keep it in the main city, it will be difficult to get out when it is too big. And it is not very good to keep it underground in the main city, and the death worm definitely needs to obtain space, and occasionally come out of the ground to breathe. Moreover, the underground space Xu Yuan is still ready to be used as a device in the future. At present, it seems that it is best to keep it outside the main city. However, if you keep it outside the main city, it is estimated that it will become a sightseeing spot. But this is good, Xu Yuan is also ready to let the main city here also develop into the main city of the game. With this opportunity, there will be more players coming and going. Xu Yuan thought of this, gave Ken a title deed, and said to Ken, for now, let's keep it outside the main city, with a frame of land deeds. Ken was about to leave with the title deed, but was stopped by Xu Yuan. By the way, remember to frame the entire perimeter of the bunker with obsidian. The framework is definitely going to be done, although Xu Yuan's rare death worm can be tamed. But you need to feed the long tongue of the dead worm to increase loyalty, and Xu Yuan only has one at present, so it is better to frame it for safety, otherwise it will be troublesome if it runs. Ordinary dead worms can move freely through not very hard blocks, such as sand or dirt, but cannot travel between stones. Otherwise, it would not be called a death worm, but a pangolin. Xu Yuan can actually let Ken use stones as a frame. However, Xu Yuan is still not very relieved, compared to this death worm is rare, what if he can wear stones? So it's better to be cautious. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken immediately arranged it. The players in the guild also immediately began to build a warm home for Xu Yuan's large cute pets. At this time, the players in the main city saw that construction had actually begun outside the main city, and they were all curious. After all, they have nothing to do in the main city, and naturally everyone is happy to watch it. Hey, what is this Cube People Guild for? This is digging? What is this digging for? Is this an expansion? You don't have to dig a hole to expand, right? Aren't they afraid of being attracted to fear ants outside? I just saw that the big guy Ken seems to have placed the title deed. Actually placed the title deed. What are you going to do outside? The players were still curious about the actions of the members of the Blockman Guild. Originally, everyone thought that the construction was to expand, but it didn't look like it. After all, whoever expands is digging a hole in the ground. Some players also asked the members of these construction cubeman guilds, and these members were not very clear. All they just said that Ken told them to get a bunker out and use obsidian around it. After getting the news, the players began to talk about it. What is this Steve guy going to dig a bunker for? Strange, do you want to have a beach bath? No, it's not a seaside. What a beach bath. I feel. Steve is not going to raise death worms. SHHH. I really can't say, the death worm lives in the desert terrain. Didn't Steve take the first kill of the death worm before? Oh my god, is it really to raise death worms? Hey, that bug is disgusting to death. Steve boss this fetish. I heard that the bug can grow very big, shouldn't Steve want to study secret biochemical weapons? Players were enthusiastically discussing everything about this bunker, but it was also said by them. After about half an hour, the entire bunker had been repaired amid the heated discussion among players. It didn't take long for the players to see Xu Yuan come out. It's coming, it's coming? Is the mystery going to be revealed? Steve really wants to raise a... With the heated discussion among the players, Xu Yuan came to the freshly made bunker next to the main city. I have to say that the efficiency of the guild members is still quite high, and the work is also very meticulous. Originally, Xu Yuan just let them dig a bunker, and Ken was also thoughtful, so that the guild members surrounded the surroundings with glass. One is to prevent the giant worm from escaping, and the other is to fear that the giant worm will attack the players, for the safety of the players. But such a fence does have the smell of exhibits. After Xu Yuan came to the bunker, he directly hatched the eggs of the rare giant worm. As soon as the rare giant worm hatched, it startled Xu Yuan. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that the rare giant worm would be the same as when ordinary death worms first hatched, but he did not expect that this rare giant worm was different from ordinary from the mother's womb. It's a lot bigger than ordinary dead worms. From birth, there are a full 5 blocks in length. The entire rare giant worm is similar to the normal-sized dead worm you usually see. It is not a loss to be rare, and this starting point is much larger than ordinary ones. As soon as Xu Yuan's rare giant worm was released, it immediately attracted onlookers from players. When they saw the size of this rare giant worm, they were shocked. Steve just took out the eggs, right? Can death worms actually hatch and domesticate? It seems to be, but Steve's big guys only seems to be different from ordinary ones. Groove, this death worm is so big as soon as it is released. This Steve guy is really raising a cheat. It's a bioweapon. I heard that this death worm can grow very large, when the time comes. SHHHH, don't dare to think. Steve raised it here, did we watch it grow up? Hey, even the death worm has its own piece of land. Is this the big guy's pet? Detached mansion. I really envy. When this giant worm grows up, Steve will expand it. Is this a rich man's pet? While the players were surprised to see this giant worm, they were more envious. After all, the players are now in a state of displacement, and after witnessing all this, they suddenly feel that they are not even as good as a bug. After Xu Yuan hatched the death worm, he took out some carrion on hand and fed the death worm some carrion. The rare giant death worm probably ate more than 3 sets of carrion and stopped eating. After eating more than 3 sets of carrion, the body of the giant rare worm immediately grew a full 5 blocks in length. The entire death worm has grown to a length of 10 tiles. Fortunately, Xu Yuan's bunker size is large enough, but if it grows in this state, then this bunker will not be enough right away. At this time, the onlookers were surprised to see this scene. This, hey, once doubled in size. This, something extraordinary. Oh my god, if it goes on like this, that's not bigger than a dragon? SHHHH, giant death worms bigger than dragons, this is terrifying. This is simply a biological weapon. Since the players are idle and can eat any melon, this matter also appeared in the forum immediately. Once it appears in the forum, it means that basically all players in Europe know about it. At this time, players began to discuss on the forum. Steve guy has started to get a pet. Don't forget that Steve came on a dragon. Not to mention that I forgot, indeed. People have dragons, what is it to raise a worm? But one thing to say, this giant worm is quite powerful. I saw a giant worm directly suffocating a not very large dragon into the sand before. The combat power should not be underestimated. Hiss. The giant worm is so powerful. It's not powerful, how can Steve raise it? I think this death worm of Steve is still different from ordinary ones, much bigger than ordinary ones. Just think about it, Steve's big guy can look at the things that can be worse. This giant worm is expected to become the mascot of the Cube Man Guild in the future. Ha 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 ha. Other people's mascots are rabbits, unicorns, and the mascots of the Cube Man Guild are too hardcore. It's not hardcore, it's heavy taste. The cards of this death worm can be said to have more cards than Xu Yuan's dragon mount. After all, after Xu Yuan rode the dragon over, there was no place to use the dragon anymore, and the basic players also guessed that Xu Yuan's dragon should be just a mount, not a war pet. And this death worm knows that it is a war pet without looking. And the combat power of the death worm players are all known. Death worms, unlike other monsters, live on the ground. Death worms drill sand, and it can be said that in desert terrain, death worms are the absolute king. Even when the dragon creatures go to the desert, it is estimated that they are not the opponents of the death worms. Therefore, the discussion of Xu Yuan's death worm on the forum is also very high. After all, this is equivalent to the first war pet in the current game. Of course, tame wolves are not counted. After all, the combat power of tame wolves can only deal with junior monsters like zombies Iobai. However, what European players don't know is that the war pet has actually existed for a long time. Long before Xu Yuan came over, he already had the drawings of the marauding beast. Marauding beasts are not like death worms, and you must kill dead worms to have a chance to get eggs to hatch. And after hatching, it will not be obedient. The marauding beast can be directly synthesized from drawings, and it is completely at Xu Yuan's command. If the death worm is strong in individual combat, then the strength of the marauder beast is group combat. After all, the most expensive synthetic marauding beast is the undead totem, and the immortal totem can be brushed all the time, so the marauding beast has as many sources as there are. It can be said that Xu Yuan can now form a team of monster legions. The underground troops are handed over to the giant death worms, and the ground troops use marauding beasts. When the control of the dinosaur ants is obtained, ground troops and underground troops can also join in. When the time comes, after slaying the dragon, the Air Force will be in charge of the dragon. That picture, just thinking about it makes people feel excited. With such a monster troop, Xu Yuan should not have to worry about any more monster mods in the future. Directly use these monster armies to attack it. Unless it's some Titan creature. However, Titan biomod is unlikely to come out, at least in the first and medium term. If it is to be released, it is estimated that it will be the late stage. While the players were enthusiastically discussing the death worm, Xu Yuan once again embarked on the journey to take the first kill. Xu Yuan's target this time is the mermaid siren. Why are the 3 words mermaid in quotation marks? It is because she is indeed a graceful mermaid in a certain form. When players first see it, it will appear in the form of a mermaid and sit on a rocky island and start singing beautifully. If the player is close to the range of her singing, the player will be seduced by her singing. If the player is out of the water, they will start flying uncontrollably towards the siren. When players are on land, they will not be able to self-control and start jumping in place. After Siren successfully attracts players who are a certain block away from her, Siren will reveal her true colors. At this point, she will enter the Naga form, and the previous charming singing voice will be replaced by eerie screams and hisses. Then he starts swimming to attack, and when underwater, the Siren will attack by biting, and her claws can also repel players. On land, Siren will be a little sluggish and will drag himself through rocks and sand with his arms. However, in the water, Siren's speed will be very fast, and it is basically difficult to hit her. So if you want to conquer Siren, it will be better to trick her onto land. But it's hard to trick her onto land. If the line of sight can be adjusted in the MC, the Siren is not very dangerous. But in this game, the sight distance cannot be adjusted, and the monsters in these Song of Ice and Fire mods have been strengthened. The range of Siren's singing will definitely be strengthened. So, basically you see Siren, and you're in the seductive range of her singing. Because of this, Siren has also become a difficult existence to deal with. But in fact, knowing how to deal with her is still very simple. In fact, it is similar to the method of dealing with Cyclops and snake-haired banshees. There is also special equipment to deal with Sirens. That's the earbuds. Siren relies on singers to seduce players, so as long as you don't hear the song, you can deal with her well. 2 wooden buttons can be combined into 1 earbud. It's not a dream to take down the Siren is your harem concubine. In fact, Xu Yuan's killing purpose of choosing the Siren is still for the things that the Siren drops. Sirens will shed Saigen's tears. This thing is the core item of the synthetic Siren flute. The Siren flute is also a legendary weapon. Its effect is the same as the Siren's singing, which can have a seductive effect. This thing is very good for PvP and PvE. Xu Yuan still brought the 4 of Dream to the beach as usual. Just as Xu Yuan was about to issue earmuffs to Dream, a faint and beautiful singing sounded in his ears. As soon as the Dream 4 heard the song, their faces began to flutter. The 4 of them were also immediately attracted by this beautiful singing. Even Xu Yuan was attracted by such a voice, but fortunately, Xu Yuan was guarded and the singing voice was not too loud, so it did not seduce Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan shook his head hard and sobered himself up. Immediately afterwards, the earbuds prepared in advance were placed on the ears. After bringing it, Xu Yuan patted Dream. Dream was already immersed in the song, and was suddenly awakened by Xu Yuan's beat. Brother, this song, it's so beautiful. I have to say that although the singing voice from the Siren is very weak, it is also effective. Her singing voice is very beautiful, and it immediately gives people the feeling of a young girl singing on the peaceful sea. But from the singing, it is so pure and beautiful, making people feel the urge to fall in love. Apparently Dream was also confused by such a singing. Seeing this, Xu Yuan handed the earbuds to Dream, and then said, "Here, take this." Dream was stunned when he saw the earplugs on Xu Yuan's hand. "What is this?" Xu Yuan pointed to his ears and said, "These are earbuds, and you won't be seduced by the sound of the sirens when you wear them." When Dream heard this, he did not take the earbuds, but looked obsessed and muttered in his mouth, "Siren. It turns out her name is Siren. The song lives up to its name. What a beautiful name." Seeing this, Xu Yuan was suddenly a little stunned. This Dream's words and deeds are obviously seduced. What Xu Yuan never expected was that this Siren's singing voice was so powerful. In the original MC, players will be seduced after hearing Siren's song, and love particles will appear above their heads, and then players on land will always jump in place, and those on sea will fly towards Sirens quickly. Now that several people are still on land, and they are still some distance from the Siren, they have been seduced. And this seduction is not jumping in place. It's about making players feel affection for her? So ruthless. Xu Yuan was thinking about it. When he saw Dream muttering a few words, he suddenly looked at Xu Yuan with an angry face. He knocked off the earplugs on Xu Yuan's hand with a flick of his hand, and then said to Xu Yuan as if he was crazy, "Why give me such a thing? Bring this kind of thing, and you won't hear the beautiful singing of the Siren. Do you think Siren's singing voice is not good?" Dream almost madly questioned Xu Yuan, and his volume was amplified a lot. Xu Yuan could clearly see that Dream's eyes had all turned red at this time. This is also a sign of seduction, right? At this time, Bad, Spa, and Geo on the side also heard Dream's words. The 3 of them also gathered around. Who said that Siren's singing voice is not good? Siren's singing is the most beautiful thing in the world. I want to get closer. I want to hear it more clearly. At this time, Bad, Spa, and Geo were all the same as Dream, and their eyes were all red. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately regretted it. When he came with Dream before, Xu Yuan only told them that he was coming to play Siren, and did not say anything else. And Dream didn't ask much. Because it was basically like this as usual, what Xu Yuan wanted to fight was just to tell them, and they would follow. Xu Yuan didn't care too much this time. After all, Siren is not a powerful monster. Xu Yuan thought that when they were closer to the sea, they would let Dream wear earmuffs. But he never expected that when he saw the sea in front of him, he heard the song. Fortunately, Xu Yuan was guarded, so he was not so easily seduced. And Xu Yuan walked behind, and the time to hear it was not as long as Dream them. So they weren't seduced, but Dream, when they suddenly heard such a sound unsuspecting, they would definitely be seduced. When Xu Yuan saw this scene, he couldn't think of any way for them to clear their charm for a while. I don't know if milk can lift the charm. Xu Yuan thought about it, so he took out the milk prepared in the bag in advance and prepared to feed it to Dream them. And the 4 of Dream didn't wait for Xu Yuan's reaction, so they all ran forward. While running, he shouted Siren's name like a little fan. This scene at this time is simply like a star chasing scene. Not good. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly chased after him. Logically, everyone runs at the same speed. And in front of them, Dream's speed at this time is obviously much faster than Xu Yuan. It seems that after being seduced, the speed of running towards her on land will be much faster. If you don't know how to deal with it, this siren is really difficult to deal with. Her range of perception and the radiation range of her voice are too large. Basically, players who set foot in the sea can only die if they hear a sound. Xu Yuan followed the four of Dream and immediately ran to the beach. At this time, I finally saw the true lord. An extremely beautiful mermaid with blonde hair and blue eyes and a sparkling blue-green tail, sitting on a reef standing on the sea, singing. I have to say that this game is indeed quite thoughtful. Originally, in the original MC, Siren was the image of a black hair, but in the game, it becomes a blonde image. But yes, after all, it appears on the European side, and it must be followed by the customs. Such an image is also more seductive. But I have to say that this siren can not only sing and seduce, even this appearance is definitely unbearable for many people. Xu Yuan had always used pixel mode before, and he didn't adjust it back after adjusting to the highest image quality in the previous construction competition. When Xu Yuan saw Siren's face, he suddenly had a feeling of shock. Just looking at it from such a distance, I already feel that she is incomparably beautiful. Definitely the best looking female monster in this game. The appearance given to her by this siren game is the shape of that girl, and not the setting of the mermaid that is charming, glamorous, and vulgar. Although the upper body of this siren is only covered by 2 shells, the whole dress is still very revealing. But it doesn't feel erotic. The feeling is pure desire. And it is this pure desire that is the deadliest temptation. This kind of singing and this image, this is simply the ultimate charm. Xu Yuan's side just rushed to the beach, and saw the four of Dream suddenly scuffling together. Siren is mine, you all me. Grab the siren with me, hit me again. I've long seen that you are not favorable. When Xu Yuan saw such a situation, he was suddenly a little stunned. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that Siren would directly lure them into the sea, but I didn't expect that the four of them would fight directly. But this is good. If Dream and they are lured into the sea, then Xu Yuan really can't save them. After all, the sea is Siren's world, and her speed in the sea is very fast, and it is still difficult to hit her. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly ran in front of Dream and them. At this time, where is Xu Yuan in the eyes of the Dream Four? They are like love rivals at this time. All they see is the mermaid siren singing over there. It seems that the four of them can't be counted on. The Dream Four are now killing each other, but fortunately, none of them are currently carrying weapons. And all four have diamond sets, so fighting each other can't do too much damage. At present, they are still not life-threatening. In short, it is much safer than being lured into the sea. Xu Yuan didn't care about Dream anymore, but aimed these 3 bows at sirens. To solve the problem, you must first solve the source. And the source of the problem is the siren. So, just kill the siren. Xu Yuan pulled his bow and immediately shot towards the siren. After Siren was injured, her health bar also appeared at the top of the screen. Siren's HP is not very much, 1,500 points. After Siren was injured by Xu Yuan, his singing was suddenly interrupted. After the song was interrupted, the Dream Four slowly recovered. Their eyes slowly turned pale pink. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately prepared to hand the earmuffs to Dream and them. At this time, Siren saw this and began to sing again. At this time, her singing voice changed tune. And the four of Dream just turned pale pink eyes, and slowly began to turn red again. When the eyes of the Dream Four all turned red again, they seemed to be possessed by a demon, and all of them pounced on Xu Yuan. It's you, you're going to kill Siren. Kill him. That's him, wounded Siren. The Dream Four were completely manipulated by Siren's singing at this time. They all started attacking Xu Yuan without fate. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately dodged the attacks of the four. And the 4 people of Dream are like vicious dogs, chasing Xu Yuan reluctantly. Although the 4 of them did not bring weapons, the 4 of them attacked Xu Yuan together, and Xu Yuan still couldn't withstand it. And they attacked Xu Yuan like this, and Xu Yuan couldn't kill Siren. The most important thing is that Xu Yuan can't do anything to them. Xu Yuan dodged the attack while thinking about how to deal with the current situation. No weapons. That means that when you are seduced, you will not take things. Just now, Xu Yuan has been observing that after the Dream Four are seduced, they will not use the contents of the backpack. And the shortcut bar stuff won't work anymore. And this is the weakness of those seduced by sirens? Seeing this, Xu Yuan didn't say a word, and directly began to dig 3 blocks on the sand in front of him. Bad ran first, chased Xu Yuan, and immediately fell into the bunker. At this time, Bad in the bunker, after being trapped, did not raise the square as usual. Instead, he kept shouting and scolding and jumping up in place. This can also be regarded as proving Xu Yuan's conjecture. Seeing this, Xu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to deal with the Lord. After Xu Yuan led the remaining 3 people to the bunker, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I have to say that this siren is really strong. If Xu Yuan hadn't made earmuffs, he would definitely have killed each other with the Dream Four. And she can not only seduce the player, but also control the player's mind. Compared with the original siren, it can be said that it has been strengthened a lot. This may be the charm of beautiful girls. However, Xu Yuan kind of wanted to see the second form of the siren, that is, the form that became grinning. After Xu Yuan trapped the Dream Dead Man, he began to continue to attack Siren with his bow. After Siren was interrupted by Xu Yuan again, he jumped down and jumped into the sea. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was shocked. If the siren went to the sea, the speed was so fast, Xu Yuan would definitely have a hard time hitting the siren. But what Xu Yuan didn't expect was that siren didn't mean to hide. Instead, he quickly rushed towards Xu Yuan's side. After coming to the shore, siren slowly climbed out. And at this moment, a magical scene appeared. After siren left the coast, her fishtail actually turned into a white leg. At this time, even the two shells that were the only cover on siren's body disappeared like foam. At this time, siren became a girl. Still a naked girl. When Xu Yuan saw this scene, he was suddenly a little confused. It's not against the rules. Although the key parts of the siren have been treated, this scale is also too large, right? Don't talk about others, even Xu Yuan is a little unbearable. After all this was not expected by Xu Yuan. When Xu Yuan saw this scene, he suddenly felt a little fluttering. But Xu Yuan's mind was still quite firm, and after feeling the abnormality, Xu Yuan immediately opened his backpack and took out the blindfold he had made when dealing with the snake-haired banshee before. After putting on the blindfold, the strange feeling disappears immediately. Whew! Fortunately, the reaction was fast. After putting on the blindfold, Xu Yuan Chang took a breath. This siren. Simply so. She was born to seduce. The singing voice could not seduce the player, so he came to the shore and seduced it with his body. Who can stand this? But this setting is also quite interesting. It can also be regarded as a combination of the setting of the Little Mermaid. After Xu Yuan put on the eye patch, he couldn't see clearly, and he could only see something in a small range through the gap in the eye mask below. At this time, Xu Yuan was wearing earmuffs and blindfolds. It can be said that the sense of sight and hearing has been greatly hindered. Seeing this, Xu Yuan didn't think much about it, and directly raised 2 blocks. In the original MC, sirens were melee attacks on land. Although there are changes in this game, it is not as original as close combat, right? And this siren has already been strengthened so much, it would be a little too much to strengthen it again. Sure enough, as Xu Yuan guessed, after Xu Yuan took a high position, after siren came over, she couldn't attack Xu Yuan, so she kept anxiously circling Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan finally felt relieved, leaned on the gap under the blindfold and began to aim at the siren and attack the siren with a bow. At this time, siren could be said to have been ravaged by Xu Yuan. If an uninformed person looks at this situation, he will think that Xu Yuan is a pervert and cruel. A young girl of a role, standing in front of a man without her whole body wrapped, and this man was actually unemotional, and even attacked this girl. Xu Yuan slowly attacked siren. When her blood volume dropped to 500, I saw siren let out a long roar, and her entire figure changed rapidly. Her fishtail, which had been long legs, changed back again. But on the tail of the fish, there are many sharp fin spines. Her upper body is no longer exposed, but covered with a layer of fish scales. The most exciting thing is the siren's face. At this time, the siren's face directly becomes the kind of face similar to a catfish. The whole face is completely transformed into a fish. After Xu Yuan heard siren's call, he directly took off the blindfold, because he knew that siren was going to change shape. As soon as Xu Yuan took off the mask, he almost couldn't help but vomit when he saw the appearance of the siren in front of him. This contrast is simply from a young girl with a role, she suddenly became a fish-headed monster. At this moment, the Dream 4 also woke up. Since the siren changed form, the previous seductive effect also disappeared. The 4 of Dream also inexplicably didn't know why they were in the bunker. When they got 2 of them up, they all vomited when they saw the siren who made a strange noise. It's disgusting. Before I felt that the death worm was disgusting, now I apologize. This is it. Mermaid. The mermaid is actually a fish head. Before the 4 could react to what was going on, they saw that siren had died under Xu Yuan's arrow. At this time, the announcement of the full server system also sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for getting siren's first kill. The announcement of the full server system attracted heated discussions among players. Sirens are monsters, although they only appear on the beach, but more or less players have seen them. But basically they all went to see it with their lives. After the monsters appeared on the European side, many players spontaneously posted the guidebooks and health attributes of each monster on the forum. The other monsters' booklets are basically just 1 or 2 pictures, while Siren's booklet has at least more than a dozen. And these more than a dozen pictures are available from various angles. It can be said that in order to see Siren's beauty, many players have given their names to meet her. I've seen Siren once before, it's really beautiful, it completely matches the setting of a mermaid in my heart. Just by looking at the pictures in the booklet, this can be regarded as the most beautiful monster in the game, right? Mainly played for so long, there are no female monsters at all. This is what everyone says, a monster worth seeing even if it is dead. Steve is really awesome, I heard that this monster, as long as I heard her singing, I directly declared dead. This Steve guy is also ruthless. This siren is so beautiful, if it were me, I would definitely not bear it. Steve guy, this speed is really. Feel the first kill of those monsters, others don't have to think about it. European players are now slowly getting used to Xu Yuan getting the first kill. Just like in Huaxia, everyone felt that it was a matter of course for Xu Yuan to get the first kill. This also shows that Xu Yuan's status in the minds of European players is already very high. After Xu Yuan killed Siren here, the 4 of Dream surrounded him. They are all in a state of confusion. From the very beginning, after they were seduced, the whole person was in a state of control, so it was not clear what happened. After they were seduced, hallucinations appeared before their eyes. In front of him, there was only a graceful mermaid girl singing by the sea, and then he completely lost control himself. Then when I came to my senses, I found myself in a bunker. That's Siren. This. Am I mistaken? Siren is not a mermaid with a beautiful face. Groove. This is the true face of sirens. The four of Dream couldn't believe that the extremely disgusting monster in front of them was a siren. After all, after being seduced just now, the four people still felt very good, and the mermaid girl who sang on the beach also made the hearts of this group of young men throb. Although the four people guessed that it was a siren before seeing the system announcement, they couldn't believe it. It wasn't until the system announcement appeared that they believed this fact that was difficult for them to accept. Xu Yuan couldn't help but quip when he saw the expressions of disbelief and loss on the faces of the four Dream. Is this starting to dislike? Just now, you guys fought hard for her. When the four of Dream heard this, they all smiled awkwardly, and then waved their hands busily. That's not us just now, we're under control. Yes, we can't operate it at all. We were brainwashed. I didn't expect the true face of this siren to be like this. After Xu Yuan joked with the four of them for a while, he opened his backpack. The reward for Siren's first kill is 500 gold coins and a title deed, and a siren flute. When Xu Yuan saw the siren flute, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that the first kill reward for killing Siren would actually be siren flute. In the original MC, killing Siren will get Siren's tears and glitter scales. Both of these are materials for making siren flutes. And to make siren flutes, in addition to these things, there is another very important thing. That's the dragon song flute. The dragon song flute is a synthesis of 2 dragon bones and an iron ingot. Unexpectedly, the first kill reward was directly given to Xu Yuan's complete siren flute. This also saves a lot of effort. Xu Yuan took out the siren flute and looked at its attributes. Siren flute legendary item. Tune 1, enchanted by creatures that hear the flute, take the initiative to approach the piper. Tune 2, make the creatures that hear the flute lose their will and kill each other. Tune 3, control the creatures that hear the flute. Dragon creatures are immune to its effects. Durability, 500. For every second played, the durability is reduced by 5. Durability can be repaired with glitter scales. After Xu Yuan saw the attributes of this flute, he was shocked. This siren flute is also too strong, right? It's even divided into tunes. That is, this flute has 3 control effects. It's similar to Siren's previous seduction effect. But the most powerful are the creatures that can control the sound of the flute. According to 500 durability, every second of blowing reduces 5 durability, that is, you can control the opponent for 100 seconds. Being able to control your opponent for almost 2 minutes. And in addition to dragon creatures, other monsters are basically controlled. The most buggy thing is that this flute is not a single charm, but a range. As long as you hear the flute, you can control it. This is outrageously strong. And just when Xu Yuan was happy to get the powerful equipment, at this time, the four of Dream suddenly shouted in horror, "Boss, you look quickly. That. What is that? It came over." At this time, the four of Dream roared as if they had seen a ghost. Xu Yuan heard their voices and moved his gaze to the sea that Dream was pointing to. When he saw the behemoth swimming towards them in the sea, Xu Yuan couldn't help but gasp. At this time, in the sea, a huge monster is approaching the four people on the shore. It has a dragon-like head with a pair of backward fins and a large toothy jaw, and its body resembles a snake with large fish-like fins on its back. And this monster is a distant relative of the dragon clan, the sea python. If the dragon clan is the king in the sky, then the sea python is the overlord of the sea. Sea pythons are hostile to all creatures, even along with their kinds. Not only are sea pythons very powerful, but they are also very fast. They also lock onto targets on ships or shores, and then jump over the sea to slap their targets with their entire bodies. In short, the sea python's combat power in the sea is absolutely unmatched by no monster. Long ago, sea pythons could be trapped by boats, but after the revision, this method could not be used. Later updates added land warfare AI to the sea python, allowing the sea python to attack on land. Therefore, sea pythons are still difficult to deal with. And since sea pythons are close relatives of dragons, there are also hierarchical AI settings. In the original MC, the smallest anaconda had only 20 HP points. Stage 1 is 20 to 39 HP points. Stage 2 is 40 to 59 HP points. Stage 3 is 60 to 79 HP points. Stage 4 is 80 to 99 HP points. Stage 5, on the other hand, is called the Ancient Sea Python, and their blood volume is 120 to 200 or more. It can be said that from Stage 4 to Ancient Times, it is a phased breakthrough. Before Xu Yuan had time to think about it, the Sea Python was already rushing in front of him. The entire Sea Python is huge. From the point of view of size, it is estimated to be a 4th order or Ancient Sea Python. When Xu Yuan saw the amount of blood of this sea python, he couldn't help but take a breath. Hiss. 10,000 HP. Originally, according to the previous monsters, basically the amount of health was increased by 10 times. And the sea python does not play cards according to common sense. The amount of blood is actually 10,000. This is the same as the blood volume of the Ender Dragon. According to the amount of blood, only ancient sea pythons should have such a card. Seeing that the ancient sea python was about to attack, the four of Dream pulled their legs and ran. At this time, after the ancient sea python came to the coast, its body jumped violently. Aim at the Dream 4 and Xu Yuan and prepare to smash over. Seeing this, Xu Yuan and Dream quickly dodged. After the ancient sea python came to land, although it was not as flexible as in the water, its speed was still very fast. Soon, he twisted his body and attacked Xu Yuan's group. Seeing this, Xu Yuan put a shield on himself and shot an arrow at the ancient sea python. After this arrow hit the ancient sea python, it was immediately bounced off by the thick scales on the ancient sea python. Xu Yuan looked at the damage, and just now that arrow actually caused more than 10 points of damage to the ancient sea python. What a high armor. Originally, Xu Yuan also wanted to explore the reality of the ancient sea python, but he didn't expect this ancient sea python to be so powerful. This strength is no less than that of the dragon. After the ancient sea python was injured, the hatred immediately shifted to Xu Yuan's side. It used its tail, a catapult, and came to Xu Yuan unexpectedly. Quickly bite at the source of permission. In the blink of an eye, Xu Yuan's 5 shields broke in response. After Xu Yuan's shield broke, the sea python had not given up biting. At this time, there is no shield protection. Even Xu Yuan, who is equipped with enchantments all over his body, is as brittle as paper in the mouth of the ancient sea python. The ancient sea python just tore and bit, and Xu Yuan's blood volume bottomed out. After seeing Xu Yuan's death, the ancient sea python no longer cared about him, but attacked the four of Dream. Seeing this, the 4 Dream people at this time were stunned. Boss. This anaconda attack. What to do with the equipment on the boss? Seeing this, Dream thought about it and said, "We'll take turns topping for a while. Bad, you run." After Dream finished speaking, he went up. Dream's approach is undoubtedly buying time for Bad with his life. Because he knew that it didn't matter if they died, but Xu Yuan's equipment couldn't be lost. Everyone knows that the equipment on Xu Yuan's body can't be bought. When Bad heard Dream's words, he didn't procrastinate and ran away. He naturally understood Dream's intentions. At this time, Dream, Sap, and Geo were ready to die. The ancient sea python came to Dream with a face, just as its blood basin was biting towards Dream. At this time, a beautiful tune sounded from behind the ancient sea python. Seeing that the fangs of the ancient sea python touched Dream's head, at this moment, the ancient sea python was attracted by the voice behind him and froze. At this time, Dream was ready to die, and his eyes were closed. Seeing that there was no response, I heard the flute again. So Mimi quietly opened one eye. Only then did he open his eyes and see that the blood basin of the ancient sea python was stretching out in front of him. Seeing this, Dream took several steps back in fear. Dream was also puzzled when he saw that the ancient sea python did not attack him. So he looked for the sound of the flute and looked behind the ancient sea python. As a result, I saw Xu Yuan playing with a flute. It turned out that the flute sound just now was made by Xu Yuan. Dream was overjoyed to see that Xu Yuan was okay. Due to the ancient sea python blocking in front of him, Dream did not dare to bypass it, and only greeted Xu Yuan from a distance. "Brother, so you're okay? Great." In fact, Xu Yuan was not dead, but the immortal totem saved him. Xu Yuan was also a little careless. He didn't expect the strength of the ancient sea python to be so terrifying. Originally, the shield scepter had 5 shields and was able to withstand 5 attacks. Therefore, Xu Yuan will be more relieved. But he didn't expect this ancient sea python's attack speed to be so fast, and he bit through all the shields in 3 or 2 strokes. And its attack was still so high, just 1 moment, it directly killed Xu Yuan in seconds. Fortunately, Xu Yuan had an immortal totem and escaped with his life. Since the flute had to be played all the time to take effect, Xu Yuan couldn't speak. Xu Yuan saw Dream greeting him, so he waved at him, signaling Dream and them to leave quickly. Although the ancient sea python has been controlled at present, it is obvious that the effect of this flute on him cannot be completely effective. Because Xu Yuan had just played Tune 3, but after playing, there was no hint that he could control the ancient sea python. That is to say, ancient sea pythons still have a certain immune effect on flutes. After all, the ancient sea python is a close relative of the dragon clan, and this flute is immune to dragons. Being able to control the ancient sea python is already very good. Seeing this, Dream immediately understood, dragging Sap and Geo and running back. After Xu Yuan controlled the ancient sea python, after picking up what the siren had just exploded, he also played the flute while following Dream and they stayed away from the ancient sea python. Xu Yuan has been playing the flute, and the ancient sea python has always been fixed in place. It wasn't until Xu Yuan ran far enough that the ancient sea python couldn't hear the flute, and it was able to move again. At this time, Xu Yuan had already gone away. Xu Yuan and his group ran for more than 10 minutes, and after making sure that the ancient sea python would not chase after them again, they finally stopped and took a breath. "I'm exhausted. This sea python is too strong, right? Huh, boss, how did you come to life?" "Yes, we've all seen you bite to death." Everyone reacted that Xu Yuan was fine. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "I have an immortal totem, which can be immune to 1 death, and I will match you with a few when the time comes." When everyone in Dream heard Xu Yuan's words, they understood. They have also hit the immortal totem, but they are not very willing to use it and put it in the warehouse. Although they all escaped unharmed, Dream still had palpitations. The attack of the ancient sea python just now was too terrifying. Brother, why is this sea python so powerful? Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. We were unlucky and came across an ancient sea python. The level of this ancient sea python is equivalent to a 5th order dragon, and it is the most powerful. I also didn't expect this ancient sea python to be so powerful. For now, it is still difficult to kill the ancient sea python. If you want to kill it, you have to think of a way, and hard rigidity will definitely not work. After all, its attack is too high, and a bite is a life. And the combat power is so terrifying on land, let alone at sea. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but frown. Originally, I thought that except for dragons, other monsters were not very strong. Unexpectedly, this time it suffered on the ancient sea python. An ancient sea python alone is already such a combat power, let alone a dragon. At present, the best way to kill the ancient sea python should be to lure the ancient sea python ashore and attack it in the air. Or dig a hole in the ground, as with Naga. However, Xu Yuan did not know whether the ancient sea python could destroy the terrain. It seems that we still have to take our time and think long-term. Xu Yuan and Dream soon returned to the main city. At present, the ancient sea python is not the main problem, so it can be put away. At present, the main problem is the problem of ants. 6 days have passed since the promise of the 1-week deadline, and tomorrow is the time for Xu Yuan to fulfill his promise. After returning to the main city, Xu Yuan collected some more ant fat and threw it to the jungle dinosaurs. After throwing a backpack of ant fat, a system alert sounded. Jungle dinosaur ant credibility reaches 500,000. Obtain the right to build an ant nest. After saving ant fat for so long, I finally obtained the right to build an ant nest. Seeing that the sky was about to get dark, Xu Yuan still walked into the ant nest. After all, there is a 7-day period, and after tonight, it will be the 7th day. Xu Yuan wanted to give the players a satisfactory answer early in the morning. When Xu Yuan probed into the mine, the players who were resting in the main city at this time also talked about the promised things. After all, this matter determines their freedom. Tomorrow is 7 days. I don't know if Steve can really deliver on his promise. Didn't Steve himself already let the dinosaurs not attack him? Yes, and I heard that the last time they killed Siren, the dream god also went with them, indicating that there is already a way. I believe Steve anyway, and if he can't do it, then I don't think anyone can do it. I also believed in him. He didn't have to take it up at the time, but he gave us a promise that he had a method. Well, judging from Steve's personality, he shouldn't do something that he is not sure of. Whether it can be done or not, I'll know tomorrow anyway. If this can really work, we have to thank Steve for freeing us. Indeed, don't they Huaxia people have a word, courtesy exchanges, we should repay him. That being said, but do we have anything to give Steve a handy? That's true, too. Steve guy has nothing now. It can be said that almost all players believe that Xu Yuan can help them solve the ant problem. They were not worried that Xu Yuan would lose his words, but worried about how to repay Xu Yuan. After all, in their eyes, Xu Yuan has been running for them these days, and the players are still very moved. There are also previously opened arenas, although there are fees, but there are also rewards, which also makes players less bored. The players still remember Xu Yuan's good. After Xu Yuan came to the ant nest, he took the torch and went all the way down to the door of the dire ant queen's room. The experience last time can be said to be dangerous, although Xu Yuan still has some confidence when he comes this time. But he was still much more cautious and did not directly break into the room of the dire ant empress. After Xu Yuan stood at the door, the dire ant empress immediately sensed Xu Yuan's breath. She tentatively walked towards Xu Yuan. He probed on Xu Yuan with his tentacles for a while. At this moment, the dire ant empress suddenly made a squeaky and threatening sound. Immediately launched an attack on Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was suddenly a little puzzled. This obviously already has the right to build an ant nest, why is the ant queen still like this? Seeing the dire ant empress like this, Xu Yuan did not dare to move. After all, this is the hometown of people. As soon as the dire ant empress gave an order, Xu Yuan would be torn apart by countless dire ants. Although the dire ant empress issued a warning sound, it did not attack Xu Yuan. Just when Xu Yuan relaxed his heart a little. At this time, Xu Yuan only felt that the entire ant nest trembled a little. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but gasp. What's going on? At this moment, countless dinosaur ant laborers poured in from everywhere. When Xu Yuan saw this battle, he was ready to die. It seems that this time it has completely angered the dire ant queen. But Xu Yuan didn't understand, why didn't the dire ant empress do it herself? This dire ant queen is afraid that she will dirty her own hands, so she calls people to do it? Just when Xu Yuan was thinking about this, those ant laborers were all surrounding Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan looked at the immortal totem in his backpack. If you want to run out, it is estimated that it will be difficult to consume all these undead totems. After all, it is now in the old nest of dinosaurs, and the ant nest is also very large and tortuous. It seems that the only way to use the immortal totem to put things next to each other is the ender box. Xu Yuan thought so. At present, it seems that there is a dead end, but the things on the body must not be lost. Those legendary weapons obtained before were all on Xu Yuan. Originally, the head of the snake-haired banshee could control these dinosaurs a little, but Xu Yuan was afraid that taking out that thing would reduce its credibility in the future, so he didn't take it out. just when Xu Yuan was planning how to minimize the loss. But it was found that the dinosaur workers did not attack Xu Yuan. Instead, he surrounded Xu Yuan and stood on the opposite side of the dire ant empress. They all opened and closed their jaws and aimed at the dire ant empress, looking ready to attack. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was immediately stunned. What is the situation? Although Xu Yuan didn't know what was going on, what Xu Yuan could be sure of was that these dinosaur laborers did show an aggressive posture towards their empress. This situation can be said to be impossible. After all, the dire ant empress belongs to the leader of the entire ant clan. The ant tribe has always had a very clear class system, and the dinosaur laborers belong to the bottom of the entire group, and they were born with the mission of absolute obedience to the dire queen. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for them to resist the dire ant queen. At this time, this impossible scene happened in front of Xu Yuan. What the hell is going on? Xu Yuan was also very puzzled at this time, and he didn't know why it became like this. However, this is good news for Xu Yuan's current situation. After all, in the eyes of the just now, Xu Yuan has only one way to die. Now, with the help of the dinosaur laborers, there is a glimmer of life. Since the entire ant colony and the number of dinosaur ant laborers account for the majority, the current battle seems to be that Xu Yuan's side has the advantage. But Xu Yuan did not dare to relax. Although these ant dinosaur laborers are all on Xu Yuan's side, but they may not have the courage to attack their empress. So, it's not clear. The dire ant empress was instantly furious when she saw that the dire ant laborers had launched an offensive posture against her. It immediately roared. When the dinosaur ant laborers heard the roar of the dire ant queen, they all took a few steps back. It didn't take long for Xu Yuan to see groups of dinosaur ant scouts, sergeants, and royal families rushing towards this side. They all stood behind the dire ant empress and signaled their attacks on the dire ant laborer. At this time, the entire ant nest was dispatched. For the sake of Xu Yuan, the dinosaurs stood on two opposite sides. Seeing this, Xu Yuan suddenly didn't know what to do. His purpose is not to make the dinosaurs of the ant nest fight, he just wants the dire queen to change her hatred of the players. At this point, the two sides are in a state of opposition, but neither of them has attacked. Xu Yuan was caught in the middle, and although he was a little alarmed, he still let himself gradually calm down. The only way to solve this problem now is to find out why this happened. Xu Yuan thought of this and slowly began to sort out his thoughts. At the beginning, after Xu Yuan entered the dire ant empress's room, the dire ant empress had no hatred for Xu Yuan. After all, the dire ant empress herself approached Xu Yuan without taking the initiative to attack Xu Yuan. The first time Xu Yuan entered the ant nest, after Xu Yuan reached a certain distance from the dire ant empress, the dire ant empress began to attack Xu Yuan. And this time it didn't, so it shouldn't be a matter of reputation value. After approaching Xu Yuan, the dire ant empress used her tentacles to detect Xu Yuan before launching an attack posture. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he immediately seemed to understand something. He opened his backpack and rummaged for a while, then found a fragment of the treasure drawing in the corner. Is it because At present, the only thing in Xu Yuan's backpack that can make the dire ant empress angry is this treasure drawing fragment. After all, the ant's revenge at that time was also because of this treasure drawing fragment. And the reason why the dinosaur laborers are opposed to the dire ant queen is probably because Xu Yuan has been supplying them with ant fat. Because only the dinosaur ant laborers are in personal contact with Xu Yuan and receive ant fat. All the dinosaur workers turned to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan sorted out the general situation before he knew that this was the cause of the incident. At present, if you really let the ant colony fight, not only will there be no way to control the empress to eliminate hatred, it is estimated that Xu Yuan's credibility in the ant colony will also be reduced a lot. Do you want me to hand over the treasure drawing fragments? Now the only estimate that can solve the current situation is to hand over the treasure drawing fragments. However, this treasure drawing fragment is the first killing reward for killing the dinosaur laborer. If you hand over this treasure drawing fragment, it will be impossible to collect the drawings at that time. I already knew that I wouldn't have brought treasure drawing fragments. At this time, Xu Yuan couldn't help but regret a little. This is simply losing the lady and breaking the army. Xu Yuan can be described as very entangled at this time, whether to hand it over or not. If you do, you may be able to gain the trust of the dire ant queen and solve the problem of ant revenge. After gaining the trust of the dire ant empress, you only need to gather enough credibility to control the dire ant empress. But if it is not handed over, after causing the ant tribe civil war, it is not clear whether the ant laborers can win in the first place. Even if they can win, these ant workers can be regarded as defections. It is estimated that he will also be exiled or killed in the future. After causing a civil war, Xu Yuan was equivalent to being completely opposed to the dire ant empress. So much of the credibility accumulated before has been destroyed. Xu Yuan thought of this, tangled for a long time, and finally made a decision. He took out the treasure drawing fragment and handed it to the dire ant queen. Xu Yuan took out the treasure drawing fragments, and the dire ant empress began to be agitated. It looked like he was about to attack. At this time, the sergeants, scouts, and royalty around her also began to stir. It seemed that as long as the dire ant empress gave an order, they would immediately rush over and tear Xu Yuan apart. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was able to determine that the reason why the dire ant empress was angry was because of this treasure drawing fragment. Xu Yuan also did not ink, and directly threw the treasure drawing fragment in front of the Dire Ant Empress. When the Dire Ant Empress saw Xu Yuan throw out the treasure drawing fragments, she immediately picked up the treasure drawing fragments, and then turned around and put them back in the room. At this time, Xu Yuan was still a little panicked. After all, he didn't know if after returning the treasure drawing fragments, the Dire Ant Empress would release his previous suspicions. After the Dire Ant Empress brought the treasure drawings back to the room, she immediately came out again. She walked to Xu Yuan's side and sniffed Xu Yuan with her tentacles again. After making sure that Xu Yuan didn't have what she wanted, she turned her head and seemed to be communicating something with the dinosaur soldiers. Subsequently, these Dire Ant sergeants, scouts, and royalty all unloaded their armed postures. Seeing this, the dinosaur workers also unloaded their armed posture. Seeing this, Xu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he made the right bet. What the Dire Queen wanted was the treasure drawing fragment. As a result, he spared a large circle, but still sent out the treasure drawing fragments. Xu Yuan only hoped that this treasure drawing fragment was valuable. After the internal contradictions of the ant colony are resolved, the dinosaurs go about their own business. Only the Dire Ant Empress and Xu Yuan remained. At this time, the Dire Ant Empress came to Xu Yuan's side, and just after the Dire Ant Empress approached Xu Yuan, a system panel appeared in front of Xu Yuan. This system panel is the panel of Xu Yuan's control over the nest. After Xu Yuan opened the control panel, 3 large plates appeared in front of Xu Yuan. Ant nest control. Setting hostile targets. Empress breeding. Xu Yuan was overjoyed when he saw these 3 plates. It seems that he made the right decision. Ant nest control and Empress reproduction are currently not to be taken care of. When the time comes, it will be useful to be able to control the Dire Queen. And setting goals is exactly the solution Xu Yuan is looking for. Xu Yuan opened the item set hostile targets. Current hostile target, all human players. The current permission can only delete hostile targets, cannot change hostile targets. Xu Yuan understood this after seeing the prompt. It is estimated that it is necessary to obtain the sincerity of the Dire Ant Empress before being able to set up hostile targets. Now Xu Yuan's permission can only delete hostile targets. But that's enough, and it's enough to solve the current problem. Xu Yuan did not hesitate to delete the hostile target. At this moment, the full server system announcement sounded. Player Steve disables the Ant Revenge system. At this time, the players in the European region were discussing whether Xu Yuan could disarm the Ant Revenge system, and they saw this system prompt. At this time, all the players were stunned. Is talking, this directly lifts the... Oh my god, this is already lifted. It's not been a week, so soon. Steve really did it. It's been 6 days. It's been 6 whole days. We can finally get out and breathe. Steve really kept his promise. Suddenly a little teary. Not only did he fulfill his promise, he was ahead of schedule. Steve liberated us, gave us freedom. Players were all excited when they saw this system message. One by one, they thanked Xu Yuan for giving them freedom, and ran out towards the wilderness. At this time, they have completely ignored that it is night. They are all suffocated. They need to be released. At this time, it can be described as a grand carnival for the whole people. Everyone held torches and cheered and danced outside the main city. At this time, they have a joy of renewal. We have to repay Steve boss. Yes, everyone think of a way and do something. Steve helped us so much, we have to do something. I think this thing that Steve did is an iconic thing for us, and we must remember it well. How about we get together and make a giant statue of Steve boss? That's a good idea. Where is the statue made? Just do it near the main city of the cube people. Anyway, the square people will definitely expand, and then this statue will become the landmark of the main city of the block people. Yes, I am in favor of. Come on, start, work, and strive to do it before Steve comes back. After deliberating for a long time, the European players decided to work together to build a sculpture for Xu Yuan to thank Xu Yuan for lifting the Ants' Revenge system and liberating them. Although it was already night, the area around the cube man was brightly lit and lively. Everyone is working together on the sculpture. Fortunately, Xu Yuan's characters are pixel characters, and the color matching is also very simple. Players are also very simple to make sculptures, and no architectural skills are required. The news of the players working together to make a statue for Xu Yuan immediately spread. The 4 of Dream also heard the news and came to the construction site to make a splash. When they arrived at the construction site, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Although these are scattered players, they are all methodical in their actions. There are those who are specifically responsible for finding materials, those who are specifically responsible for supervising, and those who are specifically responsible for construction. Everyone has their own projects, and everyone works hard to complete their work. When Dream saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little touched. The character of these scattered players in Europe Dream still knows. These scattered players do not enter the guild because they are not strong enough. After all, the overall strength of the European side is not very good. Therefore, there are no mandatory requirements for some small guilds to recruit people, and some large guilds will have some requirements. These scattered players don't join the guild because they don't like to be tied down and don't like to be manipulated by the guild to do this and that. Others just think that guilds always like to do things pretentious. Take this statue as an analogy. If any guild wanted to be a statue of the guild leader, they would definitely scoff at it. At this time, these scattered players spontaneously took the initiative to help Xu Yuan build the statue. This is enough to show Xu Yuan's status in their minds. Although none of these players joined the cube people, if something happened to Xu Yuan in the future, he would need the strength of the players. These players will definitely come forward. Because this move of them was enough to prove that in their hearts, Xu Yuan was already their leader. Thinking back to Xu Yuan's arrival in the European region, it has only been less than half a month, and the attitude of players has undergone earth-shaking changes. At the beginning, the players were very clear that Xu Yuan was a Huaxia, and even the match with Dream was crowned a battle between the two regions. And in just a few days, players have completely lost this idea of exclusion. Moreover, it is precisely because Xu Yuan is a Chinese that in this matter, it also makes European players more moved. Thinking of this, Dream couldn't help but smile bitterly. We have been in Europe for so long, and we are not as good as my brother's achievements in less than half a month. Bad, Spa, and Geo all sighed when they heard Xu Yuan's words. We didn't see players like this in our best days. The strength of the boss is indeed worthy of such achievements. I used to think that a few of us were very strong, and I didn't know what a real strong person was like until I met the boss. Before Xu Yuan came, the four of Dream were all known as great gods by players. But after Xu Yuan came, their light was also overshadowed by Xu Yuan. They will all have some small losses more or less. But they were not jealous, because they knew that Xu Yuan was worthy of it. After the four of Dream were stunned for a while, they also joined the players building queue. After Xu Yuan received the system message, he immediately opened his backpack. Disarming the ant revenge system is a big deal, so the rewards are definitely not cheap. After Xu Yuan opened his backpack and saw the reward in his backpack, he was overjoyed. The reward given by the ant revenge system is not much, only one thing. But this kind of thing is what Xu Yuan especially wants. That is the ant clan treasure drawing. Originally, before Xu Yuan threw the treasure drawing fragment to the dire ant empress, he thought that it would be difficult to get the drawing in the future. But I didn't expect that after contacting the ant revenge system, the system actually sent a whole drawing. This kind of lost and regained mood is simply not too comfortable. And this drawing is the reward of the ant revenge system, which makes Xu Yuan even more excited. At the beginning, although this drawing fragment Xu Yuan thought was a good thing, he didn't feel much better. Maybe it was better than other legendary weapons rewarded with the first kill. But now, this treasure drawing is a reward for the ant revenge, which is enough to show how powerful this drawing is. The treasure in this treasure drawing, Xu Yuan guessed, should be more than one. Xu Yuan thought of this and was excited. With this treasure drawing, there is no need to kill the dinosaurs anymore. After Xu Yuan got the drawing, he looked at the content in the drawing. Only one coordinate is shown in the drawing, 23141. When Xu Yuan saw this coordinate, he couldn't help but frown. What coordinates is this? How come there are only two values? Generally speaking, if you give coordinates, they are the coordinates of the three axes of x, y, z. But the coordinates of this treasure drawing were only two, which suddenly made Xu Yuan a little puzzled. But in fact, the coordinates are so strange and understandable. After all, this is a big treasure, and the place where it is located must be a relatively unexpected place. It certainly can't be found by everyone. So it's not surprising that there is such a setting. Xu Yuan put the drawings in his backpack and left the ant nest and returned to the main city. When Xu Yuan came to the vicinity of the main city, he saw the surrounding shining, and a burst of noise came over endlessly. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little curious. Is it at the bonfire party? Xu Yuan naturally knew that as soon as the system message was broadcast, according to the personalities of European players, they would definitely rush out as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if it's day or night. After all, they have all been holding back for a week, and they must have wanted to come out to breathe. With curiosity, Xu Yuan also came over. As a result, the scene in front of him couldn't help but make Xu Yuan a little sour. Although the players have not yet finished the entire statue, the general outline has already been made. The main thing is that Xu Yuan's image is too easy to recognize, and the color blocks on his body are so many. Classic blue top with purple trousers, plus some stubble. Xu Yuan naturally could see that what they did was themselves. Xu Yuan only arrived at this venue, and the sharp-eyed Bad saw Xu Yuan. Bad immediately shouted in the direction where Xu Yuan was. "Boss, you're back. Look. We do you handsome, not handsome?" Bad's loud voice suddenly focused everyone's attention on Xu Yuan's side. Originally, Xu Yuan was only going to come over to see and return to the main city, but when he was shouted by Bad, his location was immediately exposed. At this time, after the players saw Xu Yuan coming, they all surrounded Xu Yuan. "Steve Dad, you're back. Why are you here?" "Oops, I still want to say a surprise for Steve boss." "Yes, we're not done yet." "Steve, thank you. Steve boy, you see it, this is the statue we made for you." At this time, the players were excited to see Xu Yuan returning. Seeing this, Xu Yuan also smiled at everyone. "You are so daring, you dare to come out on this big night." When the players heard this, they all laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, we're all suffocated. There are many of us, of course we are not afraid, and there are some zombies outside the main city, and it will be fine to light up the surroundings. Of course such a good day requires a carnival. I was going to make the statue before you came back, but how did you come back so soon? Because you disarmed the ant revenge system, we dare to come out." Xu Yuan heard the words of the players, and said to the players with some seriousness. Although the ants' revenge system has been lifted, don't slacken and don't go to the desert area. The hatred value of desert dinosaurs and the hatred values of jungle dinosaurs are separate, and time is limited. I haven't had time to lift it yet. Xu Yuan explained like the players. At present, desert ant Xu Yuan does not have enough desert ant fat to exchange reputation value. So desert dinosaurs are still hostile to players. Xu Yuan naturally wanted to make it clear to everyone, otherwise it would be very dangerous for everyone to go to the desert area at that time. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, the players were slightly surprised, but quickly understood Xu Yuan. It had taken a lot of effort for Xu Yuan to help them clear out the jungle area. Moreover, there are not many desert areas, and players rarely go because there are death worms over there, which is still very dangerous. So players just need to be careful not to go near the desert in the future. Steve Daddy, it's okay, let's not go to the desert. It's good to be able to liberate such a large area in a week. It's okay, brother Steve, if we want to lift the desert area then, what can we do to help? Just say. Oh, don't say that, Steve. Look at the statue we made for you. Yes, big guy, are you still satisfied with the statue? Xu Yuan heard everyone's words, smiled, and then came to the statue with the crowd of players. Good, tomorrow I will expand the main city to this side. This statue will serve as a landmark of our main city. When the players heard this, they were all happy, and Xu Yuan's words could be regarded as accepting the players' wishes. However, players have considered a problem, that is, the place they choose to make the statue is actually some distance from the main city of the Cube Man. The players were not sure if Xu Yuan would accept their kindness, so they chose to build a little further away from the main city. In this way, it will not block the view of the main city of the block people. If the Cube People Guild wants to expand the main city to such a size, it will definitely need a lot of gold coins to expand. Are we helping? The main city needs a lot of money to expand here. This expansion to this point will cost a lot of money. Or, let's work a little harder and move the statue a little closer. Are you looking down on Steve Boss? I think Steve Boss's financial resources can be expanded to this point easily. Steve Boss accepted. Let's do it well. This is the iconic building. The time. When the players heard Xu Yuan say this, they worked harder one by one. In fact, at this time, in the hearts of players, the main city of the Cube Man has been subtly regarded as the main city of the game. Although the main city of the Cube People is not large, it is indeed a safe haven for many players in the most dangerous times. And Xu Yuan is the savior who rescues the players. Xu Yuan chatted with the players for a while before returning to the main city. After returning to the main city, Xu Yuan called Yunhai. It's time for the guild to expand and expand, you give me the permission. After Yunhai heard Xu Yuan's words, he gave the authority to Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan took over the authority, he directly began to expand the area of the guild. The area of the guild is basically the more money you spend in the future. Fortunately, Xu Yuan made a lot of money in the arena before, as well as those profits in the live broadcast room. Xu Yuan spent all the money on expanding the guild. The area of the entire guild suddenly became several times larger. The guild area immediately covers the players' building area. At this time, the players were still trying to build, but suddenly found that the blocks could not be placed. The players were puzzled. What's going on? Why can't it be put up? Bug. At this time, the Dream 4 can still place blocks. Seeing this, the players seemed to understand something. Steve Boss expanded the title deed so quickly. Oh my god. It's too rich. Steve is really good at doing things. Dream Guy, let Steve give us permission, or we won't be able to do it. Dream contacted Yunhai and gave these idle players permission, and then everyone continued to build it. Xu Yuan had everything done here and was about to study the coordinates of the drawing, when he saw Ken walk in with an excited face. Seeing this, Xu Yuan asked Ken. So happy. Ken hurriedly walked to Xu Yuan and said, Hell traffic is fixed. Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard Ken's words. Originally, Xu Yuan thought it would take a long time, but he didn't expect it to be repaired so quickly. But in fact, it is similar. After all, the ratio of hell to the real world is 1 to 8, and 1 block in hell is equivalent to the distance of 8 blocks in the main world. Xu Yuan thought of this and smiled. You're pretty fast. Oh, by the way, the roads in hell traffic can be paved with blue ice, so that the passage speed is faster. Xu Yuan thought of this and reminded. Blue ice plus genetically modified pigs, plus hell traffic. It is estimated that it may take a few hours to reach the European region from China. When Ken heard this, he smiled proudly. No need for you to say, it's all paved with blue ice, and then ride on genetically modified pigs, it's very fast. I don't want to tell you, most of the time spent on this hell traffic is spent on these blue ice. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and nodded. Well, don't spread the news first, use the title deed on the other side of the 2 hell gates. Ken nodded when he heard this. Well, then now that the hell traffic is open, do you want to let the first echelon elite group come over? Xu Yuan heard this and said after thinking for a moment. Not for now, they have to clear the ruins after brushing the copy over there. It's the work, let them come, the main city here also needs to be rebuilt. When Ken heard this, he smiled and said, I already knew you would say that, he and the Bright Moon Estate Lord are already on their way. After following Xu Yuan for so long, Ken was still able to figure out some of Xu Yuan's thoughts. Seeing this, Xu Yuan nodded, and then said to Ken after thinking about it. By the way, there is one more thing to explain to you. Help me look up the coordinates 23,141. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded. Then I was about to arrange it, but suddenly I felt that something was wrong. So he confirmed to Xu Yuan with some doubts. 23,141? Did you miss a coordinate? Ken originally didn't care much when he heard Xu Yuan say to check the coordinates, but when he heard Xu Yuan only said 2 coordinates, he thought that Xu Yuan missed one, or he missed it. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. I didn't say leak, it's this coordinate. I thought, maybe the coordinates of all areas in a range, so there are only 2 values. So you still have to find out. This coordinate has only 2 values, and at first Xu Yuan felt that the value of the z-axis was missing. But then I think about it, if there are only 2 values, it is possible to miss the value of any axis. That is to say, this coordinate may be x, y, x, z, or y, z. This is not certain. In this case, the scope to look for is very large. That's why Xu Yuan asked Ken to investigate. Ken finally understood when he heard this. What exactly are you looking for? If you look for it purely from this coordinate, it is not easy to find without an accurate reference. Ken also guessed that Xu Yuan must be looking for this coordinate because there was something Xu Yuan wanted in this coordinate. This coordinate is the coordinate given by the treasure drawing, and I don't know how this treasure will be presented, so I can't say what will be on the side of the coordinates. After all, this coordinate contains the treasure of the Ant clan, so it must not be exposed. In that case, not everyone can get it. Xu Yuan estimated that there should be some dimensional space or something like a portal. Ken finally understood after hearing Xu Yuan's words, and then nodded. Okay, I'll send someone to find it. In fact, it is still very difficult to find this coordinate. Because there are only 2 coordinates, just as these 2 coordinates are the coordinates of the x and y axes, then the coordinates of the position are the z-axis. The z-axis also represents the upper and lower regions. That is, in the case of x-y axis pairs, the coordinates of the entire z-axis are likely to be the location of the treasure. Then this range is huge. From air to hell, it's all the range where the z-axis is. It still takes a lot of time to find out. The same goes for other coordinates. And the wild in the European region is also very dangerous. If this coordinate is located, it is exactly near the dragon's lair or the dragon's lair. It is absolutely impossible to explore this coordinate at present. After Ken received this task, he was still under a lot of pressure. Xu Yuan saw the expression on Ken's face and also understood Ken, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, look slowly, you can't run this place anyway." Ken was finally relieved to hear this. After Xu Yuan and Ken chatted for a while, Ken went out to arrange for the coordinates. Since it was already evening, it was not convenient for Xu Yuan to go out again. So I was ready to use the evening to rest for a while and think about how to deal with the ancient sea python that had caused him to suffer before. After a while, there was a bustling and noisy sound outside. A few minutes later, I saw the owner of the Bright Moon Estate push the door and walk in. Behind him were Thowork and his team. As soon as the owner of the Bright Moon Estate came in, he rushed to Xu Yuan, shaking Xu Yuan with a resentful face and said, "Quick, let me into simulation space. Let me play Redstone." Thowork behind him was snickering over there. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Before Xu Yuan wanted to compete with Dream, he took the simulation space back. The owner of the Bright Moon Estate is in charge of the simulated space. After not being able to go home for so long, the resentment of the owner of Minjiazhuang can be said to be very great. In fact, Thowork, they are all the same. The so-called from simple to luxury, from luxury to thrift. When they didn't enter the simulation space at first, they didn't complain so much. After entering the simulation space, leaving the simulation space is simply torture for the construction party and the redstone party like them. Xu Yuan saw the appearance of the owner of the Bright Moon Estate and joked. "No wonder you came over in a hurry. I thought you were thinking about your boss and me, but you were thinking about the simulated space." When the Bright Moon owner heard this, his grip on Xu Yuan's hand suddenly loosened, and then he said with a look of disgust, "Go and go, I'm a pure straight man, what do I want you to do?" After speaking of this, he said with a strange look of yin and yang, "You won't let her come to the person who misses you." After everyone joked with each other, Thowork said to Xu Yuan, "When I first joined the guild, I thought I was in the wrong place. The main city of the guild here is also too crotch-pulling, right?" As an architect, Thowork is naturally sensitive to architecture. Xu Yuan smiled when he heard this. "Yes, you guys came over and had something to do." Xu Yuan has been in Europe for so long, and this main city really does not see the appearance of the main city of the Great Guild at all. Xu Yuan had long wanted to rebuild the main city, but due to the distance problem, Thowork couldn't come over, so he didn't care. Now that Thowork is coming, it's time to build the main city. Thowork was also very excited when he heard Xu Yuan's words, but he temporarily rejected Xu Yuan. "Boss, spare us today, we came all the way, our heads hurt by the wind." Xu Yuan heard Thowork's words and said with some doubts, "Well, why, aren't you going to hell?" Thowork heard this, nodded, and said with a wry smile, "Yes, this hell traffic is indeed fast, it only took us 2 hours to come from Huaxia. But it's not good to be fast and fast. This game is so realistic, this speed, the wind blows on the face hurts. Xu Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Thowork's words. Thowork is much more humorous than before, and it seems that it has really been let go in the guild. Hearing Thowork say that it only takes 2 hours to come from Huaxia, Xu Yuan was still a little surprised. Although Xu Yuan has also calculated, hell traffic plus blue ice plus genetically modified pigs will definitely shorten the traffic time a lot. But Xu Yuan didn't expect to shrink to such a short time. 2 hours, that's faster than an airplane. However, fast naturally has the benefits of fast, and there are also disadvantages. Like Thowork says, the game is so realistic that you can get dizzy after sitting in 2 hours of hell. However, these drawbacks are nothing compared to its advantages. No hurry, you can rest and start construction. After Xu Yuan sat down and chatted with Thowork and Minjiazhuang for a while, Thowork and Minjiazhuang owner went offline to rest. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was also offline. Early the next morning, Xu Yuan went online and saw that the people of the Thowork team had begun to get busy, and Xu Yuan led the 4 of Dream to continue to harvest the first kills of various monsters. Xu Yuan's next target was the chicken snake. Because the eyes of the chicken snake dropped by the chicken snake can be combined with the withered bone and the withered bone piece to synthesize the chicken snake scepter. The chicken snake scepter is also one of the legendary weapons. In the original MC, holding it, it can fire death rays and apply a withering effect to targets within 30 m. The withering effect is a very powerful negative effect. Every 2 seconds there is a little damage, and the health bar turns black. As we all know, the health bars in the MC are red, and after the withering effect turns the health bar black, the player can't see if he has dropped blood. Therefore, after the withering effect, there is no way to judge whether your blood volume is healthy. Moreover, the effect of withering is different from poisoning, and withering will be fatal. So this also makes the withering effect more dangerous. And this withering effect is still very powerful when used in PvP. Therefore, this chicken snake scepter can also be regarded as a PvP artifact. And, most importantly, chicken snakes can be tamed. Although the chicken snake's melee attack ability is very weak, the chicken snake's ranged attack ability is definitely one of the best. The chicken snake is able to spot the opponent at a great distance and then gaze at death. So chances are, you won't even be able to get close to the chicken snake and be killed by it. So it's still good to domesticate chickens and snakes as pets. However, Xu Yuan is not ready to domesticate it at present. After all, it is enough to have a chicken snake scepter. When the time comes, it will be empty to tame one, and it is still okay to raise and play. Xu Yuan and Dream found a chicken snake after strolling around the chicken snake haunted place for a few minutes. This chicken snake mixes with a group of chickens and is swimming around gracefully. The monster of the chicken snake is also a strange thing. It is obviously not a chicken, and I don't know what kind of string species it is, but it just firmly believes that it is a chicken. When someone attacks a flock, it steps up to protect them. This is also an obsession. Xu Yuan and Dream stopped after about 40 blocks away from the chicken snake. When Bad saw the appearance of chickens and snakes mixed in the flock, he couldn't help but complain. These monsters are really weird. Cyclops likes to raise, this chicken snake likes chickens, none of them are normal. When Xu Yuan heard Bad's words, he couldn't help but quip. That's what is better than a siren, a beautiful voice. I'm going to confuse you. When Bad heard Xu Yuan's words, he couldn't help but think of the appearance of the siren he saw at the last glance, and at this time, he only felt a churning in his stomach. Boss. Okay, what are you mentioning siren? The appearance of the siren before can be regarded as leaving a shadow in Bad's heart. Xu Yuan mentioned it like this, and Bad was suddenly a little overwhelmed. And just when Xu Yuan was joking with a few people at Bad, the chicken snake not far away seemed to be aware of it, looking towards this side. After the chicken snake looked over to this side, he immediately found Xu Yuan and them. It immediately began to look over here. At this time, Sap happened to meet the eyes of the chicken snake. Only when he met the gaze of the chicken snake, Sap immediately felt that the world was spinning in front of him. And his status bar also has one more item, the effect of withering. At this time, all his blood bars turned black. Although I can't see the change in the blood bar, Sap can feel that he is losing blood at the moment. For the withering effect, Sap still understands. After all, he had fought withering with Dream before. Sap did not panic at all, and after suffering the withering effect, he immediately took out the milk from his backpack and drank it. After drinking the milk, the withering effect is also lifted. Seeing this, Sap breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Xu Yuan with a shocked look, "Boss, this chicken snake attack is so far away, I just hit the withering effect. Fortunately, I reacted quickly with milk." When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He also didn't expect the chicken snake's attack to be so far away. However, hearing Sap say that using milk can lift the withering effect of chicken snakes, Xu Yuan is also slightly relieved. If the withering effect can be lifted, then it will be much easier for this chicken snake to kill. However, Xu Yuan still did not let his guard down. After coming to the European side, I took the first kill of so many monsters. Basically no monster is easy to deal with. If these monsters were easy to deal with, the first kill would definitely have been taken long ago, so it's still a little more cautious. Just as Xu Yuan was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a whirlwind in front of him. At this time, there is also an additional withering effect in his status bar. Moreover, the three people around Xu Yuan, Dream, Bad, and Geo are all the same as Xu Yuan, they are all dangling. They also hit the withering effect. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately took out a glass of milk and drank it, which lifted the withering effect. The three of Dream did the same and drank the milk. At this time, Xu Yuan suddenly became a little puzzled. Just now, they and the three of Dream didn't look at the chicken snake at all, why did they wither away? At this time, the three of Dream were also confused. What's going on? Yes. Doesn't it take you to look at each other to have a withering effect? This thing is still contagious. Why didn't Bad hit just now? Yes, we all hit, why didn't Bad hit? Just now, Xu Yuan, Dream, Sap, and Geo all hit the withering effect. But only Bad did not hit again. Seeing everyone looking at him, Bad shrugged. How do I know? Maybe because I got hit once before and had antibodies. Bad explained while looking at everyone. When Xu Yuan heard Bad's words, he was also half convinced. Before Xu Yuan could think about it carefully, Xu Yuan felt dizzy again. Why did you hit again? Xu Yuan naturally knew what this dizzy feeling was. And at this time, the three of Dream are the same as Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan took out the milk again and lifted the withering effect. The same goes for the Dream trio. At this time, the three of Dream suddenly became a little anxious. What the hell is going on here? How the hell did this chicken snake do it? At this time, Bad saw that everyone was hit by the withering effect again, and he was at peace. He also looked at everyone with a puzzled face. Why did you hit it again, and I didn't? Is it immune at a glance? The three of Dream heard Bad's words and looked at each other. Don't say it, maybe it's like this. Yes, just you glanced at the chicken snake, and then you never hit the withering effect again, maybe so. It seems that this is the only possibility. How about we try? Xu Yuan heard Dream's words and thought for a moment. Although at present, it seems that the Bad of the chicken snake seems to be immune to the withering effect. But this is definitely not the right answer to this problem. If you look at the chicken snake and drink the milk to lift the effect, you can be immune. Isn't this chicken snake just being slaughtered? There must be something tricky in this. Xu Yuan thought of this, and was about to explain the situation to Dream and them, but saw that the three of Dream at this time had already begun to look at the chicken snake. Don't. Before Xu Yuan's words could be spoken, he saw that the three of them had already hit the withering effect. After withering the effect in the three, the effect was lifted with milk. At this time, Bad looked at the three of Dream and asked with concern. There should be no problem now. Not long after Bad's words were finished, the three of Dream were dizzy again. The three of them hit the withering effect again. On the other hand, Xu Yuan, who did not look at the chicken snake, did not have a withering effect like Dream them. What the hell is going on here? Boss, why didn't you get hit? Only the last bucket of milk left. When Xu Yuan saw this, he finally understood, and then smiled. I think I know what's going on. When the four of Dream heard Xu Yuan's words, they immediately asked Xu Yuan, Boss, do you know what's going on? Boss, what did you just do? Why are you the same as Bad? No withering effect. Boss, tell us quickly, I'm out of milk. At that time, we can only wait for death. Everyone was desperate to know the answer. Before Xu Yuan knew that the chicken snake would make the player wither away, so he asked Dream to bring some milk. But after all, milk needs to be multiplied by an iron bucket, so there is no way to stack it. It's still very space-taking to bring milk. So Dream also brought 2 or 3 barrels. After just a few strokes, they ran out of milk. If there is another withering effect, there is really no way to solve it. At this time, Xu Yuan looked at everyone, but only avoided Bad's eyes, and then said, Everyone, close your eyes. Now, right away. Don't look at each other. Xu Yuan's tone was very serious, and the 4 of Dream did not dare to be sloppy when they heard this, so they all closed their eyes. Xu Yuan saw that everyone closed their eyes, and then said, Dream, Sap, Geo, you 3 keep your eyes open. Bad, you are closed, don't open it. After Dream, Sap, and Geo heard Xu Yuan's words, they slowly opened their eyes. Bad, on the other hand, followed Xu Yuan's meaning and continued to close his eyes. After the 3 opened their eyes, Xu Yuan and they looked at each other for a while, and then asked, How is the withering effect? When the 3 of Dream heard this, they all shook their heads in some surprise. I didn't get. Why is that? Could it be that the cause of the problem is Bad? The 3 of them immediately understood that the problem seemed to be with Bad. At this time, Bad heard the 3 people say this, and was about to open his eyes to debate, but was stopped by Xu Yuan. Don't open your eyes. When Bad heard this, he was immediately aggrieved. He closed his eyes, frowned, and said with a look of grievance, I didn't do anything. When Xu Yuan saw Bad's aggrieved look, he couldn't help but smile. We don't blame you. I know you didn't do anything, you were just being robbed. When everyone in Dream heard this, they were puzzled. Be a gun. Boss, don't go around the corner, tell me what's going on. Oh, don't argue, let the boss say slowly. Seeing this, Xu Yuan explained. At first, I didn't understand what was going on. But just now, you're all looking at the snake, and Bad is with you. And then that time, the only time in so many times I didn't look at Bad. Then I didn't have a withering effect. The many withering effects that Xu Yuan and Dream had together before were all because all of them looked at Bad. It is because everyone usually looks at each other when they speak, and everyone does not notice anything unusual. Xu Yuan is the same. And after this last time, Xu Yuan found something strange. The first is that Bad has no withering effect these times. and the others who looked at Bad were all hit. That means that the source of the problem is here at Bad. All Xu Yuan asked Bad to close his eyes to test his conjecture. However, his own conjecture is also correct. After hearing this, the three of Dream thought about it carefully. Indeed, the few times before the withering effect, I looked at Bad. So that's, way. Bad, what's going on with you? How did you become an internal traitor? Bad, say, are you controlled? At this time, when Bad heard Dream's words, he could be described as dumb and unable to speak. According to Xu Yuan's analysis, as well as the results of the test, all the spearheads really pointed to themselves. But Bad really didn't do anything, and at this time he could be described as aggrieved. How did I become an adulterer? I'm not controlled. I don't know why this happens. Xu Yuan naturally knew that Bad was innocent, so he explained to the three of Dream. My guess is that it should be like this. Bad is the first person to see a chicken snake, and this chicken snake should have a unique skill. It may be similar to looking at the player. The player's eyes will have a withering effect when looking at others like a chicken snake in a short period of time. So, after Bad has the withering effect, he will look at us and will convey the withering effect to us. The CD of this skill should be very long, so later, when you and the chicken snake looked at each other, you only hit the withering effect, but not the effect of the skill. When everyone in Dream heard Xu Yuan's explanation, they understood. So that's, way. Lying Groove, this chicken snake is also too awesome, right? This skill. No wonder the boss said before that Bad was robbed. Although these are Xu Yuan's guesses, they are also guesses. The chicken snake in the game is indeed strengthened. If you say that according to the difficulty of ordinary chicken snakes, players will definitely get the first kill quickly. By adding this skill to chicken snake, even one chicken snake can threaten an entire team of players. Many players who open up the land may not know what is going on until they die. I have to say that the chicken snake is really very difficult to fight when it is strengthened in this way. If you don't understand the law of this, the whole team will die under the effect of withering effect. However, Xu Yuan has already figured out the law, so naturally there is a solution. Xu Yuan thought of this and said to everyone, Bad, just keep your eyes closed the whole time. I came to attract the hatred of the chicken snake. When fighting, no matter what, everyone should not look at each other. The hatred of the chicken snake will only be in one person, so it is good that Xu Yuan attracts hatred, so that the chicken snake will only look at Xu Yuan. Others can output with peace of mind. The milk Xu Yuan brought is still enough. Even if it is not enough, Xu Yuan can eat golden apples. Although Xu Yuan didn't know the CD of the chicken snake skill, it didn't matter. Even if it is the skill of the chicken snake, if everyone does not look at Xu Yuan, it will not transmit the withering effect. Everyone in Dream nodded after hearing Xu Yuan's words. Everyone quickly approached the chicken snake, and after Xu Yuan attracted hatred, several people began to attack the chicken snake in an orderly manner. Under Xu Yuan's organization, it is still progressing very smoothly. The blood volume of the chicken snake also steadily decreased under the attack of Xu Yuan and others. Xu Yuan's side has finally made progress, but at this moment, Ken, who is also in the wild, is in a hurry. Boss, this coordinate is all hollowed out, there is nothing. Boss, what are you looking for? Boss Ken, if you don't give us specific coordinates, it's hard to find. After Xu Yuan gave the coordinates to Ken arranged these coordinates into several sets of data to search. The place where Ken is now is the last of all the coordinates. The result was still nothing. There was no trace of the treasure at all. This suddenly made Ken a little broken. Because he's already done with all the possibilities. Xu Yuan had given him so many things before, and he had never let Xu Yuan down. And now it is stumped by Ken because of a small coordinate. Ken let out a long sigh when he saw the unshaped terrain that had been dug in front of him, then said to the crowd in frustration, It's not early. Let's all go back. The group followed Ken back to the main city. At this time, I happened to run into the owner of Minjiu and Thowork, who were chatting casually. The two saw Ken with a frustrated look and came together. Look at you like that, like who owes you millions. The owner of Minjiu Zhuang and Ken are very familiar, and they are used to joking when they usually talk. What's wrong? Asked Thowork, with some concern. Seeing this, Ken smiled bitterly. It didn't work out. I didn't expect to be stumped by a coordinate. When Minjiu Zhuang and Thowork heard this, they also understood. It is estimated that Ken helped Xu Yuan find the coordinates but did not find it. No wonder it was so frustrated. What coordinates can still stump you? Yes, take it out and let's see. We can also help think about it. The relationship between the owner of Bright Moon and Thowork and Ken is still very good. Ken is in trouble, and the two are naturally willing to help. When Ken heard this, although he didn't expect the two to really help, it was better to have someone to help and think together than Ken to meditate alone. So he told the owner of Minjiu and Thowork the coordinates. These coordinates are only 2. I searched all the possibilities, but I still didn't find it. When Minjiu Zhuang and Thowork heard this, they were both lost in thought. A few minutes later, the Bright Moon estate owner said thoughtfully, I think maybe it was going in the wrong direction at the beginning. Ken heard the words of the Bright Moon owner and asked a little puzzled. Well, what's going in the wrong direction? The owner of the Bright Moon estate heard Ken ask this, so he asked Ken rhetorically, why do you have to think these 2 values are coordinates? Is the boss telling you that this is the coordinates, and the boss's treasure map clearly indicates that these 2 values are coordinates? This question from the owner of the Bright Moon estate suddenly stunned Ken, who asked, It doesn't seem to say that these two values are coordinates. When Ken thought about it, it really looked like the owner of the bright moon said. The treasure drawing Ken has also seen, and it is indeed not indicated that the two values are coordinates. Ken thought of this and asked the Lord of Xiang Minjiazhuang. Then this is not the coordinates, what is it? At this time, the owner of Minjiazhuang was asked by Ken. He actually guessed so, and if you ask him what these two values are, he really doesn't know, so he shrugged. I don't know. At this time, Ken suddenly felt the urge to kill the owner of the bright moon Zhuang. Thowork, who was standing on the side, said thoughtfully, two values. Could this be latitude and longitude? You mean, these two values are latitude and longitude? Ken patted his head, and he suddenly had a feeling of realization. I didn't think of this in the first place. Because people have the inertia of thinking. After finding these two values in the treasure drawing, I will basically think in the direction of the coordinates when I get home. So it will go all the way to the dark. The so-called authorities are obsessed with bystanders Qing, and the thoughts of the owner of Minjiazhuang and Thowork have not been limited from the beginning. So I see it more clearly. That's just my inference. But you've looked for so many coordinates, but you haven't found them. Change your mind, maybe you'll be right. Thowork suggested. The Bright Moon Estate Lord echoed when he heard this. Yes, maybe it's really latitude and longitude. Ken felt a little relieved to hear this. Regardless of whether the owner of Minjiao and Thowork are right or not, at present, there is finally a breakthrough. Ken looked at the two and said earnestly, thank you, if it weren't for your proposal, I guess I wouldn't have been able to think of dying. Ken used to do everything by himself. This was the first time he felt the help of his friends. After hearing Ken's words, the Bright Moon owner smiled and said, Harm, we are all blind guesses, just to provide you with an idea. But let's say it first, if the answer is wrong, it's none of our business. The owner of the Bright Moon Zhuang did not dare to say the words, after all, it was just two values that did not have any hints. He himself just gave Ken a hint according to his own ideas. He and Thowork were friends and gave an opinion, but they just talked casually and did not dare to pack tickets. When Ken heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said deliberately, then I have to blame you, you came up with a bad idea, when you can't find it, I'll tell the boss, only you ask. Ken is naturally joking, and the owner of the Bright Moon and Ken have always been used to jokes. After a few more casual chats with Minjiazhuang and Thowork, Ken left. Then I'll go first, I'll check this latitude and longitude. The two also waved goodbye to Ken. You're busy. Goodbye. On Xu Yuan's side, under the combined output of everyone, the blood volume of the chicken snake was only 150. The blood volume of the chicken snake is 1,500 points, and this 150 blood is the fury line of the chicken snake. Everyone be careful. Xu Yuan attacked the chicken snake while reminding everyone of Dream. After taking the first kill of so many monsters before, after each monster's HP reaches 10% of the berserk line, it will amplify the move. So Xu Yuan can already determine that all the monsters in the Song of Ice and Fire mod have a berserk mechanism. Xu Yuan will no longer hold on to a fluke mentality like the last time he killed Hydra. The Four of Dream followed Xu Yuan to take so many first kills, and naturally they were all prepared. After Xu Yuan's reminder, everyone raised the spirit of 12, and did not dare to snub. Sure enough, the chicken snake immediately began to go berserk. At this time, the chicken snake's eyes turned blood red, and its gaze immediately focused on Bad, who had his eyes closed. Although Bad closed his eyes, he suddenly opened his eyes after being watched by the gaze of the chicken snake. Then he walked in front of Xu Yuan as if he was stunned. A pair of eyes stared at Xu Yuan deadly. Because everything happened too quickly, Xu Yuan didn't react at all. I didn't have time to avoid Bad's gaze. In the next second, Xu Yuan felt dizzy. Undoubtedly, it is the withering effect. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately took out the milk and drank it. As a result, it turned out that milk could not solve the withering effect just now. After Bad attached the withering effect to Xu Yuan, he immediately shifted his target and walked towards Dream. Xu Yuan was about to remind Dream of them, but found that he had actually bottomed out of his blood. Fortunately, there is an immortal totem in the backpack. The immortal totem immediately consumed one, and Xu Yuan was reborn. The withering effect also disappears. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately pulled up his 3-shot bow and shot at the eyes of the chicken snake. 150. With a blow to the heart, Xu Yuan killed the violent chicken snake with one arrow. Originally, Xu Yuan's 3-shot bow full bow only had 75 damage, but because it is aimed at the weak point of the chicken snake, the eyes, it will burst such a high value. Xu Yuan was finally relieved to see the chicken snake die. The fury of this chicken snake is also too powerful. Just before Bad stood in front of Xu Yuan was full of blood. As a result, after being hit by the withering effect after the rage, it took only 2 seconds for Xu Yuan to die directly. If it weren't for Xu Yuan's immortal totem, he would definitely be destroyed by the chicken snake group with residual blood. The main thing is that the fury mechanism of this chicken snake is too caught off guard. It was actually the first person to control the skill applied by it. This was something that Xu Yuan never expected. It is precisely because of such surprises that it is the most dangerous. Even such an inconspicuous chicken snake is so powerful, and the monsters in this Song of Ice and Fire mod seem to be not to be underestimated. After the death of the chicken snake, Bad also regained his senses. At this time, he was confused, and he looked at Dream in front of him and said, "What are you doing in front of me?" Seeing this, Dream was also speechless. "You ran over by yourself and asked me." Bad had just been controlled, so it wasn't clear what was going on. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "You did a good job undercover. What benefits did the chicken snake give you?" When the three of Dream heard this, they all laughed. Bad is full of question marks. What's going on? As everyone joked, the full server system prompt also sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the first kill of the chicken snake. It has become a common thing for Xu Yuan to get the monster's first kill, and the players were not surprised at all after seeing this news. Hey, there was no accident at all, it was still Steve who took it. Let's guess, what monster will Steve take in his next first kill? Now that they can move, the other guilds are probably thinking about taking the monster's first kill, and I feel that Steve boss should not be able to take them all. Don't say it, I think it's better for Steve to take the first kill. Before the Gamer Guild took a dire and first kill, we couldn't go out for a week. Yes, Steve is at least under control. After Xu Yuan solved the Ant's Revenge system, the players' dependence on Xu Yuan became higher and higher. Players are especially afraid that others will make some kind of moth after getting the first kill. After all, they were finally able to come out to the wilderness. After Xu Yuan saw the system prompt, he opened his backpack. The first kill reward for the chicken snake is 500 gold coins, a title deed, and a chicken snake scepter. What Xu Yuan didn't expect was that the chicken snake was actually the same as Siren, directly dropping legendary items, and did not need to be synthesized. But it also saves a lot of effort. Xu Yuan took out the chicken snake scepter and looked at the attributes. Chicken snake scepter legendary weapon. Death rays are fired at targets within 50 m and a withering effect is applied. Attach pass to the first target hit. Targets with a transfer effect will pass the withering effect to the target you are looking at, up to a maximum of 5 times. Durability, 200. Durability can be restored using the eye of a chicken snake. Hiss. So strong. After Xu Yuan saw the attributes of the chicken snake scepter, he couldn't help but gasp. This chicken snake scepter is actually the same as the skill of the chicken snake just now. Although the damage seems to be grinding, there is something that needs to be transmitted. But this weapon is a surprise effect. It was like when Xu Yuan faced the chicken snake for the first time. Everyone is inexplicably hit by the withering effect, and I don't know why. After Xu Yuan put away the chicken snake scepter, he picked up the things that the chicken snake dropped. The chicken snake dropped 3 feathers, 2 pieces of raw chicken, 2 withered bones, and a chicken snake eye for Xu Yuan. In addition, Xu Yuan also found a rotten egg near the place where the chicken snake died. Rotten eggs are eggs that hatch chicken snakes. Its hatching is the same as that of a regular egg, just throw it on the ground. There is also a chance that chicken snakes will hatch. The hatched chicken snake is equivalent to being tamed. After Xu Yuan received everything in his backpack, he saw that it was not too early, so he said to everyone in Dream, let's go back first. After Xu Yuan and Dream came to the main city, Dream, and they all went back to their rooms to rest. Xu Yuan also came to his room. It turns out that Ken is already waiting for him in the room. Seeing this, Xu Yuan asked Ken, did you find out? Ken and the others must have found something in the room, so Xu Yuan asked so. Ken heard this, nodded, and then shook his head again. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was suddenly a little puzzled. Ken busily explained, at your request, I went to find all possible coordinates and found nothing. When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. At this point, Ken continued, but it's not all for nothing, and now there's a breakthrough. Xu Yuan heard this, raised his chin, and motioned for Ken to continue. We probably went in the wrong direction at the beginning. These 2 values may not be the specific coordinates of where. It's latitude and longitude. Ken said with a look of affirmation. When Xu Yuan heard this, he suddenly had a feeling of realization. Latitude and longitude. So, it's really possible. 2 values can indeed be used to represent latitude and longitude. From the beginning, Xu Yuan was bound by his own thoughts, so he didn't think about that aspect at all. Ken really makes sense when he says this. After hearing Xu Yuan say this, Ken continued to explain. I have already found out this latitude and longitude. The area it shows is not in the European region. When Xu Yuan heard this, he asked with some surprise. Not in Europe. I saw Ken nodded. Well, this coordinate is 32,141. Currently, there is only one area that echoes this latitude and longitude. Xu Yuan heard this and asked, where? Seeing this, Ken said with some hesitation, Neon Country. The latitude and longitude of the Neon Country is between 30 to 45 degrees north latitude and 125 to 145 degrees east longitude. And that coordinate happens to be in this area. The reason why Ken is a little hesitant is because the 2 regions of Europe and Neon Country are really large. So Ken can't be sure if this direction is right. Xu Yuan heard this, thought for a moment, and said to Ken, let the people from the guild over there in the Neon Country check it. The reason why Ken said so unconvincing is entirely because the 2 regions are too far apart. Think about it, the dinosaur ants of Europe, why are there treasures in the Neon Country? Isn't this a ripoff? But what Ken didn't expect was that Xu Yuan would actually let Ken investigate. Are you sure you're going to check it? Ken looked at Xu Yuan in disbelief and asked. Xu Yuan nodded. What's so uncertain about this? If it is someone else, it must be the same as Ken, and I don't think it is necessary to check this area. Because this is illogical at all. But Xu Yuan didn't think so. At the beginning, when Xu Yuan was in Huaxia, it was because of the Ender Dragon that he opened the channel to Europe. This proves that each region will have its own unique channel to connect to other areas. In this way, the regions will be interoperable. Therefore, Xu Yuan did not think that the treasure of the dinosaur ant was absurd in the Neon Country. Besides, anyway, Xu Yuan also has a branch on the Neon Country side, which is convenient to check. Even if this direction is wrong, it can be regarded as ruling out a possibility. After Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately arranged it. The guild leader of the Neon Country branch did not dare to snub after receiving the news from Ken, and immediately began to dispatch the guild players. Everyone must go all out for this mission. This is the first time that the boss has issued a task to us, and we must not let the boss down. Kaya, the president of the chapter, said to the club players. Kaya was personally elected by Xu Yuan as the president of the Neon Country chapter. At that time, several candidates were much stronger than Kaya in terms of strength. But Xu Yuan still took a fancy to Kaya and gave him a heavy responsibility. However, Kaya also lived up to Xu Yuan's trust in him. Under Kaya's management, the Cube People Guild is the 5th-ranked guild on the Neon Country. That's already a pretty good result. After all, some large-scale productive buildings, Xu Yuan did not tell Kaya. Being able to run the guild to the 5th place is already the best result among chapters in all regions of the world. After receiving the task, Kaya personally led the players to start looking for the location of the coordinates. After a long search and confirmation, Kaya faced the area in front of him and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. So he reconfirmed the location of the coordinates with Ken. Boss Ken, this latitude and longitude is 32,141, right? After receiving Kaya's message, Ken replied affirmatively. That's right, it's this longitude and latitude. After seeing Ken's confirmation, Kaya became even more puzzled. Because where he is now, it is a vast sea. Kaya was looking at the sea in a daze when she saw a message from Ken. How? Have you found a location? Seeing this, Kaya immediately replied. Found it. But this place, is there really a treasure? Ken heard this and asked with some doubt. What's wrong? Kaya saw Ken's words and explained. This place, it's an endless ocean. And this ocean is bottomless. There are still a lot of drowned corpses in the entire sea, and we can't go down to find them. When Ken heard this, he couldn't help frowning. He did not expect that the place shown by this longitude and latitude was actually an ocean. This is troublesome. And listening to Kaya, if there is no underwater breathing medicine and enough equipment support, there is definitely no way to go into the sea to explore. You put down the seat mark first, I'll ask the boss first and then reply to you. After Ken replied to Kaya, he told Xu Yuan Kaya's words intact. Could it be that the direction is wrong again? At this time, Ken couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Originally, he thought that he would gain something. Ocean. Xu Yuan heard this, thought for a moment, and then asked Xiang Ken. He said that the sea was bottomless, and there were many drowned corpses. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded. Yes, they can't go down. When Xu Yuan heard this, he finally smiled. That's right, this is the place. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was suddenly a little puzzled. Can there be treasure in this ocean? Xu Yuan heard Ken ask this, so he explained to Ken. This bottomlessness and drowning are contradictory points. Generally, the place where the drowned corpse appears will not be a particularly deep place. The drowned corpses will not float all the time. They also need to walk on a flat surface. The only possibility that this could happen is that these monsters were spawned to guard something, and the area should be transparent. It may take certain conditions to see this area. Just now you also said that there are many drowned corpses at the bottom of the sea. So, this place is the place we are looking for. At this moment, Ken also suddenly realized, clapped his hands and said, so those drowned corpses are the guardians of the treasure. In Minecraft, the monster guarded by the general treasure is usually one. That location can be guarded by a group of drowned corpses, and I don't know what amazing treasures will exist inside. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan's interest in the treasure became even stronger. I'll contact Kaya right away and ask him to arrange for people to find the treasure. Ken also realizes how precious the treasure is, and thinks that without further ado, he wants to dig up the treasure as soon as possible so that nothing happens. Xu Yuan thought about it and felt that it was not too safe to rely on Kaya's side alone. Don't be in a hurry, we can't guarantee to eat that treasure just by relying on the chapter. On top of that, if the wind leaks and is discovered by Neon's other 4 major unions, Kaya alone may not be able to cope. Ken nodded, he understood Xu Yuan's concerns. Although they have a branch in Neon State, their strength is not top over there. Once the treasure is found, it will definitely be discovered by several other major unions, and they will be far away in the European continent, and they will not be able to support it. So boss, what do we do now? He asked. Xu Yuan pondered for a while. He couldn't pull away from the European continent for the time being, and unless he could have a quick teleportation method, he couldn't leave for the time being. So he pondered. Just in case, you first ask Kaya's side to set up the title deed at the treasure location. As long as the title deed is set up, the location of the treasure can only be accessed by us, so we don't have to worry about other unions taking advantage of it. Ken also feels that this method is good, as long as the title deed is set, the treasure location is equivalent to their private territory. Even if others know, they can only try and watch. Then I'll do it now. After that, he immediately contacted Kai's side and informed him to set up the title deed at the location of the treasure. Xu Yuan frowned. Setting up the title deed is a good way, but will the official not consider the title deed when designing the map? Imagine if title deeds could be set up everywhere. Then just take a title deed and turn all the treasure locations into your own private territory in advance. So how else do other players play? Sure enough, after waiting for a quarter of an hour, news came from Kai's side. Boss Ken, that position is special. Ken guessed the answer from the other party's tone. That coordinate can't set the title deed. Kaya nodded and explained. We set the title deed directly at the coordinates, but there was no response at all. Then, we tried to set the title deed near the coordinate point, thinking of upgrading the title deed to cover the coordinate point. You failed? Asked Ken. That's right, we got a hint that special locations can't be upgraded. His tone was a little helpless, and the people in the branch could be said to have tried their best for this coordinate point. I see, I'll contact you later. Ken hung up the communication, and he needed to tell Xu Yuan the news. After hearing Ken's words, Xu Yuan was not surprised. He confirmed his speculation even more, saying to Ken, there is no way to set the title deed. It seems that there is indeed a treasure in this location. Yes, it seems that our efforts for so long have not been in vain. Although during this time, Ken led everyone to find the coordinate point, and it took a lot of effort. But in the end, he got a good result, and he felt that it was still not a loss. Kaya shouldn't be able to cope with that treasure. Xu Yuan felt that it was a little difficult to do. Their power in the Neon Country was still too thin. Do you want me to take 2 men to Neon Country? Offered Ken. Xu Yuan shook his head and rejected Ken's suggestion. Now that the first kill on the European continent has not yet been taken, it is not worth the loss to disperse people to go to the Neon Country. If other unions come out on top and grab the first kill, the loss will be great. Xu Yuan has great expectations for the treasure of the Neon Country, but after all, he still doesn't know what the treasure is. If you find that the treasure is not as good as everyone thinks, you can lose the watermelon and pick up sesame. Let's take the first kill in Europe first, and then talk about the treasure slowly. When we finish the first kill, it is safer to go to Neon Country to dig for treasure together. No matter what this treasure is, Xu Yuan must ensure that he can be foolproof. Then I'll let Kaya and them continue to guard the treasure. Ken agreed with Xu Yuan's arrangement, but this treasure made him look for too long, so he would have a little resentment and wanted to know what the treasure was earlier. No, let everyone not approach the treasure coordinates. Xu Yuan believes that if the people of the branch stay in one place for a long time, the other unions in the Neon Country will definitely feel abnormal. Where a group of people gathers for a long time, fools know that there are secrets. Okay, I'll let the club know. Ken relayed Xu Yuan's words to Kaya, and the people of the branch immediately left from the coordinate point. Their movements were very secret and did not alarm any outsiders. After explaining the affairs of the chapter, Xu Yuan did not let Ken be idle. Ken, now I give you a new task. For Xu Yuan's words, Ken was of course full of enthusiasm, so he asked curiously, what new mission? He originally thought that after finishing the matter of coordinates, Xu Yuan would let him help the first kill of the European continent. However, since there is a new task, he will not shirk and accept it. Xu Yuan planned that when they finished taking the first kill on the European continent, they would go to the Neon Country to find treasures. He felt that if he moved on land, the distance between Europe and the Neon Country was too far. He needed to do it differently, so he said, the new mission is still related to the treasures of the Neon Nation. Your mission is to prepare for the hell transportation to Neon Country. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken agreed. Boss, leave this matter to me. Make sure you do it before you finish all the first kills in Europe. He knew that Xu Yuan was willing to leave this matter to him because he believed in him. And the secret of the treasure, now only the two of them know. Others at most just guess whether the coordinate point has a treasure, and they don't know the exact truth. In order to live up to Xu Yuan's trust, Ken felt that he had to complete all the tasks he had given. Ken said and got up to get ready to prepare for hell traffic. The hell traffic connecting mainland Europe to the Neon Nation is a big job. He was afraid that if he slowed down, when Xu Yuan finished killing all the monsters in Europe, he had not completed the task. No hurry, the monsters of Europe are not brushed out so quickly. In addition to monsters such as Cyclops, Hydras, and chicken snakes that they have already encountered, there are also man-eating demons, copper-feathered ospreys and sea pythons. I wonder if the elf seahorse will drop the title deed? Xu Yuan knew that in addition to dangerous behemoths and ferocious monsters, there were some friendly creatures in the Song of Ice and Fire. If these creatures can't drop the land deed, then he is not prepared to kill them first. If he drops the title deed, he can only hurt the killer. The main thing is that he does not take the first kill, and other unions will also take the first kill. If he couldn't bear to show kindness, such a result would be extremely detrimental to their cube guild. Now that the monster first kill in Europe has not been taken, the treasure on the side of the Neon Country can only be shelved. Xu Yuan suddenly remembered the Big Orange who were still in the Twilight Forest. How's the Twilight Elf's quest progressing? Ken was stunned. He was busy with other things these days, but he forgot a few people who brushed copies in the Twilight Forest. I didn't know very well either, I went and asked them. He contacted Big Orange right away. Big Orange's side quickly got in touch. What's wrong with Boss Ken? Big Orange is coming back to life at the moment, preparing for the copy that follows. Boss, let me ask you, how is the progress of your quest over there? Ken immediately asked. As soon as he heard these words, the corner of Big Orange's mouth unconsciously showed a smug smile. The progress is okay. Hearing the ease revealed in the Big Orange's words, Ken guessed that the other party's estimated progress was not bad. Thought, your little tail is almost up to the sky. So he said, looks like you're about to clear the customs. Big Orange nodded. We have now reached the Highland Tower, just go up and meet the final boss. Finally about to clear the Twilight Forest, Big Orange was very excited in his heart. They've been ahead of the rest of the player squad and are now about to reap the fruits of victory. What does the final boss look like? Ken is curious about the final boss of the Twilight Forest. He knew that Xu Yuan had entered the Twilight Forest, but when he asked the other party for the information of the final boss, the young man did not tell him the answer. Just go and see for yourself. This was what Xu Yuan said to Ken at that time. However, Ken has been busy and has no time to brush the Twilight Forest. We haven't gone up to the Highland Tower yet, and we haven't seen the shadow of the boss. Everyone is now recovering under the Highland Tower in preparation for the boss fight. Getting no answer, Ken stopped asking, but said, you guys come back quickly after fighting the boss. I'm building hell transportation here, and I still need Ahau to help me. Onla. Big Orange teased, are you afraid I'll kidnap your people? Big Orange is confident in fighting the final boss. Their squad has been fighting monsters in the copy of the Twilight Forest for so long, and they have long practiced rich combat experience. As a rule, the final boss is not so difficult to fight, and it is a little more powerful than other mobs. But what they didn't expect was that Xu Yuan was in the Twilight Forest and left them with a big surprise. After hanging up contact with the Big Orange, Ken turned to Xu Yuan and said, Boss, they've hit the Highland Tower of the Twilight Forest. As soon as Xu Yuan heard the 3 words of the Highland Tower, he remembered the final boss based on himself, the mysterious him. Him has all the weapon power UPS and abilities he used when fighting monsters. Xu Yuan was really worried that Big Orange, they were not him's opponents. You and Big Orange said that if you really can't beat the final boss, give up first. Him can be said to be a monster created by Xu Yuan himself. It is also the strongest boss in the entire world at present. Hearing his words, Ken knew what Xu Yuan must know about the final boss. But since Xu Yuan didn't say it, he wouldn't ask again. Anyway, since he knew Xu Yuan, the other party has always brought him countless shocks and miracles. He chose to believe in teenagers at the beginning, and he is the same now. With that, Ken figured it out again. The thought that Big Orange was about to encounter a mysterious boss made him have funny thoughts. He couldn't wait to see how many people looked embarrassed. Immediately send a message to the Big Orange, you guys are fighting a boss. Why did Boss Ken send me a message again? Is there something going on? Big Orange thinks it's strange, why is Boss Ken looking for her? She was ready to finish the boss and then go offline to take a break. It's Boss Steve who has something to tell you. Ken explained. The Big Orange saw that Xu Yuan had something, and immediately convinced, and said, we are ready to fight the final boss now. Boss Steve asked me to tell you that if you really can't beat the boss, you can give up first, and he will find a way. Seeing Ken's news, Big Orange felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. This means obviously, the boss is not at ease with them, thinking that they can't beat the boss. After a long quest workout, everyone on the Big Orange team is confident in themselves. Now they are much ahead of other player teams. By killing the powerful monster Lich, their squad now has powerful weapons such as the Zombie Scepter, the Vampire Scepter, and the Shield Scepter. With these powerful weapons as a guarantee, plus the improvement of the combat skills of several people, Big Orange does not think that he will lose. Xiao and Ahao Aiwang, who were ready to go with her, were also full of confidence at the moment. Don't worry, call the boss to wait for our good news. Big Orange replied. You guys are very confident, but the boss's words still have a reason. Ken reminded again. He knew that Xu Yuan would not be untargeted, and since he said that he wanted the Big Orange team to give up, it proved that this boss was not simple. Okay, I see. Big Orange didn't take Ken's words to heart, but he still spoke to Xiao. When the 3 heard what Big Orange relayed, they were unimpressed. After this period of experience in the Twilight Forest, everyone got a lot of good weapons, and their mentality was a little floating. This does not mean that they do not put Xu Yuan and Ken in their eyes. They still admired and believed the two from the bottom of their hearts. Just get powerful props, people's psychology will inevitably become blindly confident. With the continuous development of the Block Union, more and more bigwigs have joined the Union. These early Union veterans inevitably had a sense of crisis in their hearts. Everyone wanted to prove their ability to Xu Yuan and get Xu Yuan's approval. The first kill of the boss of the Twilight Forest is an opportunity. If they got the first kill, Xu Yuan would definitely trust them more. Those who disobey them will have to admit the fact that they are capable. For this reason, when hearing what Ken said, everyone on the Big Orange team deliberately ignored the situation that they would not be able to defeat the boss. Ken ended his contact with the Big Orange and told Xu Yuan about the situation on their side. When he learned that the Big Orange team was determined to defeat the boss, Xu Yuan showed a bad smile. He is looking forward to what kind of mood he will feel when the Big Orange meets him. At the same time, he is also glad that when he first went to the name, he did not take his own name, but named it after him. Otherwise, what would happen if, as today, the people of their union encountered the final boss of the Twilight Forest? Anyway, he felt quite embarrassed. Fortunately, he named the boss him. Even if the image is the same as him, he doesn't feel anything. They can go and fight a dozen bosses, and they can exercise their game skills, Xu Yuan said with a smile. Seeing Xu Yuan showing a malicious smile, Ken knew that his boss was going to do something. He hoped that the big oranges would retreat in spite of the difficulties, otherwise they would definitely be beaten by reality. They have now obtained a lot of powerful weapons, but they still can't beat the boss. Ken is curious, how powerful a boss is it, and even the heavily armed team is not an opponent? You'll know the results right away. Xu Yuan sold a pass. The two chatted for a while, and when Ken saw the chicken snake scepter that Xu Yuan took out, he couldn't help but say, it is worthy of being a legendary weapon. That attribute power is much better than ordinary weapons. When we finish all the first kills in Europe, the strength of our union will improve a lot. For the first kill of the remaining monsters, Xu Yuan is bound to win. The weapons dropped by the first kill are all legendary quality, and they are not an order of magnitude at all compared to the original attributes. Ken nodded, convinced of Xu Yuan's words. Once they have taken the first kill on the European continent, they will change hands and go to the Neon country through hell traffic to find treasure. With many legendary weapons, they are not their opponents even if several unions in the Neon country join forces. Thinking of this, Ken thought of stepping up to complete the task that Xu Yuan had explained, so he said, okay then, I'll go prepare for hell transportation first. Xu Yuan watched Ken leave the room. He first went offline to eat, and then rested for a while. When he went online, he began to gather a group of people and began to look for new monsters to prepare for the next first kill. On the other side of the Twilight Forest, the people of the Big Orange team also began to fight the boss. This tower is quite tall. Ngawang slowly climbed the Highland Tower and muttered, is that a monster? The Big Orange, who was the first to climb the Highland Tower, stared blankly at the center of the fence, and said to the motionless boss. At this moment, the boss is still in a state that is not activated, because he did not attack Big Orange and the others at the first time. This boss is so familiar. Xiao looked at the boss and said his thoughts with some hesitation. Isn't that our boss? Said Ahao. Really? The Big Orange responded. No wonder the boss told us earlier that we could give up the boss. It turned out that he knew it. Could this boss have something to do with the boss? I think it must be the boss's handiwork. Several people chatted in various tongues, and the shock brought to them by this boss was too great. It's actually a little different. The Big Orange touched his chin and said, what's different? Asked Ahao. The name is different. This boss is called him. Everyone was speechless for a while. The name of the boss must not be Steve. If even the name is the same, then this boss is not called boss, but should be called Steve Clone. Of course, what they didn't expect was that the boss's name was indeed Steve at the beginning, but it was later changed by Xu Yuan. Several people inadvertently guessed that they really believed. Just as several people were chatting about the appearance of the boss, Wang shouted, the boss actually has 5000 HP. What? So high? Xiao Yu was completely stunned. This was the first time he had seen a boss with such a high amount of health. No wonder Boss Steve said we could give up. Ahao touched the back of his head, and a trace of retreat arose in his heart. The amount of 5000 HP is not unkillable, it also depends on the skills of the boss. Big Orange is not discouraged, the boss has not yet started fighting. She will not think that she will not be able to fight. Xiao and Awang listened to her words and also felt that it made sense. The boss is powerful, and it makes no sense to just look at the amount of health. Some monsters, although they have a lot of health, but they move slowly, and any person can fly a kite by long-range attacks. Thinking of this, everyone moved their attention to the boss's hand. Shield Scepter? This is the Lich's Shield Scepter, said Xiao. Originally, everyone thought that the final boss must be more powerful than the monster in front, but they didn't expect that the boss's weapon was nothing new. This made everyone a little disappointed, and they felt that the final boss was just that. It could be a defensive boss. Big Orange analyzed. Her speculation is not unfounded. The super thick health volume of 5000, plus the shield scepter used for defense, is completely a meat shield-like existence. Maybe the boss has the ability to hide. Ahao guessed. After all, it is the final boss, it should not be that simple. Do you want to try it first? The first kill of the boss is just around the corner, and Ngawang is a little stupid. Xiao Yu frowned, his heart was always a little uneasy, and said, I always think this boss is very unusual and must have something to do with Boss Steve. It doesn't matter, just send a message and ask the boss. Big Orange feels that it is best not to act rashly. Anyway, you can contact at any time. Well, I'll ask Boss Steve. Xiao said, looking for Xu Yuan in the friends column, ready to send a message. Seeing that Xiao was slow to move, Ahao urged and asked, has the boss replied to the news? Xiao shook his head and said, the boss is offline. There's no way around that. Big Orange was still confident about killing the boss. Let's fight first. Yes. The three agreed. Why hasn't this monster been responding? Everyone chatted for a long time, only to find that the boss had been standing without any movement. It should be no activation. It is estimated that when we enter the fence, the boss will be activated. The Big Orange studied carefully for a while and found the position of the boss in the center of the cage behind the fence. I'll try it first. Awang said, taking the lead in opening the fence and walking in. As soon as he entered the cage, the central standing hymn finally came to life. After the hymn was activated, it was originally closed and suddenly opened. This is a pair of eyes that emit a white glow, just like a light source. The boss is activated. Let's go in and fight the boss together. Seeing that the boss could fight, everyone instantly entered the cage inside the fence. Break the boss's shield first. Big Orange calmly commanded the crowd. Awang and Ahao draw their swords and one of them strikes the boss, knocking out the boss's shield. It doesn't seem to be difficult, Ahao said with a smile. Big Orange was also surprised. He didn't expect to knock out the boss's shield so easily. The point is that in this process, not a single person is attacked by the boss. This made the confidence in the hearts of everyone in the Big Orange team restored. Today's bosses of the Twilight Forest, they should be stable. Everyone hurriedly finished fighting the boss, and then finished work and returned to the main city. After discovering that the boss was not as powerful as expected, the Big Orange was less vigilant. I wonder what items this boss will drop. Ahao is still looking forward to the reward of the first kill. It won't be a shield scepter, will it? Xiao has negative thoughts. After all, this boss is so easy to fight, dropping things is naturally not good. Moreover, in my world, most of the things dropped by killing monsters are brought by monsters. And special items such as land deed gold coins are no longer valuable items for the current Big Orange team. If only the shield scepter would be lost. Will it drop the legendary quality shield scepter like the first kill on the European continent? It's good if you drop a boss egg, Ahao and Awang speculated. If you want to be beautiful, let's hurry up and finish the boss and go back to help the boss of Ken. Big Orange heard the speculations of several people and instantly shattered their illusions. She even felt that the reason why Xu Yuan let them give up this boss was because this boss looked too similar to herself, so she couldn't bear it. Hearing Big Orange's words, Ahao and Ngawang also became serious. Yes, Boss Ken still needs them, they can't hold back. While several people were talking, several people brought a wave of damage to the boss. 4 people to fight the boss is fast. And the Big Oranges, they all now have drawn their swords, and 1 sword per person is 40 HP. After only a while, the boss has already been knocked out of 200 blood. This boss is also too good to fight. Ahao is a little floating. This is the easiest monster he has ever fought in my world. Big Orange is still very calm and does not think that this boss named him is as simple as it seems. After thinking about it, in order not to be surprised, she also reminded the distracted Ahao. Don't be careless, this boss may have hidden abilities. Don't be careless, we will be disgraced by the boss group. The reminder of the Big Orange, Ahao also listened to it in his heart. He was not a reckless person, otherwise he would not have been sent by Xu Yuan to the Twilight Forest. It's just that this unexpected boss makes him slack. After being reminded by Big Orange, he quickly recovered and began to fight monsters seriously. Xiao saw a few people talking and laughing, and felt that things should not be so simple. He knows very well what kind of person Xu Yuan is. In his eyes, Boss Steve is not a purposeless person. But he didn't see anything abnormal for the time being, so it was difficult to say something. In this way, with the efforts of everyone, the boss quickly dropped to 4,500 HP. The boss has finally changed. Everyone saw that the boss put away the useless shield scepter and became vigilant. As the captain of the team, Big Orange immediately reminded everyone. Everyone back off, watch out for the boss's skills. No, the 3 quickly carried out her orders and began to retreat. But they're still a little slower. At this time, the boss had already drawn out his sword, and a sword slashed at Awang's body, instantly cutting off his health volume. This boss is really not simple. The Big Orange was a bit of a surprise. Ngawang quickly opened the distance. Seeing Awang, who was held back by the boss, Xiao and Ahao hurriedly let him dodge the attack. Awang also knows that he can't be caught up by the boss, otherwise he will hang. The boss can knock him out of a block of blood with a single sword, and the attack speed of drawing the sword is fast, and it is not easy to hide at all. He only has 10 blocks of blood in total, and he has just been knocked out of another square, and he is not the opponent of the boss at all. The boss still has more than 4,000 blood, even if it is a blood exchange style, several of them can't afford to change. When Ngawang escaped, he also found that he was in a negative state at some point. Everyone, watch out, boss attacks have a fire effect. He shouted. Such a pervert. The remaining 3 felt incredible, they underestimated this boss. At first, they grinded boss 500 points of blood, and the boss did not fight back, and they thought that the boss was weak. Unexpectedly, if the boss does not make a move, it will be a big move. Not to mention drawing the sword, ordinary attacks carry a negative state. If these 2 points don't look terrifying, then adding 5,000 super thick blood is terrifying. This big guy is simply a mobile meat grinder? We need to adjust our tactics. Big Orange at a loss, she knew that it was her own decision-making mistake, so it was impossible to fight the boss. But the boss didn't give everyone time to regret it. Its attack speed was fast, and it only took a few words to kill Ngawang in seconds. Yuri dead. Seeing the prompt of his death, Ngawang helplessly said to the Big Orange, "This boss is too fast." Big Orange has no way to do it for the time being, because after killing Awang, the boss transfers his hatred to her. Just a few strokes, the Big Orange was also bossed for seconds. She can only struggle weakly a few times under the attack of the boss, and defeat the boss with almost 100 HP. After her death, the boss draws a scoop based on the gourd and drops Xiao and Awang in seconds. At this moment, the boss's HP is still about 4,000. After killing all the players, the boss returns to the center of the cage, closes his eyes and returns to the state before activation, and his HP becomes 5,000 again.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.